Chapter 720. In the dense and oppressive jungle of timelines, a detector bypassed many obstacles and shuttled between the gaps of timelines. The colorful timeline exuded quiet fluctuations of various colors. The four-dimensional color was a feature derived from the vibration of the timeline. The detector suddenly flashed and lurked inside a timeline. A moment later, a translucent creature appeared at the position where the detector was just now. Its body, like a paper lantern, was moving in and out. As its body shrank, a hidden and extremely fast wave spread in all directions. After staying there for more than half an hour, the paper lantern did not find anything and floated away. The detector hidden inside the timeline flew out carefully after more than 3 hours, and then continued to fly forward. Near the 740 billion standard degrees of this detector, a spaceship was also sailing in secret. Team leader, the Left 14 detector just found a paper lantern. Jiang Haitang glanced at the red light on the map and calmly ordered, "Keep an eye on it." "Okay." Xia Bailu responded while checking the detectors. She was very alert to any disturbances around her. It was this vigilance that allowed this group of ghost agents to escape danger many times. The cautious spacecraft was like a small insect. In the dense tropical rainforest, the environment and creatures were full of unimaginable dangers. Alert, the next 247 detectors were destroyed. Jiang Haitang, who woke up, immediately controlled the spacecraft to fly upward and forward, and kept changing directions along the way. At about 110 billion standard degrees from the spacecraft, the self-destructed detector was wrapped in an invisible force field, and the debris of the detector rolled inside the invisible force field. Another bug came up? Yeah. They are quite bold. They are a group of not-so-simple bugs, and the time traversal system is useless. Oh, Ranyun. Here, what's the matter, boss? Search the area and find these bugs for me. Leave it to me. The invisible force field disappeared immediately, and something seemed to flash through the empty timeline gap, and then it immediately returned to calm. On the other side, the ghost spaceship, which was speeding at full speed, dispersed all the bait spaceships. In order to ensure its own safety, the ghost spaceship directly entered the timeline. In fact, the four-dimensional time ring spaceship can completely sail inside the timeline, but the speed is relatively slow. Sailing inside the timeline is equivalent to a submarine sneaking in the ocean. It is really difficult for ordinary four-dimensional civilizations to detect it. Jiang Haitang could only pray that the other party was an ordinary four-dimensional civilization, not a medium or high-level four-dimensional civilization. Otherwise, there would be no escape today. Sure enough, in the following period of time, the bait spaceships released were destroyed one after another by unknown enemies. The ghost spaceship secretly sailing inside the timeline also found that the mysterious enemy was approaching here. Jiang Haitang's face was extremely solemn, and he immediately ordered, "Start the degenerate camouflage system." Yes. The ghost spaceship seemed to disintegrate, and the entire spaceship and all the people and objects inside were disappeared into ashes. Countless zero-dimensional points are scattered like flowers in a single universe. All the information inside the zero-dimensional points is recorded in a supernova that is about to explode. This information recorded inside the supernova is not so much information as a special formula. In this mode, even a four-dimensional civilization may make mistakes if it is not carefully checked. Just 17 days after the ghost spaceship disintegrated, a subtle wave swept through the vicinity, and it seemed that it did not find anything, so it left here. Unconsciously, more than 2 months have passed. That obscure fluctuation descended again nearby, constantly detecting the surrounding timeline, and finally disappeared here without noticing anything. If Jiang Haitang saw this scene, he would know the other party's thoughts. Obviously, the mysterious enemy was extremely cautious. After detecting once, he pretended to leave here, but actually spied in secret. The purpose of these guys was naturally to see if anyone would remove the hidden state after they left. More than 7 months have passed. This area is still calm, but the obscure fluctuation swept through here again, repeatedly confirmed 3 times, and then left here. Boss, I have cleared it here, and no remaining bugs are found. I have also done it here. Bugs are bugs, and they actually want to escape. How naive. The boss of this mysterious civilization was not too arrogant. He once again ordered his subordinates to conduct a final review of the surrounding area to ensure that there were no fish that slipped through the net. It has been 84 years since the ghost spaceship disintegrated, and the mysterious civilization has long since left here. Until one day, at a certain time node on a certain timeline, inside an ordinary single universe, an ancient red giant star seemed to have reached a critical point, and it finally entered the supernova state, in the violent explosion of that moment. The gamma ray stream hit a floating nearby dust. Drop. The system restarted, detected the number of neutrons remaining in the supernova, and began to analyze. It is estimated to take 2 hours and 37 minutes. The primary robot hidden in the dust was activated by the gamma ray flow. Analysis completed, the restart formula was obtained. 17 pi/5.77 g, and the constant value was substituted. The calculation result is 5,831.6173. Obtained dimension technology, began to rebuild the zero-dimensional point robot. Obtained time ring technology, began to rebuild the time ring robot. Ghost rebirth system, welcome everyone back. In the cockpit of the Ghost spaceship, the top three-dimensional body reconstructed by the time ring robot allowed Jiang Haitang and the other 4 to return to reality. The mysterious enemy did find some primordial robots hidden here, but they just took a casual look and found nothing unusual. If Jiang Haitang and his team had used zero-dimensional robots and time ring robots, they would probably have attracted a little attention from the other party. And primordial robots are like cabbages in ordinary great god civilizations, and almost everyone has a piece of street-stall goods. In addition, Jiang Haitang separated the primordial robots from the database. To obtain the database, the gamma rays from the supernova explosion need to trigger the primordial robots, and the primordial robots can then interpret the number of neutrons in the supernova to obtain the preliminary database. Then unlock step by step, and start from a nascent robot, and then restore to the peak state through the continuous unlocking of the database. In order to be on the safe side, Jiang Haitang has placed a lot of supernova trigger devices here. After taking back the peak power, Jiang Haitang recovered the other hidden rebirth devices, and then drove the Ghost spaceship to continue diving in the timeline. Although it was delayed for nearly 100 years, it ensured the safety of their team. It has been submerged for more than 20 years. During this period, Jiang Haitang's team rebuilt the detector, bait spaceship, and the Ghost spaceship appeared again in the four-dimensional spacetime, moving at full speed towards the unknown front. This is destined to be a difficult road. Chapter 721. The Jiang Haitang team, who had escaped, drove the Ghost spaceship further away. In the distant timeline jungle, the other 2 groups of Ghost agents also encountered many disasters, and almost died there several times. It has been 2,773 Blue Star years since the 3 groups of Ghost agents left the mainland. The agreed time is past halfway, and the voyage has only reached about 2/5 of the scheduled time. This situation also occurred because the new humans underestimated the danger of four-dimensional spacetime. The four-dimensional creatures that appeared one after another, the four-dimensional civilizations that appeared and disappeared, and the unpredictable natural disasters in time and space forced the spacecraft to be cautious. The first group of Ghost agents, their Ghost spacecraft, had just arrived in a quiet and ordinary area. Team leader Li Tao personally drove the spacecraft, shuttling between the timeline gaps, and it was time for the routine report every hour. Team leader, the detector in front did not find any abnormalities. The 317 detector on the right was attacked by the Doom Spider 12 minutes ago, and the detector was not affected. No more, Li Tao said while driving. The Ghost agent who was reporting suddenly remembered something. There is indeed one more thing. A group of corpses were found in the area 470.6 billion standard degrees ahead of us. Are they four-dimensional creatures? Li Tao suddenly became serious. Maybe. But when the detector passed by, it did not detect any fluctuations. There were no time ring cells on the corpses. They looked more like statues. Li Tao criticized unhappily. What is possible? I want a definite answer. Stop moving immediately and prepare to take a detour. Team leader, it shouldn't be that serious. If we take a detour now, we will be delayed for a while. Another Ghost agent said indifferently. No, safety first. Li Tao's attitude was extremely firm. Under Li Tao's tough attitude, the Ghost spacecraft could only turn to another direction and bypass the area where the bodies were found. In addition, they also set a detector to investigate the bodies. Yin Wu, the Ghost agent in charge of technical analysis, frowned as she looked at the detector's report on the corpses. In terms of number, there were 27 corpses in total. What made her even more dreadful was that among these corpses, there were some familiar faces of the new humans. These included 7 ancient snakes, 8 doom spiders, 1 paper lantern, and 1 four-dimensional eye. The remaining 10 corpses were species that were discovered for the first time. The bodies of these creatures were preserved in an unusually complete manner, and even looked lifelike. If it weren't for the fact that the life rhythm and time-space fluctuations were not detected, Yin Wu would have suspected that these creatures were pretending to be dead here. After carefully probing several times, these creatures were indeed completely dead. However, after checking the inside of the bodies, Inwu became even more confused because the inside of these bodies was a mess, and there were no time ring cells at all. It was not unreasonable for the ghost agent to say that they were statues. This phenomenon was beyond her comprehension. After checking the database of the new humans, she could not find any relevant information. Team leader, these bodies are indeed very strange. They can make them completely dead and preserve their intact bodies. I have no idea for the time being. Li Tao always felt uneasy and asked another ghost agent to increase the detection range of the detector to ensure that there were no enemies or traps around. After giving these instructions, he turned around and said, "Xiao Wu, have you found anything about the timeline around those bodies?" Inwu also looked depressed. No traces of battle were found, and the continuity within those timelines is very normal. Is the battle site no longer there? No one should be so bored, right? After destroying it, it was moved here again. This doesn't make sense. Inwu's expression was full of confusion. Yes, this really doesn't make sense. Which civilization would do such a thing as taking off pants to fart? Li Tao thought to himself. Just when the two of them were confused, the ghost agent in charge of reconnaissance exclaimed, "Team leader, another weird corpse was found." What? Li Tao's face changed slightly. Soon, the latest reconnaissance data was projected on the virtual display screen in the cockpit, which was exactly the same as the strange corpse discovered for the first time. The lifelike body, but there was no trace of time ring cells inside, as if it was a specially built bionic statue. The spacecraft had to stop again. This time, even the most optimistic people noticed that something was wrong. Discovering it once can be said to be an accidental encounter. Discovering it twice, there must be some problem ahead, which would cause so many strange corpses to appear. Li Tao, whose eyes flickered, quickly calmed down, changed the route. This time we will take a longer route. Understood. Also, strengthen reconnaissance efforts and do not ignore any clues. Yes. The ghost spaceship made a big circle, which was about 15 times longer than the original route. Li Tao, who was extremely cautious, still chose to take a detour, because they were not here to explore, but to carry out a mission, so they naturally had to reduce the possibility of any unexpected incidents. After taking a detour, they finally bypassed that area. Without any intention of stopping, the spaceship sailed non-stop into the distance. Time passed unnoticed, and another 1,036 years passed. Suddenly, the spaceship braked again. The data just detected popped up on the virtual display screen of the cockpit. 15 strange corpses were floating near 738.4 billion standard degrees from them. Li Tao's mood sank straight down. He chose to take a detour, but still couldn't get rid of these strange corpses. Xiao Wu, did you find anything unusual around? No, everything is normal. Inwu couldn't help swallowing. The lingering ominous premonition made the 5 people waver for a while. One of the ghost agents asked in a low voice, "Team leader, should we take a detour or continue to move forward?" Li Tao gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice, "Damn! What secrets are hidden here?" Inwu, who was thinking hard, suddenly opened his eyes. "Wait, I have an idea." "Xiao Wu, just say whatever you want to say." Inwu said calmly, "From the current situation, there may be some secrets in this area. Perhaps a hidden 4-dimensional civilization, perhaps a natural disaster in time and space, or perhaps a top 4-dimensional creature. This is a fact. What is there to say?" Another ghost agent asked, puzzled. "Listen to me, our mission deadline is coming soon, but we have only traveled less than 3/5 of the distance. If this continues, it will be difficult for us to reach the scheduled time and distance." Li Tao thought, "You want to be here?" "Yes, this area is a very suitable area. If we set up a dimensional camouflage point here, and use those strange corpses, maybe we can be mysterious," Inwu explained. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Tao finally chose this plan. They quickly built 3-dimensional points nearby and arranged them in an area 8 to 10 trillion standard degrees apart. After completing these, Li Tao drove the spacecraft and returned to the new human homeland at full speed. However, they soon encountered big trouble. After sailing for less than 371 years, the ghost spacecraft was anchored in a timeline gap. The spacecraft and Li Tao and the other 5 floated motionlessly like statues. Chapter 722. The Ghost Secret Service headquarters, far away in the new human homeland, did not notice that one of the ghost agents had lost contact. Li Tao and his team were too far away from their homeland, and the two sides could not maintain communication. This is the helplessness of life. There are always too many hardships to face. Perhaps this is the reason why creatures are desperately evolving. Everyone hopes to get rid of fate and become above all things. After Li Tao and the other 5 turned into statues, those silent years quietly came to a turning point in fate. In the 4-dimensional spacetime relatively far away from the homeland of the new humans, a spaceship appeared here, with thousands of new humans inside. They are all participants in this dimensional upgrade experiment. The so-called dimensional upgrade refers to the process of transition from a 3-dimensional life form to a 4-dimensional life form. Although the new humans could use technology to build spaceships and detectors to enter the 4-dimensional spacetime, they always felt a sense of distance. It's like a fish in a river, even though it has walked onto land through the fish tank it built. But fish are aquatic animals after all. Before they evolve lungs, they still cannot survive independently on land. The dimensional upgrade experiment is the process of fish evolving into crocodiles. Inside the spacecraft, 1,000 new humans participating in the experiment all participated in the experiment with the determination to die if they failed. The experiment was not conducted by all personnel together, but one by one. Fong Ge edited the previously set 4-dimensional genes into the bodies of the participants. These gene sequences containing high-density 4-dimensional information have been implanted into the original 3-dimensional genes, and the two are pieced together. The reason why it is called patchwork is that the 4-dimensional gene sequence is just a pile of cold high-dimensional information at this moment, without any life fluctuations. After completing a series of information implantation, Fong Ge and others began the second step, allowing the participants' 3-dimensional gene sequences to gradually blend with the 4-dimensional genes and adjust to the best state. This step is crucial. Although they are all new humans, there are individual differences among the new humans, while the original version of the 4-dimensional genes is the same. Therefore, the participants need to blend with the 4-dimensional genes and then adjust to the best state to maximize the success rate of dimensional upgrading. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In the bodies of 1,000 participants, the blending and adjustment of the 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional genes have also entered the current optimal state. The eye shifted to the other side. When Kahan, Li Kun and others adjusted the experimental equipment, a very large ring-shaped machine, which was similar to the space-time radio station developed by the new humans before. The first participant, with excitement and trepidation, floated to the middle of the ring machine, where there was only an empty void. Countless time ring robots came from all directions and wrapped around the first participant. Under the wrapping of the time ring robots, the participant turned into a colorful cocoon. In the 4-dimensional satellite city in the distance, a large number of scientists, including Wei Feng, Wang Mingzhi, Fong Ge, etc., were all on standby at the control center. Li Kun, who was in charge of the overall command of the dimensional upgrade experiment, looked at the time and shouted loudly, "All departments will conduct the final reinspection, and the experiment will start in half an hour." Received. Tens of thousands of researchers methodically checked the experimental equipment, set parameters, and scheduled programs. These things were complex and extremely important. The experiment was not allowed to have any mistakes, otherwise it would lead to the failure of the final result. Half an hour later, the heads of various departments quickly reported that the situation was normal. Li Kun suppressed his inner tension and solemnly instructed everyone, the second dimensional upgrade experiment has officially begun. Then each department was busy step by step. They started the dimensional upgrade gate, i.e. the ring machine, according to the previous experimental design. The first participant in the middle of the dimensional ascending gate has received the notification of the start of the experiment, and he has devoted himself to the experiment. With the stimulation of 36 regular information on the inner ring of the dimensional ascending gate, a 4-dimensional channel is directly opened, and the participant is just in the center of the 4-dimensional channel. After being enveloped by the 4-dimensional channel for more than 10 seconds, the time ring robot wrapped around the participant is also disintegrating bit by bit. As the time ring robot protecting the participant disintegrates, part of the participant's body is gradually exposed in the 4-dimensional spacetime. At this time, because the participant himself is 3-dimensional, his existence allows the high-dimensional information of the 4-dimensional channel to find an outlet. Report, Number 1 encountered a high-dimensional information impact. The information density is 2739. And it is still rising. The observer exclaimed. Li Kun clenched his fist. Start the high-dimensional information channeling system to suppress the density of high-dimensional information to below 40. Suppressing. Not good. Number 1's 3-dimensional gene collapsed by 17%. Start the 3-dimensional gene backup insertion. No, the gene collapses too quickly. His mind is out of control, and he can't adjust himself. As soon as the words fell, the first participant was completely assimilated by the high-dimensional information, and turned into a pile of meaningless material debris, which was still entrenched with high-density, high-dimensional information. Damn it! Li Kun felt extremely heavy all of a sudden. However, he quickly adjusted his mood, learned from the experience and lessons of the first experiment, and readjusted some details. The second experiment began, which was much smoother than the first one, but it still ended in failure. Because the soul of the participant in the middle was shocked by the high-dimensional information and could not control himself, the four-dimensional gene in his body was abandoned halfway, resulting in the backlash of the three-dimensional gene. Fortunately, the participants will not really die, because they are still alive at other time nodes. If they can successfully upgrade in the future, they can gather their own timeline. Half a month has passed, and the dimensional upgrade experiment has been carried out 682 times. These experiments have all ended in failure, which also means that 682 participants have died. This made Li Kun and others, who were in charge of this experiment, feel a lot of pressure. Wang Mingzhi in the control center was more concerned about the fluctuations in space and time. The continuous dimensionality upgrading experiments caused the fluctuations in space and time, which were indeed spreading in all directions. The War Committee and the Ghost Special Service had already made preparations near the experimental area and around the new human native land to prevent those uninvited guests who might come. At the same time, in the four-dimensional space and time far away from the new human native land, 3 areas broke out with strong signs of dimensionality upgrading experiments. The scale of the dimensional experiments in these 3 areas is hundreds of times larger than that in the mainland. The new human mainland in the center of these 3 areas is naturally covered by these fluctuations. Li Kun and others are racing against time, hoping to complete the dimensional experiment as soon as possible and end this dangerous plan. In the unknown 4-dimensional space-time, a strange fluctuation suddenly stopped, as if judging something. Soon this fluctuation escaped into the dense jungle of timelines and flew in one direction. The new humans were still desperately experimenting on the mainland. Li Kun knew very well that they might only have one chance. This strategy of taking advantage of the situation could only be used once, and the effect might be greatly reduced the next time. In anxiety and uneasiness, the experiment had come to the 842nd time. Failure, still a failure. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely heavy at this time. Chapter 723. The 903rd Experiment. After repeated failures and repeated readjustments, most of the problems that occurred during the dimensional upgrade process have been overcome by Li Kun and his team. After countless improvements to the experimental plan, Li Kun's heart was also lifted up. The pressure he faced was too great. Not only did the continuous failures bring serious sacrifices, but the byproducts produced during the experiment, that is, the uncontrollable space-time fluctuations, also made everyone worried. The 903rd experiment begins. Received. The fearless participant was wrapped in the time ring robot, and then the 4-dimensional channel unfolded. Unlike the previous rough control, after so many failures, scientists have found some rules. The relatively mild high-dimensional information slowly penetrated the experimental participants. As the high-dimensional information entered the body, the 4-dimensional genes and 3-dimensional genes in his body responded to the situation. In the experimental design of Famke, Li Kun and others, the high-dimensional information was equivalent to an environmental catalyst, allowing the 3-dimensional genes and 4-dimensional genes, which were originally incompatible, to truly merge together. The reason why we failed so many times before was because we could not grasp the amount of high-dimensional information entering. If too much high-dimensional information enters at one time, the body may die before successfully upgrading. If too little high-dimensional information enters at one time, it is not enough to promote the fusion of all genes, resulting in some fusion and some non-fusion, leading to gene conflict in the body and death. Yang Mingli, a participant in the experiment, felt that there were 3 forces inside his body, which were in fierce conflict and attacking each other. Facing a critical moment of life and death, he could only give it a try and devote himself to control. According to the control system provided by the 4-Dimensional Gene Research Institute, Yang Mingli controlled the 4-dimensional gene, plus his own 3-dimensional gene, and the two cooperated to fight against high-dimensional information, or adapt to high-dimensional information. In his memory, there were also the experiences of many previous participants. Although those participants did not successfully upgrade their dimensions, it did not mean that their experience was useless. At least in Yang Mingli's dimensional upgrade process, these experiences helped him avoid many detours. Time passed by minute, and Li Kun and others in the control center stared at the virtual display screen. Now they could only pray that Yang Mingli could handle it by himself. They did not dare to interfere casually at this time, because external interference may not necessarily have a positive effect, and may even have a negative effect. Under the eager eyes of everyone, the researcher responsible for monitoring the physical condition of the participants saw that the degree of gene fusion had reached the level of 64.39%. In the previous experiment, the highest degree of gene fusion was only about 71.36%. Now, under the pressure of high-dimensional information, the four-dimensional genes and three-dimensional genes in Yang Mingli's body are merging little by little to adapt to the invasion of high-dimensional information. This is the instinct of living things. Any living thing may have to change itself as the external environment changes. Just like the first batch of primitive organisms on the blue planet, they are all anaerobic bacteria and extremely disgusted with oxygen. When the Great Oxidation Era comes, they are either killed by the environment, or change themselves to adapt to the environment, or hide in the corner to survive. Gene fusion degree 75.68%. Yang Mingli broke the record. But he was not feeling well at this time. His whole body seemed to be torn apart. The pain went straight to the depths of his soul. He could not block it at all, and he did not dare to block it. Although it was extremely painful, this pain also kept him awake at all times. Time passed little by little, and the gene fusion degree in his body also reached a new high, reaching 89.53%, approaching the 90% mark. In this tug-of-war that was almost like torture, Yang Mingli was suddenly stunned because he seemed to feel that he was no longer in pain. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but soon he realized the problem. It was not an illusion, but the pain had really decreased. If the previous pain was 100 times more painful than a pregnant woman giving birth, then the pain at this time was just like a mosquito bite. Not only that, he found that his gene fusion degree had broken through to 91.74%. At this fusion degree, it seemed to have entered a new state. On the other side, inside the control center, after seeing Yang Mingli's gene fusion degree reach 91.74%, it almost stagnated. Failed? Li Kun sat down dejectedly. When Kahan on the side felt something was wrong, it seems there is something wrong. The vital signs of the participants are very stable, and there is no gene conflict collapse phenomenon. Huh? It's true. So strange. Hearing this, Li Kun also looked at Yang Mingli's series of monitoring data as if he was grasping a life-saving straw, confirming that there was no gene conflict and gene collapse. Continue monitoring, and try to contact Yang Mingli. Okay. I give it a try. Yang Mingli, who was immersed in the changes in his body, was awakened by a familiar signal. Only then did he wake up and hurriedly report his physical condition to the control center. Seeing this situation, Li Kun and others looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Is Yang Mingli's physical condition successful, or failed? It is difficult for everyone to give an accurate judgment. Huang Mingzhi, who had been watching from the sidelines, reminded everyone, since it can withstand the impact of some high-dimensional information, it should be close to the fourth dimension. You can consider increasing the impact of high-dimensional information a little bit. The teacher's words awakened me. Li Kun felt that it made sense, and immediately communicated with Yang Mingli, and then increased the amount of high-dimensional information entering a little bit. Sure enough, after the amount of high-dimensional information entering increased, Yang Mingli felt the pain slowly rising again. On the side of the control center, it was also found that the gene fusion degree that had stopped increasing had a slight movement. As the amount of high-dimensional information entering gradually increased, the degree of gene fusion in Yang Mingli's body also rose. When the density of high-dimensional information was almost the same as that of four-dimensional spacetime, the degree of gene fusion finally reached the limit of 99.99%. In the next 5 hours, it was stuck at the limit of 99.99%, without any progress towards complete fusion. Looking at the instrument data in front of him, Li Kun knew that there was no way to break through, and could only suspend the experiment. Although Yang Mingli's gene fusion was still a little short, this was the first participant to survive so far, which contained a lot of valuable experience and information. With Yang Mingli as a semi-finished product as a reference, Li Kun and others worked hard to transform the remaining 97 participants into quasi-four-dimensional creatures. Although it was not completely successful, this experiment also achieved a large part of the goal. Considering the danger of the dimensional upgrade experiment, the Science and Technology Commission announced the suspension of the experiment. The new humans in the experimental area should act quickly and pack up everything. According to the detection data of the space-time radio station, the signals of the disguised dimensional upgrade caused by the three ghost agents have been transmitted one after another. If you don't want to expose your homeland, it is wise to stop the dimensional upgrade experiment. Anyway, the goal of the experiment has been completed by more than half. As long as the last little bit of gene fusion is completely integrated, The dimensional upgrade experiment of the new humans can basically be declared a success. Chapter 724. The traces in the experimental area were completely eliminated, and the scientists who returned to the mainland also focused their attention on the 98 quasi-fourth dimensional participants. Because the scale of the dimensional experiment was controlled, the space-time fluctuations caused were not too obvious, but the Ghost service was still on high alert. Ghost headquarters. Ming Shi's mood has been up and down these days, and with so many things to do, it is really not good. Now the two things he cares most about are the safety of the mainland and the 3 ghost agents. There was a knock at the door, and then Liu Yaohua walked in. Director Ming, this is the information just sent back. There is no problem with the alarms near us. That's good. Ming Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Yaohua asked the reconnaissance spacecraft to double the reconnaissance range to ensure that the surrounding situation can be grasped in time. No problem. By the way, pay more attention to the direction of the 3 ghost agents. If you have any news, report it to me in time. Liu Yaohua nodded, yes. Near the new human homeland, the Ghost Secret Service's reconnaissance spacecraft has appeared 60 trillion standard degrees away from the homeland. With layers of passive alarms, it is difficult for most 4-dimensional creatures to escape the Ghost surveillance. And for fear of being discovered, the homeland has also carried out comprehensive camouflage to minimize the possibility of being discovered. Even if the new human has completed the dimensional upgrade, the 4-dimensional spacetime is a deep pool, not a paradise for casual wandering. Less than 16 years had passed since the end of the dimensional upgrade experiment, and a subtle fluctuation appeared near the original site of the experimental area. A ring-shaped spaceship hovered nearby for several hours before leaving. In fact, the Ghost Special Service had already prepared for the exposure of the experimental area. Before the experiment began, Meng Shuyi had prepared another plan. This plan was to find a top-level civilization near the experimental area as a scapegoat. After the dimensional upgrade experiment was completed, the Ghost directly killed and destroyed a timeline of this top-level civilization, creating the illusion that the dimensional upgrade experiment had failed. In the 4-dimensional space, the failure of dimensional upgrading is not uncommon. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. The 4-dimensional space is so vast that every node on every timeline may give birth to a top-level civilization. And these top-level civilizations are naturally not the kind that keep quiet. There must be many who will take risks and try to enter the 4-dimensional space. It just so happens that the civilization that was chosen is an ambitious civilization that has been preparing for dimensional upgrading. With the Ghost's instigation, they became the scapegoats of the new humans. The ring-shaped spacecraft also discovered the situation of this civilization, destroyed the origin time node of this civilization, and then left here. The passive alarm secretly set here also discovered the complete extinction of the scapegoat. After receiving this information, Ming Shuyi was secretly glad. If it weren't for the precautions, the truth of the new human dimension upgrading experiment would most likely be exposed. The new humans did not take those 4-dimensional civilizations lightly. You know, a 4-dimensional, I almost destroyed the new humans. On the other side, the dimensional camouflage point that Li Tao's team had arranged before had become a mess. The large-scale dimensional upgrade caused irreversible damage to the nearby timeline clusters, and even many 3-dimensional civilizations were directly wiped out. 6 ring-shaped spaceships appeared in one of the dimensional upgrade areas. There was only one spaceship that went to investigate the new humans, but there were as many as 6 spaceships that came here to investigate. This shows that this 4-dimensional civilization is paying attention to this place. 6 spaceships have been investigating nearby for more than half a month, but have found nothing. The 3-dimensional areas have been carefully checked, but there is no trace. There is another thing that makes this 4-dimensional civilization feel wrong. That is, there are a lot of corpses nearby. If they are corpses of 3-dimensional creatures, they will not be interested at all. But most of the corpses in front of them are 4-dimensional creatures. Even if they are not 4-dimensional creatures, they are quasi-4-dimensional creatures that can move in 4-dimensional spacetime. These creatures died here, and died in a very strange way, with a lifelike shell and a messy interior. The 4-dimensional people in charge of this investigation task reported all the relevant investigation results, and the discovery of the strange corpses of 4-dimensional creatures back to their headquarters. The investigation continued in the area for a while, and time passed unknowingly, about 86 blue star years. The investigators who had not found anything for a long time finally decided to return to the mainland, but they did not have time to fly out of here. In this peaceful 4-dimensional space, there are 6 more wreckages of spaceships. All the 4-dimensional people on them are intact, but there is no life wave. This investigation fleet lost contact for about half a month, and the native land of the civilization finally noticed something was wrong. After trying several communication calls, the investigation fleet did not respond. Knowing the mission of the investigation fleet, the native land of this civilization immediately dispatched a fleet to rush to that four-dimensional space. After more than 3 months of carpet search, the investigation fleet that had turned into corpses was finally found. Seeing the investigators turned into strange corpses, the civilization was immediately shocked. This situation also made this civilization shocked and angry, and naturally unwilling to give up. A large number of warships and investigators conducted a careful investigation of this area. However, as time went on, things took a turn for the worse, and another four-dimensional civilization's investigation spacecraft also appeared in the area. After a few days of confrontation, the two sides tacitly acknowledged the existence of each other. Although there were wars between four-dimensional civilizations, those wars were all about picking weak persimmons. For beings of similar strength, they would usually be relatively restrained. Obviously, these two four-dimensional civilizations are of similar strength. The two sides did not interfere with each other. After investigating here for nearly 100 years, they still found nothing. But soon their troubles came. A large number of people were killed in the warships and investigation spacecraft of the civilization that arrived here first. Their death was that their bodies were intact, but their insides were a mess. This time, the first civilization to investigate here was frightened and hurriedly asked the remaining personnel to retreat as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. When they reacted, all the four-dimensional people in the area were wiped out. Even the investigation spacecraft of another civilization was in the same situation. Faced with this strange situation, the two four-dimensional civilizations did not dare to act rashly for a while, and could only use unmanned spacecraft and detectors to investigate the area. The strangeness of this area also successfully attracted the attention of many four-dimensional civilizations, giving the new human natives a chance to breathe. In a blink of an eye, 5,034 years have passed since the end of the new human dimensional upgrade experiment. On this day, a ghost spaceship appeared near the secret monitoring boundary of the new human. As soon as the spacecraft appeared, it was discovered by the passive alarm, and a signal was also received in the communication frequency band inside the Ghost. More than half a month later, Ghost headquarters. Welcome back. Ming Shi patted the other party's shoulder with tears in his eyes. We are back. Jiang Haitang was also very excited. Chapter 725. It took 10,000 years to go back and forth. There were 3 teams when they went, but only Jiang Haitang's team was left when they came back. Although the Ghost Service did not release the relevant information, many people knew that the other 2 teams were in danger. When they went there before, they were unfamiliar with the place and spent more than 5,000 years. They should have returned faster, which was the case with Jiang Haitang's team. And the 2 teams have been gone for more than 6,000 years, and there has been no news. It is very likely that they have met with an accident. However, the Ghost Service did not give up, and was still investigating secretly. They had to make sure that they had really sacrificed themselves before announcing the news. During this period, the Science and Technology Commission was not idle either. The 98 semi-finished four-dimensional people were comprehensively studied by Li Kun, Fangge and others. In a specially set up scientific research base, Yang Mingli, the first to succeed, still maintained his own four-dimensional gene fusion degree at the limit of 99.99%. He lay on the bed in the dormitory in annoyance, staring at the dim ceiling and the retro wall clock, the pointer ticking. Yang Mingli can actually survive in the four-dimensional space-time now, but because the degree of gene fusion is still a little short of the last point, his four-dimensional life form is an imperfect four-dimensional creature. What went wrong? He was also thinking about this question. As the saying goes, a long illness makes a good doctor. Yang Mingli has been cooperating in the research base for more than 6,000 years. Under the influence of his surroundings, his scientific literacy is naturally not low. In addition, the four-dimensional gene is working, which has improved his wisdom comprehensively. He turned his body from lying flat to lying on his side. He was the only one in the dormitory. He subconsciously glanced at the wall clock and found that there were still about 15 hours before the next test. Tick-tick. Yang Mingli was stunned, staring at the wall clock. Timeline closing? Could it be? He swung his body and sat cross-legged on the bed. He felt suddenly enlightened. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his idea might succeed. He jumped in space and appeared at the door of Li Kun's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door. Xiao Yang, are you looking for Li Kun? Hearing a voice not far away, he found that it was Huang Mingzhi coming over, and hurriedly explained his purpose, Hello, Academician Huang. I am indeed looking for Academician Li. Huang Mingzhi smiled and said, That's a coincidence. He went to the Science and Technology Commission headquarters for a meeting half an hour ago. It is estimated that he will be free to come back tomorrow. What about Academician Fang too? Yes, they all went to the meeting. Huang Mingzhi nodded. Yang Mingli, who showed a hint of disappointment on his face, was about to leave, but suddenly he stopped, patted his forehead, and cursed himself for being a pig. Li Kun was not there, but Huang Mingzhi was. He stopped Huang Mingzhi, who was about to leave, and quickly organized his words. Academician Huang, I have an immature idea about the last point of the four-dimensional gene fusion degree. Can you help me analyze it? Oh, tell me about it. Huang Mingzhi did not look down on him, but instead showed a little interest. Yang Mingli, who was relieved, immediately told his thoughts one by one. After he finished speaking, he was nervous and excited. Huang Mingzhi gently rubbed his chin stubble, and fell into thinking. It seemed like just a few seconds, but in fact, he had analyzed and deduced this idea trillions of times in his mind. Then he opened the virtual display screen, and used his authority to mobilize the supercomputer system inside the scientific research base to perform secondary calculations and analysis on the relevant deduction results. Looking at the final result, Huang Mingzhi was surprised to find that Yang Mingli's idea had an 84% chance of success. This possibility obviously exceeded other plans. The previous plan by Li Kun and others did not even have a 30% chance, so no further experiment was conducted. Huang Mingzhi affirmed this idea. Your idea is very good. If you continue to improve it, you may be able to increase the success rate to more than 90%. Great. Yang Mingli was so excited that he almost jumped up. Huang Mingzhi, who wanted to strike while the iron was hot, took Yang Mingli to a conference hall in the scientific research base and called over a dozen people who were left behind. He didn't drag his feet and directly explained his purpose. The remaining people were also stunned by this surprise. After a while, they hurriedly called their respective teams. They couldn't wait to take action and comprehensively improve Yang Mingli's idea. Scientific research is sometimes like this. It's not that the technology level can't do it, but that there is a lack of inspiration. When inspiration comes, they can improve it in a variety of ways. When Li Kun, Fang Ge and others came back from the meeting, they learned what happened at the scientific research base and joined the work of improving the plan. After 3 years of deduction and improvement, the redesigned plan based on Yang Mingli's ideas finally raised the success rate to the limit of 98.67% in the simulation experiment. The remaining uncertainties can only be further improved through actual experiments. Li Kun immediately started the experiment. The first person to participate in the experiment was Yang Mingli, who volunteered to be sent into a timeline. This timeline is a branch of the new human timeline cluster. After entering this timeline, Yang Mingli stepped into an improved four-dimensional gate alone, and then the experiment began. In an instant, an extremely weak four-dimensional channel unfolded in the four-dimensional gate, causing very small fluctuations, which could only be barely sensed within 100 trillion standard degrees at most. The possibility of this intensity of the four-dimensional channel being discovered by other four-dimensional civilizations will be greatly reduced. In the four-dimensional channel, Yang Mingli's four-dimensional genes began to boil. He stood in the four-dimensional channel inside the timeline, sensing the entire new human timeline cluster with all his strength. Then his imperfect four-dimensional genes were captured by the new human timeline cluster, and the time correlation that was previously cut off by the time ring spacecraft was once again connected to Yang Mingli. At this moment, Yang Mingli finally understood why his four-dimensional genes could not reach 100%. Because he still had countless him on the new human timeline cluster, and these him. The existence of became a defect in his four-dimensional gene. According to the design plan, Yang Mingli stimulated the four-dimensional gene in his body and completely connected to him in the entire new human timeline. In an instant, the Yang Mingli in the new human timeline received his information and understood what he was going to do. After coordinating himself at each time node, he mobilized the four-dimensional gene in his body again and separated all of himself from the timeline. Li Kun and others at the control center observed an astonishing scene. Countless Yang Mingli were stripped from each timeline and then merged into the quasi-four-dimensional Yang Mingli as the main body. As countless Yang Mingli returned to the main body, the degree of fusion of the four-dimensional gene in his body also rose. Half an hour later, all the Yang Mingli who were scattered throughout the new human timeline cluster returned to him, and he became the only one in time. And his three-dimensional gene and four-dimensional gene finally merged completely together. At this moment, Yang Mingli became a real four-dimensional person. Chapter 726. When Yang Mingli gathered all his timelines, his life level completed a leap, and he became the first person in the new human evolution to the fourth dimension. He opened his eyes, and jumped out of the four-dimensional channel directly, floating in the three-dimensional space-time. The scenery in his eyes, at this time, was completely different from before. Before he evolved, he saw time as up, down, left, right, front and back. When he entered the quasi-four-dimensional stage, everything he saw at that time was the intermittent rhythm of time. At this moment, the world in his sight is a series of bright lines, and everything changes in the lines. He casually stimulates the power of the four-dimensional gene, and easily enters the four-dimensional space-time from the three-dimensional space-time. Without the help of the time ring spaceship, Yang Mingli easily entered the four-dimensional space-time. Before, even if he was at the quasi-four-dimensional level, he needed the help of the time ring spaceship to enter the four-dimensional space-time. Now it is completely different. What surprised him even more was that, after the four-dimensional gene in his body was completely integrated, a huge transformation occurred, which was an all-round improvement. After wandering in the four-dimensional space for more than 10 minutes, he gave up the idea of continuing. After a space-time jump, he appeared inside the scientific research base. The researchers who had been prepared for a long time immediately conducted a comprehensive inspection of Yang Mingli and collected the experimental data of this timeline convergence. With the cooperation of Yang Mingli, Li Kun and others quickly figured out the relevant data and finally perfected the timeline convergence technology to a 100% degree. Next, the other 97 quasi-four-dimensional people were completely transformed into four-dimensional people. With the real four-dimensional people, the development of dimensional upgrading technology will be pushed to a higher level. The previous painful and eye-catching dimensional upgrading method can naturally not be promoted. Li Kun and Fang Ge, based on the four-dimensional genes of Yang Mingli and others, recreated a set of more gentle and relatively hidden dimensional upgrading technology. The new plan divides the dimensional upgrading process into 3 steps. The first step is to implant the original template of the four-dimensional gene and the self-control system to adjust the upgrader to the best state. The second step is to use the improved time ring robot to wrap the upgrader and enter the four-dimensional spacetime, so that the upgrader can receive the impact of high-dimensional information in the four-dimensional spacetime, promote gene fusion, and increase the gene fusion degree to 99.99%. The third step is for the quasi-four-dimensional ascenders to return to the new human timeline cluster and use the timeline convergence technology to completely converge their own timelines. The advantage of this plan is that it is very concealed and will not emit strong spacetime fluctuations. In the previous experiments, the reason for the strong spacetime fluctuations was mainly because the four-dimensional channel was opened in the three-dimensional spacetime. Due to the mutual conflict between the three-dimensional and the four-dimensional, strong spacetime fluctuations were triggered. Directly in the four-dimensional spacetime, there will naturally be no strong spacetime fluctuations. At most, the three-dimensional genes in the new human body will have a certain conflict reaction with the four-dimensional spacetime. This fluctuation is many times smaller than the previous one. The difference between the two is like the whistle of a truck and the bell of a bicycle. This method was not used before because Li Kun and his team were not familiar with it. There are many uncertainties in the experiment in four-dimensional spacetime. Now that we have figured out the dimensionality upgrade technology and have a living four-dimensional human sample, we can naturally upgrade directly in the four-dimensional spacetime. The second batch of new humans who participated in the experiment, as many as 1 million people, completed the dimensional upgrade in less than half a month and became real four-dimensional people. After confirming the safety of the dimensional upgrading technology, the Supreme will order the whole people to upgrade their dimensions and fully enter the fourth-dimensional civilization. 674 blue star years later, the entire new human civilization has a total of 4,736,3,975,047,04726,882 people, all of whom have completed the dimensional upgrade. After the success of the whole people's dimensional upgrade, the population of the new human seems to have shrunk a lot. In fact, this is normal, because the split body and the time node body are merged into one, which is equivalent to that every individual on all timelines is unique in time. After the new humans were promoted to the Great God civilization, their population was basically between 300 and 600 trillion. Except for a few major crises, which caused population losses, the compensation mechanism was activated to relax birth restrictions and replenish the lost population. Therefore, in the entire new human timeline, except for the humans who died in the AD era, the total number of new humans that appeared in the history of the new era is 4,736 trillion. Compared with the population of other top Great God civilizations, the population of new humans is actually not large, but they are all elite. After the promotion to the fourth dimensional civilization, the slightly chaotic society before, the existence of split bodies and node bodies, was finally fundamentally solved. The explosive growth of the new human timeline cluster before was also reversed, and even many timeline segments lost the cause and effect of their existence due to the promotion of the new humans, and then self-destructed. If someone sees the new human timeline cluster at this time, they will find that the density of the timeline here has dropped by trillions of times compared to before, and has become sparse. This also shows from the side how crazy the plan adopted by the new humans to deal with the crisis of the eye of the four dimensions was. After completing the promotion, the new humans spent hundreds of years to readjust the internal institutions and personnel to improve the internal operation efficiency. Recently, the new humans have been in a low-key dormant state, running in the internal institutions as soon as possible, and also considering the four-dimensional space-time. Strategically, although the new human civilization has been promoted to the fourth dimension, it does not mean that it can act recklessly. Even the four-dimensional I imprisoned at the 3.51 million year node of the new era was temporarily put aside, and the time barrier in 2011 AD was also not chosen to act rashly. Having just been promoted to the fourth dimension, the new humans still have many shortcomings. The current task is not to make trouble, but to check for omissions and make up for them, and turn themselves into a real four-dimensional civilization. After becoming a four-dimensional person, everyone is more sober and more in awe of this multidimensional universe. Condensing one's own timeline does not mean that it is really eternal and immortal. Perhaps it is really possible to be eternally immortal, but it is still difficult to be eternally immortal. At least other four-dimensional civilizations have ways to kill four-dimensional people. Only by reaching the highest dimension can one achieve eternal immortality. After the readjustment, the Science and Technology Commission is also concentrating its efforts to comprehensively analyze the four-dimensional rules and master the four-dimensional rules as much as possible, so that the foundation of the new human beings will be stronger. After becoming four-dimensional people, scientists' research on the four-dimensional rules has become much easier than before, and there is no longer a sense of distance. Three-dimensional people observing four-dimensional rules and four-dimensional people observing four-dimensional rules are two completely different feelings. Just like an optical microscope, no matter how you adjust it, it is difficult to see atoms clearly, while an electron microscope can easily observe atoms. This is the difference. Scientists who are more powerful than tigers are also working day and night to study the four-dimensional rules. Dimensional rules are basic physics and the cornerstone of many technologies. If this thing is not clear, it will affect many technologies, and may even lead to a wrong technology tree. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Only by laying a solid foundation can a tall building reach the highest level. In the tranquility of four-dimensional spacetime, the new human civilization has spent 6.67 million years steadily, and has also initially completed a precipitation. Chapter 727. New Era 2671 to 1772. Nearly 10 million years have passed since the new humans entered the four-dimensional civilization. This time is the time flow rate of the new human timeline cluster. For the new humans who have evolved to the four-dimensional stage, the time outside cannot completely affect the body. Thanks to the convergence of their own timeline, the new humans at this time can change their own time flow rate through the internal circulation. At present, it can be 2,371 times slower than the standard time and 6,179 times faster than the standard time. The standard time is based on the new human timeline as a reference value. There are actually certain limits to slowing down and speeding up the flow of time. At this stage, this limit is mainly subject to the new human's understanding of the four-dimensional rules. Perhaps in the future, due to the new human's in-depth understanding of the four-dimensional rules, the controllable range of the flow of time will be larger. After nearly 10 million years of sedimentation, the Science and Technology Commission conducted a comprehensive investigation and supplementation of the entire scientific and technological system of the new humans. Inside the new human timeline cluster. Due to the existence of the time barrier in 2011 AD, although the new humans who have successfully upgraded can peel off their own timelines from the time barrier, those humans in the AD era can still continue to develop into the future. This situation is like the part of people who have been upgraded, the entire existence has been stripped from the timeline. In the three-dimensional space-time, it is as if these people have never existed, which is a very strange phenomenon. Therefore, the new humans are still closely monitoring this part of the timeline. In the four-dimensional spacetime close to the 3.51 million years of the new era. In the observation station jointly established by the Science and Technology Commission, the War Commission, and the Ghost Special Service, the number of scientific researchers has been increasing recently, indicating that the new humans are ready to take action on the four-dimensional eye. Li Zifeng had just come from another timeline. He received the order from Director Ming Shi to take over the intelligence work in the area. The fact that there was no action before did not mean that the new humans had forgotten this big eyeball. In the intelligence inside the Ghost, although several suspected four-dimensional civilizations were found, the four-dimensional eye was the only living four-dimensional civilization. After taking over the relevant work, Li Zifeng took action without stopping. He had a negotiation with the leaders of the War Committee and the Science and Technology Committee to discuss the next work. The Eye of Four Dimensions is both a time bomb and a great treasure. A living four-dimensional person is definitely more knowledgeable than beasts, like the time period ancient snake and the doom spider. Li Zifeng, who is in charge of intelligence work, values the other party's intelligence value more. The new humans have just been promoted to the four-dimensional civilization. Their understanding of the entire four-dimensional space-time comes from only two aspects. One is the detection data of the superdimensional detection system, and the other is the memory of beasts such as the time period ancient snake. Both sources of intelligence have huge limitations. The data obtained by the superdimensional detection system is limited to the detectable range of the new humans, which is currently within a radius of 1200 to 1300 trillion standard degrees. Outside this range, the Ghost Service is also blind. And the memories extracted from the beasts such as the ancient snake and the doomed spider are not only vague, but these weak chickens cannot access any important information. After all, most of these beasts are still low-level creatures in the four-dimensional spacetime. It is better to arrange more unmanned spacecraft and detectors to go out for more detection than to expect them to have important information. Therefore, the Ghost Service set its sights on the four-dimensional eye, hoping to obtain its memory and further understand the detailed information of the four-dimensional spacetime. In the meeting room, Dr. Zhang, can the Science and Technology Commission come up with some technology to restrain the four-dimensional eye? Sitting upright and looking around, he raised his head. From the detection data, the technology level of the four-dimensional eye is not too high. I need some time to study it. Can you give a specific time? Li Zifeng asked. After a moment of silence, Zhang Wang slowly spoke. About 3 to 10 years, provided that the other party has no other means of hiding. After hearing this, Li Zifeng weighed the pros and cons. He knew that the four-dimensional eye was a four-dimensional person after all. If he underestimated the other party, he might suffer a great loss. The time is tentatively set at 20 years, but I hope Dr. Zhang can develop a reliable product. In addition, we can enhance the detection technology while using the detection data to improve the means of dealing with the four-dimensional eye. Okay, I will definitely cooperate. Zhang Wang nodded. After the three discussed, they each arranged their subordinates to detect the four-dimensional eye. Thanks to the development of science and technology, the current superdimensional detection system has improved its accuracy and functions by several levels compared to when it was just developed. The detectors with 351 nodes continuously scan the four-dimensional eye. In the 351 nodes, the big eyeball was still immersed in the internal cycle acceleration, hoping to find a way to break the cage. On the other hand, he was always paying attention to the slightest movement inside the node, especially the superdimensional detection waves of the new humans, which the four-dimensional eye knew clearly. However, due to the existence of the cage, even if he was full of anger, he had no way to deal with the new humans. He could only use his own power to constantly disrupt the inside of the node and increase the difficulty of the detection system to obtain intelligence. The four-dimensional eye could not observe the outside of the node, and at this time did not know that the new humans had entered the four-dimensional civilization stage. Since the new humans evolved from three-dimensional spacetime to four-dimensional spacetime, the technological level of the new human civilization has been close to that of advanced four-dimensional civilization after nearly 10 million years of sedimentation. This is the benefit of upgrading. Compared with those native four-dimensional creatures, the lower-level three-dimensional civilization will reach a relatively powerful stage in a short period of time once it successfully upgrades. It is like the painter civilization of the past. After upgrading from two-dimensional spacetime, they became advanced great god civilization. After hundreds of billions of years of development, they were promoted to top great god civilization. Although the dimensional upgraders will face the final high-dimensional rejection, which makes it difficult to perfectly master the four-dimensional rules. However, there are not many obstacles to becoming a top four-dimensional civilization. The four-dimensional eye underestimated the development speed of the new human beings, and did not know that the superdimensional detection system had been upgraded for several generations. The superdimensional detection system used by the Ghost Special Service can now scan the four-dimensional eye in the heavy barriers, and even the four-dimensional genes in his body cannot escape the detection of the ghost. Using these data, Zhang Wang of the Science and Technology Commission led the researchers to reverse the gene sequence of the four-dimensional eye, and then figure out the function of each gene key. After 12 years of unremitting efforts, the gene sequence of the four-dimensional eye and most of the secrets contained in it have become the possession of the new humans. Now that the gene sequence is known, it is natural to customize some targeted things according to the gene sequence, such as cell disruptors, directional inertial fatigue of the time ring, soul controllers, and the like. One by one, technological products targeting the four-dimensional eye were born in the hands of Zhang Wang and others. In a blink of an eye, after testing these customized products, Li Zifeng began to plan to deal with the four-dimensional eye. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? In addition, the four-dimensional eye itself is a time bomb that may explode at any time. Li Zifeng naturally has to deal with the other party as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Chapter 728. Appeared in the observatory again. Dr. Zhang, these are the special products you prepared. Li Zifeng asked calmly while looking through the list. Zhang Wang pointed to several of the products and gave him a detailed explanation. After reading the list of these special products and listening to Zhang Wang's explanation, Li Zifeng finally made up his mind, turned around and gave a few instructions to his assistant, and then continued to discuss related issues with Zhang Wang. The ghost agents in the observatory quickly took action. After these years of detection and analysis, the four-dimensional eye is actually no different from the transparent man. The confident ghost agent quickly launched a series of arrangements specifically targeting the four-dimensional eye. The four-dimensional eye, which is in the 351st node, has a breadth of vicissitudes of time in its big eyeballs. A series of specially adjusted interference waves, mixed with the detection waves, acted on his body covertly. The four-dimensional eye, which is used to it, did not notice the ill intentions of the new human beings and continued to analyze the cage as usual. Unconsciously, the body of the four-dimensional eye had been disturbed by the interference wave for more than half a month. At this time, some of his sensory organs had already shown inertial fatigue. Li Zifeng ordered to prepare to capture the four-dimensional eye. The reason why he did not wait for all the sensory organs to show inertial fatigue was mainly because the four-dimensional eye's genes would automatically detect its own situation every once in a while. The automatic detection mechanism of the four-dimensional eye usually has an interval of about 22 blue star days. If it is delayed any longer, once the four-dimensional eye detects the problem, the ghost agent's previous arrangements may be wasted. Outside the node, those specially made interference wave transmitters aimed at the body of the four-dimensional eye and continuously emitted interference waves. Soon, the perception organs of the four-dimensional eye showed varying degrees of functional weakening, or completely failed. Taking advantage of the opponent's reduced perception ability, the ghost agent controlled the new unmanned spacecraft and secretly entered the 351 node. In a flash, 5 spacecraft appeared beside the four-dimensional eye. Without giving the opponent any chance to react, hundreds of tentacles went straight in. The unprepared four-dimensional eye immediately suffered a great loss, and the specially made cell disruptor was directly injected into its body. Damn it! Get out of my way! The four-dimensional eye, which was furious, burst out all the power in its body, and the time rules and three-dimensional rules were fully opened, fiercely hitting the surrounding spacecraft. The 5 spacecrafts were also not to be outdone, and directly stimulated strong interference waves, causing the inertial fatigue of the four-dimensional eye's body to explode. In addition to the cell disruptor that had already entered the body, the four-dimensional eye was attacked from both sides. Due to the sudden attack, the four-dimensional eye was unable to escape the siege of the spacecraft for a while. Seeing that the loss of control in his body was getting worse and worse, a trace of determination appeared in his big eyes. The body of the four-dimensional eye suddenly swelled, expanding thousands of times in an instant, and then a violent space-time collapse broke out in all directions. The 5 spacecraft were also blown away, smashing out the crystal wall of 351 nodes. In the chaotic void, the four-dimensional eye, whose body was broken, took the time to repair itself. In fact, at this moment, the four-dimensional eye was already in a state of shock. The pressure from the new humans was too great. This was not the pressure from the development potential, but the terrible pressure from the strength. It had only been a short time, and the technological level of this new human civilization had developed to such an astonishing degree. He was scared. He regretted his decision to cause trouble for the new humans even more. Just as he was desperately trying to repair his body, a fleet of tens of thousands of warships rushed into the chaotic area at the edge of the area. The four-dimensional eye, sensing the deadly threat, reacted immediately. However, facing the astonishing number of fleets and the high level of technology, he had to stop repairing his body and quickly move to other areas. Although he could not escape from this cage, it did not mean that there was no space inside the cage. The four-dimensional eye, which shuttled through time and space, was full of fear and frustration. Being chased by an ant that he once looked down upon, this could be said to be his darkest moment. But before he could escape the pursuit of the fleet, the four-dimensional eye was swept by a dense and strong interference wave, and his broken body was swept. Suddenly, time lines entangled the surrounding void, and the desperate four-dimensional eye felt a light in front of his eyes. Then the time flow rate of the space and time around him suddenly plummeted by thousands of times. The soldiers waiting outside saw the four-dimensional eye in the trap, and it looked like a raging fighter jet turned into a snail walking. Do it. More than a dozen time decomposition beams swept across the body of the four-dimensional eye, and the time deceleration trap was lifted in an instant, and the body of the four-dimensional eye was torn into pieces. Lurking warships were on standby, one for each body fragment. Knowing that the four-dimensional eye would not die so easily, a large amount of cell disruptors were injected into it, and the body fragments of the four-dimensional eye were suppressed. The four-dimensional eye, which was completely restrained by the new humans, was finally defeated, and the resistance of those body fragments became weaker and weaker as time went by. After 14 minutes, it was completely controlled. The cell disruptors disrupted the information exchange between cells, and the cell lockers that followed were specially made for the four-dimensional eye gene, which could lock the functions of each cell and only retain the basic life functions. In the observation station, Li Zifeng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we still have to take action, haha. Yi Zhanqian, the commander of the station fleet of the War Commission, laughed. In this operation, the Ghost Agent's combat plan did not succeed, and the strong attack and traps prepared by the War Commission were naturally carried out directly. Li Zifeng was also helpless, but he didn't care too much. After all, the Ghost Special Service is an intelligence department. They can make conspiracies and tricks, but in frontal combat, they are naturally not as good as the War Commission. Thank you very much. This time I underestimated the four-dimensional eye and almost got into trouble. Fortunately, you defeated him. It's my job. Yi Zhanqian was a little excited. After all, the War Committee rarely took action in foreign wars in recent years, and these generals have been holding back for a long time. After taking down the four-dimensional eye, the fleet quickly handed over the body fragments to the Science and Technology Committee. After taking over these spoils, he began to study the body of the four-dimensional eye according to the previous preparations. As for the Ghost Service, Li Zifeng also hoped to obtain the memory of the four-dimensional eye from the fragments of his body through the Science and Technology Commission. However, the following work was not smooth sailing. After all, the four-dimensional eye was a four-dimensional person, not a beast like the time-period ancient snake or the doomed spider. There were many restrictions set in his cells, and his soul did not disappear, but was divided into fragments. This guy was extremely resistant, making the Science and Technology Commission's memory reading work difficult. If he hadn't been worried about the other party's cells collapsing, Zhang Wang would have used coercive measures long ago. For the stubborn four-dimensional eye, the Science and Technology Commission could only use other means to dig out the information from his cells bit by bit. Although this plan was very slow, it was the best way at present. Zhang Wang was also very patient. At worst, he could slowly grind it down, and eventually he could clean up the four-dimensional eye. Chapter 729. Ghost Headquarters. In Meng Shiyi's office, Li Zifeng, who had been at Node 351, returned to the headquarters. Are you saying that the body of the four-dimensional eye cannot leave Node 351? Li Zifeng nodded. As long as the body contains the soul of the four-dimensional eye, no matter what method we use, there is no way to get out of Node 351. After a moment of silence, Meng Shiyi browsed the report line by line. The more he read, the more solemn he felt. The cage of the 351 node and the time barrier of the 2011 node, the mysterious technological level, have a completely similar style. Huh? Has this information been confirmed? Meng Shiyi pointed to one of the intelligence and asked. 6.25. After discovering the time and space frog jump of the new human civilization, the four-dimensional eye decided to take countermeasures and launch an extinction attack on the starting point of the new human timeline. 6.26. When the time clone of the four-dimensional eye arrived near the 2011 node, it seemed to trigger a certain mechanism. He was directly imprisoned in the 351 node by a powerful rule. Li Zifeng immediately explained. Director Ming, Dr. Zhang Wang of the Science and Technology Commission, and I have conducted a comprehensive study on this part of the intelligence. After multiple analysis and verifications, we can basically determine the accuracy. Is that so? Meng Shui felt the big trouble. Now it seems that the problems of these two nodes are the means of the same existence. He read the rest of the report again. The investigation of the two nodes has not yielded anything so far. He sighed slightly. Zifeng, you have to continue to follow up on the problems of the two nodes. I will continue to follow up. Meng Shui continued to browse the rest of the intelligence report. From the memory of the four-dimensional eye, the Ghost Special Service obtained a lot of useful intelligence. The name of this four-dimensional eye is called Mijiao. The mother civilization he belongs to is called a Tujuo. In the text of this civilization, it means colorless eyes. Mijiao has existed for a very long time. After comparing the time flow rate of the new human timeline, it can be found that his age is about 8.6 trillion. This age is actually the main time of the four-dimensional spacetime. If calculated according to the inner cycle time of Mijiao, this time will be different. Meng Shui actually didn't care much about this guy's age. What he really cared about was his experience over the years. From the rise to the disintegration of the Auto civilization, as well as those terrifying top four-dimensional civilizations, these contents allow the new humans to further understand the four-dimensional spacetime. After learning about the current situation of the Auto civilization, Meng Shui was temporarily relieved. The isolated four-dimensional eye basically would not have the same kind to seek revenge. And some of the four-dimensional spacetime secrets opened Meng Shui's eyes. After obtaining this information, it basically supplemented the new human's understanding of the outside world. At the same time, with this information, Meng Shui compared the technological level of the new humans at this time. He can basically determine that the technological level of the new humans is probably between the medium four-dimensional civilization and the high four-dimensional civilization. After all, the four-dimensional I clan is a medium four-dimensional civilization. The new humans can defeat the other party, which naturally means that the technological level is higher than the other party. However, this reference value contains a certain amount of water, because Mayaja's identity is just a sub-civilization of the four-dimensional I clan. After being isolated, the individuals of the four-dimensional I clan will actually have some differences. This is like the blue planet in the AD era, where each country and each individual on the blue planet are different. Although they are all sub-civilizations of the same level, the differences between them may be very different. Therefore, there is a certain error in using Mayajo as a reference. When the new humans are low-key. In the area where Li Tao's team had arranged a dimensional camouflage point, 3 four-dimensional civilizations appeared nearby one after another, and they were also embarrassed by the weirdness of this area. The strange place is indeed very strange. As long as you stay in this area for a period of time, your life will be taken away. This strange situation only applies to four-dimensional creatures. If it is a non-four-dimensional creature, it will not be affected. Even if it is disguised as a three-dimensional creature, as long as there is a time ring structure hidden in the body, it will encounter strange attacks. What makes these 3 civilizations even more afraid is that the mechanism of this strange attack has not been figured out yet. They have not even completely determined the time when the strange attack takes effect. Using the ancient snakes, doom spiders, and other beasts as experimental subjects, the death times obtained are also very strange. Some four-dimensional creatures will turn into a pile of lifelike statues within a few months, and some four-dimensional creatures will stay alive for hundreds of years. At first, they thought it was related to the area, but after a long period of research, it turned out that they thought too much. In the area where the strange attack occurred, the death time in the same place was also different. A fleet of ring-shaped spaceships is anchored at the edge of the strange land. If the four-dimensional Imayajao is here, he can see the identity of the other party at a glance. The civilization where the ring-shaped spaceship is located is called Tingling Empire. In terms of technological level, this civilization belongs to the advanced four-dimensional civilization, which is slightly better than the four-dimensional I clan. Compared with the four-dimensional I that hides here and there, the Tingling Empire has not disintegrated, but maintains a collective society. At this time, the interior of the flagship of the investigation fleet. Captain Fadu, the 3rd investigation team has found something in this area. A green-skinned man floated in the empty cockpit. The green-skinned man sitting in the hemispherical UFO seat, with a face without facial features, directly sent a message. In the 3 areas of large-scale dimensional upgrade, no specific 3-dimensional civilization was found. Instead, a weak dimensional upgrade fluctuation was found in the middle of the 3 areas. Yes, and according to the reverse time, the appearance time of the 3 large-scale dimensional upgrades is almost the same. What is more noteworthy is that this weak dimensional upgrade fluctuation appeared at almost the same time. The faceless green man on the hemispherical seat had obviously noticed the problem. Send a survey ship over there. I want to know the specific situation of the dimensional fluctuation. Okay, Commander Fadu. The green man who reported the situation respectfully raised his right hand and made a flat salute. Fadu suddenly added, if you find a civilization that has successfully upgraded its dimension, destroy it directly. Yes. 20 ring-shaped ships were quickly separated from the Fujilan Empire's survey fleet to form a temporary survey team. The direction of the investigation team was heading towards the new human timeline cluster. At the same time, around the strange place, investigators from the other two four-dimensional civilizations also discovered the actions of the Tingling Empire. Although the three parties have been at peace, it does not mean that they are not wary of each other. After discovering the small actions of the Tingling Empire, they also secretly sent spacecraft to follow. For a time, the vicinity of the new human timeline cluster became the focus of the three four-dimensional civilizations, and the low-key development of the new human side has not yet noticed the approach of these uninvited guests. With the technological level of these three civilizations, it is estimated that they will arrive near the new human timeline cluster in less than 3 months. Chapter 730. The investigation team of the Fujilan Empire rushed non-stop all the way to the vicinity of the new human timeline cluster. After more than 2 months of long journey, they finally broke into the secret border of the new humans. On the other side, the new humans had already deployed dense alarms near the border. When the investigation team passed the first line of defense, they alarmed these passive alarms. Ghost headquarters. A burst of urgent alarm sounded in everyone's ears, and the person in charge of the borderline alert work hurriedly flashed to the door of the director's office. He didn't even bother to knock on the door, and pushed it open, explaining the situation to Meng Shui like a machine gun. 50 ring-shaped spaceships were found in the 3094 area of the borderline. Yes, the civilization to which the spaceships belong is preliminarily determined to be the nearby Tingling Empire. Meng Shui's face darkened, and he turned his head and ordered his assistant. The visitor is not friendly. Immediately activate the first level alert state. I will immediately raise the alert level. As the assistant answered, he turned on the virtual display screen and used his authority and Meng Shui's authorization to issue a first level alert to all new humans. The War Committee, which received the intelligence almost simultaneously, also activated the first level alert. The entire new human race was highly nervous. Through the memory of the four-dimensional eye, the new humans were not those rookies who had just started. The technological level of the Fujilan Empire was a genuine advanced four-dimensional civilization. The technological level of the new humans could only be said to be close to the advanced four-dimensional civilization, but had not yet become a true advanced four-dimensional civilization. The new chairman of the War Committee, Lui Chuan, convened other committees and the top leaders of the Ghost Special Service to hold an emergency meeting on this sudden incident. The situation is urgent, so I keep it short. Lui Chuan quickly explained the cause and effect of the matter, letting everyone present understand the seriousness of the matter. Facing the upcoming Fujilan Empire, the senior executives were immediately furious, and the entire conference room was noisy for a while. Zhang Yuandao, the very rational chairman of the Science and Technology Committee, compared the strength of both sides and said calmly, if we confront the Fujilan Empire head-on, in terms of the level of technology, our chance of winning is only about 3.753%. Hearing such a low winning rate, the war faction was speechless. In the face of absolute power, strategies are pale and powerless. Just like the previous four-dimensional eye, if the opponent was not imprisoned by a mysterious existence, the new human space-time frog plane could only survive for a while at most, and eventually die. The approaching Fujilan Empire is an old high-level four-dimensional civilization, and its strength is at least 2 levels stronger than the four-dimensional eye. Even if the new human is slightly better than the four-dimensional eye, there is at least a gap of 1 level between them and the Fujilan Empire. Between civilizations, a gap of 1 level is enough to be fatal. Even if the new humans use strategies, they can only increase the winning rate to about 20 to 30% at most, which is almost a life-or-death situation. In the solemn atmosphere, Meng Shui poured cold water again. I also want to remind everyone that the spacecraft of the Tingling Empire has actually detected the dimensional upgrade experimental area before, but did not find anything. Everyone knew what Meng Shui meant. Since the Fujilan Empire has explored once, they must have made new discoveries when they came here for the second time. As for what the new discoveries are, it is likely that they suspect that a civilization here has successfully upgraded its dimension. Of course, it is also possible that they are just passing by, but the new humans don't believe this possibility, and dare not rely on luck for their lives. After a few minutes of looking at each other, most people made up their minds. There are only two ways in front of them. One way is to choose to defend the enemy outside the country and fight the Fujilan Empire to the death, and the consequence is very likely to be death and extinction of the clan. The other way is to temporarily avoid the sharp edge, evacuate the homeland, and move to other areas. Although this way is also dangerous, at least there is no need to face the Fujilan Empire directly. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone's choice is very consistent, that is, strategic transfer. Knowing that time is running out, the new humans immediately abandoned most of their things, drove the spacecraft to split into 3 teams, and evacuated to other areas secretly. Even the 4-dimensional eye in the 351 node was abandoned by the new humans. In fact, the value of the 4-dimensional eye has been almost squeezed out by the new humans, and there is no way to crack the 351 node. In the face of life, these can be abandoned. The retreat was very neat and tidy. In fact, the various committees had already prepared for this work. Especially after extracting the memory of the 4-dimensional eye, facing the crisis-ridden 4-dimensional spacetime, the new humans naturally had a plan to prepare for the rainy day. It was these advanced preparations that allowed the new humans to complete the entire transfer in less than 10 minutes. Before leaving, Liu Yichuan took a deep look into the distance, then entered a password, and a hidden spacetime fluctuation spread in the new human control area. Let's go, one day, we will come back. Yes. The fleet disappeared into time and space, and rushed at full speed in another direction. The investigation team rushed into the new human control area at full speed, and it was unimpeded all the way. After passing the border line, it took only 7 days to reach the dimensional upgrade experiment area. The Fujibayashi, who was in charge of the team, immediately conducted a comprehensive investigation of the dimensional upgrade experiment area. The scapegoat created by the Ghost Special Service is still in this area, but Fujibayashi, who is serious, is not so easy to be fooled. In less than half an hour, they found out the secret of the scapegoat. Immediately realizing that he had been tricked, the leader of the investigation team, Yasa, was filled with murderous intent. This was not only a matter of face for the Fujilan Empire, but also a threat from this mysterious civilization. It had been a long time since the first investigation here, and that civilization was very likely to have established a foothold. Yasa cursed. Stupid Bahai, if he had investigated carefully, he would not have made such a mistake. Ba, who was the person in charge of the first investigation. Yasa, who was furious, ordered the investigation team to search the surrounding area while reporting the situation here to the investigation team. Under the full search of the investigation team, many new human detectors were soon found by the Fujilan people. After following the clues, the existence of the new human timeline cluster finally became public. Looking at the empty timeline cluster, Yasa's mood became even worse. Report: a large number of warships appeared near the timeline cluster and are approaching us. The furious Yasa sent a message: don't know how to live or die, destroy these bugs for me. Understood. Millions of warships approached the Fujibayashi investigation team from the surrounding timeline, and launched attacks with all means. However, the powerful Fujibayashi people obviously did not take these warships seriously. On the ring-shaped spaceship, a spacetime rule swept out, and the aggressive new human warship seemed to be frozen in an instant. Another ring-shaped spaceship followed closely, and fired hundreds of dense time rays. Those time rays were like sharp blades, cutting the frozen warships into pieces. The battle between the two sides was one-sided. The new human fleet was retreating step by step, and it seemed that it was about to be annihilated. Chapter 731. The retreating new human fleet was about to be annihilated by the Fujibayashi investigation team. The set program triggered the emergency mechanism, controlling the warships to retreat to the direction of Node 351, and even some warships had withdrawn into the interior of Node 351. Since the Fujibayashi investigation team had just arrived, they had not yet fully understood the situation here, and did not realize the ill intentions of the new human fleet. Time was frozen, and the time ray continued to sweep the new human unmanned warships. There were 10 ring-shaped spaceships chasing the new human fleet in the direction of Node 351. On the other side, another new human fleet also attracted the remaining 10 Fujilan spaceships to the node of 2011 AD. In less than half an hour, the one-sided situation finally came to the final stage. The new human fleet did not resist, but retreated to the rear in a panic. The 10 Fujilan spaceships attacking the 2011 node did not know that they had entered a trap. When a time ray cut off the 2013 node and annihilated the last batch of new human warships, the time barrier hidden in the 2011 node was finally activated, and in an instant, the 10 Fujilan spaceships felt a change in front of their eyes. Although the faceless head of the squad leader Yasa could not show any expression, His shock could be seen from his frozen body. What's going on? The pilot was also in a panic, using the instrument to determine the situation in front of him. In the cockpit, time passed by, and the Fujilan people became uneasy. In particular, the deputy captain Ramal, who was responsible for controlling the specific work of the spacecraft, was even more shocked. Captain Yasa, our spaceship has been moved to a new coordinate. Yasa was a little confused. Are you sure? I am very sure that this movement was not initiated by our spaceship, but was transferred here by some technology. Ramal hurriedly reported. Before the group of tingling people continued to discuss, the spaceship of the investigation team chasing the direction of 351 node also entered 351 node without any preparation. As soon as they entered 351 node, they encountered big trouble because their spaceship had no way to leave 351 node. 20 tingling spaceships were trapped at 2 nodes of the new human timeline, one at the 351th node, and the other near the 570,000th node of the new era. At first, Yasa and others did not realize the seriousness of the matter. It was not until they tried their best, and used all the available means, that they realized the seriousness of the matter. Inside the 20 tingling spaceships, a group of tingling people were shocked and angry at this time. Immediately find a way to break this restriction for me. Facing the furious Yasa, including the deputy captain Ramal, they could only respond with silence, because they really had no other choice. Seeing that everyone present had fallen silent, Yasa also began to calm down. Can we contact the headquarters? It should be possible. Yasa immediately ordered, contact the headquarters immediately, and ask them to send a detachment to explain the situation here. Yes. The edge of the strange land. The headquarters of the Fujilan Empire Investigation Fleet. The Captain Fadu had just punished Bahai, who had made a mistake before, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the matter of the Yasa investigation detachment came to his desk. When Faduo saw the report of the Yasa investigation team, his first reaction was disbelief. How is it possible? That mysterious civilization can actually trap our spaceship. As he read on, Faduo became more and more shocked. Although he didn't want this to be true, the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. After thinking for a while, he made a decision in his heart, and left an investigation team in the strange place to continue monitoring and studying here. And he took the remaining 6 teams, and rushed to the new human timeline cluster. The reason why he dispatched most of the spacecraft was out of caution and fear. After all, the Yasa investigation team was trapped in the new human timeline cluster, and he certainly didn't dare to be careless. Anxious Faduo wanted to go to rescue immediately, but considering the existence of the mysterious enemy, he divided the 6 teams into 2 just in case. 3 of the teams were the vanguards, rushing towards the Yasa investigation team at full speed. The 3 teams he led kept a distance from the vanguards, as a backup force to guard against other attacks from the enemy. At the same time, Faduo did not hide this matter. While commanding the fleet, he reported the situation to the Empire headquarters, hoping that the Empire headquarters would send a fleet to support as soon as possible. Obviously, Faduo was not too confident. Being able to trap a detachment of the Empire could prove that the technological level of the mysterious enemy must be unique. Faduo, who was not very confident, could only seek support from the Empire headquarters. The purpose of the War Committee that formulated this plan was to delay time. After comparing the speed of the 2 side spacecraft, Lui Chuan and others clearly understood the gap between the 2 sides. The speed of the new human spaceships is only 35% of that of the Fujilan Empire at most. With such a huge speed gap, once the new human spaceships are locked, they will basically die. Therefore, they must find a way to delay time. Lui Chuan, who was quick-witted, thought of the existence of the 2011 node and the 351 node. Although the Science and Technology Commission did not understand the scientific principles, it had conducted many related experiments. In the relevant use of the Science and Technology Commission, the new humans discovered that the 2011 node would produce a counterattack against those 4-dimensional creatures that are close to the new humans' timeline. Once a 4-dimensional creature triggers that countermeasure mechanism, it will be directly imprisoned in a random time node. There is also a terrible phenomenon. These node cages can only be entered but not exited. Except for the new humans, as long as other 4-dimensional creatures enter them, the consequence is that they can never get out. This is also the deep reason why the new human timeline has been peaceful for so many years. Those 4-dimensional beasts seem to be very afraid of the 2011 node. When they get close to it, they will take the initiative to leave the new human timeline. The ancient snakes of that time period did not dare to approach the 2011 node. On the contrary, Those four-dimensional civilizations would not have the danger perception of the existence of the 2011 node, so the four-dimensional eye, the YASA investigation team, paid the price for their actions. After successfully leading the YASA investigation team into the trap, another effect was that they could use the power of the tiger to bully others for a period of time, so that the Tingling Empire would not dare to act rashly in a short period of time. For the relatively slow new humans, it is natural to delay, and they should delay as much as possible. Now the new humans lack development time. If there is a few 100 million years, maybe the new humans can develop into a high-level four-dimensional civilization, and then they will naturally not need to hide. After Lu Yichuan received the feedback from the unmanned fleet, he knew that his plan was temporarily successful. And near the new human timeline cluster, the other two civilizations that secretly followed the Fujian people before also discovered the strange situation here. On the detector, the YASA investigation team has been staying inside the two time nodes, but has not come out. Since the two parties were not on the same side, the intelligence personnel of the two civilizations, naturally, did not know the tricks involved. As for the YASA investigation team, they would definitely not explain anything to outsiders. The three parties remained silent and deadlocked in this strange situation. It was not until more than 3 months later that the vanguard fleet of Fajo arrived here, and the situation changed. Chapter 732. After arriving, the vanguard fleet of Fajo did not act rashly, but conducted a comprehensive investigation of the area. Waves of time and space swept around the new human timeline, and after more than 10 days, no abnormalities were found. The backup fleet of Fajo, following closely behind, finally arrived. The above is the investigation in the vicinity. The vanguard Captain Dao reported respectfully. After listening to Dao's report, Fajo was also very confused. Although signs of activity of that civilization were found nearby, the other party did not make another move. Dao? Yes, sir. Fadu then ordered, take the vanguard fleet and continue to investigate the mysterious civilization, and be alert to the surroundings. Yes, sir. Fadu obviously still had too many concerns. He would not easily do anything else before cracking the node cage. He personally led 3 teams to the 351 node and the 2011 node. For the two strange areas, the Fadu fleet did not dare to get too close and could only stay nearby. In fact, before he came here, the Fujian people imprisoned inside the node had been trying to crack the cage, hoping to break through here. However, the power of the node cage was beyond their imagination. Not to mention cracking the cage, they didn't even understand the operating mechanism. Fortunately, the node cage did not restrict communication, allowing Yasa and Fajo to get in touch. In the cockpit of the flagship, Yasa projected over, and he apologized as soon as he came up. Captain Fajo, I'm very sorry. The responsibility for this incident is mine. Okay, you did make a mistake, but let's put the punishment aside. The first priority now is to crack this cage. I will cooperate. Yasha felt a little relieved. Then the two discussed many things and exchanged survey data inside and outside the cage, but these data were useless. Yasha's other discovery caught Fajo's attention. Are you saying that the four-dimensional, I was captured by the new human civilization before? Yes, I didn't notice this guy at first. I was going to get rid of him, but then I realized that he was imprisoned and was busy cracking it. I remembered this guy after the commander came over. The four-dimensional eye, which was imprisoned in the 351st node before, had a small part of its soul escape because the new humans left too hastily, even though it activated the self-destruct device. With this small part of the soul, he repaired his body again. Originally, the four-dimensional I was still wondering why the new humans left in a hurry, until he saw the ring-shaped spaceship of the Fujian Empire, and then he understood what was going on. The unlucky four-dimensional I had just escaped from the control of the new humans and fell into the hands of the Fujian Empire. It was really unlucky. Yasa, who had been unable to break the cage, ignored the Eye of 4 Dimensions at first, but soon the Fujian people reacted and forcibly read the memory of the Eye of 4 Dimensions. From it, he learned some information about the new human civilization. After listening to Yasa's statement, Fajo was confused and unusually solemn. The development of the new human civilization was too fast. More than 10 million years ago, it was beaten to a pulp by the Eye of 4 Dimensions, but now it can take down the Eye of 4 Dimensions. This terrible potential made Fajo feel a huge threat. He knew that he had to solve the new human civilization as soon as possible, and could not give the other party time to develop. Knowing some details of the new human civilization, Fajo also saw the problem. He must have been fooled by the other party. When he thought about the missed 4 months, even if the Fujian Empire had the speed advantage, it might be difficult to catch up with the other party. However, Fajuo did not give up. He quickly calculated in his mind, and soon, he called the forward Captain Dale. "Sir, I am waiting for your instructions. Dal, share this information with Yimadon and the people of the Eternal Ancient Land." Fajuo casually shared the relevant information about the new humans. Dal received the information and immediately took action. Yimadon and Yonghing Ancient Land are two other advanced four-dimensional civilizations. They are neighbors of the Tingling Empire and the overlords of the nearby four-dimensional space-time. Fajuo's conspiracy was naked. As soon as the intelligence personnel of Yimadon and Yonghing Ancient Land received the information, they took action as expected. For a civilization with such great potential, Yimadon and Yonghing Ancient Land would naturally not sit idly by. As for why they believe the information of the Tingling people, the reason is very simple. Although the three parties often fight overtly and covertly, their interests are actually the same in the face of such major issues. A civilization with great potential is rising near them, and neither the Tingling people nor Yimadon and Yonghing Ancient Land want to see it. Yimadon and Yonghing Ancient Land, feeling that the situation is very serious, directly mobilized a large number of fleets to search for new humans in the vicinity. Similarly, the Tingling Empire also dispatched a large number of fleets. The three fleets that were previously prepared to support the Fadu fleet were temporarily dispatched to search for new humans. For a time, the new humans became the eyesore of the three advanced four-dimensional civilizations, like a rat crossing the street. For the instructions of the Empire headquarters, Fajuo did not pay much attention. His task was still to crack the node cage. Because the new humans themselves had already converged the timeline, and the time barrier of the 2011 node existed, Fajuo did not act rashly against other humans on the timeline. The main reason was that he was very afraid of another existence, that is, the mastermind behind the time barrier at the 2011 node. This more mysterious existence was definitely not an easy civilization to deal with. The work of cracking the node cage was not going well, and it could even be said that nothing was gained. The boundary interface of the node cage was empty. The Fujibayashi scientists, who came to support, were also helpless. The more they studied the node cage, the more frightened Fadu and the Fujibayashi Empire behind him became. If it were not for the technological value contained in the node cage, the Fujibayashi people would never want to provoke these node cages. Because the higher the technology contained in the node cage, the more powerful the existence behind it is. Reason tells Fadu that it is definitely not a good thing to provoke such an existence. But all Fujilan people know that the technology contained in the node cage is very valuable. If the technology can be cracked, the Fujilan Empire may be able to go further. Under the gambler's mentality of seeking wealth and fortune in danger, most Fujilan people, including Fadu, will not easily give up the research on the node cage. In order to ensure the control of this area, the Fujilan Empire has successively sent a number of fleets here. The purpose is also very simple. First, it is to guard against the new humans. Second, it is also to beware of Yimadon and the Eternal Ancient Land. Finally, it is to be on guard against the node cage maker. For the big move of the Fujilan Empire, the other two civilizations also notice something wrong. Although they don't know the secret, they will not give up easily. While dispatching troops, they secretly spy on the new human timeline. Cooperating to hunt down the new humans is one thing, and spying on the secrets here is another. There are no eternal friends or eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Chapter 733. Somewhere in the four-dimensional space-time. In an area far away from the new human timeline, a fleet hidden in space-time is taking a short rest. The Ghost First headquarters, led by Meng Shi, is in the formation of the escape fleet. As the escape begins, the tasks of their Ghost Special Service Bureau become more and more arduous. Not only do they have to be wary of the Fujilan Empire that may chase them at any time, but they also have to be alert to any disturbances along the way. Four-dimensional creatures that can be encountered from time to time. Although these beasts are not as threatening as four-dimensional civilizations, they are numerous, and the strength of some four-dimensional creatures can even be comparable to that of advanced four-dimensional civilizations. What Meng Shi least wanted to encounter was not these beasts, but four-dimensional civilization. Once encountering a four-dimensional civilization, it also means that it is not so easy to solve. The new human civilization at this stage does not want to cause trouble. Director Meng, Gu Helen 36084 Timeline Cluster found a fleet of 850 ships from the Tingling Empire. The other party is very likely to be searching for us. Meng Shi glanced at the virtual map, roughly estimated the distance between Gu Helen and the fleet, and ordered, forward the information to the various committees, and continue to pay attention to the other party's movements. Yes. The office was quiet again, with only Ming Shui and a dozen assistants left. He rubbed his temples. The recent series of work had brought too much pressure. Although he expected that the secret would not last long, he did not expect it to come so soon. Before even half a year had passed, the enemy came to chase him. Suddenly, an assistant turned around and hurriedly reported, "Director Ming, a fleet was found in the 45527 timeline of Minglin. According to the database match, it was initially determined to be the fleet of the Eternal Ancient Land." "And Minglin?" Ming Shui narrowed his eyes, and then a flashing red dot appeared not far from the fleet, and the distance between the two sides was only about 574.39 trillion standard degrees. Obviously, this distance is much closer than the fleet of the Tingling Empire. It's a troubled time. Ming Shui sighed lightly, and the pressure he faced from the Eternal Ancient Land fleet that had just appeared increased. As an agent who has been engaged in intelligence work for a lifetime, Ming Shui saw a lot of things at once. The advanced four-dimensional civilizations are competitors, but it does not mean that they will not cooperate. These advanced four-dimensional civilizations have the same idea of eliminating threatening middle and low-level civilizations. Ming Shui does not believe that the appearance of the Eternal Ancient Land is just a coincidence. On the contrary, he believes that the other party is not a good person, and it is very likely that the Tingling Empire shared the information and let the Eternal Ancient Land join the hunting camp. Ming Shui, who would rather believe it, immediately reported the news to the fleet leaders and shared the information with the other two fleeing fleets. Fortunately, after completing the dimensional upgrade, the Science and Technology Commission upgraded the original communication technology of the new humans, and the communication distance increased by millions of times. Otherwise, with the previous communication technology, there was no way for the three escaped fleets to communicate. In addition, the passive alarms and communication repeaters secretly arranged along the way allowed the three escaped fleets to maintain basic communication. Less than 5 hours after Ming Shui shared the intelligence, the third escape fleet also shared an intelligence that another advanced four-dimensional civilization, Yimadong, had also sent a fleet to search. The current situation is indeed very dangerous. Ming Shui and the senior leaders of various committees are also trying to avoid the searches of Tingling Empire, Yimadong and Eternal Ancient Land as much as possible. After hiding for more than half a year, the three fleeing fleets of the new humans are also moving away from each other and their hometown. And the search fleets they face sometimes even pass by each other. Report, a fleet of Eternal Ancient Land is approaching us and is expected to meet the fleet in 5 days. Ming Shui's face was solemn. The two sides were too close and sailing in opposite directions. He immediately ordered, "Keep an eye on the other side and notify the committees to be prepared." The fleet quickly changed its sailing direction and disguised itself as a spaceship of the Tingling Empire, sailing in another direction. 5 days later, the fleet of the Eternal Ancient Land discovered the fleet not far away, but after detecting that it was the fleet of the Tingling Empire, it did not pay too much attention and continued to sail in the opposite direction. The new human fleet was advancing at full speed, but it was extremely nervous. Fortunately, the people of the Eternal Ancient Land did not doubt it. This was a risk, and it was a gamble. There was no internal communication mechanism between the Tingling Empire, Yimadong, and the Eternal Ancient Land. After all, the three advanced four-dimensional civilizations were in a competitive relationship. Even if they cooperated to eliminate the threatening medium and low civilizations, it was probably a situation of superficial harmony. Seeing the Eternal Ancient Land fleet gradually moving away, Ming Shui and others breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked the fleet to speed up. In fact, over the years, not only the ghosts, but also the war committees have been under great pressure, and the Science and Technology committees have also been busy day and night. The pressure on the Science and Technology committees is even greater, because they are the key to the survival of the new humans. Only by pushing technology to the level of advanced four-dimensional civilization, the new humans naturally do not need to be afraid of other advanced four-dimensional civilizations. For example, in terms of the speed of the spacecraft, the Science and Technology Committee has increased the speed of the spacecraft by about 83% under extreme pressure. Before escaping, the speed of the new human spacecraft was only about 34% to 40% of that of the Fujian Empire, and now it has increased to about 72% to 76%. This is also an important reason why the Eternal Ancient Land can be concealed, because during the search, the fleet of the Fujian Empire generally maintains a cruising speed of about 70%. It is just within the maximum speed of the new human spacecraft. As a neighbor of the Fujian Empire for so long, the Eternal Ancient Land naturally knows the cruising speed of the other party's fleet. If the speed of the fleet disguised by the new humans is lower than this cruising speed, it may arouse the suspicion of the Eternal Ancient Land. As long as there is a suspicion, the other party only needs to send a message to ask, and the new human fleet will be exposed in 9 out of 10 cases. After escaping the disaster, the first escape fleet gathered all its strength and fled at full speed to the distance. Ming Shui and others knew that this kind of thing could be done once or twice, but not 3 times. If this trick is used frequently, it will sooner or later be self-defeating. Once discovered by the Fujian Empire, the only outcome is death. The current strategy of the escape fleet is to stay as far away from the core area of the Fujian Empire as possible while desperately developing technology. Only by strengthening their own technological level can they be qualified to travel across 4-dimensional space and time and live decently. Under the high-intensity search of the 3 parties of the Tingling Empire, the new human escape fleet hid for 106 blue star years. After such a long escape, Ming Shui began to discover a phenomenon, that is, the frequency of their encounters with the Tingling Empire search fleet is decreasing. Before, they might encounter 2 or 3 times a month, but now they can only encounter 1 or 2 times a year. This situation temporarily relieved the new humans. The frightened life of escape was really uncomfortable. Although the search frequency of the 3 parties of the Tingling Empire was decreasing, the new humans did not take it lightly. Because without the Tingling Empire, it does not mean that they will be safe next. Maybe they will encounter other advanced 4-dimensional civilizations. The ghosts who did not relax their vigilance even increased the intensity and scope of reconnaissance to ensure that they would not encounter other advanced 4-dimensional civilizations. Chapter 734. After 277 years of fleeing, the 3 fleeing fleets finally escaped the pursuit of the Fujian Empire, Yimidong, and the Eternal Ancient Land. After a collective discussion among the top leaders of the fleet, it was decided to suspend the escape and find a suitable area nearby as a temporary base. After these years of high-pressure escape life, many new humans are actually very tired, and choosing to rest is also a wise move. In addition, the Strategic Analysis Department of the War Committee also gave a consideration, that is, the risk of continuing to sail. The unknown ahead may be more terrifying than the Fujian Empire. Obviously, the new humans will understand. After comprehensive consideration, choosing to establish a base nearby is the most correct choice at present. The first escape fleet. The ghost agents controlled a large number of detectors and carefully detected the surroundings. While detecting, they also deployed passive alarms along the way. After so many years of innovation, the comprehensive performance of passive alarms has been greatly improved. The above induction trigger sensitivity, camouflage technology, and communication technology have all achieved different degrees of progress. At the beginning, the Fujian Empire could still find these alarms, but with the advancement of technology, in the past 30 years, the alarms have rarely been discovered by the other side. With the idea of returning to their hometown and monitoring civilizations such as the Fujibayashi Empire, the War Committee and Ghost worked together on the return plan. A large number of detectors were secretly hidden inside the timeline, sneaking in the direction of the new human timeline cluster. While sneaking, passive alarms were set up along the way. The ultimate goal of the return plan is to rebuild a hidden intelligence network that can monitor civilizations such as the Fujibayashi Empire and make preliminary preparations for the return of new humans in the future. Thanks to the support of technological upgrades, the return plan was implemented quite smoothly, and the intelligence tentacles were infiltrated back to the vicinity of the new human timeline. And by tracking the fleets of Fujian Empire, Yimidong and Eternal Ancient Land, it spread to the control areas of these 3 civilizations. Turn your attention to the escape fleet. After careful reconnaissance, the 3 escape fleets found a suitable temporary base and began to build it secretly. For the construction of the temporary base, the new humans are pragmatic, only requiring a period of rest and then ensuring the concealment of the base. As for other functions, at most, it is to arrange scientific research bases and the like. Other facilities will be reduced as much as possible, because the new humans don't want to waste time. After multiple disguises, the temporary base is lurking in a nearby timeline cluster. Even advanced 4-dimensional civilizations can hardly find it here. Unless someone attacks here, it is unlikely to find abnormalities here. Inside the temporary research base of the Science and Technology Commission, Wei Feng, Duan Zongfeng and others also began to calm down. After hundreds of years of escape, they have been working hard on research. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Duan Zongfeng put down a scientific research project adjustment form. Wei Feng's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, "In fact, pressure is also a kind of motivation. Every outbreak of war or crisis will give birth to a large amount of technology." That's true. Without the pressure of survival, it is indeed easy for people to become lazy. Duan Zonfeng also had mixed feelings. Intelligent creatures are a very contradictory life. They are not like other creatures. Wisdom not only represents civilization, but also represents the change from decay to magic. Just like the human beings in the 21st century, the whole society seems to have made earth-shaking development, but in fact, the technological development in the 21st century is stagnant. Computer technology, jet engines, nuclear technology, aircraft carriers, artificial satellites, manned spaceflight, genetic engineering, electric vehicles, and a series of other technologies can all be found in the prototype in the middle of the 20th century. The reason for the birth of all these technologies is World War II and the Cold War. The 21st century is just relying on the old capital, and there is no cross-era technological progress at all. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is half dead, chip manufacturing technology has almost reached the dead end of Moore's Law, and manned space technology, let alone, has directly regressed. The reason for this embarrassing situation is the loss of pressure and extreme competition. Duan Zonfeng cut off his memories and shifted his attention to the scientific research project adjustment table in his hand. Old Wei, how do you plan to arrange the joint project between the Dimension Research Institute and the Time Research Institute? As a development consultant, Wei Feng naturally needs to worry about the cooperation project between the two research institutes. The combination of local time acceleration technology and hyperspatial flight is feasible and has good development prospects. Duan Zonfeng agreed with this statement and asked, then keep this project? It is recommended to keep it, but the support level will be reduced by 3.7. After all, the speed of our spacecraft is sufficient at present. No one else present objected to Wei Feng's words. Because the speed of the new human spaceship is indeed sufficient, it has reached about 114% of the speed of the Fujian People's spaceship. This speed is almost the limit of the current technological level of the new human beings. It is very difficult to increase the speed. Although the world's martial arts are invincible only by speed. But pure speed can only be used to escape when encountering the Fujian Empire's fleet. This is like a martial arts master who has practiced the sword of exorcism, encountering an opponent who has practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art. He can't break the opponent's defense even if he chops the opponent hundreds of times. The opponent only needs to hit once to cause a fatal blow. In order to escape in recent years, the Science and Technology Commission has actually been inclined towards speed, hiding, and detection in technology research and development. However, there are not many manpower and material resources in the direction of attack and defense. Now that things have settled down temporarily, the Science and Technology Commission plans to adjust these directions and make up for the shortcomings of attack and defense. A group of people discussed in the virtual world for more than 10 days, but in fact only a few seconds have passed in the outside world. This is the use of internal circulation time to produce local time acceleration. It is precisely the large-scale application of this technology that has allowed the new humans to improve a series of technologies by 1 or 2 levels in just a few hundred years. After discussing the adjustment of the new scientific research project, Wei Feng, who was about to leave, was stopped by Duan Zonfeng. Old Wei, don't leave in a hurry. What? You still want to keep me for dinner? Wei Feng joked. Duan Zonfeng shook his head and couldn't help laughing. Haha, I just want to keep you for dinner, and there is no way in this environment. Just as Duan Zonfeng said, many unnecessary configurations have been cancelled in the temporary base of the new humans. For example, the supporting facilities related to eating were directly cancelled, because the new humans themselves do not need to eat. Eating was retained before, which was to satisfy the nostalgia and taste enjoyment of some people. What's the matter with you, kid? If not, I'm going back. Duan Zonfeng whispered, It's nothing serious, it's just the matter that Mingzhi investigated. That matter? Wei Feng's eyes moved, and after reacting, he naturally knew what it was. In fact, it was the relationship between Huang Mingzhi and the 2011 node. Rebirth is not a difficult thing for four-dimensional people. The space-time frog jump promoted by the new humans back then was a prototype of space-time technology. After being promoted to the four-dimensional civilization, they can easily play with the timeline. Chapter 735. Wei Feng thought about Duan Zonfeng's words and replied, That matter is not that simple. Although we can control the timeline, the technological level of that person is not low. But what is his purpose? Duan Zonfeng said a question that many people are concerned about. Wei Feng shook his head. I can't figure it out either. After all, the other party's level is too high. Every level of civilization may have different ideas. Walking in the corridor, the cold light shone on Duan Zonfeng's face, and his eyes seemed to be looking into the distance. Thinking about these things has always troubled him. Suddenly Wei Feng spoke again. The thoughts of those beings are indeed somewhat elusive, just like the existence of low-level civilizations in four-dimensional space-time, which is a miracle in itself. Duan Zongfeng still did not comment on Wei Feng's words. In theory, the civilization at the highest level does not have the motivation to show mercy. In the eyes of the new humans, in order to maintain their own interests forever, it would be a one-time solution to kill all the lower-level civilizations. But the current situation is that the lower-level civilizations still have a glimmer of hope and can complete the dimensional promotion under difficult circumstances. Although this opportunity is very slim, the promotion channel is not completely blocked. This is also the puzzlement of the new human strategists. If the new human beings themselves stand at the top of the multidimensional universe, they will definitely not let the bottom civilization develop. Perhaps the civilization at the top has different views from us, the bottom civilization. Duan Zongfeng could only explain it this way in the end. Wei Feng thought deeply about the reasons behind this. Assuming that the top civilization ignores or lets the bottom civilization go, why do they have such views? If there is only one apex civilization, and it happens to be a pacifist, then it can be explained by a small probability. If there is more than one apex civilization, then it is impossible that every apex civilization is a pacifist. In Wei Feng's opinion, it is more likely that there are multiple apex civilizations, and they are not pacifists. The only explanation is that these apex civilizations are collectively silent for some purpose or some scruples. What is the reason behind this? This reason may be related to the key of multidimensional spacetime. Unknowingly, the two of them walked to the end of the corridor. Wei Feng patted Duan Zongfeng on the shoulder. Don't think too much, the boat will be straightened when it reaches the bridgehead. I'm leaving. Okay, let's talk next time. Duan Zongfeng waved goodbye. The figures of the two disappeared at the end of the corridor and jumped to their respective laboratories. Back to the Dimension Research Institute, Wei Feng sent a scientific research project adjustment form to the dean of the institute, and then he returned to his laboratory. The laboratory where Wei Feng works is called Multidimensional Rules Basic Physics Laboratory 107. This laboratory is responsible for one of the basic physics of dimensions. The number 107 represents at least 106 laboratories of the same type. In fact, there are 350 laboratories of this type. As soon as he came back, his deputy Yin Fuqiang came over in a hurry. Academician Wei, this is the progress of the experiment in the past few days. Wei Feng, who was wearing a set of lab clothes, asked without raising his head, give me a summary. Yin Fuqiang immediately understood. Okay, yesterday the third group obtained a result with an evaluation of 7.6, which is about the limited future of the timeline. Yeah, not bad. Wei Feng nodded with satisfaction. Although the results with an evaluation of 7.6 are rare scientific research results, for ordinary researchers in hundreds of years, for veterans like Wei Feng, they have long been indifferent to fame and fortune. The research of other groups has not achieved much. Are there any new discoveries worth paying attention to in the paper journals? Wei Feng walked deep into the laboratory. Yin Fuqiang thought about it, and just when he was about to say something, he suddenly swallowed it back, as if he had thought of something. The Third Fleet has published a rather peculiar paper about the study of time crystals. From the 16th Research Institute? Yes. Wei Feng casually unfolded the virtual display screen and called up the specific content of the paper. Time crystals are a new material, and also a special material that the new humans accidentally synthesized 34 years ago. Although the synthesis of this material is very difficult, its series of properties have attracted scientists. Wei Feng has also paid attention to time crystals. This magical material of four-dimensional spacetime has properties similar to quantum resonance and can be used to manufacture quantum communication components regardless of distance. After the development of time crystals, scientists have gradually unveiled its mystery in the following time. Huh? Supertime and space shuttle effect? Wei Feng was a little surprised. It turns out that the research result of this new paper is to discover the resonance effect produced by time crystallization, which can open a supertime and space tunnel and realize a function similar to wormhole jumping. Before, the new humans also thought about wormhole-like technology, but four-dimensional spacetime is more complicated than three-dimensional spacetime, and many scientists have failed in this research. Most people have temporarily given up. But unexpectedly, things took another turn, and in the study of time crystallization, a short-term supertime and space shuttle effect was discovered. After reading on, Wei Feng discovered that this technology has huge risks and uncertainties. The hyperspace tunnel opened by the time crystal is extremely unstable. Once there is obvious space-time disturbance around it, it may cause the hyperspace tunnel to collapse. The collapse of the hyperspace tunnel is enough to annihilate everything inside the tunnel. Even four-dimensional creatures are still like ants in front of the vast power of this four-dimensional spacetime. This instability leads to a big question mark on the application prospects of this technology. After all, the spacetime disturbance of four-dimensional spacetime occurs almost all the time. Although there are differences in intensity, this environment is absolutely harsh for supertime and space shuttle. If the problem of disturbance collapse is not solved, it is estimated that the committees will not agree to put it into use. Maybe it is not a big problem in normal application, but once it fights with the enemy, it will definitely be a big problem. Another problem is that when the supertime and space tunnel is unfolded, the location of the other end cannot be determined, which is another fatal problem. After reading the entire paper, Wei Feng quickly calculated for several hours within the internal loop time, and finally canceled the virtual display screen. There is no hope of putting it into application in the short term. Really? However, Dr. Lin Bin, who developed the technology, seems to be full of confidence and said that it can be initially applied within 100 years. Yan Fuqiang was a little confused. Wei Feng sneered. He is not confident. Does that mean his project is not good? Yan Fuqiang scratched his head awkwardly. It can be put into preliminary use within 10,000 years, but I don't know if it can be done. It seems that the recent adjustment of the intensity of scientific research projects has made some people restless. Yan Fuqiang didn't dare to say anything about such blunt words, and could only follow Wei Feng. He was a new generation of new humans, not an old antique in the AD era, so he naturally didn't know the ins and outs of it. You have to know that in the AD era, this kind of thing was left over by many people. Chapter 736. Wei Feng really despised this kind of atmosphere, but he did not immediately attack it. After all, it was difficult to define such things. If he intervened rashly, it would give people the illusion of being petty and suppressing the younger generation. He just informed a few old friends about this matter, asking everyone to secretly pay attention to similar things. If Lin Bin could develop the supertime and space shuttle technology to the initial application stage within 100 years, the big time of four-dimensional space and time, Wei Feng would not blame him and would even give him a prize. But if the other party is cheating for funding and has achieved nothing in 100 years, punishment is inevitable. As an old antique in the new human science community, Wei Feng has experienced some of the filth in the AD era and understands that we must not condone the trend of exaggeration and cheating for funding. Scientists should be rigorous, not talk nonsense. 99% of those who swear have not fulfilled their promises. After all, only a small number of people can fulfill their promises. After communicating with several old friends, Wei Feng found that some laboratories and researchers have recently been exaggerated. And this number is not a small number. Many people have noticed the problem, but everyone is very rational and did not choose to expose it immediately. Obviously, these insiders are waiting for a suitable opportunity, or a fuse, and then directly kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and carry out a major rectification within the Science and Technology Commission. Wei Feng only paid a little attention to this matter, and most of his other energy was invested in scientific research projects. The years are silent. With the support of the powerful inner cycle time, he can spend a long 23.75 million years in the inner cycle time for 1 year in the four-dimensional space-time. With such a huge time difference, everyone has an illusion of being in another world at every moment. Time flies by. In the four-dimensional space-time, 57 years have passed since the establishment of the temporary base of the new humans. The return plan of the Ghost and the War Committee has spread to the control areas of civilizations such as the Fujian Empire. A large number of new detectors and passive alarms have entered the hinterland of the other party. These detectors and passive alarms have brought a lot of intelligence to the Ghost, and also allowed the new humans to further understand the four-dimensional space-time. The information obtained from the memory of the four-dimensional I before, because of the civilization level of the four-dimensional I itself, resulted in information with reference value that was relatively lower than that of the advanced four-dimensional civilizations such as the Fujian Empire. At this stage, the new human civilization is very close to the advanced four-dimensional civilization in terms of civilization level, and the two sides may only be separated by a thin line. The new humans only need to make up for their shortcomings and develop 1 or 2 killers as the bottom technology, and they can basically be on par with the advanced four-dimensional civilization. There is no big problem in making up for the shortcomings, but what technology to use as a trump card is a bit difficult. A trump card that can be used as a high-level four-dimensional civilization is naturally not a casual technology that can be afforded. In the deduction of strategists, this technology is either a world-destroying weapon, that is, a weapon that can destroy the entire four-dimensional space-time. Obviously, the Science and Technology Commission is also at a loss as to the idea of this weapon. Now the new humans don't even know how big the four-dimensional spacetime is, and they want to destroy the four-dimensional spacetime. It feels like sitting in a well and looking at the sky. The second idea is to develop a second-level destructive weapon that is powerful enough to destroy a high-level four-dimensional civilization in an instant. Unfortunately, this level of weapon still leaves scientists helpless. The weapon idea is temporarily unworkable, so the new humans can only choose to find another way, hoping that other routes can achieve some results. For example, the super time and space shuttle technology that has caused heated discussions before, and the super time crystallization technology that has just been proposed recently, mainly used for defense. These technologies have their own characteristics, but the difficulty of research and development is surprisingly consistent, and research is very difficult. Among them, the super time and space shuttle technology that Lin Bin was in charge of, let alone producing any interim results, did not even produce a highly evaluated paper. Lin Bin, on the other hand, was fooling people on social networks all day long, often giving speeches on tour. He did not notice that many people in the Science and Technology Commission had already noticed him. Due to the importance of the super time and space shuttle project, it naturally attracted the attention of many people, and an undercurrent was surging towards Lin Bin. Even the head of Ghost, Meng Shuyi, received some relevant reports, and Ghost also had no intention of intervening in this matter. Because Ghost has always been an external agency, and the Internal Intelligence Department is the Economic Investigation Bureau, Academic Review Bureau, and other departments. Meng Shuyi has no idea of meddlesomeness. Ghost Special Service has a lot of troubles itself, and he is now focusing on return plan and patrol plan. At the same time when Meng Shuyi is busy, the third temporary base of the new human beings. A large number of detectors and passive alarms allow Ghost Special Service to have a full understanding and close monitoring of the nearby radius of 680,000 trillion standard degrees. Moreover, this kind of covert infiltration is spreading in all directions little by little. In the four-dimensional spacetime 820,000 trillion standard degrees away from the third base, a detector sneaks inside the timeline, sailing with the flow. Everything seems normal. I thought I could find one or two potential civilizations, but in the reconnaissance of the Ghost Special Service in recent years, it was found that there are very few civilizations in these three-dimensional spacetime that are qualified and have the potential to be promoted. Only one top-level Great God civilization with barely potential was found. Ghost did not kill it, but secretly controlled a doomed spider to monitor the civilization. The detector, which was in the stealth mode of the timeline, suddenly entered a strange area. The Ghost agent in charge of this detector did not notice anything at first, until the detector popped up an alarm, which woke him up. In the detection data of the detector, this timeline cluster was full of broken timelines and blue fog in the timeline. The Ghost agent who saw this scene suddenly changed his eyes. These broken timelines showed characteristics that were difficult to recover. Generally speaking, although the timeline is easily destroyed by four-dimensional creatures, its basic continuity will not be lost. However, these timelines in front of him seemed to be permanently cut off and could not be repaired by themselves. Before he could control the detector, the signal of this detector flashed a few times and lost contact with the control center. The Ghost agent who understood the technological level of the detector immediately knew that this matter was not simple, and reported it to the higher-ups immediately. The expedited report was in Meng Shuyi's hands in less than 2 minutes. A detector lost contact? Yes, Director Meng, it was the news from the third headquarters, and the detector had sent back some data before it lost contact. The assistant added hurriedly. Meng Shuyi's eyelids slightly opened. The things found at the scene of the incident, his intuition told him that things might not be that simple. The broken timeline that was difficult to repair itself, the blue mist, might hide some secrets. Let Lu Yaohua focus on this matter. Understood. Meng Shuyi added casually, if there is any news, report it directly to me. Yes. Chapter 737. After receiving the order from Meng Shuyi, Lu Yaohua, who was in charge of the third headquarters, and because he was also very curious, he specially formed an investigation team. He personally managed the investigation team, which consisted of 30 agents. In the office of the investigation team, there were rows of instruments and equipment on display, and a virtual display screen was floating in the air. 10 of the agents personally controlled hundreds of detectors, and quickly approached the scene of the incident. After half a month of stealth, the detectors finally arrived near the target. At 50,000 standard degrees from the target, the detectors paused, and then the agents controlled the detectors and began to act separately. They did not rush into the timeline cluster at the beginning, but chose to build a secret base first. Although the main function of the detector is detection, it does not mean that it cannot be used for other purposes. When technology develops to a level close to that of advanced four-dimensional civilization, the functions of the detectors can be easily transformed. In less than 3 days, the secret base was established in another nearby timeline cluster, and its concealment level was not much inferior to that of the base. The functions of this secret base include communication relay station, detector processing plant, special instrument manufacturing plant, and supercomputing auxiliary center. With a steady supply of detectors, the agents finally started the next plan, mobilizing the detectors to sail towards the timeline cluster, and the speed seemed slow, mainly for careful detection. Real-time data was continuously transmitted back to the headquarters, and Dai Beha, the leader of the investigation team, turned around and instructed the technical agents to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the data. As the detector went deeper and deeper, the data sent back became more and more abnormal. Many of the agents engaged in technical analysis have millions of years of experience. Zhang Yu, the most senior one among them, concentrated on the analysis work after receiving the data. The analysis work was not too smooth. Some data were discovered for the first time, which brought them a lot of problems. Faced with these unfamiliar data, Zhang Yu did not blindly fight against them, but made use of the internal cooperation mechanism of the new human beings and sent some of the newly discovered data to the relevant research institutes of the Science and Technology Commission. With the help of the Science and Technology Commission, a lot of unfamiliar data was initially analyzed. However, at this time, Dai Beha in the office looked unhappy. Because more than 85% of their first batch of detectors were destroyed, the remaining detectors were also in a precarious situation. Zhang Yu, have you found any useful information? After sorting out the analysis results that had come out, Zhang Yu thought for a while and replied, from a series of related studies, the detectors are very likely to be destroyed by that blue mist. Is it the blue mist running around? Well, according to the current analysis results, the physical properties of the blue mist are very strange. A bit like the time crystals we synthesized before. Dai Beha was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, are you sure? It is the analysis result of the Science and Technology Commission. It has not been confirmed yet. The Research Institute hopes to get a sample. Zhang Yu did not dare to guarantee it. Dai Beha nodded. I agree, and I will intercept some blue mist from the outside. The second batch of probes then set off and sailed towards the dead timeline cluster. When these probes were about to reach the edge, the first batch of probes had been completely wiped out. When they arrived at the edge area, 10 of the probes separated from the main force and tried to intercept a part of the thin blue fog when the opportunity arose. However, what happened next was somewhat counterproductive. After capturing the blue fog, the 10 probes were about to withdraw, but problems occurred one after another, and they were directly paralyzed halfway. Team leader, the penetration of the blue mist is too strong, and it can easily corrode the time ring structure. Hearing this bad news, Dai Beha also had a headache. The storage container on the detector is already the strongest technology of the new humans. It was still easily destroyed by the blue mist. He also felt that it was difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. After discussing with Zhang Yu for a long time, he still did not come up with a reasonable solution. Now he could only put this problem aside temporarily. The second batch of detectors that entered the blue mist timeline cluster also did not last too long. In less than 4 days, all of these detectors were destroyed. Dai Beha continued to send probes in without giving up. Like moths to a flame, probes were destroyed in batches inside the blue fog timeline cluster. Although a large number of probes were sacrificed, the gains were accumulated continuously. With the help of these data, and the cooperation of the Science and Technology Commission, the physical properties of the blue fog were finally partially revealed. The blue fog is composed of very fine four-dimensional structures, which have a certain mutual attraction, and can attract each other to form a large area of blue fog. According to the characteristics of this blue mist, the new humans successfully synthesized artificial blue mist, preliminarily proving that blue mist is a variant of time crystal. Zhang Yu, who had received the research report from the Science and Technology Commission, had not yet finished reading it when Dai Beha, who was standing beside him, immediately asked, is there any way to defend against blue mist? Not yet, there are several solutions, but they all require a large amount of time crystals. As soon as Dai Beha heard that a large amount of time crystals were needed, he knew there was no way out. The production technology of time crystals is currently only in the laboratory stage, and it is very difficult to mass produce them. Only by using time crystals can the strong corrosion of the blue fog be suppressed. Dai Beha had no choice but to continue using the previous plan and send a large number of detectors to continuously test the blue fog timeline clusters. In the area covered by the blue fog, not only is it difficult for the detectors to stay for a long time, but even those timelines are in a fragmented state. The Secret Service also wants to know the secrets behind these blue fogs and broken timelines. Unfortunately, the blue fog synthesized by the Science and Technology Commission in the laboratory is formed by the modification of time crystals, and whether the blue fog covering here is the same as the laboratory synthesis plan is still an unknown. The detection work continued. Before there was no way to resist the blue fog, the only way was to use the detector to continuously impact and detect the specific data inside bit by bit. Hard work pays off. After 14 years of continuous efforts by the detectors, most of the situations inside the blue fog coverage area were mastered by the Secret Service. However, when facing the most critical problem, Zhang still did not get an accurate result. How did this area form? Where did the blue fog come from? Why can't the broken timeline repair itself? There were many questions waiting for them to solve. Zhang Yu, who was lost in thought, was suddenly patted on the shoulder. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Yu, who woke up, found a figure beside him, and stood up quickly. Deputy Director Lu, team leader. Lu Yaohua smiled and said, "You're welcome. I heard that the investigation of the blue mist timeline cluster has stalled, so I came to take a look." Zhang Yu did not quibble about this, but answered truthfully, "That's right. Since we can't stay in the blue mist for a long time, we lost some data. I have good news. The time crystal protective layer you applied for has been completed." Lu Yaohua handed over a list. "Oh!" Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. The report on applying for the time crystal protective layer had actually been submitted a long time ago, but the laboratory had not been able to gather the production, so it was delayed until now. Chapter 738. Dai Beihe took Zhang Yu and others to receive the time crystal protective layer that had just been transported from the time crystal laboratory. The time crystals received from the escort were only a suitcase. It took 5 professional laboratories and 15 years to gather enough time crystals. Zhang Yu's hands trembled slightly when he received this batch of time crystals. He had a discussion with the researchers in the laboratory, mainly discussing the processing technology of the time crystal protective layer and some precautions. After understanding the whole content, Zhang Yu and Dai Beihe hurried back to the ghost base. Zhang Yu summoned a group of technical ghost agents and began to prepare for the relevant work. First, the time crystals were transformed from powder to film through secondary processing. "Zhang Yu, what's the situation?" Dai Beihe asked nervously. Zhang Yu held a report. The number of time crystals this time can cover 3 detectors, and the processing is not a big problem. "That's good." While the two were talking, a layer of time crystal film had been attached to the surface of the first detector. Of course, it is just an attached film, not yet fully completed, and further processing is needed to allow the time crystal to completely form a protective layer. In less than 12 hours, the 3 detectors were covered with a protective layer of time crystals. Zhang Yu struck while the iron was hot. "Begin the blue mist corrosion resistance test." "Yes." In an absolutely vacuum experimental field, artificial blue mist was released around the detector. After more than 10 days of continuous testing, the time crystal protective layer on the detector passed the blue mist corrosion resistance test. As soon as Dai Beihe received the test report, he could not wait to take action. 3 detectors were sent to the interior of the blue mist timeline cluster. After more than 2 months of secret sneaking, the new detector finally arrived at the destination, completed the information exchange with the blue mist secret base, and prepared to officially enter the interior. Ghost Third Headquarters. Dai Beihe commanded a group of ghost agents to explore the interior of the blue mist timeline cluster bit by bit. The detection data in the outer area was no different from the previous data. As the probe continued to go deeper, it entered the middle layer of the blue mist timeline cluster, which was an area that the probe had frequently visited before, and was also the limit detection area of conventional probes. Some previously missed information was captured by the new probe. Zhang Yu and others who were analyzing the detection data found a lot of content after getting these data, which were almost complementary. Through the discovery of these new data, some of the previous difficult and complicated problems gradually became clear. Zhang Yu thought about it, raised his head, and said to Dai Beihe not far away, "Team leader, you can go around the middle layer of the blue mist timeline cluster a few more times. There is still a lot of undiscovered data here." "Oh, no problem." Dai Beihe immediately gave the order. In the middle layer of the blue fog timeline, the new detector did not go deeper, but chose to circle nearby. This circle lasted for more than half a year. After more than half a year of detection, the situation of the middle layer of the blue fog timeline was basically understood by Zhang Yu and others, and no new information appeared in the middle layer area. Considering that there were no new discoveries in the middle layer area, Zhang Yu immediately suggested that the new detector continue to go deeper. Dai Beihe followed suit and let the new detector go deeper. In the core area of the blue fog timeline cluster, the density of blue fog inside is almost 100 times higher than that in the middle layer and the periphery. Even in the detection data of the detector, large blocks of blue fog crystal polymers appeared in many areas, and these crystals were large and small. The largest blue fog crystal has a radius of hundreds of light years. This situation brings another problem, that is, the danger of navigation. High concentration blue fog crystals are very sharp. If the detector collides with these crystals, the time crystal protective layer may be pierced. There was a hole in the time crystal protection layer, and the detector was naturally unable to move in the core area of the blue fog. In order to avoid collision with the blue fog crystal, Dai Beihe could only order the detector to slow down and increase vigilance around. However, it seems that the high concentration of blue fog has a suppressive effect on the detection range of the detector, causing the effective detection distance of the detector to be compressed to less than 375 light years. Although this distance is much larger than the size of the detector, this is not a single universe in three-dimensional space-time, and the superluminal motion of matter is a normal situation here. The effective detection distance of only 375 light years is like driving on a highway with myopia and no glasses, and the weather is foggy. The danger is self-evident. Even if the detector slows down and does not hit the blue mist crystals, it does not mean that the blue mist crystals are just looking for trouble. The blue mist crystals that can easily float faster than the speed of light will cause a devastating disaster once they hit the detector. As expected, within 5 days of entering the core area, one of the detectors was hit by a blue mist crystal, causing a gap in the time crystal protective layer. The exposed detector itself could not withstand the erosion of the surrounding high-concentration blue fog. In just 15 minutes, the detector was scrapped. For Dai Beihe, who only had 3 new detectors, losing one made his heart bleed. But there was no other way. Knowing that the whole army might be annihilated, he had to let the detector go deep into the core area, because this was the mission of the detector. They were born for detection, and naturally had to face this kind of danger. Soon, the second detector was hit by the blue fog crystal 3 days later, and was corroded by the blue fog. The last one, under the careful control of Dai Beihe and others, avoided fatal dangers again, and lasted for 32 days before it was scrapped in the core area of the blue fog timeline cluster. So far, the 3 new detectors of the Ghost service were completely wiped out in the core area of the blue fog timeline cluster. Although the 3 detectors were destroyed, they still detected a lot of data in a short period of time. These data were not available before, filling the gap in the Ghost service's knowledge of the blue fog timeline cluster and initially completing a relatively complete model. Dai Beihe shook his head helplessly. Zhang Yu, I trouble you with the data analysis. I go to Deputy Director Liu. No problem. Zhang Yu agreed. It must be a tough job to report the destruction of the new detector, but Dai Beihe still went there with a thick face. When Liu Yaohua heard that all 3 detectors were scrapped, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. As for Dai Beihe's request for time crystals again, he could only try his best to arrange it. Beihe, you have to be mentally prepared. It's not so easy to get together with the output of the 3 laboratories. Dai Beihe was also a little embarrassed. I understand. If there is no way to get the quantity of 3 machines, it is okay to first take out the quantity of 1 machine. If you can come up with some useful results, you can still apply for the quantity of 1 machine. Liu Yaohua reminded. Dai Beihe can only look to Zhang Yu for this. To produce results, it is not just a matter of boasting. It takes time and some luck. And Zhang Yu and others, who are studying the data, are also busy day and night, hoping to find something useful. Chapter 739. Feeling under great pressure, Zhang Yu and several previous cooperative research institutes conducted a careful analysis of the data. This batch of data was obtained by a new detector in the core area of the blue mist timeline cluster, and a large amount of unfamiliar new data was hidden in it. After 15 years of in-depth research, the Ghost Special Service and various research institutes have initially figured out the data. Zhang Yu came to one of the research institutes through projection. As soon as he arrived here, he got straight to the point. Dr. Li, how is the situation here? You come just in time. I have good news. Li Tianyang, the chief researcher of the institute, said as he turned on the virtual display screen and pulled out a document. Zhang Yu, who was interested, focused his attention on the document and looked at it for a while. The content on it surprised him. You actually completed it. It's really thanks to the data, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. Li Tianyang did not take credit for himself. The technology developed by this institute is about the synthesis technology of time crystallization. In fact, there are quite a few institutes that study this type of technology. The method used by Li Tianyang and others is different from the previous time crystal synthesis technology. Their solution is to use blue mist to synthesize time crystals. Although the raw materials of time crystals synthesized in this way are not as extensive as those of the first generation of time crystal synthesis technology, they have a very good advantage. The production efficiency of converting blue mist into time crystals has increased by several orders of magnitude. As long as the amount of blue mist is sufficient, time crystals can be mass-produced. The reason why this improvement can be achieved is that time crystals and blue mist are essentially the same type of substances. It's like using polyethylene to synthesize plastic products, and using water and carbon dioxide to synthesize plastic products. The difficulty of the two is definitely not the same level. In fact, the difficulty of synthesizing time crystals is like synthesizing iron atoms from hydrogen atoms, and synthesizing time crystals through blue mist is like smelting steel from iron ore. Zhang Yu is naturally happy to see this technological breakthrough. This not only means a huge increase in the output of time crystals, but also means that more time crystals can be deployed to create new detectors. Without further delay, we will use the blue mist secret base to create a batch of time crystals. Zhang Yu was eager to try. Li Tianyang was also impatient. After the technology was developed, it was natural to put it into use. With the cooperation of the Ghost Special Service, Dai Beha and others controlled the blue mist secret base, and began to use the blue mist outside the blue mist timeline cluster to synthesize a large number of time crystals. Only 1/10 of this large number of time crystals was left to create a new detector, and the rest were all transported back to the third base. After sufficient time for crystallization, a large number of new detectors were manufactured. Dai Beha finally let go and increased the intensity of detecting the core area of the blue mist timeline cluster, hoping to collect more data and promote research in the area. With a large number of new detectors, the Ghost Special Services detection of the core area of the blue mist timeline cluster has indeed obtained a large amount of new data again. And Zhang Yu, in conjunction with various research institutes, continued to conduct in-depth research, hoping to crack the secrets as soon as possible. Time passed by unknowingly, and 35 years passed. At this time, a major event occurred within the Science and Technology Commission. It has been 156 years since the last establishment of the new human base, and Wei Feng and others had been secretly paying close attention to Lin Bin's laboratory, and a lot of problems were found by the Academic Review Bureau. In fact, the core problem is that Lin Bin himself committed suicide. He vowed to make a breakthrough in the super-time and space shuttle technology within 100 years, and initially realize its application. In the end, after boasting for 143 years, and who knows how long the internal circulation time has passed, he has not been able to produce even a decent result. If he did not brag everywhere and constantly apply for scientific research support from the Science and Technology Commission, the Academic Review Bureau might not have targeted him. It's a pity that this guy is greedy. In addition, the bad atmosphere in the scientific community has recently risen and spread, and Lin Bin, the guy who jumped the most, has become the target of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The Academic Review Bureau, which is vigorous and resolute, took strong measures to take down Lin Bin and others, and then notified a large number of researchers who violated the rules, and many of them were completely dismissed. The headquarters of the Science and Technology Commission also heard the news, and used the virtual world to hold a rare general meeting. At the meeting, Wei Quni, the current chairman of the Science and Technology Commission, was furious. Look at the review reports over the years, open your eyes and take a look. Many researchers whose names were listed in the reports lowered their heads in shame, and dared not look directly at Wei Quni. You have disappointed me and all the new humans. Wei Quni was blasting like a string of bullets. Afterwards, many elders expressed their opinions and began to prepare to rectify the Science and Technology Commission, as well as its various research institutes, and laboratories. With the support of the elders, in less than a month, those who talked nonsense were demoted and punished. The impact of the comprehensive rectification caused a huge response in the entire new human scientific community, and the previous exaggerated style was directly suppressed. Without the previous impetuousness, for many dedicated researchers, the impact is actually not big. For example, people like Huang Mingzhi were not affected. Some research institutes that previously cooperated with the Go service are also immersed in the research of the Blue Fog Timeline Cluster. As time goes by, a large number of new detectors are put into use, and the fog in the core area of the Blue Fog Timeline Cluster is also gradually revealed. Li Tianyang, who who has been cooperating with the Ghost service for a long time, has shifted his goal to another direction after mastering the blue fog synthesis time crystal technology, hoping to study the blue fog in the blue fog timeline cluster and its generation mechanism. After all, the new humans used time crystals to synthesize blue mist, which was a kind of opportunistic trick. Li Tianyang suspected that the blue mist in the blue mist timeline cluster was generated in another way, similar to the first generation technology of the new humans to synthesize time crystals, that is, using timelines as raw materials to synthesize time crystals. He and other researchers in the institute focused on the core area of the blue mist timeline cluster. After a series of data analysis and cooperation with several other institutes, they did find some vague traces in the vast amount of data. Although the final conclusion has not been made, Li Tianyang and others feel that they are getting closer and closer to the truth. 276 years later, in Li Tianyang's laboratory, a batch of time rings that have just been put into the instrument, under the action of a series of specific rules, directly transformed into a large group of blue mist. So that's it. Looking at the results in front of him, Li Tianyang was very excited. The laboratory was boiling. They finally analyzed a new set of blue mist synthesis technology from the data of the blue mist timeline cluster. Combined with the previous blue mist synthesis time crystal technology, time crystals can be mass-produced. This also solves a worry. No need to worry about the blue mist depletion of the blue mist timeline cluster. Chapter 740. After Li Tianyang's laboratory made a breakthrough in the artificial synthesis of blue mist, the synthesis technology of time crystals was also improved. Another laboratory, referring to the new synthesis scheme of Li Tianyang's laboratory, successfully bypassed the steps of synthesizing time crystals with blue mist and directly used the ring of time as raw material to realize the large-scale synthesis technology of time crystals. Under this kind of development, time crystals have evolved from the previous two types to 4 major categories in less than 100 years, with a total of 17 subtypes. The research enthusiasm for time crystals has become extremely hot. After all, the emergence of each new material may promote the upgrading of scientific and technological products, and even bring new products. The surge in the production of time crystal materials, and the increase in variety are naturally good things for the scientific and industrial communities. However, for the Ghost service, which is engaged in intelligence, this matter can help to create more new detectors. However, at this stage, the Ghost service's detection of the blue mist timeline cluster has actually entered the later stage, and most of the information has been successfully collected, and the importance of new detectors has plummeted. Ghost Third Headquarters. Lu Yaohua, who had just returned from the virtual conference room, jumped directly to Dai Beihe. Beihe, what stage have you reached in your investigation of the blue mist timeline cluster? Dai Beihe, who looked depressed, could only tell the truth. The blue mist generation mechanism of the blue mist timeline cluster has been figured out, and the blue mist synthesis technology has been derived from it. As for the broken timeline, I'm very sorry that there is no useful discovery yet. After looking through the recent progress chart of the investigation team, Lu Yaohua did not embarrass Dai Beihe. After all, the weirdness of the blue mist timeline cluster involved many things, and it was difficult to sort it out for a while. I came here this time, first to check the progress, and second to bring you good news. What good news? Dai Beihe asked curiously. Lu Yaohua did not keep him in suspense and explained directly. The Science and Technology Committee from the second base completed an experiment yesterday, an experiment on the destruction of the timeline. Oh! Hearing this, Dai Beihe's eyes lit up and asked hurriedly, is it an experiment on the semi-permanent destruction of the timeline? Lu Yaohua nodded gently. It is this experiment, and some very interesting phenomena were found in the experiment. It is estimated that the paper will be published in a few days. Dai Beihe was surprised and asked about the name and number of the laboratory, and planned to pay attention to this matter in the next few days. Before Lu Yaohua left, he added, be careful in the investigation of the blue mist timeline cluster. We found a spaceship from the eternal ancient land passing near the Black River timeline cluster at a distance of 56,900 trillion. He felt nervous and replied hurriedly, I will definitely be vigilant. Well, the Bureau is also paying close attention. We will notify you as soon as there is news, but we still need to prepare what needs to be prepared. Dai Beihe naturally did not dare to take it lightly. He did not want to escape again. After Lu Yaohua left in a hurry, Dai Beihe immediately strengthened the security of the Blue Mist secret base and made a series of preparations. The Ghost Special Service has a set of special preventive measures. In just a few hours, the security around the Blue Mist timeline has soared by several levels. In addition to the technological progress in recent years, It is basically impossible for advanced four-dimensional civilizations such as the Tingling Empire or the Eternal Ancient Land to quietly approach the base of the New Humans. If it was before the escape, the New Humans would have to rely on a large area of passive alarms to barely get some intelligence. Now it is not too passive, because the spacecraft of the four-dimensional civilization can be detected in advance in the ultra-long distance area. After entering the alert state, Dai Beha arranged the relevant work and went straight to Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, is there any good news?" Zhang Yu, who was buried in the information, raised his head with a little fatigue on his face. "It's still the same. I have no clue why the timeline cannot be repaired." After that, he called up some virtual models, which were a series of analyses of the Blue Mist timeline and the derivation models of various research institutes. In this series of derivation models, the conclusions of the researchers were surprisingly consistent. The broken timelines of the Blue Mist timeline cluster, in essence, were not broken, but dead. In other words, the timelines of the Blue Mist timeline cluster, at those broken nodes, died at that moment. You must know that the overall perpetual motion characteristics of the timeline include an infinite past and an infinite future. Even if a part of the time nodes are temporarily cut off and destroyed, those nodes that are not destroyed will continue to generate new timeline branches. And the continuity of the destroyed time nodes will still ensure that the future of this time node will continue to be maintained. Even if the inside of the node has been completely destroyed, the future of the node is almost impossible to destroy. But the current situation is unexpected. In the Blue Fog timeline cluster, the future of those broken timelines is completely dead. How terrifying it is! There is actually a way to kill time, and the level of technology involved has obviously exceeded the technological level of the New Humans. The more Zhang Yu and a group of researchers studied these data, the more uneasy they felt. This superstandard phenomenon means that the existence behind it may be a top civilization. Facing such a thing, it is no wonder that Zhang Yu and others are extremely cautious, and the psychological pressure is also extremely huge. If the existence behind it is brought out, the consequences will be unpredictable, and the joys and sorrows of the top civilization are not something that the New Humans can evaluate. However, according to the cosmic sociology of the New Humans, they will most likely be crushed to death by the other side. This is also one of the reasons why the New Humans gave up their homeland. On the one hand, it was the threat of the Fujian Empire, and on the other hand, they were afraid of the 2011 node. Although the Ghost Special Service found in the relevant investigation that the existence of the 2011 node had a mysterious causal relationship with the elder Huang Mingjie. But this is not a reason for the New Humans to be completely relieved. The fear of creatures often comes from the unknown. The less they know about something, the more cautious they will be. This is the nature of living things. Therefore, the New Humans abandoned their native land without hesitation and came to this unfamiliar four-dimensional spacetime. However, the traces left by those high-level civilizations in the four-dimensional spacetime appeared here again, in front of the New Humans. Dai Beha also knew Zhang Yu's concerns, and he immediately changed the subject. "These few days, you should pay attention to this laboratory. They may publish some papers." "Huh? This lab looks familiar," Zhang Yu suddenly said. Dai Beha was not surprised by this, and casually reminded him. "They studied the timeline break." "I remember." Zhang Yu suddenly realized, and then showed a look of surprise. "Did they succeed in killing time?" Dai Beha spread his hands and said, "The paper has not come out yet. I heard about it from Deputy Director Liu. I will definitely pay attention to it." Zhang Yu is looking forward to it. For 3 consecutive days, he refreshed the paper website of the Science and Technology Commission from time to time. Chapter 741. After 4 days of anxious waiting, the laboratory finally published 7 related papers. Zhang Yu and other researchers from the institute had been eagerly waiting for a long time, and immediately read through them carefully. After reading, Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. The content of these papers does include research on the destructive nature of the timeline, and a number of special phenomena were discovered during the experiment. Among them, after the timeline is destroyed, a special phenomenon will occur due to the existence of time continuity, causal rules, four-dimensional rules, and other characteristics. After long-term research, scientists of the new human race named this phenomenon the rule of duality of form. The specific law of the rule of duality of form is that the interior of the timeline can be destroyed, but the entire timeline will not be destroyed due to the internal destruction. The relationship between the two can actually be substituted into the blue planet and the blue planet ecosystem. Even if the blue planet ecosystem is completely destroyed, the blue planet will not be destroyed. But conversely, the situation is exactly the opposite. Another law of the rule of duality of form is that the destruction of the entire timeline will inevitably lead to the destruction of everything inside the timeline. Let's use Blue Star and its ecosystem as an example. Once Blue Star is destroyed, the ecosystem that depends on Blue Star will naturally cease to exist. On the virtual display screen in front of him, there are some essential studies on the rules of the duality of form, as well as thousands of formulas derived from them. Staring at these contents, Zhang Yu had countless thoughts flashing through his mind. And many researchers who were projected over were also verifying these contents. Although they knew that papers generally would not make mistakes, a rigorous attitude had already become an instinct in their blood. After thinking it over again and again, Li Tianyong manipulated the panel from time to time, inputting some data and formulas, and started the simulation experiment function again. He also had some ideas about the duality rule of form in the paper, as well as the other two rules, but he was a little uncertain at the moment. The series of phenomena discovered in that laboratory can basically be summarized into three rules, namely the duality rule of form, the cause and effect chain rule, and the time movement rule. Zhang Yu turned around. Tianyong, these three rules are basically the basic rules that constitute time. Li Tianyong, who was busy calculating and deducing, showed a hint of surprise on his face, and then pointed to the virtual display screen. I found something, you guys take a look. Zhang Yu and others kept their eyes on the virtual display screen. In addition to the rules of the dual nature of the body, the rules of causal chain, and the rules of time movement, there were also some analysis results of the blue fog timeline cluster. After cross-reference, some of the analysis results of the blue fog timeline cluster actually overlapped with the rules of the dual nature of the body, the rules of causal chain, and the rules of time movement. Zhang Yu's heart was in turmoil. After calming down, he obviously saw the problem. The analysis results of part of the blue mist timeline cluster overlap with the rules of duality of form, causal chain rule, and time movement rule, which can reflect two facts. The first is that the timeline death phenomenon of the blue mist timeline cluster has a direct causal relationship with these three rules. The second is that only part of the rules overlap, of which the rules of duality of form overlap about 35.76%, the rules of causal chain overlap about 56.11%, and the rules of time movement overlap about 47.93%. This phenomenon of partial overlap of rules illustrates a problem. These rules seem unbreakable, but in fact they can be broken. At the beginning, the scientists of the New Humans only applied the basic physical rules of time, and did not have the idea of destroying these basic rules. Because in the fixed concept of the New Humans, the basic physical rules themselves represent the cornerstone of multidimensional spacetime. As the cornerstone-level physical rules, they are often extremely pure and unshakable. However, the research results of the blue mist timeline cluster have shaken the foundation. In addition, the latest research shows that some echoing results have also appeared in the process of timeline destructive experiments. For example, the three experimental data pointed out by Li Tianyong show that the rules of duality of form, causal chain, and time movement, which are the foundation rules, are not unshakable rules. At least that laboratory, in a series of related experiments, caused these three rules to change temporarily to varying degrees. This phenomenon further illustrates that the cornerstone rules are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They are not unshakable, but the New Humans' insufficient technological level makes the cornerstone rules difficult to shake. After figuring this out, Li Tianyong and others suddenly felt enlightened about the specialness of the blue mist timeline. Scientists' ideas are relatively simple, while Zhang Yu, as a ghost agent, thinks more and further. In his mind, he not only wants to figure out the specific technology of killing time, but also thinks of the role of this technology, such as weaponization, which is definitely a big killer. With these papers as references, Li Tianyong and other researchers began to focus on the direction of killing time, combined with the data collected by the blue mist timeline. They began to reanalyze these data, and their purpose was naturally to look at the technology of killing time. Even though they knew that there were many difficulties, Li Tianyong and others were still working tirelessly. From the data, the relevant technology of killing time was derived, and the progress was extremely slow. Li Tianyong had expected this. After all, this technology obviously exceeded the level of advanced four-dimensional civilization. Now the New Humans are not really advanced four-dimensional civilizations. This gap in civilization level cannot be caught up in a short time. However, they did not give up. The current research goal is to analyze the results as much as possible. No matter how much the results are, even if it is just a little bit, it is a priceless treasure. You must know that the technology of killing time is a technology that surpasses the advanced four-dimensional civilization. Any bit of it can be obtained. As these papers fermented, Li Tianyang's research institutes also began to combine the results of the Blue Mist Timeline cluster and published a series of new papers. In this situation of adding fuel to the fire, in-depth research on the foundation of time and research on the technology of killing time have become the key areas of concern of the Science and Technology Commission. With the attention of the Science and Technology Commission, the support for related research has also been greatly improved. The scale of researchers in Li Tianyang's Research Institute alone has expanded by about 10 times, plus the support of various new instruments and equipment. Let the basic physics of time and the technology of killing time have begun to obtain a series of small results. Li Tianyang and others did not stop, and they dug out many related results bit by bit. It seems piecemeal, but there is also the prototype of gathering sand into a tower. On the Ghost Special Service side, John Yu has been paying attention to related research, and the detection work in the core area of the Blue Fog Timeline cluster has not stopped either. The reason is very simple, because some unknown information can still be detected inside the core area of the Blue Mist Timeline cluster. Although most of the information has been obtained by the Ghost Service after so many years of detection, there is still a small amount of unknown information. This information is equally important, and may even affect the research of killing time technology. The Ghost Service has no reason to give up, but instead strengthens the detection of the Blue Mist Timeline cluster. On the other side, Dai Beha has been secretly paying attention to the surroundings after putting the Blue Mist secret base on alert. Chapter 742. 5.71 trillion standard degrees away from the Blue Mist Timeline cluster, a fleet of 30 ring-shaped spacecraft rushed all the way. The direction of the fleet's advance may actually intersect with the Blue Mist Timeline cluster. The passive alarm secretly hidden nearby sensed the fluctuations in the fleet's navigation and immediately reported the findings here to the base. Ghost Third Headquarters. In less than a few minutes, the information reached Lu Yaohua. Deputy Director Lu, based on the sensing of the passive alarms along the way, we have preliminarily analyzed the route of the Fujian Empire fleet. As the assistant spoke, he projected the real-time monitoring map onto the virtual map. Looking at the route prediction on the map, the red dotted line's direction of travel, the closest position to the Blue Fog Timeline cluster may be less than 3.4 billion standard degrees. 3.4 billion standard degrees seems far away, but in the size of four-dimensional spacetime, especially for advanced four-dimensional civilizations, this distance is like a three-dimensional great god civilization passing through a range of billions of light years. At this distance, the possibility of the Fujian Empire spacecraft discovering the Blue Fog Timeline cluster is almost a foregone conclusion. Lu Yaohua also felt the trouble of this matter. Their spacecraft, detectors, and bases can be hidden, but the Blue Mist Timeline cluster itself is not easy to hide. The problem of the Blue Mist Timeline cluster itself has not been fully figured out by the new humans yet. It is very difficult to hide it, and it may even backfire. He himself was undecided, so he found Dai Beha, the person in charge of the Blue Mist Timeline cluster, and ghost agents from several nearby areas. Beha, you must have known the reason why I asked you to come here. Dai Beha nodded. I just received the news. Lu Yaohua crossed his fingers and asked directly, what do you think? If the other party's route does not change, the possibility of the Blue Mist Timeline cluster being exposed is 100%. I suggest giving up the Blue Mist Timeline cluster. Dai Beha replied bluntly. Lu Yaohua looked at the other ghost agents again. Among the other 7 ghost agents, 3 agreed to retreat, 2 opposed, and the last 2 were a little hesitant. Agree to retreat on one side, the reason is to avoid exposing the third base. At this stage, the new human's technological level still has some shortcomings, and it is obviously not enough to fight against the old advanced four-dimensional civilization. Oppose retreating on one side, of course, they have their own views. At this stage, the speed, concealment, and detection technology of the new human spacecraft are different from those of the Tingling Empire. They propose to divert attention, deliberately expose a fleet, and attract the Tingling Empire fleet to pursue. Lu Yaohua also had many concerns about this proposal, because although the new human was hunted by the Tingling Empire, the two sides had never fought head-on. As a very ancient advanced four-dimensional civilization, the Fujian Empire cannot boast too much strength, and may have many unknown means. The Ghost Special Service is an intelligence department, and it is natural to overestimate these potential enemies as much as possible to avoid being caught off guard by underestimation. However, this style also brings another problem, that is, the new humans seem to be a little too cautious when dealing with things. In the end, Lu Yaohua still suppressed his objections, and decided to temporarily abandon the Blue Mist Timeline. Dai Beha, who had originally proposed to retreat, immediately activated the previous emergency plan to eliminate the traces of new human activities in the Blue Mist Timeline cluster. The spacecraft and probes that should be evacuated immediately retreated to other areas, and the things that should be cleared on the spot were also quickly cleared. The area around the blue mist timeline cluster suddenly became calm and clean, as if all traces of activities had never existed. Although Dai Beha had completed the retreat, the Ghost Special Service did not take it lightly, and the whereabouts of the Fujilan Empire fleet were still under close monitoring. The Fujilan Empire fleet is speeding along. Inside the flagship of the fleet, a faceless Fujilan man is sitting on the UFO hemispherical seat, and the virtual light screen is flowing with data and patterns. Captain Chi, we just found the detector of the new human beings, and they are monitoring us. The faceless Fujilan man Chi released a message of inquiry. Did you find anything? I'm very sorry. After we locked the detector, the other party activated the self-destruct device and destroyed all the information. The Fujilan soldier replied with a little uneasiness. She seemed to be used to this situation. He waved his hand, continued to monitor the situation along the way. We are not here to hunt down the new humans. Understood. The tingling soldier secretly relaxed a little. As the soldiers went down, she kept writing and drawing on the virtual light screen, and a communication was sent to the Tingling Empire headquarters. In fact, the Tingling Empire has discovered a lot of detectors for new humans in recent years, but it is extremely difficult to find Loach-like new humans. Those detectors that were found exploded directly, leaving them no useful information. At first, the Tingling Empire conducted several large-scale investigations, but later there were no results, and the Tingling people became impatient and stopped investigating. This is also the reason for Chi's cold attitude, because the detectors of these new humans are almost everywhere, and there is no way to lock the fleeing fleet of the new humans. Over time, the Tingling Empire has almost given up the pursuit and killed them, which is considered to be tacitly accepting the existence of new humans. 17 days later, the Fujilan fleet finally arrived near the Blue Mist Timeline cluster. A Fujilan soldier hurriedly floated over to report, Captain Chi, some abnormalities were found in this area. Chi browsed the detection data, and the abnormalities of the Blue Mist Timeline cluster were indeed exposed to the detection range of the Fujilan people. Send 3 detectors over, and the fleet will continue to move forward. Yes. In the Fujilan fleet, 3 ring-shaped detectors flew out and sailed towards the Blue Mist Timeline cluster. The Fujilan fleet continued to move forward without any slowdown or turning. These actions were naturally sensed by the nearby passive alarms, and the abnormal reaction of the Fujilan fleet was immediately fed back to the Ghost Third headquarters. After listening to the report, Liu Yaohua couldn't help but frown. Dai Beha, who was also in the office, was also suspicious. The reaction of the Fujilan fleet was different from their previous predictions. According to the previous predictions, after discovering the abnormality of the Blue Mist Timeline cluster, the other party should turn to the Blue Mist Timeline cluster and then investigate there for a period of time. But the current situation is that the Fujilan fleet continues to fly according to the route, and only 3 detectors are sent to the Blue Mist Timeline cluster. There's a problem. Absolutely a problem. Dai Beha was the first to speak. The other ghost agents immediately started talking, discussing the behavior of the Fujilan fleet and the possibilities behind it. Liu Yaohua, who had been silent all the time, thought and recorded everyone's opinions, and then deleted some of the unlikely speculations. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he said seriously, Beha. Yes. Dai Beha stood up immediately. You will immediately form an investigation team to investigate the whereabouts of the Fujilan fleet. The work of the Blue Mist Timeline will be handed over to Zhang Yu. Yes, I will ensure the completion of the task. Dai Beha quickly mobilized 30 ghost agents to form an investigation team to investigate the Fujilan fleet. At the same time, some secret detectors and reconnaissance spacecraft also secretly followed the Fujilan fleet. Chapter 743. The spacecraft and detectors owned by the Ghost Service are comparable to those of the Tingling Empire in some aspects of technology. In particular, the navigation technology, concealment technology, and detection technology that were forced out before are basically on par with those advanced four-dimensional civilizations. This gave Liu Yaohua room to operate. Dai Beha, who was quick in action, led the newly formed investigation team to control the spacecraft and detectors, and secretly track the whereabouts of the Tingling fleet. In the investigation team studio, ghost agents calmly operated the spacecraft and detectors. In the middle of the studio, a virtual map of the vicinity was floating. The location of the Fujibayashi fleet was flashing red dots on the map, and in front of the dots was a straight red virtual ray. Since the other party did not change the route, the direction of advance was very intuitive. In addition, the passive alarms filled with ghosts nearby, The whereabouts of the Fujibayashi fleet were closely watched by the Daibehi investigation team. The blue virtual map, the red traces of the Fujibayashi fleet, the busy ghost agents, and Daibehi at the main control console had a panoramic view of all of this. The other party is too fast, he muttered to himself. Gon Xian, the sharp-eyed and sharp-eared deputy team leader, turned sideways and asked, "Team leader, are you worried about the speed of the Fujilan fleet?" He raised his eyebrows slightly, and then replied calmly, "Indeed, although our spacecraft is faster than the other party, we need to track secretly, so the speed must not be too fast, and we cannot get too close to the other party." Gon Xian knew Daibe's concerns, but this problem was not big now, because the location of the Fujilan fleet was within the monitoring area of the Ghost. There are many passive alarms here. Even if there is no reconnaissance spacecraft tracking, it is difficult for the other party to avoid the monitoring of the Ghost. However, the deployment range of the passive alarm is not infinite. On the virtual map in front of us, those flashing yellow spots are the passive alarms deployed by the Ghost. There is obviously a boundary line. According to the current speed of Fujibayashi's fleet, it is estimated that within 3 years, the other party will cross the monitoring boundary line and enter the four-dimensional spacetime that the Ghost is very unfamiliar with. Once the other party enters an unfamiliar area, without the assistance of the passive alarm, the tracking by reconnaissance spacecraft and detectors alone may leak out. This is what worries Daibeha. Team leader, maybe we can deploy a batch of passive alarms in advance, Gon Xian suggested. In advance? Daibeha's eyes turned, revealing a hint of understanding. This proposal is indeed feasible, because the route of the Fujilan fleet has an obvious feature, that is, it moves in a straight line, and so far, there is no sign of turning. In this way, this characteristic of the other party provides some room for maneuver. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately selected 10 Ghost agents from the investigation team and submitted a relevant application to the Ghost second headquarters. Lu Yaohua quickly approved this matter and asked the Ghost leader of the borderline to cooperate with Daibeha. According to the predicted direction of the Fujilan fleet, Daibeha commanded his subordinates to build a large number of detectors in the Ghost secret base on the border line. Then let this batch of detectors set off along the predicted route and leave dense passive alarms along the way. In fact, Daibeha was betting that the Fujilan fleet would not change its route. Using a speed that was about 24% faster than the Fujilan fleet, plus the 3-year time and space distance between the two sides, the Ghost detectors took the lead and deployed a large number of passive alarms along the way. On the other hand, the Fujilan fleet was moving at full speed, without any intention of stopping for a moment. Even if they found the detectors and alarms of the new humans, they chose to ignore them directly. Judging from the performance of the Fujilan fleet, Daibeha and others felt more and more strange and solemn, which also aroused their curiosity. What is hidden at the end of the red virtual ray? 3 years of peaceful years passed unknowingly, and the Fujilan fleet finally crossed the boundary line of the new human beings and entered the unfamiliar four-dimensional spacetime. In the 10th studio, the red light spot representing the Fujilan fleet, after protruding the boundary line, flickered forward little by little, and the trajectory was still within the predicted route. Seeing this, Daibeha breathed a sigh of relief. Things were not beyond their expectations, and the previous preparations were not in vain. Everyone keep a close eye on them, don't lose them. Understood. Daibeha was not completely relieved, but was always prepared. In the past 3 years, he made some other arrangements. From the first batch of forward detectors, a batch of them multiplied out, and then dispersed in all directions along the way. These dispersed detectors also deployed passive alarms along the way. On the virtual map, it can be seen that the yellow light spots like tower trees are the expanding monitoring range. With this proper arrangement, even if the Fujibayashi fleet suddenly turns, it is difficult to escape the Ghost's monitoring. The reconnaissance spacecraft that has been hanging behind the opponent did not stop, but continued to track. Time passed unknowingly, and 19 years passed quietly. A cry broke the dullness in the studio. Report, it was found that the Fujibayashi fleet stopped sailing. Daibeha said solemnly, the reconnaissance spacecraft behind us should stop flying and stay on standby. Received. The Ghost agent who controlled the reconnaissance spacecraft hid it in the timeline at the original location. Daibeha then asked, Gon Xian, did the forward detector find any abnormality? No abnormality has been found for the time being. Do you want to make any adjustments? Then pause. I will not move unless the enemy moves. All of a sudden, the reconnaissance spacecraft, detectors, and alarms under the control of their investigation team all stopped, and the Ghost agents in the studio carefully observed every move of the Fujibayashi fleet. The Fujilan fleet did not make Dai Beihe wait too long. After 17 minutes, it set sail again. It was found that the Fujilan fleet's route had changed and was being re-estimated. After about 2 days of sailing, it was confirmed that the other party had not changed its route again. The detector that was previously dispersed became the vanguard detector in front of the other party. Fortunately, the new humans have a certain speed advantage over the Fujilan Empire in terms of navigation technology, so there is no need to worry about being left behind by the other party. However, in the following voyage, the Fujilan fleet was not as disciplined as before, and often changed its route every now and then. Dai Beihe paid more attention to the abnormal behavior of the Fujilan people. From these abnormal movements, it was not difficult to see the problem of the other party. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. This is the case. Relying on the speed advantage and the advanced layout, the Ghost Special Service was like a dogskin plaster, staring at the other party. This tracking lasted another 4 years. As time went by, the frequency of the Fujilan fleet's turning became more and more frequent. Dai Beihe saw this situation and felt that he was getting closer to the truth. Suddenly, a ghost agent in charge of other directions changed his face. Team leader, another Fujilan Empire fleet appeared. Where? The agent immediately imported the detection data, and another Fujilan fleet appeared on the virtual map. The fleet had a total of 12 ring-shaped spacecraft. Dai Beihe looked closely, and found that the two fleets were quickly approaching. He knew that the secret of the Fujilan people might be in this newly discovered fleet. Chapter 744. Team leader, the two sides are expected to meet in 1.6 years. Keep paying close attention, and don't let your guard down. Received. In the investigation team studio, a group of ghost agents were serious and performed their tasks in accordance with their duties. In particular, the new fleet that had just appeared became the focus of surveillance. There must be some secrets that made the Fujilan people come from afar. Under the surveillance of the ghosts, after 1 year and 7.5 months, the two Fujilan fleets finally reunited. After the two sides joined together, there was a big move. A ring-shaped spaceship in the new fleet seemed to be transferring something, and the movement was also unusually fast. After completing the exchange, the two Fujilan fleets quickly separated and moved away in different directions. Dai Beihe shouted loudly, "Keep an eye on the previous fleet, something must have been transferred here." Understood. Team 2, monitor the new fleet. Yes. Since the surrounding area was full of passive alarms of the new humans, and the speed of the new human spaceships was faster than that of the Fujilan Empire, the other side naturally could not get rid of the ghost shadow. Of course, Dai Beihe is not a fool, so he will not let the other party notice it easily. Focusing on the fleet led by Tingling Rinchi, he tracked it for more than 8 years. This fleet did not want to sail in a straight line like before, but continued to maintain high-frequency turning and activated a lot of hidden technologies. If Dai Beihe had not been prepared, there would be passive alarms everywhere, allowing him to firmly lock the other party's fleet with some clues. In the busy studio, a burst of alarms woke up Dai Beihe and others. On the virtual map in the middle of the studio, 3 strange red light spots appeared at the edge of the ghost's monitoring range. Not good. Dai Beihe's face changed drastically. The yellow light spots represented by the passive alarms that since the strange spacecraft disappeared directly on the virtual map. As the other party moved quickly, the signals of a large number of passive alarms disappeared one after another on the interface of the virtual map. What made Dai Beihe's scalp tingle even more was that the passive alarm was destroyed, and no trace of the other party was detected. No, there was still a different kind of trace. Because the 3 spaceships destroyed the passive alarm, a blank area appeared along the way. These blank areas were an obvious track. An obvious death track appeared on the virtual map. However, what made Dai Beihe feel relieved was that the speed of the strange spaceship was not too shocking, about 127% of the fastest speed of the new humans. On the side, Gon Xian, who had calmed down, suddenly discovered a phenomenon. She added a solid red line to the virtual map. Huh? Isn't this the route of the Tingling Second Fleet? Dai Beihe found something strange at a glance. The voyage of the Tingling Second Fleet into the monitoring area and the advance of the strange spaceship at this time roughly overlapped. Team leader, could it be? Gon Xian said with a hint of meaning. Dai Beihe was not stupid either. Gon Xian's implication was that the target of the strange spaceship was most likely the Tingling Second Fleet. The following situation proved Gon Xian and Dai Beihe's idea. The 3 strange spaceships were indeed looking for Fujilan's Second Fleet. After nearly a year of sailing, they came to the location where Fujilan's Second Fleet and Fujilan's First Fleet met. Judging from the situation of the destroyed passive alarm and detector, The other party did not seem to move forward, as if they were doing something in the same place. After more than half an hour, the passive alarm was destroyed again, which indicated that the other party set sail again. However, the next move of the strange spaceship was not in the direction of Fujilan's second fleet, but in the direction of Fujilan's first fleet. It seems that the Fujilan people's little tricks have been exposed. Dai Beihe understood at once that the actions of the Fujilan fleet here must not have escaped the other party's investigation. Gon Xian gave another possibility. Perhaps this strange civilization can accurately track the things obtained by the Fujilan people. This is also very possible. Gon Xian did not discuss this issue in depth, but brought up another matter. Team leader, do we need to make adjustments? Dai Beihe thought quietly for a moment. The situation in front of him did not give him much room for maneuver. The new humans at this stage, limited by the imbalance of technological level, can only be considered as advanced four-dimensional civilizations. Whether it is the Tingling Empire or this strange civilization, the new humans do not have much chance of winning. And Dai Beihe's style of doing things tends to be conservative and cautious. If he wants to plan what the Tingling people have obtained, it is obviously a bit overestimating his own ability, and it may even backfire. Keep your troops in place for now, but don't reduce the intensity of monitoring. I understand. Gon Xian immediately arranged it. What Dai Beihe needs to deal with is not only the current multi-party game situation, but also the next response plan. He quickly reported the relevant information to his superior Liu Yaohua. The vigilance around the third base of the new human race was immediately raised to a higher level. The reason why it is so important is that the detection technology of the strange civilization can easily discover the hidden detectors and alarms. The spaceships, bases, and bases of the new humans all use similar concealment technology, which means that these facilities and areas cannot be hidden from the other party's detection. In order to be on the safe side, it is inevitable to raise the alert status. The view returns to the Daibei River investigation team. Due to the discovery of a new powerful civilization, Liu Yaohua had to strengthen the strength of the investigation team, and the size of the ghost agent increased to nearly 200 people. On the virtual map, the winding Fujibayashi First Fleet and the strange spaceship chasing behind made the matter more confusing. However, the speed of the strange spaceship was obviously much faster than that of the Fujilan people. If this continues, the Fujilan people's fleet will be destroyed sooner or later. Although he hoped that the Fujilan people would die, Dai Beihe was actually very curious about what the Fujilan people had obtained. In the days of chasing time, the new humans could only be a spectator, silently watching the two sides chasing each other. Until one day, the piercing alarm sounded in Dai Beihe's ears again. Team leader, another strange spaceship was found, our detectors and alarms were destroyed, and the location was... Dai Beihe, with nervous eyes, hurriedly looked at the virtual map and found that the signal of 3 red light spots flashed by, and then the large yellow light spots nearby dimmed. Although it was only a flash, it was enough for Ghost to find some information. Gon Xian, who had been keeping a close eye on the intelligence, immediately discovered some situations. The two strange fleets are likely to belong to the same civilization, and the other party's position is very subtle. Dai Beihe found out, at a glance, that the newly discovered strange spaceship appeared in front of the first fleet of Fujilan. 9 out of 10 are ill intentions. The Fujilan people who did not notice the problem are still turning and sailing in secret. Dai Beihe, who was secretly paying attention to all this, could see that the other party was in danger. Once they entered the detection range of those strange spaceships, there was almost no way to escape. Chapter 745. In the dense cluster of timelines, the 30 ring-shaped spaceships were in the gap of time and space, moving forward at full speed. Chi, the fleet commander inside the flagship, was a little uneasy. On the virtual light screen in front of him was the detection data of the spaceship. From these data, no abnormalities were found, but according to the intelligence handed over, the concealment technology of the Shenanta civilization was not something that the Tingling Empire could easily detect. Faced with this situation, Chi had to be cautious. After 2 hours, prepare to change the route. Yes, sir. More than 5 hours later, the Fujilan fleet, which had just completed the turn, suddenly received 2 signals from the new human detectors. 2 new human detectors suddenly disappeared in the timeline cluster not far from them. They often detected new human detectors before, but she didn't pay much attention to it. The inside of the Fujilan First Fleet was also a bit unsurprised. Dai Beihe and others, who were secretly observing them, could already foresee the next development trend. As the 2 detectors were destroyed, the passive alarms of the new humans around were also cleared by the spacecraft of the Shenanta civilization. In front of the Fujilan First Fleet, the 3 Shenanta spacecraft finally locked the target, And then the other three Shenandoah spacecraft that were chasing behind also received the information and immediately adjusted the direction. Before, they could only lock the general direction, but now with accurate information, the traces of the Fujian First Fleet could finally not be hidden. The Fujian First Fleet, which was moving at full speed, had its surrounding four-dimensional spacetime stagnated directly, and the spacetime freezer on the Shenandoah spacecraft caused the time flow rate of this spacetime to fall into an ultra-low flow state. Not good. All of them were shocked. On the detector system inside the flagship, a series of urgent alarms sounded in the minds of all the Fujian people. Start hyperspace acceleration. Received. The spacetime engine of the ring-shaped spacecraft was overloaded, extracting huge spacetime energy from the surrounding spacetime, and then the surrounding time flow was accelerated wildly. The Fujian First Fleet, which was trapped in slow flight, seemed to have successfully broken free from the restrictions, and the fleet was directly divided into three. The fleet was divided into three groups, and it rushed to three different directions desperately, as if there was some kind of flood and beast around. However, their escape speed seemed unusually slow in front of the Shenandoah people, who were already prepared. Hundreds of time-cutting lines suddenly sprang out from all sides of the ring-shaped spaceship, and at lightning speed, the cutting lines went straight into the ring-shaped spaceship. It seemed that these cutting lines were about to penetrate the ring-shaped spaceship. In an instant, the ring-shaped spaceship also responded, and the spaceship disintegrated into a cloud of mist in a flash. Those deadly cutting lines penetrated the ring-shaped spaceship without any hindrance, but did not harm the ring-shaped spaceship. The silver-white misty ring-shaped spaceship fled in another direction, and at the same time, a large number of ring-shaped spaceships emerged from the surrounding timeline clusters. The Shenandoah people, who did not give up, once again launched more intensive cutting lines and other means of attack. Those ring-shaped spaceships used to confuse Shenandoah fled frantically in all directions, trying to disrupt the opponent's vision and buy time to escape. Inside the flagship, she had already sensed a fatal danger and had to order again, everyone flee in a scattered manner and activate the spaceship seeds. Yes! The 30 ships of the Fujian First Fleet, which was originally divided into three teams, could only choose to flee separately. While desperately fleeing, the Fujian people did not just flee blindly, but also continuously launched a large number of time wave beams to the surroundings. Once these time wave beams were launched, they would quickly trigger the automatic program once they acted on the timeline, using the resources of the timeline to create a ship after another. With the cover of these unmanned ring-shaped ships, the Shenandoah people had no way to lock on to a specific target for a while. However, the Shenandoah people were not pushovers, and they launched a large-scale indiscriminate attack. The overwhelming attack destroyed countless timelines, and countless three-dimensional spacetimes were destroyed. A ring-shaped spaceship hiding in the gap between time and space found the right time, and made several consecutive overload jumps, increasing its flight speed to about 2.8 times. This overload jump caused great damage to the spacetime engine, but the Fujian people could no longer care about it. The ring-shaped spaceship that was trying to escape by continuous jumps was bounced back by an invisible force field when it broke through a cluster of timelines. Although the interior of the spaceship was not affected, Chi's mood at this moment sank straight to the bottom. Report: a chaotic time barrier has been detected. Crack it immediately. Chi hurriedly issued an order. Cracking it. No, an attack is locking on us. Chi forced himself to calm down, maneuver to avoid, activate the causal shield. Fierce fighting broke out in this four-dimensional spacetime, and both sides used all their means. Judging from the current situation, the Shenandoah people have a certain advantage, while the Tingling people who are desperately fleeing and counterattacking are gradually falling into a disadvantage. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Chi is both terrified and timid. Haven't you cracked the opponent's barrier blockade yet? Sir, the enemy's chaotic time barrier is constantly changing at a high speed, and there may be no way to crack it in a short time. Damn it. Chi smashed the command desk hard. Report: the secret agent number 127 was destroyed by the enemy. Facing an increasingly dangerous situation, Chi knew that there was no way out, and immediately made up his mind. Everyone, start the maximum power overload state, and then detonate the time crystal core of the spacetime engine. The adjutant hesitated. Chi, furious, sent out a roaring information beam. Idiot, execute the order immediately. Do you think you can escape? Yes. The adjutant could only follow the order. Instantly, the remaining 18 ring-shaped spaceships burst into unimaginable speeds. Under this overload state, the speed of the spaceships has increased by thousands of times. Since there are gains, there are losses. This method of overdrawing the spacetime engine can only last for 2 or 3 seconds at most, and the space-time engine of the ring-shaped spaceship will disintegrate by itself. As for those temporarily built ring-shaped spaceships, there is no way to overload them. These spaceships are just for show. Silver-white flashes flashed across the battlefield. The Shenandoah people thought they had won, but their spaceship detection system suddenly sounded an urgent alarm. The Shenandoah people who reacted suddenly changed their faces and cursed the madman in their hearts. The 6 Shenandoah spaceships retreated desperately in an instant. At the same time as the Shenandoah spaceships retreated, 18 dark holes appeared on the battlefield, and these holes collapsed the surrounding 4-dimensional spacetime without any recognition. In just less than 10 seconds, the entire battlefield suffered unimaginable destruction, with broken timelines and chaotic rule debris everywhere. Moreover, the holes and cracks that were blown out were so dark that they could not return to the normal 4-dimensional spacetime state for a long time. After detecting the ruins of the battlefield, the angry Shenandoah had no choice but to evacuate the area. Chapter 746. Shenandoah's 6 spaceships had just left. The battlefield ruins have attracted a lot of prying eyes. As half of the landlord, the new humans are the 3rd civilization to confirm the situation here, and they have also sensed a lot of malicious detection. These uninvited strange civilizations sent more or less reconnaissance spaceships to stay around the battlefield ruins for a while. Most of the reconnaissance spaceships left here directly after collecting data. Only 2 of the civilizations were wandering around. One was the Fujilan Empire, whose fleet was destroyed, and the other was the reconnaissance spacecraft of the Eternal Ancient Land. They seemed to be looking for something on the battlefield, and had not left here for a long time. As for the little thoughts of the Fujilan Empire and the Eternal Ancient Land, the new humans chose to wait and see, and quietly scouted the ruins of the battlefield. As time passed, the extremely dark holes and cracks were also shrinking little by little. This was obviously the self-repair mechanism of the 4-dimensional spacetime working. The 3rd base of the new human race. The 3rd headquarters of the Ghost Service. Such a big thing happened, Dai Beha came to report the situation in person. Deputy Director Liu, the above is the current investigation situation. This time, in the battle between the Tingling Empire and the strange civilization, Liu Yaohua had a relative understanding of the strength of this strange civilization. In a series of evaluation reports, although the opponent could suppress the Tingling Empire, the technological level was not much higher than that of the Tingling people. The technological level of the strange civilization, Shenandoah, is probably the best among the advanced 4-dimensional civilizations. In fact, this situation is also expected. If the civilization is a higher level existence, then the Fujilan people would not dare to touch the other party's things even if they had 100 courage. Moreover, in the final fierce battle, although the Fujilan people failed, the new humans discovered something. For example, the appearance of the void should be a threat to the strange civilization. Beha, your next task is to focus on the battlefield ruins and collect as much data as possible on the scene for me. Yes. Dai Beha replied hurriedly. The Ghost Special Service and the Science and Technology Commission cooperated to conduct in-depth research on the data of the battlefield ruins, hoping to find something from it. If the corresponding weapons can be developed based on the principle of void generation, it may become a killer weapon. Dai Beha went all out and mobilized a large number of detectors and reconnaissance spacecraft, risking the possibility of being destroyed by the Fujilan Empire and the Eternal Ancient Land, to collect data from the area. Time flies, and 37 years have passed since the war. The holes and cracks in that battlefield are shrinking rapidly. Compared with the previous maximum size, there is only less than 1/3 left. It is estimated that in 100 years, the ruins of this battlefield will be repaired and turned into a normal 4-dimensional spacetime. Around this area, the chaotic dimensional rules are becoming more and more stable, and the broken timeline is quickly restored and reborn. The reconnaissance spacecraft of the Fujilan Empire also discovered the uninvited Eternal Ancient Land and the sneaky new humans. Knowing that there was no way to completely block the Fujilan people here, they chose to turn a blind eye and do their own thing around. As long as the new humans did not take the initiative to cause trouble, the other party did not want to cause trouble. Under the calm surface, the Ghost Special Service also tried to keep a low profile. Until an alarm sounded, Dai Beha had to take time out of his busy schedule to deal with this emergency. Did you find a strange item in the Rihong timeline? The ghost agent in charge of reporting explained to him. Yes, the item fell from the void, and this is the detailed information collected by the nearby detector. Dai Beha was browsing the intelligence content when he was suddenly stunned and picked out a paragraph. Wait, are there similar space-time fluctuations in the 283 battlefield? The ghost agent nodded. At first, we didn't notice this situation until the data analysis process. we found that some space-time fluctuations were highly overlapped with the space-time fluctuations in the 283 battlefield. Dai Beha was thoughtful, and quickly browsed through all the content, and finally stopped his attention on the analysis of the strange items. This is an irregular object with a size of 572 to 2,364 meters. From the structure above, there are traces of artificial synthesis, but the whole is not complete. It should be the remains of some kind of mechanical parts. Could this be? His expression moved, and a guess emerged in his mind, and then he ordered his deputy, Willing. Yes, please give me the order, team leader. Dai Beha immediately ordered. You immediately take the personnel to take over the object just found, activate the highest level of protection, and isolate all internal and external signals. Understood. By the way, the placement area is set in the Care Timeline cluster on the other side. The Care Timeline cluster is one of the new human monitoring areas farthest from the battlefield, and it is also far away from the third base. Since Dai Beha suspected that this item might be related to the battle between Tingling and Shenantu, he naturally needed to be extremely cautious. He didn't want the Tingling Empire to find out, and he also didn't want to provoke the Shenantu civilization. For this sudden unexpected harvest, the new humans were obviously confused. If it was really something related to the war, it could only be said that they were extremely lucky. Following Dai Beha's instructions, Gon Xian did not dare to delay for a moment, and hurriedly took 20 ghost agents to communicate with the Science and Technology Commission. A series of isolation and concealment technologies were used to wrap and protect the item, and then it was secretly transported away without stopping. After nearly 19 years of full efforts, the escort fleet finally arrived at the distant Kale Timeline cluster. The Ghost Special Service and the Science and Technology Commission had already secretly established a scientific research base in the area to house this item. After delivering the item here, Gon Xian was slightly relieved. After receiving the item, the scientists who had been eager to get started came over one after another to study this strange item. In the preliminary scan, the interior of the item was mainly composed of 15 parts, of which only 3 parts were relatively complete, and the rest were obviously incomplete. The materials that made up these parts included 34 special time crystals, 25 time rings, and 67 unknown materials. Just a preliminary scan revealed so many things, making the scientists involved in the research excited. However, considering the source of this thing, there may be some unknown dangers, so the scientists were relatively cautious and conservative during the research process. They did not choose to dissect and divide the research items right away. At the same time when the new humans were making a fortune in silence. The Shenantu civilization, which was tricked by the Fujilan people, was furious even though they prevented the other party from obtaining the item. Soon, the Shenantu civilization mobilized a large number of warships to hunt down the Tingling people throughout the universe. The Tingling spaceship that was previously detected in the battlefield ruins was also directly annihilated in the void. For a time, countless battles broke out in the Tingling area, and the furious Shenantu people left ruins along the way. Many spaceships or bases of other civilizations were also affected. Chapter 747. The fierce revenge of Shenantu caused a lot of losses to the Tingling Empire. The new humans were also paying close attention to this matter. Recently, hundreds of new humans reconnaissance spacecraft were destroyed by Shenantu people. In order to avoid problems in the 3 bases, the Ghost Special Service and the War Committee did not take it lightly. As long as Shenantu spacecraft appeared around and entered the cordon, the new humans would choose to retreat. The busy ghost agents controlled the reconnaissance spacecraft and conducted stealth reconnaissance throughout the universe. Jiang Haitang, who had successfully returned before, returned to the previous working group. The task of their group changed from station intelligence to reconnaissance intelligence. Through projection, his team drove a new type of reconnaissance spacecraft, secretly and cautiously sailing in the 4-dimensional spacetime. Team leader, the headquarters just sent a notice that a wandering fleet of Tingling people was found in the 280-time forest area. Deputy Team Leader Zhang Kaixian reported. 280-time forest area. Jiang Haitang took a look at the virtual map and found that it was quite close to their location. Is there any predicted route of the other party's route? Yes, I will import it right away. Zhang Kaixian then imported some predicted routes into the virtual map. The calm Jiang Haitang found the predicted route of the other party. If they continue to move forward, the two sides might meet in half a month, with a probability of up to 64.39%. In the current situation, the Shenantu people are looking for trouble with the Tingling people all over the universe, and he doesn't want to encounter the Tingling people. Modify the route to avoid the other party. Yes, replan the route immediately. Route planning is completed. Start adjusting the flight direction. The reconnaissance spacecraft adjusted its direction and hid in a timeline, carefully alerting its surroundings. At the same time, at the edge of the 280-time forest area, a fleet of 60 ring-shaped spacecraft was sneaking around. If it weren't for the Ghost Service's preference for passive alarms, it would be difficult to detect the other party. In fact, the Ghost Service is now more and more satisfied with the effect of passive alarms. Although this thing is anchored at one point, its sensing range is also very limited. But this thing has some very good advantages. It is easy to produce, and can be built anytime and anywhere using the resources of the timeline. It has a good anti-reconnaissance effect because it does not emit detection beams, and is not easily detected by active or passive reconnaissance. In terms of reconnaissance technology, the new humans are currently not as good as the old advanced four-dimensional civilizations such as the Fujian Empire. Since the quality cannot catch up, the quantity can make up for it. Through large-scale and dense deployment, the Ghost Special Service and the War Commission jointly established a powerful monitoring network, which is expanding over time. This is also why the Fujian people were easily exposed, and although the Shenandoah people had more advanced technology, they were always closely watched by the ghosts. After all, with the passive alarm spread all over the place, even if an area was destroyed, the ghosts could use the nearby hidden detectors and reconnaissance spacecraft to quickly fill it again. This disgusting tactic has made the Shenandoah people too lazy to pay attention to these alarms. It is precisely with this monitoring network that the new humans have accurately locked on to many foreign civilizations and avoided the exposure of their bases. In addition to warning of foreign civilizations, it is also very useful for collecting intelligence. The sneaky Fujian fleet is also deploying passive alarms at this time. Obviously, the recent attacks by the Shenandoah people have made them feel very passive. Although the new humans' method looks very rustic, it is very practical. For the Fujian Empire, whose detection technology is not as good as that of the Shenandoah people, it is definitely a good way to narrow the gap. Even the high-ranking Fujian people can't escape the law of Jingzi Yinxiang. After deploying a large number of passive alarms, the frequency of the Shenandoah people's raids on the Tingling Empire began to show a downward trend. You can determine the opponent's position. Even if you can't defeat the opponent, you can still play guerrilla warfare, and use this advantage to play hide-and-seek with the opponent. Time passed in a flash. 1,576 blue star years passed, and the Tingling people, who deployed a large number of passive alarms, seemed to have disappeared in the eyes of the Shenandoah people. The four-dimensional space-time around the new human civilization also began to return to peace. Before that, Jiang Haitong's team was collecting intelligence. The spy ship had already arrived at a very distant area. If it weren't for the latest resonance communication technology, their reconnaissance ship would not be able to remotely control such a long distance. The bizarre timeline seemed to be unchanging, yet ever-changing. This day, the reconnaissance ship that had just passed through a time chaos area suddenly sounded a rapid alarm. What happened? Jiang Haitang asked hurriedly. Zhang Kaixian glanced at the detection data and his eyes fixed. The flow of time around is a bit abnormal, about 17.36 times faster than the normal area. Start the time flow offset system immediately. It has been started. Jiang Haitang was relieved, but he did not stop. Kaixian launched the detector and alarm to collect specific information in the area. Understood. In the cockpit, the projections of Jiang Haitang and the other four continued to control the reconnaissance spacecraft and sneak forward. Due to uncertainty about the situation ahead, they reduced their flight speed, maintaining only about one-third of the speed. As the spacecraft continued to move forward, the situation became increasingly worse. After 24 days, the time flow rate in the area where the reconnaissance spacecraft was located had soared to 57,391 times. Under this time flow rate, if a normal primary civilization creature was thrown here, it might die in less than a day. The reconnaissance spacecraft was also forced to stop moving forward. Zhang Kaixian reported helplessly. The time velocity offset system has reached a critical point. Looking at the virtual map, Jiang Haitang immediately ordered, use local materials to build a batch of special detectors, and continue to detect forward. Okay. Another ghost agent immediately extracted a large amount of raw materials from the surrounding timeline and began to build detectors. In order to resist the ultra-high flow rate of time, these detectors must load the time velocity resistance system to reduce some problems. Of course, since the time flow rate in this area is already very high, even if the resistance system is loaded, it will still be affected. Faced with this problem, Jiang Haitong's team is powerless, and can only make do with it. Kaixian, what did the Science and Technology Commission say? Team leader, the Science and Technology Commission has looked at our data, and has not yet given an accurate explanation. Jiang Haitang rubbed his temple in distress. The time of the four-dimensional space-time environment is almost the same in most areas. However, there are some areas where the flow rate of time is different. However, the situation encountered by Jiang Haitang's team is the first time that the new humans have discovered such an extreme high flow rate of time. The difference in the flow rate of time has always been a difficult problem, and there is still no complete law. A few days later, the newly built special detector was put into use and sent forward to continue exploring. Sure enough, the situation ahead showed that the flow rate of time was increasing little by little. After less than 3 days of detection, some detectors had lost contact, and the remaining detectors were also wiped out in the next 10 hours. Chapter 748. Unwilling to give up, Jiang Haitang launched the second batch of detectors forward to continue detecting the situation ahead. In order to study the problems in this area, he controlled the reconnaissance spacecraft and retreated to an area where the time flow rate was less than 10,000 times. An observatory base was established in this area. This observatory base is hidden inside a timeline cluster. Team leader, the Science and Technology Commission has agreed to send a group of relevant researchers here in the near future. Okay, I understand. Jiang Haitang was still staring at the virtual map in front of him, thinking about how to investigate here. After looking at the virtual map for a while, he instructed another ghost agent, Haiping, prepare a batch of detectors and detect in other directions. I want to know the time flow rate in these areas. Wang Haiping, who is responsible for dispatching the detectors, projected thousands of detectors in all directions on the console. And Jiang Haitang was not idle either. He quickly controlled the virtual system, recopied a virtual map model, and imported the data detected by those detectors into this model one by one. 4 days later, the first batch of researchers supported by the Science and Technology Commission, a total of 75 related researchers, were projected into the observatory base. And there were many new discoveries in Jiang Haitang's data model. Among the researchers who just came, the leader was Li Jianfeng, a senior researcher in the field of time. Huh? Is this the new discovery of team leader Jiang? Li Jianfeng looked at the data model with interest, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was unusual. Jiang Haitang turned around. Researcher Li, look at these data, the detectors that detected from top to bottom, and left to right found that the time flow rate in these areas is almost the same as here. After thinking for a while, Li Jianfeng made 2 requests. I need more data, and I also want to know the scope of this time velocity layer. I will investigate as soon as possible. Jiang Haitang agreed. In fact, he also wanted to know the data. Jiang Haitang and Li Jianfeng split up. One was immersed in the ocean of data, hoping to extract some useful information from it. The other contacted the headquarters of the Go Service, hoping that the headquarters could dispatch more personnel. The Go Service headquarters, considering that this high-speed time zone is the first time that the new humans have discovered this strange area, sent 30 more ghost agents here. With the support of so many new forces, Jiang Haitang increased the scope and number of detection. As their detection range expanded, the scope of the high-speed time zone also expanded rapidly with the detection. On the virtual map model, the level of the high-speed time zone was standardized, and the scope was expanded by millions of times than before. And this range is expanding as the detection expands. The situation that seems to have no boundaries shocked Jiang Haitang, Li Jianfeng and others. The high-speed time flow area in front of everyone is like a wall, spanning in front of the new humans. This range is too huge, Zhang Kaixian said in astonishment. After calming down, Jiang Haitang calmed down. The boundary has not been detected yet, and the range is estimated to be very wide. It's incredible. As a researcher in the field of time, Li Jianfeng also became more and more interested in this. You should know that among the areas discovered so far, the internal levels of this high-velocity time zone are almost the same. Facing such a large and uniform high-velocity time zone, whether it is naturally formed or artificially created, it is a magnificent miracle. Jiang Haitang suddenly remembered something and walked to the side. By the way, Haiping, how is the new improved resistance system? Wang Haiping looked at the relevant information of the Science and Technology Commission. Team leader, the Science and Technology Commission said that it will take some time. They are trying to find a way to enhance resistance to the influence of high time velocity. Okay, if there is any news, let me know. No problem. The research at the observatory base passed day by day. And the scope of the high time velocity area is also expanding day by day. After 273 years of continuous detection, the currently known high time velocity area has expanded by a full 13.57 trillion times compared to the beginning. This range has even exceeded the monitoring range of the new humans. It can be seen from this that the range of this high-speed time flow area is so vast that it is like a wall of time, blocking the New Humans' way to the other side. This incident even alarmed the top leaders of the New Humans, asking them to pay more attention to the investigation work of Jiang Haitang and others. This wall of time was named Wall of Size. The Science and Technology Commission has also improved its technology 3 times in the research on resisting high-speed time flow. The current resistance technology can safely enter the 120,000 times time velocity area, and if you don't care about the cost, you can go deep into the 300,000 times velocity area. The bottomless time velocity growth makes Li Jianfeng and others in charge of the research field both excited and distressed. After all, the high velocity of time in the general environment will cause a lot of problems. Don't think that the New Humans can do whatever they want in the 4-dimensional spacetime just because they have converged the timeline. If the New Humans mistakenly enter this area, the terrible high velocity of time is enough to make the New Humans who enter it fall into a time trap that is difficult to extricate themselves. In this case, the timeline of the entrant is converged, and there is a time loop mechanism. The time difference between the inside and outside will make it impossible for people to accurately observe the surrounding situation. Not being able to observe the surrounding situation is like being blind, and the surrounding is dark. Even the detection system will lose its effect in this environment. Because the space-time detection wave emitted will be taken away by the surrounding high-speed time, even if it is fed back, it may not be in the original place. The reason why those detectors lost contact soon after entering was because of the disturbance of high flow rate time, which made it impossible to locate and time the information. That feeling was more terrible than being blind, as if all 5 senses were blocked and fell into eternal darkness. It was okay for the detectors, after all, they were cold machines, but for living creatures, entering such an area might make them go crazy. Perhaps creatures in advanced 4-dimensional civilizations can resist tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years of eternal darkness. But the most terrifying thing about this kind of darkness is not that it blocks the 5 senses, but that it blurs time. When a creature stays alone in one place for too long, it will trigger a time blur effect, and gradually lose the sense of the flow of time. Entering a high-flow time zone will trigger this time blur effect. Once a creature loses the concept of time, even if it is a 4-dimensional person, the consequences are unimaginable. According to relevant research by the Science and Technology Commission, once the concept of time is completely lost, the creature will die, fundamentally dead, even if it is a 4-dimensional person. In a series of biological experiments, the Science and Technology Commission found that organisms that enter the high-flow time zone will become lifelike statues after a period of time. The souls and gene sequences of organisms will be erased by time and become the most primitive substances in 4-dimensional spacetime. The New Humans who have mastered some of the rules of time are also extremely awed by time, because no matter how powerful a creature is, time can destroy it. Chapter 749. The Edge of the Wall of Size. At the observatory base hidden in the timeline cluster, Li Jianfeng and other researchers were also stumped by the situation of the Wall of Size. After thousands of years of research, the scientific detectors of the New Humans have only been safely advanced to the area of 720,000 times the time flow rate. If they do not care about the cost, they can break into the area of 1.07 million times the time flow rate. At this point, the High-Speed Time Resistance Research Institute of the Science and Technology Commission also seems to have entered a bottleneck stage. In the past 372 years, the progress of related technologies has stagnated. Li Jianfeng had expected this, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. After falling into a bottleneck period, it also affected Li Jianfeng's research. Just when a group of researchers were distressed, the ghost agents in the observatory were in a solemn atmosphere. Team leader, 3 spacecraft were found to be sailing quickly in Area 50367 of the Wall of Size. Zhang Kaixian hurriedly reported. Jiang Haitang, frowning, carefully browsed the detection data. If it was a spacecraft from another civilization, he would not have such an expression, because the direction of these 3 spacecrafts is from the Wall of Size. He instructed Zhang Kaixian, strengthen the vigilance, let the people near Area 50367 pay attention to safety, and if they find something wrong, they are allowed to retreat first. Understood. Looking at Zhang Kaixian's back, Jiang Haitang's expression did not relax at all. At the same time, in the 50367 area of the Wall of Size, 3 strange spaceships have entered the 640,000 times time velocity area. The speed of the spaceships is extremely fast, like a ray of light. The passive alarm hidden nearby, through the induction of time and space fluctuations, identified the unusual trace from countless time and space fluctuations. These detection data are fed back to the observatory base through the resonance communication system. As time passed, the three strange spaceships still did not stop, and the navigation direction was straight and fast. "Have you found a suitable civilization?" Jiang Haitang turned around and asked. The ghost agent in charge of data analysis shook his head. "No, the spacecraft style is not from a known civilization." "Is there still no reaction from the other party?" Jiang Haitang continued to ask. Zhang Kaixian also looked strange. The other party did not react, as if they did not find our alarms and detectors. Jiang Haitang and others were very confused about this situation. According to the civilizations encountered before, generally speaking, when they first noticed the existence of alarms and detectors, those civilizations would definitely react. According to the situation of these three strange spaceships, the other party can fly out from the depths of the wall of size, which proves that the technological level must be not weak. At least it is the beginning of a high-level four-dimensional civilization. This high-level four-dimensional civilization is still stronger than the new humans. In this case, there is no reason not to find the alarm and detector. But the current situation is that the three strange spaceships are indifferent to the alarm and detector of the new humans, and this reaction is illogical. Jiang Haitang, who was thinking hard, took another look at the virtual map and found that the other party had arrived at the 270,000 times time flow area. Suddenly he had a bold idea, triumph. "Yes, what's up, team leader?" Jiang Haitang ordered. "Tell the ghost agents monitoring the strange spacecraft to evacuate the nearby area." "Yes." More than 3 hours later, the ghost agents in the 50367 area of the wall of size, and the ghost agents in the 6 nearby forest areas all completed their retreat and hiding. Jiang Haitang looked at the virtual map in front of him and ordered again, "Team 3. "Yes." The exploration plan begins. Received. Through remote control, a detector appeared openly in the four-dimensional space-time, and the location where the detector appeared was exactly the forward route of the three strange ships. If the other party does not change the route, it will meet the detector head-on in 14 hours. 14 hours, under the nervous gaze of a group of ghost agents, finally passed. The situation in front of him stunned Zhang Kaixian. The three strange ships, as if they did not see the detector, directly passed by the detector. This scene made everyone present look at each other in bewilderment. Jiang Haitang said with a twinkling look in his eyes, "It seems that my guess is right in 9 out of 10 cases." Feeling that the opportunity was not to be missed, he immediately woke up. "Kaixian, prepare the capture plan and capture these three spaceships for me." "Yes." Zhang Kaixian was also very excited. After a lot of haste, they finally prepared the relevant capture plan. In the direction of the three spaceships, Jiang Haitang and his team prepared a series of deceleration nets. This was because they were worried that the sudden braking would cause problems with the spaceships, so they adopted a layered deceleration plan. When the spacecraft hit the first deceleration net, its speed dropped slightly by about 1,000th. After being blocked by thousands of deceleration nets, it finally braked after half a month and the spacecraft was completely intercepted. Then the three prepared unmanned spacecraft directly wrapped up the other party, hid directly in time and space, and quickly transferred to the designated location. For the product of this unknown civilization, the new humans were very cautious in handling it. For example, direct contact was absolutely not allowed. The transfer work went very smoothly. After a month of long journey, it finally arrived at the temporary resettlement base that was secretly prepared. The strange spaceships isolated in time and space. 3 spaceships are stored in 3 areas respectively, and they are very far apart from each other. The next task is for the ghost agents of the Ghost Service and the researchers of the Science and Technology Commission to take over this secret base through projection. Li Jianfeng, who just learned about this, stared at the spaceship with a burning gaze outside the isolation layer. "Team leader Jiang, you scared me." Jiang Haitang smiled but said nothing. The excited Li Jianfeng quickly calmed down and took a group of researchers to prepare to scan and analyze one of the spaceships. A large number of scientific research equipment were arranged around the spacecraft, scanning the surface bit by bit, and then gradually going deeper into the interior. In the spacecraft scanning model that had just been established, the scanning data was added to the model bit by bit. Due to the caution about the unknown, the scanning work was carried out very slowly, and it took 3 years to scan to 1/10 of the depth. Li Jianfeng, who received the analysis report, showed a trace of deep thought. Although the surface of the spacecraft was intact, the scanning situation was not optimistic. If the new humans hadn't captured them, the shells of the 3 spacecraft would have disintegrated into primitive matter in 375 million to 421 million years. From the observation data of the microscopic structure, Li Jianfeng found that many structures had deteriorated and aged. These situations made him further realize the horror of high-speed time. Generally speaking, in normal four-dimensional space-time, the creations of advanced four-dimensional civilizations are almost eternal, and time has almost lost its effect in front of these things. But the situation at this time made Li Jianfeng understand that it was not that time was running out, but that the upper limit of civilization's creation had increased. Once the speed of time increased significantly, the four-dimensional people and their creations would find it difficult to withstand the ravages of time. As a carrier of one dimension, the mystery of the rules of time deeply attracted the new humans and made them have to be in awe. This kind of silent cosmic power is far more terrifying than the imagination of the new humans. Chapter 750. Analysis is still going on. As the scanning work goes deeper and deeper, the true face of the interior of the strange spacecraft is gradually revealed. 15 lifelike statues appear in the scanning data. Li Jianfeng, who is very familiar with this kind of thing, naturally knows what it is. If cold machines can resist the erosion of time because they have no emotions, it is difficult for living things to resist the erosion of time. These 15 statues are naturally the remains of the four-dimensional people. Deprived of life by time, they return to the original matter of four-dimensional space-time, just waiting for someone to discover them one day. The lifelike shell may be the last trace they left in this universe. They lived brilliantly and died quietly. So what if they could converge their own timeline? They still died so aggrieved and humble. About 20,000 years passed unknowingly. Li Jianfeng and others are still studying the 3 spaceships. Through the remaining database of the spaceships, the new humans know a lot of information. These 3 spaceships come from a civilization called Ulisai. Ulisai is a Chinese transliteration name, which can also be translated as the Flag of Freedom. Therefore, the Ghost Service officially named the civilization the Flag of Freedom. The Flag of Freedom is not a civilization on the side of the new humans. They are a civilization outside the wall, that is, a civilization on the other side of the wall of size. This civilization is a loose Federation civilization, consisting of 50 sub-civilizations, and some allies, who form the marginal area. This alliance. And these 3 exploration ships were a secret operation planned by the 45th Commander-in-Chief of the Free Flag, codenamed Operation Red Essence, with the purpose of exploring a new living space. Jiang Haitang, who got this information, always felt that this scene looked familiar, and he continued to read. Due to the differences within the alliance, the marginal area is on the verge of collapse, and the Free Flag's position as the first area is also challenged by the overlords of other areas. And there are also many contradictions within the Free Flag, called Spider Clan. The power of the Black Rose movement is getting stronger and stronger. Coupled with the rampant cola pills, the banner of freedom has fallen into a huge social crisis. As the 45th Grand Commander of the Conservatives, he was unwilling to see the survival space of the Red Essence suppressed, but at the critical moment of reorganizing the parliament, he was plotted against by the Spider Clan, Black Rose, Death Boundary, and other forces, and lost his term as the 46th Grand Commander. Against this background, in order to ensure the survival space of the Red Essence, he decided to launch a counterattack and use force to keep his position. However, before he decided to launch a military reform, just in case, he sent his daughter to lead a fleet with the fire of the Red Essence to the Wall of Size. After reading this information, Jiang Haitang felt that the sense of déjà vu was simply overwhelming, and he quickly threw away the random thoughts in his mind. He didn't want to know the internal problems of the Freedom Flag. The truly valuable intelligence was the technology of the Freedom Flag and the other side of the Wall of Size. From these intelligences, Jiang Haitang found a lot of useful information. According to the navigation log of the exploration spacecraft, we can know the thickness of the Wall of Size and the situation on both sides of the Wall of Size. The thickness of the Wall of Size is about 8.63 trillion standard degrees, and the time flow rate of the central layer is about 82.3 billion times. Obviously, this terrible time flow rate is a difficult Wall of Size to cross for the current new human technology. Another piece of information is the time of the freeman's death. According to the data in the navigation log, the other party showed signs of statues at about 15.3 billion times the speed of time. The technology level of the Free Flag is obviously a little higher than that of the new humans. The other party fell at 15.3 billion times the speed of time, let alone the new humans. This information gives the new humans a reference value, which can roughly predict the tolerance of the new humans. Another important piece of information is about the attitude of the Free Flag towards the Wall of Size. The approach of the Freedom Flag conservatives is to use brute force to attack the Wall of Size, establish new colonies, and open up new living space. However, The approach of the Freedom Flag liberals is completely different from that of the conservatives. From the communication records in the navigation log, Jiang Haitang discovered that the 45th Commander-in-Chief of the conservatives failed in the action of forced reform, and suffered a tragic ending of being deserted by everyone. The successor, Bai Ding, had successfully taken over the Freedom Flag about 35.27 million Blue Star years ago. Therefore, the exploration fleet tried desperately to cross the Wall of Size and enter the other side of the Wall of Size, and the result was naturally turned into a statue. However, the information revealed made Jiang Haitang more vigilant. Because the liberals of the Free Flag were also ambitious for this side of the Wall of Size, but their methods were not as simple and crude as those of the conservatives, but more insidious and cunning. Thought radio? Jiang Haitang frowned. The practice of the liberals of the Free Flag was to transmit the edited special time and space waves to the other side of the Wall of Size through the thought radio. Once the intelligent creatures on this side of the Wall of Size receive these spacetime waves, they will be infected by the special fluctuations of the spacetime waves without knowing it. After being infected, the intelligent creatures will gradually become clones of free people, realizing the purpose of the spiritual colonization of the Freedom Flag. And this kind of spiritual colonization is silent. Even many intelligent creatures will think that this is the result of their own evolution, but they don't know the truth of the matter, and are controlled by the Freedom Flag invisibly. Those intelligent creatures infected by the thought virus are usually called Gongji within the Freedom Flag. Infecting intelligent creatures with thought viruses and transforming some of them into Gongji is a common method used by the Liberal Party of the Freedom Flag, and it is also a weapon they have used to destroy countless civilizations. Seeing this, Jiang Haitang also became alert. Although the Wall of Size seems difficult to cross, if the opponent's spacetime waves can be transmitted to this side, the new humans must be vigilant. The intelligence brought by these three spacecraft not only allows the new humans to recognize themselves, but also understand the ill intentions on the other side of the Wall of Size. He immediately sorted out the relevant information and reported the matter to Director Ming Shuyi. Soon, the senior leaders of the new humans also knew about it. The Ghost Service was busy again. Their mission was to secretly monitor the spacetime waves of the Wall of Size, to see if there were any spacetime waves carrying private goods, and to investigate the timeline clusters near the Wall of Size, to see if there were any signs of intelligent creatures being infected by thought viruses in those three-dimensional time and space. After being infected by the thought virus, it may be difficult to detect from the outside, but according to the relevant information of the three spaceships, these Gongji have an obvious feature, that is, a white core will be born in their bodies. A large number of detectors and ghost agents, checking timelines one by one, Ming Shuyi attaches great importance to this. If these Gongji really succeed in mastering a part of the Wall of Size, maybe the Wall of Size may be cracked by the Freedom Flag with the help of the inside and outside. The new human high level has begun to formulate relevant emergency response plans. If necessary, they don't mind notifying other civilizations to join forces to deal with the invasion of the Freedom Flag. Chapter 751. The investigation was led by Liu Yaohua, who was near the Wall of Size with Jiang Haitang. One was responsible for screening Gongji, and the other was investigating the time and space waves of the Wall of Size. The dense detectors and reconnaissance spacecraft, under the control of the ghost agents at various intelligence points, investigated the timelines and time nodes one by one. According to the relevant research of the Science and Technology Commission and the Ghost Service, the Free Flag thought radio station, because it did not understand the internal situation of the Wall of Size, must have emitted time and space waves of multiple bands and powers. After passing through the high-velocity time zone of the Wall of Size, how many spacetime waves can successfully reach this side is actually an unknown number. The passive alarms arranged on the outer layer of the Wall of Size are also constantly collecting spacetime wave data. Jiang Haitang was ordered to form the Outside the Wall Information Investigation Group to specifically analyze the spacetime waves transmitted from the inside of the Wall of Size. The investigation was extremely difficult. The high-velocity time of the Wall of Size is enough to kill most of the spacetime waves. It's not that the spacetime waves can't be transmitted, but after being destroyed by the high flow rate of time, those spacetime waves have been completely changed. Even if some information can be retained, it is incomplete. It is indeed a difficult problem to identify those spacetime waves, with ulterior motives in this vast sea of spacetime waves. Jiang Haitang mobilized a large number of supertime and space computers and invested in data analysis. Inside the observatory base, Jiang Haitang, who had just returned, hurriedly inspected the work of the observatory. Zhang Kaixian, who was temporarily in charge of the work here, gave him a brief report on some recent situations. Team leader, in these 12 areas, we have found signs of other four-dimensional civilizations, 5 of which are known, and the rest are discovered for the first time. Jiang Haitang looked through the details and asked, have they made any other moves? Except for the eternal ancient land, and another new civilization, other civilizations have not made any moves. Jiang Haitang muttered to himself. The eternal ancient land launched 150 spacecraft, and the new civilization established a base. He was not surprised by these situations. The new human civilization itself was a latecomer, so it was surprised by the wall of size. And most of the old four-dimensional civilizations probably knew about the wall of size, and must have explored the situation there. In the exploration work over the years, the Ghost Special Service has discovered many relics or debris, which are traces of the exploration of the wall of size by the four-dimensional civilization. After listening to Zhang Kaishuan's report, he said, Kaishian, pay more attention to the work here. I have too many things to do recently. No problem. Zhang Kaishian nodded. Jiang Haitang, who was in charge of many tasks, immediately rushed to the Freedom Spaceship Research Base. Li Jianfeng and others had recently conducted research on the 3 spaceships and analyzed a lot of information. Although the 3 Freedom spaceships had suffered unimaginable damage inside and out after being destroyed by the wall of size, the remaining things still brought a lot of gains. For example, some of the materials and technology of the Freedom flag, most of which were incomplete, but gave the new human scientists a lot of inspiration and reference. The Science and Technology Commission mobilized many scientists to participate in the research of free spacecraft, and through reverse engineering, they made up for many shortcomings of the new humans. At this stage, the new human civilization lacks some killer technologies compared to the Fujian Empire. Once 1 or 2 killer technologies are obtained, the new human civilization will be a genuine advanced four-dimensional civilization. And Jiang Haitang hurried over because Li Jianfeng and his team's new discovery required the assistance of the Ghost Special Service. Researcher Li, long time no see. Team leader Jiang, this is the test plan that I and several colleagues made, take a look. Li Jianfeng shared a file. Jiang Haitang looked through it carefully. This is a special substance that Li Jianfeng and his team found from the free spacecraft. This substance seems to be able to trigger the collapse of space and time. The collapse of space and time is similar to the suicide counterattack of the Fujian fleet back then, which can tear the timeline and create a large area of nothingness. 100 grams of disintegrating element can destroy an area with a radius of tens of billions of standard degrees? Seeing this power, Jiang Haitang was also a little surprised. Li Jianfeng explained, yes, the power of disintegration is very amazing. Its destructive mechanism is similar to the nuclear fission chain reaction in the AD era. Once it comes into contact with the ordinary timeline, it will trigger a strong chain reaction. How to stop this thing? Jiang Haitang asked worriedly. For this question, Li Jianfeng turned on the virtual display screen and called up a virtual model. This is the simulation of the destruction of disintegration that we calculated. When the spacetime collapse range reaches 24.4 billion standard degrees, due to the three-dimensional rules in the four-dimensional spacetime, it has a critical point, which will cause a layer of nothingness to form between the collapse area and the normal area. That is to say, after reaching the critical point, the appearance of the void layer will cause the disintegrator to be unable to obtain a new timeline, thus terminating the chain reaction. Li Jianfeng nodded. That's what I mean. After learning this information, Jiang Haitang felt the difficulty of the matter. The range is tens of billions of standard degrees. The test site must be at least trillions of standard degrees, and other civilization reactions must also be considered. The testing of this weapon must not be conducted near the new human control area. In addition, the reaction of other civilizations is definitely a big trouble. If it goes wrong, it may even cause misunderstandings. Researcher Li, I need to discuss it with the higher-ups. By the way, what is the attitude of the Science and Technology Commission and the War Commission? The War Commission has agreed. The Science and Technology Commission is evaluating the environmental impact, which may take 1 or 2 years. Li Jianfeng did not hide it. Jiang Haitang has roughly understood the situation. I understand. I won't bother you. For the disintegrating agent test applied by Li Jianfeng, each department has its own considerations. This kind of weapon of mass destruction must be of great concern to other civilizations. Once the disintegration element is tested, it will inevitably attract the attention of other civilizations. All possible situations need to be considered in order to reduce passivity. In the heated discussion, various preparations were carried out in an orderly manner. The development of disintegration element weapons is a technology that the new humans cannot give up. The hot topic of debate now is how to test safely and smoothly to ensure that the new human civilization will not be attacked by the masses. The task of the Ghost is to find a suitable test site as a test site for the disintegration element weapon. There are indeed not many areas that meet the requirements of long distance and are not surrounded by many advanced four-dimensional civilizations. After the disintegration element weapon was officially launched, the Ghost Special Service searched for hundreds of years before finding a barely usable site. At this time, Li Jianfeng and his team had already trial-produced tens of thousands of disintegration element bombs. The testing of the first generation of products was escorted by an unmanned spacecraft to a very distant area. 277 years later, after a long journey, the spacecraft loaded with disintegration element bombs finally arrived near the destination. Arriving near the destination does not mean that the test can be started immediately. If there are other bases or spacecrafts of advanced four-dimensional civilizations nearby, killing them by mistake would offend them. Therefore, it is necessary to send a cosmic broadcast before testing. Chapter 752. New Era 5773-3914. In the distant four-dimensional space, a clear code cosmic broadcast spread in all directions through the spacetime wave. In the surrounding timeline clusters, or the existence hidden in the spacetime, as long as the level has reached the four-dimensional civilization stage, they have received this spacetime wave one after another. The content of the spacetime wave is that the new humans will conduct a weapons experiment in this area, involving a range of about 10,000 trillion standard degrees. For a time, this incident caused a great uproar among the surrounding four-dimensional civilizations. Some weak four-dimensional civilizations immediately left the area, while some four-dimensional civilizations that thought they were strong sent reconnaissance spacecraft and detectors into the area for reconnaissance. For the surroundings of the turbulent test site, the Ghost Special Service had actually deployed dense alarms and detectors before sending out the cosmic broadcast, and every move of other civilizations was under Jiang Haitong's monitoring. For those who are not afraid of death, the new humans will not modify the plan. Since the universe has already broadcasted, if they still come up, they can only rely on their own abilities. If they want to make trouble, the new humans are not easy to bully. The experimental test came as expected. In the launch cabin of the unmanned spacecraft, a micro-missile was ejected directly. After entering the four-dimensional space-time, it immediately disappeared into the gap between time and space, bursting out at an unimaginable terrifying speed. The missile's engine entered an overloaded operating state, which is also a common solution for many civilizations, because weapons such as missiles are disposable, so there is no need to worry about the engine. It only needs to send the missile warhead to the farthest area in the shortest time, and the engine overload work usually only considers the median time and distance. Just like this micro-missile, the speed soared to more than 60 times that of conventional navigation in an instant, and the engine life can only support about 40 minutes at most. A distance of several megadegrees, it arrived at the destination in less than 40 minutes. In a distant secret base, Jiang Haitong, Li Jianfeng, and a director of the War Committee all watched the real-time monitoring data nervously. At the moment when time returned to zero, a large area on the virtual map, with yellow spots of light, disappeared piece by piece. Report, spacetime collapse detected, speed is. Report, the chain reaction of disintegration element is triggered, entering a state of disordered proliferation. Report, the target ship is infected by the chain of disintegration element. In the test site, where the disintegration element weapon was detonated, a black hole was madly expanding, and in less than 10 seconds, it engulfed the surrounding area of tens of billions of standard degrees. Even a four-dimensional creature would find it difficult to defend and dodge such a fierce and rapid attack. After the spacetime collapse range reached tens of billions of standard degrees, the collapse speed dropped slightly, but the disintegration elements that were sprayed everywhere still infected the surrounding timelines at a high speed, increasing the scope of the spacetime collapse. For this terrible phenomenon, Li Jianfeng and others in the monitoring center were inevitably worried at this time. If the calculation was wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. On the other side, among the many fearless guys, there happened to be two civilizations' reconnaissance ships within the attack range of the disintegration element weapon. One of the reconnaissance ships was directly swallowed up and annihilated in the black hole. The other reconnaissance ship, because it was still 17.3 billion standard degrees away, detected the extremely rapid collapse of space and time, and the interior of the ship was bustling. The race of this civilization has a slender body like a crystal, and the crystal colors of different colors flow in the cockpit. Quick, increase the power to the maximum power. Yes. These crystal people did not care about the spacecraft engine, and directly overloaded the engine to increase the flight speed to the extreme. Instantly, the flight speed of the spacecraft soared by nearly 100 times. It's a pity that people who drowned are often able to swim. The overly arrogant Crystal people underestimated the spread speed of the disintegration weapon. Even if they overloaded the engine at all costs, their speed was still less than 1% of the speed of spacetime collapse. In less than 3 seconds, the edge of the spacetime collapse ruthlessly swept over the reconnaissance spacecraft. No! The regretful Crystal Man captain screamed and was annihilated with the spacecraft. 17 seconds later, the spacetime collapse boundary reached the maximum limit state, and the radius of the collapse area was 24.4 billion standard degrees. On the periphery of the collapse area, there was a void layer with a thickness of 3 to 4 billion standard degrees. After reaching the limit, the spacetime collapse slowly shrank, just like the self-explosion of the Fujibayashi fleet before. Those reconnaissance ships that escaped the disaster reported the situation back to their respective civilizations, including the people of the Fujilan Empire. The Fujilan Empire also has similar weapons, but they are not as powerful as the New Human's disintegration element. The reason is the chain reaction of the disintegration element. A little bit of disintegration element can be used to leverage a large number of timeline changes. After seeing this information, the Fujilan Empire and others who had previously hunted down the New Humans all understood that the New Human civilization had successfully established a foothold. In terms of killer weapons, the New Humans at least have something to show for themselves, and can fight with other advanced four-dimensional civilizations. Under the premise that everyone is holding weapons of mass destruction, the advanced four-dimensional civilizations can only acquiesce to each other's existence. Monitoring Center. Seeing that the boundary of spacetime collapse stabilized at the limit of 24.4 billion standard degrees, Li Jianfeng and others breathed a sigh of relief. From the test data, it proves that there are no major problems in their calculations, and other minor problems can be improved slowly. Congratulations. Jiang Haitang turned around and congratulated. Li Jianfeng smiled. Haha, congratulations to you. As the spacetime collapse area slowly shrinks, researchers have also collected a lot of data and started to prepare for improvements and to create more powerful disintegrator weapons. Although the destructive range of the disintegrator alone is limited to a radius of about 24.4 billion standard degrees, researchers have other ways to expand the destructive range of disintegrator weapons. The simplest and crudest solution is to launch multiple disintegrator weapons at the same time, acting in an area. As long as the calculation is done well, even a range of several hundred trillion standard degrees can be destroyed. This plan is also the fastest and simplest, and the War Commission has already started preparing to equip it. The news of the disintegration weapon tested by the New Humans began to spread, and various four-dimensional civilizations, from near to far, gradually learned that a high-level four-dimensional civilization had risen. However, regarding this matter, the attitudes of many high-level four-dimensional civilizations were unusually silent, as if they were waiting for something. At first, the New Humans did not feel anything unusual. It was not until about 3 years after the test was over. The New Humans who realized it later found that things were not that simple. The first headquarters of the Go Service. Ming Shi looked at the information in his hand and fell into deep thought. He did not expect that there was such a secret in this four-dimensional space-time. No wonder those four-dimensional civilizations did not dare to wantonly kill the civilization of three-dimensional space-time. It turned out that there were restrictions here. In the virtual conference room, the chairman of the four committee said to Meng Shui seriously, "Shui, the highest will intends to authorize you to take full responsibility for this matter." Meng Shui agreed firmly. Yes. Chapter 753. After receiving the order from the Supreme Will, Meng Shui felt the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. He quickly arranged the internal work of the Go Service, transferred Liu Yaohua back from the Wall of Size, and asked him to temporarily preside over the overall work of the Go Service. After explaining the relevant work, Meng Shui led 100 ghost agents to form a visiting fleet and sailed to the predetermined location. The visiting fleet, which was moving at full speed, quickly flew out of the monitoring area of the New Humans and entered the unfamiliar four-dimensional spacetime. It passed the disintegration element weapon test site and followed the route of the visiting fleet according to the road signs along the way. The information of these road signs was sent by the destination. Along the way, the visiting fleet did not hide its tracks, and the four-dimensional civilizations along the way did not dare to act rashly, as they seemed to be quite afraid of the New Human civilization. Looking at the light spots that kept retreating, Meng Shui turned his head. On the virtual map, a red light spot was very far away from their fleet. According to the fleet's sailing speed at this time, it is estimated that it will take 170,000 years of full-speed sailing to reach the destination. You have to know that at this time, The technology level of the new human beings is very fast, but it still takes 170,000 years to travel. This shows how far the distance between the two is. As Meng Shi led the visiting fleet on a mission, the new human civilization also became quiet, and the surface of the surrounding four-dimensional spacetime also became calm. After obtaining the killer weapon of disintegration, the Science and Technology Commission and the War Commission jointly dispatched a fleet to return to the starting point of the new human beings, that is, the new human timeline cluster. For the new humans' move, Fujilan Empire and Eternal Ancient Land had to choose to acquiesce, but they did not evacuate. The fleets of the four civilizations are all around the new human timeline cluster. The new human fleet directly set up its base near the 2011 node, which is an area that other civilizations dare not approach. Returning to the starting point also made up for a regret of the new humans. This place is an unavoidable node in the new human civilization. On the other side, the relevant research of the Science and Technology Commission no longer has the same sense of urgency as before. Finally, we can calm down and reorganize the scientific and technological system to make the scientific and technological system of the new human beings more complete and healthy. 170,000 years is long and short. After being promoted to a high-level four-dimensional civilization, the scientific and technological level of the new human civilization has entered a period of slow development, which is also the only way for many civilizations. At the same time, in the distant four-dimensional spacetime, a fleet came to the edge of the universe and slowly anchored. Another endless wall of size appeared in front of Meng Shi and others. On this wall of size, a huge planet floated in the middle of the high-speed time zone. That planet, like an eyeball embedded in the wall of size, calmly and indifferently stared at this four-dimensional spacetime. "Director Meng, we're here." Meng Shi woke up and ordered, "Flagship, follow me. Other spacecraft stay where they are." "Yes." Meng Shi, with a serious expression, couldn't help but get nervous. After all, he had to face an unknown existence, and it was very likely to be a top civilization. How could he stay calm? At this point, he had no way out and could only bite the bullet. The flagship Tai slowly sailed towards the giant planet. There was only one route to the giant star, and other areas were terribly high-speed. 5 days later, Tai arrived at a platform on the giant star. After the spacecraft docked, there was still no reaction inside the giant star. With a nervous mood, Meng Shi and 3 ghost agents got off the spacecraft together and stepped onto the platform of the giant star. The silver-gray platform had nothing but angular blocks. Just when they were at a loss, an entrance appeared on a wall of the silver-gray platform. Meng Shi did not hesitate and floated over with 3 ghost agents. After entering the entrance, their eyes were blurred, and the space-time fluctuations around them began to ripple. Meng Shi and others, who had no resistance, were pulled into a huge space. In the middle of the huge space, a sea urchin crystal floated, emitting a faint white light. 4-dimensional creatures detected, space-time code 25365583, found the existence of the superior root legacy information. The sea urchin crystal, which was emitting a slight space-time fluctuation, seemed to pause for a moment, and then returned to normal, continuing to check the information of the new human civilization. Meng Shi and others, who were left aside, could only respond with silence. This awkward atmosphere did not last long, and the sea urchin crystal sent them a message. "As a representative of the new human civilization, I am a member of the Dimension Inspection Team, responsible for maintaining the order of this spacetime. This is the Dimension Order formulated by the Supreme Civilization Summit." A lot of information was stuffed into Meng Shi's mind. In view of the fact that the technological level of the new human civilization has reached the minimum standard of the Dimension Order, you automatically obtain the status of observers of the Supreme Civilization Summit. Please abide by the relevant regulations of the Dimension Order and maintain the stability of this spacetime. After understanding this information, Meng Shi finally understood the secrets of the four-dimensional spacetime. He wanted to ask something else, but found that he was transferred out and returned to the silver-gray platform. The adjutant was relieved when he saw Meng Shi and others return safely. After returning to the cockpit of Tai, Meng Shi immediately extracted the Dimension Order in his mind into the computer. A group of ghost agents were analyzing this regulation. After some analysis and discussion, they only knew the restrictions and penalties. There were only a few words about the Supreme Civilization Summit that established this regulation. Meng Shi looked a little distressed. There is too little information about this Supreme Civilization Summit. Although most of the regulations and restrictions of the Dimension Order are somewhat ambiguous, it is estimated that the Supreme Civilization Summit will not pay much attention to it. Treaties are actually based on strength, And vague clauses are also suitable for the Supreme Civilization Summit to adapt to changes. There are many loopholes in it, such as the regulations that cannot destroy three-dimensional civilizations at will, which have some ambiguous situations. If it is strictly enforced, it is estimated that all advanced four-dimensional civilizations, including the Fujian Empire and the Eternal Ancient Land, have violated this rule. But those advanced four-dimensional civilizations still live very comfortably. After careful study, Meng Shui found some tricks in the last part of Dimension Order. According to relevant regulations, it turns out that each observer has an exemption quota, which allows him to destroy a certain number of civilizations within a certain period without being punished. Once the exemption quota is exceeded within the time limit, the observer will be punished, or imprisoned in a certain area, or deprived of his observer status and eradicated. According to the sea urchin crystal, in this four-dimensional space, there were 11 advanced four-dimensional civilizations that were punished. Among them, 7 were imprisoned and 4 were completely destroyed. The Dimension Inspection Group affiliated to the Supreme Civilization Summit is responsible for monitoring each four-dimensional space. From the relevant information, Meng Shui also confirmed some of the intelligence of the Ghost Special Service, such as the existence of other four-dimensional space. After all, the name of the Dimension Inspection Group shows that it is an organization with a large number of people. It is impossible to set up an organization specifically for monitoring an area. Chapter 754. Meng Shui will transmit relevant information back to the mainland through the resonance communication system. Now the new humans understand the cause and effect of the matter, and why the advanced four-dimensional civilization has that kind of survival mode. After receiving the destruction quota, the various committees and the Ghost Special Service Bureau will study and discuss all aspects of it. As the temporary director of the Ghost, Liu Yaohua participated in the highest meeting. Lin Pingcheng, the rotating chairman of the service committee, spoke first. Yaohua, your mission and the war committee are the most important. Although the restrictions of the dimensional order are not strict, you must prepare for the things that need to be prepared. Don't worry, my Ghost Special Service will fully cooperate. Zhang Hong, the rotating chairman of the war committee, raised a question. According to the relevant regulations of the dimensional order, the civilizations in this area cannot enter other time and space areas without reason. What about the issue of the free flag? This is indeed a problem. Logically speaking, the other party should know this regulation. Do they dare to ignore the Dimension Inspection Team? Lin Pingcheng was surprised. Liu Yaohua, who was in charge of intelligence, was thoughtful. It is estimated that the Dimension Inspection Team does not strictly manage the wall of size, or the other party deliberately indulges. Anyway, we need to change our actions in the wall of size. Shen'an said cautiously. Liu Yaohua took out a document. I have a suggestion. Please speak. Perhaps we can inform other civilizations about the freedom flag and work together to remove the tentacles in other areas. Liu Yaohua suggested. The senior officials discussed quietly. In the provisions of Dimension Order, the four-dimensional spacetime is called the spacetime domain, and the spacetime domain where the new humans are located is called the Feikong spacetime domain. Each spacetime domain is separated by the wall of size. Usually, each spacetime domain develops independently, and it is very difficult to enter other spacetime domains through the wall of size. At least in the advanced four-dimensional civilization stage, it is very difficult to enter other spacetime domains. And if you can easily travel through the wall of size, then the level of this civilization is estimated to have surpassed the advanced four-dimensional civilization. As for how to rate the level beyond the advanced four-dimensional civilization, the new humans do not know much about it at present, and there is no accurate understanding of the level of the supreme civilization at this stage. Since the new humans are in the Feikong spacetime domain, they must be wary of other spacetime domains, and it is difficult for them to judge the behavior of the freedom flag. If the other party's behavior does not violate the dimensional order on the surface, the new humans have no way to ask the dimensional inspection team to take action. Since the other party can do this, it also means that the new humans can do the same tricks. After weighing the pros and cons, the senior executives decided to agree to Liu Yaohua's proposal. The reason for this decision is that the vast scope of the wall of size cannot be covered by the new humans alone. In this case, it is very necessary to share this information and drag other civilizations into the water. And the new humans have another consideration. If they want to resist external invasion, they can't bear it by themselves. After all, the Feikong spacetime domain is not the new human civilization. In addition, the existence of the destruction quota, the new human civilization must consider the quota. Considering all these, sharing this information becomes the best choice. The Supreme will then authorize Liu Yaohua to contact other civilizations and pass on this information. New Human Timeline Cluster. A communication wave was suddenly detected in the base of the Fujian Empire, and it was a clear text communication. "Sir, we received a clear text communication from the new human civilization." The intelligence officer in the area, Heidi, looked up. "What did they say?" The intelligence officer hurriedly reported. The new humans shared a piece of intelligence about the cosmic barrier. They said that there was an outside civilization trying to infiltrate the French space-time domain. Heidi was surprised, took the intelligence, and read it carefully, and then he fell into deep thought. The information shared was very detailed. As for the credibility of the authenticity, they needed to investigate it themselves. However, considering that the new humans communicated in plain text, I believe that most civilizations received it. In this way, the credibility is much higher. Heidi thought about it and reported the matter to the Empire, so that the Empire could have a headache. At the same time, the spread of this information in the French space-time domain has also become known to everyone over time, and most of the four-dimensional civilizations have received it. For a time, all the advanced four-dimensional civilizations conducted secret investigations on the various walls of size. After a thorough investigation, 3 of the civilizations did find some clues. Although the information from the wall of size was incomplete, this situation caused an uproar among the advanced four-dimensional civilizations. At first, they thought that the new humans were exaggerating, but now they had to believe it. After some communication, the advanced four-dimensional civilizations reached a preliminary agreement that each was responsible for monitoring a section of the wall of size, and once they found an invasion of civilization from outside the area, they would immediately alert other civilizations. Although everyone has their own ulterior motives, everyone knows that they cannot be careless in dealing with the outside world. If the civilizations in the outer zone really invade the Fekong space-time domain, all civilizations cannot stay out of it unless they surrender directly. As for the existence of the Dimension Inspection Team, all civilizations do not trust it. If the other party does not take action at that time, then it will be the end. Based on the idea that it is better to rely on oneself than on others, plus some other small thoughts, they choose to handle this matter themselves. The area that the new humans are responsible for monitoring is still the same area as before, but there are more civilizations such as the Fujian Empire around it. In addition to monitoring the wall of size, a group of civilizations also launched a large screening plan to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the entire French space-time domain. After all, there was indeed a situation where information was transmitted from the other side of the wall of size. It is unknown how long this happened. In case local intelligent creatures have been infected, it can be used to make up for the loss. The intelligence departments of various civilizations quickly launched a covert investigation and conducted a careful investigation of the areas they were responsible for. Timelines, time nodes, and the three-dimensional civilizations in them became the focus of investigation. Those three-dimensional civilizations close to the wall of size became the first targets of investigation. As time went by, about 16 trillion standard degrees away from the monitoring area of the new human civilization, a quasi-four-dimensional civilization called Gaoyuan civilization was investigated, and it was found that there were some white core people in the race of this civilization. After some time backtracking and information matching, it was confirmed that this Gaoyuan civilization was infected by the thought virus. The civilization responsible for investigating this matter did not hesitate to act. From the root, this quasi-four-dimensional civilization was wiped out, and the matter was reported to other civilizations. This made the four-dimensional civilization in the Fekong space-time domain more serious and vigilant, and increased the intensity of screening. In the following time, more and more white core people were found. For these guys infected with thought viruses, all civilizations showed no mercy. On the other side, the visiting fleet of the Dimension Inspection Team also embarked on the return voyage, flying at full speed to the mainland. Chapter 755. The center of the French space-time domain. Hundreds of dark spaceships are sneaking through the space-time. Inside the fleet's flagship, the atmosphere is solemn. The sharp-edged steel creatures communicate silently through special waves. They seem to be very anxious and very angry. Damn the new human civilization, the Lord will not let them go. One of the steel creatures emitted an angry wave. The steel creature floating on the upper layer refuted some impatient guys in a bad mood. What's the point of you being angry here? Now we have to avoid being found by the other party, otherwise we will all die. But how to escape? That is, activate that weapon. At worst, we will perish together. You cowards, the light of the Lord will surely shine on this universe. Many steel creatures were angry. Only some rational people understood the situation very well. They were just pawns of the banner of freedom, a dispensable pawn. If they were discovered or eliminated, the other party would not feel any pain. But the current situation is that the Metal Federation is in a difficult situation. When the thought virus was received, the Metal Federation did not know at first that it was arsenic wrapped in honey. After absorbing the thought virus, the Metal Federation's technological development can be said to be rapid. It took only about 1.4 billion blue star years to advance from the Great God civilization to the four-dimensional civilization. But when they completed the four-dimensional advancement, they found a problem, that is, their core had been transformed by the thought virus and became a puppet of the freedom flag. If there were no new humans to expose this matter, then relying on the strength of the Metal Federation, it could still develop secretly in the French space-time domain. Now the thought virus of the freedom flag has been directly exposed by the new humans, which has directly aroused the vigilance of a group of advanced four-dimensional civilizations, and they are investigating the existence of white core people everywhere. Once the situation of the Metal Federation is discovered by other civilizations, they will definitely be hunted down to death. What makes the Metal Federation even more embarrassed is that the Freedom Flag only gave the technology of the elementary four-dimensional civilization in the process of transmitting technology, and many technologies have very many restrictions. The Metal Federation is a half-baked elementary four-dimensional civilization. Faced with the screening like a dragnet, it is no wonder that the Metal Federation's top leaders were as if they were facing a great enemy, and quickly split up into small groups, allowing all the people in the civilization to flee. This is one of the fleeing fleets. Metalman Yami, the commander of the fleet, was silent on the upper side, listening to the endless arguments below. The sudden change made him a little overwhelmed. The old metal man on the side saw Yami in a daze, and sent a private message. "Commander, I have an idea. I don't know if I should say it." Yami seemed a little depressed. "Speak." These days, their Metal Federation has encountered an unprecedented encirclement and suppression, and more than 67% of the fleeing fleets have been annihilated by the enemy. Not long ago, the alarms they had set up nearby were cleared on a large scale. This situation showed that the enemy was approaching. The enemy was about to kill them, but they were in a mess internally. The fleet leaders were still arguing, which made Yami feel even more tired. "Commander, we can go to the Chat District." Yami was stunned, and then he became furious. "Hike, do you want us to go there and die directly?" The Chat District is an area close to a high-level four-dimensional civilization. Just now, a fleeing fleet was annihilated there. "Commander, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. That civilization just destroyed a fleeing fleet and screened that place. They will definitely relax their vigilance there." Yami was entangled. Even so, he felt that the success rate was not high. Seeing Yami's hesitation, Haika struck while the iron was hot. "Commander, are you worried about the enemies who came through the screening? In fact, this matter is not unsolvable, but..." Hearing this, Yami seemed to grab a life-saving straw and asked hurriedly, "Just what?" "It's very simple. Someone in the fleet must make a sacrifice, and stay to attract the enemy's attention." Looking at the rapidly approaching enemy on the virtual map, Yami quickly made up his mind. The fleeing fleet was divided into three, two of which were larger in number, while Yaya's flagship had only 8 ships. Without telling everyone the truth, Yaya directly ordered everyone to flee at full speed. But after they fled, he used his commander's authority to deliberately increase the space-time fluctuations and alarm density behind the other 2 fleeing fleets. The flagship he led quickly hid nearby and stopped moving forward, disguising itself as a three-dimensional civilization. The fleet of the Eternal Ancient Land, which was tracking behind, immediately discovered some abnormalities. By following the clues, after more than half a month, they locked onto the other 2 fleeing fleets and chased them at full speed. On the other side, after receiving the farewell message from the other 2 fleets, the hidden Yami fleeing fleet immediately took advantage of this rare window period and flew in the opposite direction into a searched area. Then the fleeing fleet, sneaking in time and space, secretly sailed towards the Chat District. After hiding for more than 3 months, they finally arrived at their destination, the Chat District. More than half a year ago, a fleeing fleet of the Metal Federation disappeared in this area. The Yami fleet quickly hid. If the white core in their bodies could not be transformed, they would have thought of changing their bodies long ago. It was just the restrictions of the free flag that made the Metal Federation helpless. Now they can only hide as much as possible and pray that the nearby civilization will not repeat the search. Before they knew it, thousands of blue star years had passed. The Yami fleet hidden in the Chat District has always kept a low profile, and the nearby civilization does not seem to have the idea of re-examination. And the fleeing fleet of the Metal Federation, after thousands of years of trials and tribulations, more than 99.99% of them were annihilated by other civilizations. Just when Yaya was not so nervous, a shrill alarm sounded in the communication system of the metal people. A fleet was detected, approaching rapidly the distance. Yaya, who was about to suffer from nervous breakdown, immediately floated to the side of the detection system, staring at the alarm and the red light spot on the virtual map. He painfully sent a message. Is the Supreme Lord going to abandon us? Not far from here, the visiting fleet returning from the Dimension Inspection Team was flying at full speed towards the mainland. Suddenly, many fleets appeared around. In the visiting fleet, Meng Shui saw the scene and was not too nervous, probably because they entered the core area of other civilizations. So the other party sent a fleet to monitor the visiting fleet. This civilization has recognized the new humans, and the two sides greeted each other, and the visiting fleet left. Since the visiting fleet was in the core area of other civilizations, they only maintained routine detection and did not carefully detect the surroundings. The visiting fleet that was sent out of the country and the civilization that supervised the departure of the new humans did not notice that a small insect was under their noses. In the fear of Yami and others, the visiting fleet left, and the fleet of that civilization also retreated immediately. The situation of darkness under the lamp happened just like this. Chapter 756. After passing by the Metal Federation's escape fleet in endless time and space, the visiting fleet sailed non-stop to the mainland. The years are silent, and the good times are fleeting. In the colorful timeline jungle, 12 spaceships, without any drag, on the long way home, Meng Shui and others also kept in touch with the mainland at all times. 3,792 years later, an explosion interrupted the tranquility of the fleet. On the Yunmings, the Captain Lu Shanmin, who hurried over, looked at the messy cabin and cursed angrily. "What are you doing?" But the two people who were fighting did not stop. One of the crew members involved in the fight imprisoned the other crew member, with a time and space imprisonment. Then he shouted urgently, "Captain, I don't know what happened to Chongqing, he attacked me crazily." The other three crew members, who came after hearing the news, saw that the situation was not right, and immediately took action to control both of them. The crew member who spoke was very cooperative, but the other crew member named Yi Chongqing behaved abnormally, struggling hideously like a machine out of control. Lu Shanmin, frowning, activated the captain's special authority, and used the spacecraft's equipment to suppress Yi Chongqing. However, Yi Chongqing, who was locked, did not stop struggling. Instead, his expression became more and more manic. Even the three-layer gene lock was somewhat difficult to restrict him. "Huaying, tell me the details of the situation at that time." Another party involved, Lu Huaying, hurriedly explained, "Captain, Chongqing and I went to eat together after get off work yesterday, and then came to the virtual entertainment cabin. We each chose a virtual cabin." While listening, Lu Shanmin called up the internal monitoring system of the spacecraft. Lu Huaying continued, "About 7 hours later, an alarm sounded in my virtual cabin. When I came out, I found that Chongqing looked strange, and then he went crazy and attacked me. The internal records were called up, and found that Lu Huaying did not hide anything." Looking at Yi Chongqing, who was struggling, Lu Shanmin immediately ordered, "Forced to check Yi Chongqing's physical condition." "Yes." "Huaying, you enter the isolation cabin." Lu Huaying, who knew the internal rules of Ghost, nodded and entered the isolation cabin of the spacecraft. As a close contact, he must be investigated and isolated. After arranging these two things, Lu Shanmin quickly reported the matter to Meng Shui. In the virtual conference room, Meng Shui and the other 11 captains listened to Lu Shanmin's report. If there were no detailed process, they might have thought that Lu Shanmin was joking. After all, the new humans are four-dimensional people, super creatures with highly evolved life levels, and it is simply a fantasy that they can lose control. "What's the situation now? Have you found out the cause?" Meng Shui asked directly. Lu Shanmin shook his head. "I'm very sorry, there is no conclusion yet. Yi Chongqing's body and genes have not changed, and the relevant soul sequence is also very stable." "Then why did he go crazy?" "It's simply inexplicable. There must be a cause and an effect. There must be some unknown reason." The captains also discussed it, but no one had a reasonable explanation, and there was only one sample of Yi Chongqing, so it was really difficult to find out the cause in a short period of time. Just when Meng Shui and others were at a loss in the virtual conference room, on the daunting lake of the visiting fleet, a fierce explosion and space-time fluctuation suddenly broke out, and a large hole was torn in one side of the cabin of the spacecraft. The captain of the daunting lake, who was in a meeting, suddenly froze, and then said with a gloomy face, "Director Meng, the situation has changed. A crew member on my spacecraft has lost control and gone crazy. Now the spacecraft has been torn open." Even the most slow-witted people felt something was wrong at this time. Ming Shi immediately ordered, "Everyone, enter the first level of alert, check everyone's physical condition and the interior of the spacecraft." Yes. With the appearance of the second person out of control, the visiting fleet paid great attention to it, and began to test everyone's body and investigate the interior of the spacecraft. The two out-of-control people were also suppressed. Ming Shi did not dare to be careless about this strange situation. While stabilizing the fleet, he returned to the mainland to communicate and ask if there were similar situations in the mainland. If you don't ask, you won't know. If you ask, you will be shocked. Starting 2 days ago, various places in the mainland have reported 18 similar situations one after another, all of which were suddenly out of control and madly attacking the surroundings. The situation of these 18 out-of-control people is exactly the same as that of the visiting fleet. They all lost control inexplicably without any specific reason. However, the local Ghost Special Service also sent a detailed intelligence, which mentioned a piece of information, that is, the out-of-control people usually wake up by themselves within a certain period of time. This certain period of time is about 5 to 8 hours. At present, a special task force has been set up within the new human race to investigate this matter. After reading this intelligence, Ming Shi fell into deep thought. If it was just their visit to the fleet, then it could be suspected that someone had done something dirty during the voyage. But even in the mainland, 108,000 miles away, there were people who lost control with the same symptoms in almost the same time period, so the severity of the problem is not that simple. If it was just a visit to the fleet, the incident would be a local problem. Judging from the current situation, the level of the incident has to be upgraded to the level of the French spacetime domain. After more than 5 hours, the first person who lost control, Yi Changqing, finally woke up from the loss of control. Ming Shi and Lu Xiaomin were projected outside the isolation cabin, and 3 technical ghost agents were asking Yi Changqing some questions and carefully examining his body. "What's the situation?" Lu Xiaomin asked worriedly. The ghost agent in charge of the questioning explained some of Yi Changqing's situations to the 2 people one by one. According to the content of the questioning and the test report, Yi Changqing had no idea that he had lost control and gone crazy. He thought he just took a nap. Browsing Yi Changqing's memories during the period of losing control also confirmed this statement. Ming Shi and Lu Xiaomin looked at each other, and both saw the solemnity in each other's eyes, puzzled. A highly evolved 4-dimensional person could actually lose control of his body, and he had no memory of the period when he lost control, which overturned some of their cognition. About an hour and a half later, another person who lost control also woke up from the loss of control. He was in the same situation and lost his memory of the period when he lost control. As time went on, the number of people who suddenly lost control within the new human race increased rapidly, and it showed a trend of increasing day by day. The Ghost Special Service, the Science and Technology Commission, the War Commission and other departments held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with this strange situation. Faced with the sudden strange incident, the Science and Technology Commission has been conducting continuous research, but there is still no sign of results in the short term. The Ghost Service is also investigating the origin of the out-of-control person. At the same time, in this Feikong spacetime domain, this strange situation has occurred in various 4-dimensional civilizations. Many people have lost control inexplicably, and then attacked madly. For a time, various civilizations were suppressing the out-of-control people, investigating the reasons, and blocking the news from the outside to avoid being discovered by external enemies. A surging undercurrent is brewing in the Feikong spacetime domain. Chapter 757. The internal problems of each civilization made them flustered for a while, and they also neglected the investigation and pursuit of the White Core people. The view returned to the visiting fleet. Faced with the increasingly serious situation, Ming Shi had to stop the fleet from sailing and temporarily anchor in a cluster of timelines. Everyone was highly alert, and if their companions showed signs of losing control, they would immediately take control. In order to suppress the out-of-control person, they installed a special controller on their bodies. Once the body showed signs of losing control, the controller would automatically limit the out-of-control person's actions. With this series of arrangements, the previous chaotic situation was relieved a lot. However, this solution that only treats the symptoms, but not the root cause, still cannot alleviate the worries within the new human race. Even Ming Shi himself lost control once. No one wants to be in such a situation where he cannot help himself and cannot understand himself. Now he can only put his hope on the Science and Technology Commission, hoping that they can solve this strange situation as soon as possible. In a blink of an eye, 173 years of environmental time slipped away in the new human society. During this period, The Science and Technology Commission's research on the out-of-control disease has been in a state of being unable to enter, and the frequency of out-of-control people has also skyrocketed. Faced with this dilemma, troubles within the new human civilization have also followed. In order to ensure the safety of each branch, it is necessary to shrink the control area to further prevent information leakage. However, the Ghost Special Service has discovered that other civilizations have also made unusual movements while monitoring the spacecraft and detectors of other civilizations. Moreover, the other party's actions are similar to those of the new humans, and they are also shrinking the control area and strengthening the surrounding monitoring. It can be seen that the situation of other civilizations is probably the same as that of the new humans, and some people inside are also infected with the out-of-control disease. In this regard, the senior leaders of the new humans are also relieved. After all, everyone has been infected, at least the external environment will not deteriorate further. The Science and Technology Commission has almost stopped most projects and put all researchers into the research of out-of-control diseases, trying to crack the secrets as soon as possible. The Dabishan Time Forest area in the new human control area. In a secret base hidden here, a group of researchers are busy. Even Huang Mingzhi, a veteran who did not participate in the arrangements of the Science and Technology Commission, is studying the out-of-control disease. In the special laboratory, 12 out-of-control people who had just lost control were imprisoned in the experimental cabin, surrounded by various instruments and equipment, and these out-of-control people were continuously scanned. The data detected by the scan was displayed on the virtual display screen. Huang Mingzhi calmly flipped through it, trying to find some abnormalities. However, these data were very normal, so normal that it was unbelievable. Obviously, the out-of-control person's body was abnormal, but all the test data showed no abnormalities. This kind of normality was the biggest abnormality. Huang Mingzhi was thinking hard when he was suddenly patted on the shoulder. Mingzhi. It turned out to be Wei Feng and Duan Zongfeng who came from another scientific research base. Long time no see. Do you have any clues? Wei Feng spread his hands helplessly. Let alone clues. There is not even a direction, so I came to you to communicate. Duan Zongfeng on the side also had a helpless expression. It's the same here. All the test data are normal. There is nothing abnormal. But these people are out of control. Huang Mingzhi said, as he pulled up a bunch of experimental reports. During the discussion, the three of them exchanged ideas with each other, hoping to spark new ideas. However, there was no real conclusion in a series of research directions, and they had no idea where to start if they wanted to understand the details of the disease. After more than 2 hours of communication, the three people felt that they had gained nothing and returned to the laboratory again. In this empty laboratory, only Huang Mingzhi, who was alone, and some researchers who were working hard were left, and everyone felt a little depressed. Suddenly, in the laboratory, a researcher's body twitched as if he had epilepsy, and then the controller installed on his body was automatically activated, and the researcher was controlled. For this situation, everyone was already used to it. They watched the security personnel quickly take the out-of-control researcher away, and the laboratory fell into silence again. Huang Mingzhi stared at the experimental cabin in front of him, his eyes through layers of barriers, and stayed on a person who was out of control. Suddenly he frowned and fell into deep thought again. Billions of thoughts flashed through his mind. Since there was no problem inside the body of the person who lost control, where would the problem come from? Could it be an external problem? But if it was an external problem, then almost the entire Feikong spacetime domain had a problem, and a small part of the rules of the entire spacetime domain could be changed. This was not something that ordinary civilizations could do. After ruling out all the impossibilities, the only thing left was the answer, no matter how ridiculous the answer was. Huang Mingzhi immediately ordered the researchers to conduct a careful analysis of the surrounding spacetime to see if there was a problem with the recent spacetime rules. Although they did not understand Huang Mingzhi's intention, the researchers still acted quickly and used sophisticated instruments to conduct a detailed exploration of the spacetime rules around them. This exploration lasted for more than half a month. As a large amount of data was collected, Huang Mingzhi's expression became more and more serious, because he found that there were indeed problems in these data. Worried that it was a local exploration and might not be comprehensive, he quickly reported to the Science and Technology Commission headquarters and asked the Science and Technology Commission to organize a team to conduct a comprehensive exploration of the spacetime rules around the new human control area. After receiving Huang Mingzhi's report, the Science and Technology Commission headquarters was also very surprised and immediately organized a team to carry out comprehensive exploration. With the full support of the Science and Technology Commission, the exploration work lasted for more than half a year, and finally completed the preliminary data integration. Huang Mingzhi, who got these data, finally confirmed his discovery. In the new human control area, the rules of time and space have recently undergone a mutation, and 3 tiny constants have slight differences from the previous detection data. Don't look at this little change. For any dimension, the basic rules are a matter of domino effect. A change of 1/1000th of a physical constant can turn the entire universe upside down. Now there are 3 constants that have changed slightly. Huang Mingzhi suspects that this may be directly related to the emergence of the out-of-control disease. Otherwise, there is no reason for such a coincidence. The Science and Technology Commission immediately paid attention to Huang Mingzhi's discovery and began to study the connection between the slight changes of these 3 constants and the out-of-control disease. Compared with the previous state of headless flies, the researchers who found the right direction soon discovered the relationship between the two. Through experiments, the 3 constants were repaired in a small area. Once the out-of-control personnel entered this area, the out-of-control state immediately returned to normal. This situation directly proved the connection between the two. In the subsequent research, more and more secrets were discovered by researchers, including the specific impact of the changes in these 3 constants on 4-dimensional creatures, as well as the possible human manipulation behind it. Researchers including Huang Mingzhi made it clear that this was a human change. This incident aroused the vigilance of the new humans. This time, it was a disease of loss of control, which was not serious. If the other party modifies the constants more significantly next time, can the new humans cope with it? Chapter 758. Visiting fleet in the distance. Meng Shuyi organized the ghost agents and conducted a comprehensive exploration of the surrounding space-time rules. The data obtained was exactly the same as that of the mainland, which further proved that the scope of the constant anomaly has spread throughout the French space-time. The Ghost Special Service headquarters also conducted a secret investigation of the situation in other areas, which also confirmed the scope of the constant anomaly. After understanding the cause of the out-of-control disease, the Science and Technology Commission quickly came up with a solution based on the anomalies of the 3 constants. Since the rules of the external environment have changed, the scientists' plan is also very simple, that is, to create a local small environment to isolate the new humans from the large environment. Although this plan only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, it is the fastest solution and can temporarily alleviate the internal problems of the new humans. Various types of small environment systems were designed by researchers, and then the Industrial Department under the Service Commission uniformly arranged the installation of various branches, bases, and spacecraft. In less than half a month, the outbreak of the out-of-control disease within the new humans was finally suppressed. The Human Gene Research Institute of the Science and Technology Commission. Fang Ge was discussing some issues with his teacher Huang Mingzhi. "Teacher, we need to pay attention to this out-of-control disease." Huang Mingzhi looked at the gene map in front of him and pondered for a moment. This out-of-control disease incident should indeed be reflected and alerted. I think the future genetic evolution route should take the direction of high-speed adaptation. High-speed adaptation? Teacher means to take the route of biological civilization. Fang Ge said thoughtfully. Huang Mingzhi said with emotion, "Dimensions and life are all in a dynamic change. Before we reach the top, we need to be cautious." That's true. If we can't adapt quickly, the consequences may be very serious. Huang Mingzhi's words were filled with a hint of worry. Fang Ge understood this worry. This out-of-control disease incident was a very good example. If the constant modified by the other party was not a slight impact, but a modification of the extinction universe, the new humans might be completely destroyed by the other party before they could react. This possibility is very high. Good luck for a while does not mean everything will go smoothly forever. Then what good suggestions do you have, teacher? Huang Mingzhi thought for a while. A small suggestion: readjust the gene sequence of the new human beings into 3 parts. 3 parts? Fang Ge was a little curious. Huang Mingzhi explained, the reason why it is divided into 3 parts is because it involves the balance between stability and adaptation, as well as the design of file loading. Now Fang Ge understood, and knew the inner reason behind Huang Mingzhi's suggestion. The new human civilization is a comprehensive technological civilization, not a simple biological civilization, so it must ensure a balance between stability and adaptation. Specifically, the gene sequence is divided into 3 parts: basic genes, usually unchanged, adaptive genes, highly active, and original genes, read and backup. The main operating mechanism of this design idea is as follows. The adaptive gene is always in a highly active state, and is extremely sensitive to changes in external rules. Once there is any disturbance, it will change with the changes in external rules, with survival as the first principle. The basic gene is the basic plate in the human gene sequence. which is used to maintain the human self and most of the soul. This part of the gene absorbs the benign mutation of the adaptive gene to avoid evolving too fast and causing the loss of self. The final primitive gene, the meaning of this part, is a backup means. It is like a computer system. Sometimes the system updates the patch. It seems that this patch is good, but only after the patch is updated, we will know whether it is suitable. Once it is not suitable, if the problem is very serious, the final solution is to reinstall the system and reactivate the original version of the system. After discussing with Huang Mingzhi for a long time, Fang Ge, who felt enlightened, began to prepare for a new round of improvements in human genes. This is also the only way to solve the out-of-control disease and other constant abnormalities that may appear in the future. A new gene framework must be developed. The development of a new gene framework is the fundamental solution to the problem. After all, the small environment solution is only a temporary solution that only treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. There are many shortcomings and hidden dangers that cannot be ignored. The new humans who plan ahead are not the kind of old-fashioned civilization. Only continuous progress can truly survive. Standing still is a disaster for any civilization. With a development path, the research progress of the Human Gene Research Institute is quite fast. After all, the new human civilization can learn from the biological civilization. Although it is difficult for a pure biological civilization to be promoted to the fourth dimension, it exists in large numbers in the three-dimensional space and time. Although these biological civilizations are three-dimensional civilizations, they do not represent their development path and have no meaning for reference. On the contrary, any civilization has its merits. As long as you dig deeper, you can find some shining points. Extracting the technology of hundreds of biological civilizations, especially their framework design of genes, has given Fang Ge and others a lot of new ideas. After repeated adjustments, the gene sequence of the new humans has become orderly from the previous wild growth. The original gene part is the first completed gene sequence, which is a first-generation backup. This original gene will continue to be improved over time, but this part of the gene sequence is usually the most mature and safest gene sequence for new humans. It took 5,472 years to complete the design and optimization of this part. Affected by the out-of-control disease incident, the Fekong spacetime domain has fallen into a strange calm for thousands of years. However, those advanced four-dimensional civilizations are not vegetarians. Many civilizations have reacted and initially got rid of the influence of the out-of-control disease. These civilizations that have escaped the influence, like the new humans, have stepped up their investigations into the matter. In the turbulent Fekong space-time domain, this strange calm lasted for 270,000 years. During this period, within the new human civilization, after a lot of effort, the new generation of gene sequences finally came up with the initial version. At present, Fang Ge and others are conducting actual tests, and it will take at least a few thousand years of small-scale testing before large-scale promotion. In a secret base, the genes of the 10 new humans who participated in the experiment were transformed into a new generation of gene sequences, and then they left the microenvironment system and entered the macroenvironment. At first, they didn't feel anything, but soon something went wrong. One of the participants suddenly broke out of control. Looking at the control participants, Fang Ge was still a little disappointed. This was somewhat different from the effect she expected. After more than 3 years of adapting to the macroenvironment, the adaptive genes in this group of experimental participants finally adapted to the 3 constant anomalies. But this time, in Fang Ge's opinion, was not up to standard. It takes more than 3 years to adapt to the slight changes in the 3 constants. If the enemy changes the constants drastically, the new humans may not have time to adapt, and will be eliminated by the rules. This adaptation time is still too long. Chapter 759. Since Meng Shiyi's visiting fleet was still on the way back to the mainland, Liu Yaohua was promoted to the official director of the Ghost Special Service. After all, he had been in charge of the Ghost Special Service for hundreds of thousands of years, and Meng Shiyi also recommended him, so Liu Yaohua took office smoothly. In fact, this position is definitely a tough job within the new human race. Not only are there many things to do, but also various emergencies must be dealt with. The mental pressure is not something that ordinary people can bear. As soon as he took office, Liu Yaohua pointed the finger at the mastermind behind the timeout disease. Based on the secret investigations over the years, Ghost still found some clues. Judging from the time when the out-of-control disease incident occurred, this incident and another incident, that is, the large-scale screening plan, have a link between the upper and lower parts. At that time, it was the peak of the large-scale screening plan, and it was almost time to thoroughly investigate the entire Fekong space-time domain and completely eradicate the White Core people. At this critical moment, the out-of-control disease spread throughout the Fekong space-time domain, causing all four-dimensional civilizations to be in a panic, and many civilizations therefore shrunk their control areas. The large-scale screening plan is basically in a state of existence in name only, and many tasks have been abandoned halfway. Liu Yaohua suspected that it was those White Core people who were behind the scenes, causing large-scale chaos, and took the opportunity to hide and avoid being hunted down by various civilizations. Although there is no evidence, this is a cosmic jungle, and the formulation of all rules is determined by the size of the fist. As long as it is confirmed that the other party has a motive, the new humans can take action directly, without any solid evidence. Soon, Liu Yaohua and a group of intelligence officers from high-level four-dimensional civilizations exchanged intelligence. Many intelligence officers from other civilizations also suspected the White Core people, and they agreed to restart the screening plan. For those White Core people who were hiding, they would be rooted out. The Yami fleet escaped. After hundreds of thousands of years of recuperation, the fleet was expanded from 8 to tens of thousands, and a large number of metal people were cloned to make up for the lost population. In this timeline, they have been developing in a low-key manner for so long, and they have always been cautious. Even if they knew that those civilizations were affected by the out-of-control disease, Yami did not dare to go out. It was this cautious attitude that allowed them to survive with difficulty. But the goddess of luck will not always favor them. They did not know that at the suggestion of the new humans, a group of civilizations once again launched a large screening plan and began to conduct a second review of the Fekong space-time domain. Yami's fleet, which was on the edge of that civilization, was discovered at the first time. The intelligence officer of that civilization was furious. He had never thought that there was a fleeing fleet of the Metal Federation hiding under their noses. While informing other civilizations of the incident, he secretly mobilized a large number of warships. The Yami fleet, which was resting, suddenly sounded an alarm. The shrill sound was like the last wail of doomsday. Inside the flagship, Yami sat down, knowing that he was finished. The overwhelming enemy ships had surrounded the entire fleet. The current situation of the Yami fleet is that there is no other choice but to wait for death. He only had time to send a warning communication, and the entire Yami fleet was annihilated in the void and turned into the original matter of four-dimensional spacetime. At the same time, the various civilizations that increased their efforts to investigate also gradually discovered a large number of White Core people. The scale of these White Core people actually showed signs of resurgence. And during the encirclement and suppression, another incident occurred, which made a group of civilizations even more angry. Because that kind of subtle constant change appeared again on a large scale, this time, there were 3 new constants that were slightly modified by humans. This situation directly confirmed the guilt of the White Core people. Liu Yaohua, who was in the new human homeland, showed an expression that was not expected after receiving this information. The new human side was also well prepared for this matter. Although the new generation of gene sequences has not yet entered the practical stage, the small environment system can still be used. The small environment system can also work against the White Core people's modified constants. The same trick has almost no effect on a group of advanced four-dimensional civilizations, but it confirms the identity of the White Core people as the mastermind behind the scenes. Regarding this situation, Liu Yaohua saw a problem. That is, the White Core people are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They have constant modification technology, but their other technologies are only at the level of ordinary elementary four-dimensional civilization. This situation can only explain one thing, that is, the Freedom Flag only uses these pawns in a relationship of use, and does not treat them as their own people at all. Otherwise, they would not choose to retain the technology, and it is a castrated version of the castrated version. Regarding the constant modification technology in the hands of these White Core people, the Ghost Special Service also has a plan to capture the other party, hoping to obtain relevant technology from them. It is believed that other advanced four-dimensional civilizations will also have the same idea. This is an undoubted result. Everyone cooperates to eliminate the White Core people, but it does not mean that they are of one mind. After more than a dozen plans, the action team of the Ghost Special Service finally secretly captured a spaceship of the Metal Federation in an action. On the spaceship, the metal people who were completely controlled were like being completely frozen. Liu Yaohua looked at these metal people with a trace of pity in his eyes. He felt sorry for these metal people, who were dogs for others, but did not even have a bone, and could only eat the shit of the Freedom Flag. The other party did not regard these White Core people as human beings at all, and the metal man who ate shit had an expression of enjoying it. Perhaps this is the so-called convert fanaticism. How is the memory extraction going? The ghost agent in charge of investigating this spaceship immediately reported to Liu Yaohua. It is being extracted and analyzed, but there are many thought viruses in the memories of these metal people. We are filtering them. Liu Yaohua reminded, be careful, don't be infected by these viruses. Thank you, Director Liu, for your concern. We will be more careful. Focus on finding the constant modification technology and the traces of other white core people, and then destroy these metal people. The person in charge nodded, understood. For these metal people infected with the thought virus, it is already hopeless. Instead of wasting time looking for the weakness of the thought virus, it is better to directly physically transcend. On the spaceship, hundreds of metal people had their memories extracted. The ghost agent soon found some things, including a constant modification device on the spaceship. This is also thanks to the freedom flag. If they were not afraid that the white core people were too powerful and might lose control, and the technology passed to the metal people was castrated layer by layer, the new humans would not have been able to obtain a complete spaceship so easily. With memories and samples, reverse engineering is very simple, but after in-depth research by the Science and Technology Commission, it was discovered that this technology was also castrated. For the modification of constants, this technology is very crude and superficial. Since the freedom flag dared to pass it to the white core people, it means that the other party must have more advanced technology in his hands. The degree of fear of the new humans for the freedom flag has once again increased to a small level. On the other hand, the intelligence departments of other civilizations have also gained something. Chapter 760. The comprehensive screening of the Great Screening Plan made those white core people who tried to hide nowhere to hide. In order to avoid any fish slipping through the net, including the new human civilization, the advanced four-dimensional civilizations in the Fekong spacetime domain have launched multiple repeated screenings. The continuous investigation, like a net of heaven and earth, pulled out the white core people hidden in the Fekong spacetime domain one by one. And those elementary and intermediate four-dimensional civilizations were also terrified, afraid that they would be killed by the high-level four-dimensional civilizations, who were bloodthirsty. In fact, they can rest assured, because of the restrictions of dimension order, the advanced four-dimensional civilization has a destruction quota. The top priority is to eradicate the white core people, and the affairs of other civilizations are naturally put aside. The continuous outbreak of annihilation wars has caused a shortage of destruction quotas for a number of advanced four-dimensional civilizations. Many civilizations have no choice but to borrow from each other to ensure that the destruction quota is on the safe line. The Ghost Special Service, the investigation team stationed in the Yonhai Time Forest, suddenly received a message. When the leader of the investigation team, Ting, saw the specific content of the information, he became serious. Everyone, cheer up, there is work to do. Boss, what work? A ghost agent asked with a grin. Ting glanced at him. Don't be careless, there is a Metal Federation escape fleet that may be nearby. Be alert, and don't let them slip away, otherwise you know the consequences. Yes. Understood. The four ghost agents hurriedly replied that they also knew about this matter, and needed to be taken seriously. At this stage, the Fekong spacetime domain is in the final stage of hunting down the Baixing people. If one or two escape the hunt and survive secretly again, their previous efforts would be wasted. The alarms and detectors in the area were all running at high speed. 3 months later, a faint spacetime fluctuation appeared in the nearby spacetime. Ting and others were awakened by the alarm. Boss, spacetime fluctuations were found at location 25/36/17/09. The location and signal have been locked. It has been preliminarily confirmed that there are 7 spaceships, and the style is the escape spaceship of the Metal Federation. Ting looked at the virtual map and found that the other party's direction of advance and specific location had actually crossed about 1/3 of his jurisdiction. If it weren't for the slight fluctuation of time and space being detected, it is estimated that the other party would have been fooled. However, he did not take it lightly and immediately ordered, Li Yi. Here. A ghost agent wearing half glasses stood up. Notify the nearby fleet to prepare to clear out the fleeing fleet. Yes. Ting then ordered, others, continue to monitor the jurisdiction, don't let down your guard, and beware of the other party's feint. No problem. A group of ghost agents carefully controlled the system, and were still monitoring the surroundings with high intensity. Ting, who did not stop, shared this information with a dozen nearby ghost investigation teams, asking them to pay attention to the surroundings. In the jurisdiction of the Ting investigation team, the remaining 7 ships of the Metal Federation escape fleet were extremely depressed. Many metal people did not even want to face this reality, and chose to end their lives by suicide. The commander of the fleet, Yadosi, was an old metal man. He served as the temporary commander of the fleet because the previous commander chose to lead the enemy away. At this moment, he was filled with despair. Especially as many of the fleeing fleets were captured, their positions were exposed, and they had no choice but to completely cut off communication with each other. The fleeing fleets were now like an isolated island wandering in four-dimensional space-time. The enemy could emerge at any time and completely annihilate them. As a scientific metal man, Aduz was different from other metal men. He did not agree with the flag of freedom, but was controlled by the white core of the thought virus. If he could get rid of Bixion's grip, he would never succumb to the flag of freedom. In fact, there are quite a few rational people among the metal men on this fleet. But in the current situation, whether they are fanatics or rational people, their ending may be the same, and they will eventually die. A metal man floated over and said in an extremely low voice, "Commander Aduz, we may be exposed." Calm Aduz, not panicked, nor hysterical, only calm. Base, this is a matter of time. The other metal men present were all in despair, as if they could predict their future. After a moment of silence, Yados turned around and floated to a cabin of the spacecraft. In the cabin, there was a row of special cylinders with golden patterns carved on them, and a large number of cables were connected to the cylinders. Although Yados was a little hesitant, when he thought of the dangerous situation in front of him, he laughed at himself. What if he didn't make a choice? In the end, it was still a dead end. He gritted his teeth, opened a virtual light screen, and operated on it. Then, ejection windows opened at the bottom of the spacecraft, and timelines were scattered in all directions. These specially made timelines quickly penetrated into the nearby timeline clusters and directly parasitized a silicon-based civilization. After these timelines entered the silicon-based civilization, they formed a new civilization. This civilization had no direct relationship with the Metal Federation. Yados directly cut off the relationship between the two, and the new civilization secretly edited would not form new white core people, thus avoiding being destroyed by the advanced four-dimensional civilization. Although the new civilization formed has no connection with the metal people, the related technology and some culture will still be passed on in the new civilization. Taking a last look at the bizarre timeline, he sighed in his heart and silently accepted the final fate. In fact, the seeds of civilization he sowed can only be a kind of comfort, because these seeds are essentially two different civilizations from the Metal Federation. 3 days passed, and the urgent alarm sounded inside the spacecraft. Yados knew that his death was coming, and he looked at the virtual map calmly. In an instant, countless rule fluctuations swept across the fleet. There was no resistance, no dying struggle, and everything returned to calm. The new human fleet responsible for the annihilation work followed the route of the Yadosi fleet, and searched in the reverse direction to see if there were any backup plans of the metal people. Fortunately, Yadosi did not retain the genetic sequence of the white core people, allowing those civilization seeds to escape. After searching once, the new human fleet withdrew to the station. On the other hand, the various investigation teams of the Ghost Special Service investigated the nearby areas and found no abnormalities, so they lowered the alert level. As time went by, the traces of the Baishin people in the Fekong space-time domain also disappeared. Finally, after the third screening, no more Baishin people were found. All civilizations focused their attention on the Wall of Size, and prepared to study the Wall of Size. Since other space-time domains can penetrate the Fekong space-time domain, it means that they can operate in the opposite direction. At the same time, various advanced four-dimensional civilizations have carried out in-depth research on constant modification technology, hoping to develop more powerful constant modification technology. The Science and Technology Committee of the New Human Race has invested a lot of scientific research in this regard. Chapter 761. New Era 8257-3671. More than 20 million years have passed since the second large-scale screening plan, and this time refers to the time of the general environment. During this period, the Fekong space-time domain, after being silent for millions of years, has entered into the kind of intrigue competition again. The new human civilization has also participated in these struggles many times, but everyone is relatively restrained. However, on another matter, the attitude of the advanced four-dimensional civilization towards the new four-dimensional civilization is actually highly consistent, that is, to contain as much as possible and reduce the number of people who share the cake. Over the years, not even a new four-dimensional civilization has appeared. It can be seen that in the four-dimensional space-time, the path for the lower civilization to rise is actually very narrow, even close to nothing. The new humans can succeed because of the rapid development. Before those advanced four-dimensional civilizations could react, the new human civilization became a four-dimensional civilization. Then it quickly promoted to become an advanced four-dimensional civilization, catching other civilizations off guard. Just wanting to copy the route of the new humans requires luck and strong potential, otherwise the possibility of dying halfway will exceed 99.999%. On the surface, the French spacetime domain is very peaceful. Secretly, everyone is actually scheming against each other, and even scheming against each other. In the fifth wall of size, more than a dozen civilizations entrenched in the area have established a large number of secret research bases and stationed main fleets to prevent emergencies in the wall of size. All civilizations are very clear that the existence of the wall of size is the separation of two four-dimensional spacetimes, and both sides have more or less ideas. However, the Dimension Inspection Group, which is responsible for maintaining the dimension order, is ambiguous about the intensity of its supervision of the wall of size. This situation made all the civilizations have some thoughts. They were worried and eager, knowing that behind the wall of size, although it represented new colonies, it also represented new enemies. The benefits and risks were often intertwined. The fifth wall of size was actually quite close to the third wall of size, where the new human civilization was located. However, the Go service was nearby and only deployed some passive alarms. In this area, an ordinary wall of size, a hidden spacetime wave passed silently. In less than half a month, the spacetime wave broke through the boundary of the wall of size and entered the normal four-dimensional spacetime. The spacetime wave acted on a timeline, and then a figure appeared there. The creature looked very strange, like an abstract painting, with a twisted body and patterns similar to eyes. After extracting the matter of the timeline, the spacetime around him seemed to fall into a static state, and those spacetime fluctuations were difficult to leak out. On the twisted body, the eye patterns were just like water ripples, as if hiding endless mysteries. The rule gene in his body took only a dozen seconds to adapt to the rules of time and space. If Fong Ge and others saw this scene, they would know that the situation in front of them was exactly the high-speed adaptive gene that the new humans dreamed of. After more than 20 million years of improvement, the high-speed adaptive gene of the new humans still needs more than 30 hours to initially adapt to the sudden changes in the rules of the external environment. Compared with the adaptability of this strange creature, it is really not worth mentioning. After completing the adaptation of the genes in the body, this creature transformed its body into a body similar to that of a snake, drilled into the time and space, and disappeared in the area. With the disappearance of the strange creatures, more than 10 hours later, the stagnant time resumed its normal flow. The space-time fluctuations that were locked there before were then transmitted. The Green Song Clan fleet station nearby immediately sensed the abnormality here, and in less than 10 seconds, a fleet jumped out of space-time. The main race of the Green Song Clan is an emerald green crustacean creature that looks a bit like a mantis shrimp. A message rippled in the cabin. "What have you found?" "Sir, not yet." The fleet commander, with the one eye on his head, looked at the void in front of him indifferently, and no one knew what he was thinking. The other Green Song people continued to be busy, but they investigated for several hours and searched the nearby area, but still found nothing. For this situation, the fleet could only identify this incident as another civilization reconnaissance intelligence, then file and report it, and return to the fleet's base. At the same time, in the eye of all-knowing on the first wall of size, the sea urchin crystal flickered slightly, as if it had sensed something, but it finally calmed down. In the distant void, a strange snake with strange eye patterns on its body swallowed a doom spider in one gulp. Suddenly, the body of the strange snake seemed to be stimulated by something, and the whole body stiffened and was frightened and motionless. It was not the effect of swallowing the doom spider, but the glance of some existence gave him a strong sense of death. After a moment, the gaze disappeared. The strange snake then returned to normal. The water wave pattern on its body rippled slightly for more than 10 minutes, and then it drilled into the time and space again with lingering fear. Most of the civilizations in the Fekong time and space domain knew nothing about this. The strange snake, which was roaming quickly in the time and space, was also very afraid of that existence. As it shuttled, it separated some things from its body. Those separated things, like small black loaches, quietly drilled into the time and space, and then fed back a lot of information. These black loaches seemed to be collecting intelligence, especially about the four-dimensional civilization. Under the calm lake surface, there was a surging undercurrent of malice. The new human civilization also knew nothing. In the blink of an eye, another 574 blue star years had passed. With its amazing speed, the strange snake wandered around the French spacetime domain and returned to the starting point again. After collecting a lot of information, he seemed to have completed his mission and transformed another spacetime wave, shooting towards the fifth wall of size. The Green Song tribe garrison nearby still did not discover this uninvited guest. Entering the range of the wall of size, the speed of the spacetime wave became faster, and the forward speed increased synchronously with the increase in the speed of time. In less than 3 months, the strange snake spacetime wave penetrated the central layer of the wall of size and entered another four-dimensional spacetime area. In the void of this four-dimensional spacetime, in the strange timeline cluster, a dark cosmic city was floating, and the creatures moving on it were all those abstract bodies of water-patterned eyes. The strange snake spacetime wave broke through the boundary of the wall of size, breaking the tranquility of the cosmic city. After transforming into a water-eyes person again, he quickly entered the cosmic city and headed straight for the core area. The information about the Fekong spacetime domain and the attitude of the Dimension Inspection Team were fed back to the water-eyes people. After weighing the pros and cons, the water-eyes civilization's top leaders already knew some of the attitudes of the Dimension Inspection Team. If they really have a way to pass through the wall of size and enter the Fekong spacetime domain, it is estimated that the other party will not stop them. As long as the water wave eyes don't take the initiative to cause trouble and wantonly destroy the FA spacetime domain, there shouldn't be a big problem. Soon the water wave eyes civilization took action, organizing a large number of tribesmen to prepare to march into the FA spacetime domain, secretly building a secret base on the other side. One by one, the water wave eyes transformed into waves of spacetime and rushed towards the wall of size. Chapter 762. The watermarked eyes smuggled in from the part of the wall of size controlled by the Green Song clan, and continued to infiltrate into the Fekong spacetime domain. In just over 40 years, more than 100,000 watermarked eyes broke through the wall of size, and successfully smuggled into the Fekong spacetime domain. The watermarked eyes, with their high technological level, successfully avoided the monitoring of the local civilization and hid secretly in several places in space and time. Perhaps because they were intimidated by the Dimension Inspection Team, there was almost no information about the actions of the watermarked eyes in public, as if they had never appeared in this space and time. There is no action on the surface, but it does not mean that they are really good kids. After these years of infiltration, those tiny black loaches have spread throughout the entire spacetime domain of the law space with the movement of the torrent of time. Using these black loaches, the water-patterned eyes secretly monitored many civilizations and secretly arranged a lot of hidden hands. Near the fifth wall of size, 6 spy ships of the new human civilization are shuttling between the timeline clusters at high speed. The leader of the fleet is Ting from the Ghost. He accepted an investigation mission and went to the vicinity of the fifth wall of size to investigate an intelligence. Some time ago, the alarm set up by the Ghost Special Service in the area sent more than a dozen unknown signals. According to the analysis of these signals, it was found that there were overlapping parts, and the overlap was as high as 60 to 80%. Such a high overlap can almost be considered to be of the same origin or the same type. Although Ghost didn't know much about the Green Song tribe in this area, he knew something about it. After analyzing the time and space fluctuation spectrum of the two, it was found that the overlap between these unknown fluctuations and the Green Song tribe's commonly used aircraft was only 2 to 7%. And Ghost discovered another problem, that is, the people of the Green Song tribe also knew nothing about these unknown signals, and now they have sent intelligence personnel to investigate this matter. Therefore, the Ghost Special Service headquarters sent Ting to lead a team to investigate the area, hoping to find out the reason. The fifth wall of size is still relatively close to the new human homeland, so the Ghost Special Service will naturally pay attention to this area. After thousands of years of sailing, Ting's investigation team finally approached the area. Kylia, who was in charge of internal information processing, turned around and said, "Team leader, the third team has made a discovery." "Turn around." "Okay." And Ting glanced at the information, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The content of the information was that the third team had discovered a new species, a four-dimensional creature that looked like a small black loach. Originally, a new species was not worth Ting's attention, but the following content made him feel a little wrong. Because this creature has some artificially modified characteristics, such as their behavior, which is different from other four-dimensional beasts. Generally speaking, the difference between beasts and civilizations, in addition to the difference in high intelligence, is the difference in behavior. The survival mode of beasts is to seek benefits and avoid harm. It is more difficult to make them commit suicide than to kill them directly. However, the behavior of Black Loach is different from the norm. When they encounter capture and enemies, they will choose to commit suicide at the first time. This behavior is not like a beast, but like a machine designed by humans. Another question is the purpose of behavior. The behavior of wild animals is all for survival, whether it is hunting, eating, reproducing, or escaping, the ultimate goal is still survival. But in the Black Loach, he did not see the way to survive, but the way to death. They do not devour three-dimensional creatures. Three-dimensional creatures themselves promote the evolution of four-dimensional beasts, but hide in time and space, sense surrounding information, and fix in an area. Is it a biological detector? And Ting talked to himself. While he was thinking, the fleet had already entered the vicinity of the incident. Team leader, we have arrived at the first location. Keeping the matter of the Black Loach in mind, and Ting turned around and said, the time retracing system is activated. Understood. A spaceship deployed a force field, enveloping the nearby area with a radius of 1 million standard degrees, and then the time and space in the area quickly regressed to the past. The time and space supercomputing system conducted a comprehensive analysis of these past information, not missing a single minute or a second. Finally, the moment of strange fluctuations appeared, but the results obtained from it disappointed in Ting. Because after remodeling the data analyzed from it, they only obtained a vague and empty outline. Seeing this scene, and Ting asked his subordinates to continue to trace back. After more than 10 days of investigation, Kai Lie shook his head helplessly. Team leader, there is still no big discovery. The other party intercepted a part of time when leaving. And Ting, who was not going to give up, ordered, next position. Yes. The investigation fleet traveled in the area for more than half a year, and traced back the time of 14 locations where abnormal situations occurred. The results were exactly the same. Only a hollow outline was left at the scene, which seemed to mock the new humans' overestimation of their abilities. The traces of the Ting investigation team also attracted the attention of the Green Song tribe. However, the other party knew what the Ting investigation team was doing by looking at the actions of the new humans, so they only sent a fleet to monitor nearby. The Ting investigation team, which had nothing to gain, had reported the investigation report of this incident to the headquarters, and was now waiting for the next instructions from the headquarters. 3 days later, Ting received the latest instructions from the headquarters. He thought calmly for a moment, and took a deep breath. Everyone, head to the Abay corridor area of the fourth wall of size. Understood. The fleet quickly started the engine, jumped into time and space, and headed towards the fourth wall of size. Seeing Ting's investigation team leave, the Green Song clan's monitoring fleet withdrew after tracking for a distance. During the voyage, Ting once again retrieved the information about the Black Loach and used this free time to study these things. He found that after more than half a year, the information about the Black Loach increased by more than 10 times. It turned out that other investigation teams of Ghost also discovered this abnormal creature and launched a series of investigations. So he saw these data, which verified Ting's previous conjecture that the possibility that the Black Loach was a man-made creature was already a foregone conclusion. And from various investigation reports, it can be found that the distribution range of the Black Loach is almost throughout the entire French space-time domain. And Ting suddenly discovered a pattern. Currently, the areas where Black Loaches have been detected are in 267 areas. According to the Black Loaches in these areas, the number shows a characteristic. Near the fifth wall of size, the number of Black Loaches is the largest, and at the other end of the first wall of size, the number of Black Loaches is the least. After loading these data into the virtual map, it can be found that the distribution of Black Loaches in the entire Fekong spacetime domain decreases from around the fifth wall of size to the first wall of size. And Ting thought about it, and realized that there might be something wrong. He sent an application for assistance in the investigation to the Ghost Secret Service headquarters, hoping that the headquarters could organize a detailed investigation to determine the number of Black Loaches in each area. After more than half a month of application, the headquarters approved Ting's proposal, and reinvestigated the number of Black Loaches in each area. After sailing for more than 200 years, the headquarters finally fed back a detailed report. Chapter 763. After seeing the detailed report, Ting put the data into the virtual map. It was found that the distribution of Black Loaches in various areas actually showed some regularities. Lie. Here, what do you want, team leader? Ting said, send a group of people over, I'm useful. Okay. Kai Lie quickly sent people over, and after the 5 ghost agents came over, Ting arranged the analysis work and conducted a comprehensive analysis of the detailed Black Loach intelligence. Although these Black Loaches cannot be captured, it does not mean that the new humans have no other ways. Based on the time tracing system, plus the number of these Black Loaches, and the time of their appearance, a comprehensive model was established. As time went by, they spent more than 3 years and finally found some intelligence. The first intelligence, according to the current investigation, the area where the black loaches first appeared was in the 5th wall of size, and the location was just right, near the Green Song clan where he had investigated the strange signal before. If the previous signs made Ting suspicious, the current situation goes a step further, linking the strange signal in the Green Song clan-controlled area with the appearance of the black loach. Not only do the two appear at the same location, but the time of appearance is almost the same. The second piece of information is that starting from the Green Song clan of the 5th wall of size, according to the time when the black loach appeared, a clear movement route can be formed. This movement route almost covers the entire Feikong space-time domain. If the time difference between each point is used, the opponent's speed can be calculated. The calculated speed is about 570,000 times that of the current new humans, which is quite scary. The third piece of information is that the black loaches currently spread throughout the space and time come from another 6 areas. These 6 areas can be regarded as the second batch of black loaches. The 6 areas marked by him are distributed near the 5th wall of size, and one of them is very close to their fleet. And Ting frowned. Although he wanted to investigate, he was still rational. The flying speed of this mysterious force is almost 570,000 times that of the new humans. Such a fast speed proves that its technological level is definitely not low. After an estimate, the mysterious civilization is definitely not something he can handle. And Ting quickly compiled his investigation report and reported it to the Ghost Special Service headquarters. Liu Yaohua at the headquarters immediately attached great importance to this information as soon as he received it. After reinvestigating, Ghost finally confirmed the possibility, and the possibility is very high. Liu Yaohua immediately ordered Ting not to act rashly, to avoid attracting the attention of the mysterious civilization. Since the other party was sneaking around, there must be a reason. No matter what conspiracy the other party had, the best response plan for the new humans at present was to pretend not to know when they were inferior to others. Liu Yaohua also set up a special investigation team to investigate this mysterious civilization, but all this was done in secret. The Ting investigation team, which was heading to the 4th wall of size, had already gone about halfway. At the destination of the investigation team, the Abei corridor, the fleets of the two civilizations were in a state of tension. The two sides were about to fight if they disagreed. In the Cosmic Public Communication System. Yakin Federation, what do you mean? Why attack our spacecraft? What a joke. I don't know what you are talking about. You are trying to stir up trouble. The smell of gunpowder in the communication became stronger, and as the confrontation passed, the fleets of both sides arrived one after another. This situation also attracted the attention of other civilizations. After all, a war between advanced 4-dimensional civilizations could lead to catastrophic consequences if it goes wrong. For this sudden situation, a group of advanced 4-dimensional civilizations are naturally highly concerned. However, due to the existence of the Dimension Inspection Team, the two civilizations confronted each other for a few days, and the top leaders of both sides seemed to have reached some kind of PY deal, and soon they went back to their own homes. In this situation, a group of spectators actually understood very well that under the deterrence of the Dimension Inspection Team, a high-intensity large-scale war was almost impossible to break out. Unless one civilization is tired of living and wants to perish together, they will not hesitate to take action. After the fleets of both sides withdrew, the Abei corridor area returned to peace. After more than 50 years of blue star, a watermarked ice snake suddenly emerged in the nearby spacetime. Its dense watermarked eyes sensed the ripples around it. Finally, it twisted its body and drilled into the spacetime again, disappearing in the Abei corridor area. It was not until 374 years later that the fleet of the Ting investigation team arrived at the area secretly. He already knew the situation here. As soon as he approached the Abei corridor area, he asked everyone to be alert to avoid being tricked. After all, as the ghosts learned more about the universe, they became more and more in awe of it. Whether it was the Supreme Civilization Summit, the Dimension Inspection Team that supervised various dimensions of space and time, or the sneaky mysterious civilization, these existences were enough to bring disaster to the new humans. To survive in the vast multidimensional space and time, you must be cautious to live longer. And Ting did not hesitate, and quickly launched an investigation. The location of the mysterious civilization's activities in the area, the investigation results indeed showed that kind of hollow outline. And Ting was about to leave when his assistant Kai Lia called him. Team leader, there is something unusual here. What's unusual? Kai Lia explained. I routinely looked through the alarm data nearby and accidentally found this, a fresh and strange signal. Is it from that mysterious civilization again? And Ting asked hurriedly. Yes, the signals are highly overlapped. And Ting was now interested, and immediately ordered the fleet to stop leaving and start a detailed investigation in the Abay corridor area. After increasing the intensity of the investigation, after about 7 years of searching, they checked almost every timeline and every time and space nearby, and finally pieced together a thread from some fragmentary information. The confrontation that broke out here before was most likely a mysterious civilization that secretly attacked the spacecraft of the Bali Divine Court and put the blame on the people of the Yakan Federation, which almost led to a war between the two sides. After the Bali Divine Court and the Yakan Federation reconciled, the people of the mysterious civilization appeared again briefly. And Ting put down the analysis report and thought silently in his heart, what exactly do they want to do? Do they want to cause a war and let the Dimension Inspection Team take action to punish the two civilizations? It is difficult to understand the thoughts of the mysterious civilization. And Ting reported this information and asked the headquarters to be careful of the other party. From the behavior of this civilization, it must be planning something. The new humans should make plans for this early, because it is difficult to guarantee that the other party will not attack the new humans in the future. Although the new humans have always been very low-key, the files of the Go service record countless attempts. Since the new human civilization was promoted to the four-dimensional civilization, other civilizations have never stopped spying on and being malicious towards the new humans. This is not only a suppression of latecomers, but also a fear of the potential of the new humans. It would be strange if other civilizations were not afraid of the lightning-fast rise. If a questionnaire survey is conducted among all civilizations, ask them which civilization they want to destroy the most, then the new human civilization will most likely be ranked first. It is estimated that once these civilizations find an opportunity, they will definitely take action, and even attack the new humans in groups. Chapter 764. The undercurrents in the Fekong space-time domain have made the new humans more vigilant, and more low-key and secretive. The top leaders of the new human civilization are still not slacking off, and continue to promote the development of science. The best way to face future crises is powerful technology. Only by being strong can we cope with the endless crises. Whether it is the Supreme Civilization Summit, the Dimension Inspection Team, or the Mysterious Civilization, as long as the new humans are strong enough, these threats are naturally not a problem. If one's own strength is insufficient, facing the enemy's overwhelming technology, no matter how brilliant the strategy is, the enemy will defeat it. The new human civilization that has been silent has once again raised its internal investment in science and technology to a higher level. The High Flow Time Research Institute under the Science and Technology Commission. The headquarters of the institute was secretly established near the Wall of Size, and the person in charge is Li Jianfeng. After the discovery of the Wall of Size, the Science and Technology Commission has been advancing its research work here in an orderly manner. Even after the out-of-control disease incident, the institute was one of the few institutes that did not stop operating. After tens of millions of years of uninterrupted research, and with reference to the spacecraft of the Freedom Flag, Li Jianfeng and others have made a lot of achievements in their research here. New Era 98834729. Inside the institute, Li Jianfeng got a test report. The assistant next to him briefly reported to him, the 4073rd generation of supertime and space probe successfully broke through the 2.5 billion times time flow zone and returned safely to the test base. It seems that my guess is correct. The barrier effect of the small environment system can indeed prevent the erosion of time. Li Jianfeng wrote down some questions while talking. Although the microenvironment system can block the erosion of time, the microenvironment system has its limits, and the safety range is around 2.5 billion times the speed of time. Once this limit is exceeded, the aircraft wrapped in the microenvironment system will find it difficult to resist the erosion of time, and the erosion will increase rapidly as it goes deeper. When the speed of time exceeds 3.4 billion times the speed, even the microenvironment system will be completely ineffective. The problem facing Li Jianfeng is mainly the omnipresence of time. Due to the omnipresence of time, even if a microenvironment is used, time must flow inside. The flow of time within the microenvironment often resonates and connects with the time of the external macroenvironment. In a short period of time, this resonance and connection may not produce obvious effects. However, the macroenvironment of the Wall of Size is abnormal in itself. In the face of ultra-high flow of time, everything is possible. The probability of an event happening often depends on two factors, namely, the length of time and the rules of the event. The rules of the event are the prerequisites for an event to happen, that is, the event must have the rules and conditions for occurrence. If the rules and conditions for the event do not occur, It will not happen naturally. When an event meets the conditions of the rule, the occurrence of this event will inevitably happen. Because the length of time is infinite on the infinitely derived timeline, as long as there is a possible event, it will become inevitable at a certain time node. This is the ultimate explanation of Murphy's law. Back to the super-time and space detector, the detector with a small environment system is installed, entering the wall of size. It resonates and connects with the macro environment time of the wall of size, and at the rule level, it is a possible event. It seems to be a low probability event, but it is actually a high probability event. Because the time of the wall of size is a very high-speed time, the probability of an event happening will continue to increase as the timeline lengthens. It's like, if you say a person will choke to death while drinking water, the probability of it happening within a day is almost zero, but when the time is extended to a month, a year, 100 years, 10,000 years, then as time goes on, the probability of it happening will continue to increase until it reaches 100%. Everything is possible under time. If we add the concept of timeline derivation, this possibility will be further increased. Therefore, after the probe enters the wall of size, the probability of time resonance and connection will increase linearly after exceeding 2.5 billion times the speed of time. There are two ways to avoid this possibility. First, solve it fundamentally and directly modify the rules of the universe to prohibit time resonance and connection. Second, find a way to neutralize this possibility and turn a high probability event into a low probability event. Li Jianfeng still has self-awareness about the first method. With the current technology of the new humans, it is nothing but a dream. Now he can only think of a way to change the possibility of time resonance and connection from a high probability event to a low probability event. Came to the research and development base of the institute. A row of semi-finished detectors were displayed on the processing site, and researchers were busy in groups of 3 or 5. Li Jianfeng went straight to a group, which was the research group responsible for the small environment system. Liexia, where is your progress? Liexia turned around and said, President, I still don't have much results. I just talked with academician Huang Mingzhi yesterday. The small environment system has reached a bottleneck. Is that so? Li Jianfeng flipped through the log of the research team and found that the improvement of the small environment system has indeed reached a stagnation stage. Li Jianfeng was helpless about this situation. The bottleneck of scientific research projects has become a common phenomenon in this era. After the new humans were promoted to advanced four-dimensional civilization, this situation became more and more obvious. The reason for this situation is related to their identity. The new humans were originally three-dimensional civilizations. After successfully upgrading, they may not have any difficulty in upgrading to a high-level four-dimensional civilization. It is almost a natural process. However, a civilization that has successfully upgraded has a very fatal flaw, which is dimensional repulsion, which makes it difficult for the new humans to perfectly master the rules of time. In the process of upgrading to a top four-dimensional civilization, the difficulty is countless times that of the civilization of this dimension. The current situation of the new humans has further confirmed this situation. Many scientific research projects have entered a long bottleneck period. Liexia's team and several other scientific research groups are in such a situation in the small environment system, unable to achieve the leapfrog development they had before. Li Jianfeng comforted, take your time. As long as you persevere, there will always be gains. Dean, I have a suggestion for the next test. Tell me about it. Liexia expressed his idea. Since a single detector is easily eroded by time, can we use a cluster detector? Once one of them has a problem, we can directly abandon the problematic subdetector. This plan? Li Jianfeng thought for a few seconds. This method can indeed reduce the probability of time erosion and increase the penetration distance of the detector to a certain extent. He did not deny it, and asked Liexia to make a specific plan and prepare to test the cluster detector in the next test. After getting approval, Liexia's team quickly came up with a specific plan. This plan is basically not difficult in terms of technology. It is similar to the airship technology of the AD era. It uses subgroups to replace single bodies. Even if there is a problem with a part of the subbody, the overall function can be guaranteed. Soon, the first cluster detector was transformed by the researchers and began to prepare for the test. Chapter 765. 3 years later, a new round of testing plans began. 50 clustered probes were launched from the test site and flew to the edge of the wall of size. At the control center of the test site, Liexia and others came in person to watch the launch process, but the next thing could not be completed in a short time. According to the current speed of the new human aircraft, it would take at least 385 to 575 years to complete the round-trip test. Without reaching the key area, it was useless for He Liexia and others to wait here. After taking a look, they returned to the research base. Li Jianfeng also had a similar attitude. At most, he would set an alarm to remind him, and occasionally pay attention to it. Just when their research institute was busy studying how to break through the wall of size, the ghost investigation team stationed nearby. Jiang Haitang listened to the report of his subordinates, and his brows were furrowed. According to the reports of the 8th and 9th teams, the density of black loaches around us has increased by 893% year-on-year in the past 10,000 years, and some areas have even increased by more than 10 times. Jiang Haitang first instructed, "Be alert and don't let your guard down." Understood. He turned his chair and looked at the virtual map beside him. The dense purple light spots on it were the black loach that had been locked. The blue light spots representing the ghost alarm were sparse, and now it seemed that the other party had the advantage. Jiang Haitang's feeling was not wrong. If the black loach was the alarm of the mysterious civilization, the other party did have an absolute advantage. At least the current technology of the new humans is not enough to fight against the mysterious civilization. Jiang Haitang was also worried about the current situation. The number of black loaches has increased so much recently, and there must be some intention. He had such a feeling, and came to this conclusion after consulting relevant intelligence. The Ghost Special Service did not find a significant increase in the monitoring data of other areas of the black loach, but the number of black loaches increased significantly near the fourth wall of size, especially near the new human control area. If the entire space-time domain of Feikong grew, it would be better. Now there is a local growth. There must be a purpose of the mysterious civilization. To be on the safe side, Jiang Haitang communicated with the headquarters and increased the reconnaissance force near the wall of size. All bases within the protection range, especially the High Flow Time Research Institute, received an emergency notice requiring them to be prepared and ready to evacuate the wall of size at any time. The atmosphere within the new human race was made very solemn by this incident. On the other side, a dozen water-eye people have been lurking in the dark near the fourth wall of size, and have set up a base under the eyes of the ghost. The base is hidden in time and space, and is protected by layers of water-eye people. At this time, the water-eye people here are sending special time and space waves to the wall of size, as if searching for something. Their investigation here has been going on for tens of thousands of years. The water-eye person in charge of the base sent a message to several subordinates. Jia Fei, how is the investigation of the blue water time and space domain? Hasn't the thing sent back any information yet? The watermarked-eyed man named Jia Fei replied with a message. Lord Yamen, number 506 has lost contact, and is likely to have been destroyed by the civilization on the other side. Yamen reluctantly ordered, continue to send more intelligence robots. The thing we had in the blue water space-time domain back then may have something to do with the dimension inspection team. I understand. Another watermarked-eyed man sent a message. Lord Yamen, the new human nearby seems to have noticed something, and they have increased their intelligence strength. Oh! Yamen browsed the message and thought for a while. Maybe the Charlie bug has attracted the attention of the other party, so gradually reduce the number and ignore them. Okay. Yamen did not take the new humans seriously, because he had seen civilizations that had successfully upgraded to a higher dimension, and those civilizations, without exception, all stopped at the advanced four-dimensional civilization. Although the development process of this new human civilization looks very scary, in fact, its potential is almost at its limit. And he doesn't want to cause trouble. Destroying the new human civilization is likely to attract the attention of the Dimension Inspection Team. The purpose of their civilization is actually for the blue water space-time domain, specifically for a special item. That item contains some secrets that may involve the Dimension Inspection Team. For the ambitious water pattern I civilization, their goal is naturally to advance to the highest level, and become an eternal and immortal supreme civilization. Under Yamen's instructions, the number of black loaches in the fourth wall of size gradually decreased to normal levels over 100 years. Although the density of black loaches decreased, Jiang Haitang's worries did not stop, because he felt that there must be something wrong with this matter. On the surface, the ghost's reconnaissance power was restored to normal levels, but secretly, the matter continued to be investigated. After careful investigation, some clues were finally exposed. When Jiang Haitang got the data, he knew the secret. Not far from the new human control area, a hollow outline appeared. This situation shows one thing, that is, the water-eye man has traces of activity here. Following the clues, the ghost also found some other signs, with dozens of hollow outlines appearing at the border of the wall of size. After studying these hollow outlines, it can be found that these hollow outlines are similar to the hollow outlines found before, but not exactly the same. These hollow outlines are temporarily divided into hollow outline type B to distinguish the previous hollow outline type A. Jiang Haitang secretly speculated in his heart. Disappeared at the border of the wall of size? Did he enter the interior of the wall of size? As more and more intelligence was investigated by the ghost, Jiang Haitang became more and more certain of one thing, that the mysterious civilization was trying to pass through the wall of size and enter another time and space. But he didn't know whether the other party succeeded. After all, the mysterious civilization's technology was powerful, and the ghost's investigation work was done by indirect means, and only then could it barely analyze this information. If the other party was discovered by the other party, the consequences might be disastrous. The new humans underestimated the water wave eyes, and the water wave eyes didn't know that they had a lot of information analyzed by the new humans. Under the circumstances of a strange combination of circumstances, the water wave eyes were too blindly confident, while the new humans were too cautious, which led to a cognitive bias on both sides. The water wave eyes base hidden nearby still launched intelligence robots step by step, trying to enter the blue water spacetime where the freedom flag was located. In fact, with the acquisition of a series of intelligence, Jiang Haitang vaguely discovered something, and also guessed that there might be a base of a mysterious civilization in the nearby spacetime. After all, Ghost's attention to the mysterious civilization is the third most important object after the Supreme Civilization Summit and the Dimension Inspection Team. He is relatively familiar with the activity area of the mysterious civilization. The area near the fifth wall of size is where the other party often appears, and the area near the fourth wall of size can let the other party send people to confirm its purpose. Ghost is paying attention to the mysterious civilization. The cluster detectors on the other side have also crossed the 2.5 billion times time flow area without knowing it. Chapter 766. Cluster detectors, after breaking through the 2.5 billion times time velocity zone. As time passed, the control center of the test site received a large amount of feedback information from these cluster detectors. The cluster detectors had just crossed the 290,000 times velocity zone, and part of the sub-bodies of 3 of the detectors were indeed eroded by the high velocity time. He Liexia, who was keeping an eye on this matter, appeared in the control center through projection, and saw the signal of continuous loss of connection. The person in charge of the control center looked at the data and said, "Researcher He, according to the current probability of time erosion, this type of cluster detector can only be advanced to the 6 billion time zone at most. It's expected." He Liexia knows this very well. The advantages and disadvantages of cluster detectors are very obvious. The advantage is that the process is simple, and the depth of the detector can be increased by sacrificing quantity. The disadvantage is that there is a limit. Once a certain limit is reached, the number of detectors that need to be increased to continue to break through may increase exponentially. The current cluster detectors have 85,000 daughter bodies in a single unit. According to the simulation calculation of the supertime and space supercomputer, the detector of this type has almost reached the limit when it advances to the 6 billion times flow rate area. If you want to continue to move forward, the number of daughter bodies required needs to double for every increase of 1 million times flow rate, so that there may be surviving daughter bodies to reach the next flow rate area. This situation has almost caused unimaginable engineering problems. If the number of daughter bodies is increased by 10 or 20 times, then the new humans can still do it, but the problem is that the size of the daughter bodies needs to double for every increase of 1 million times flow rate. In the central layer of the wall of size, the time velocity is as high as tens of billions of times, which is not a small number. According to this increasing law, when it reaches the 8.36 billion times velocity zone, even if all the materials in the entire French spacetime domain are used to build detectors, it is not enough to pass this boundary. Obviously, this road is blocked. More than 200 years later, the detector that went the farthest among this batch of detectors reached the 6.034 billion times velocity zone. After collecting the test data, He Liexia and a group of researchers tried to improve the cluster detector, but it was very difficult. It has fallen into a bottleneck period of development, and under this general environment, it can only carry out in-depth development on the invented technology. The development of science and technology is often closely linked. The leapfrog development of a technology can usually drive the progress of a series of related technologies. At this stage, there is no leapfrog technology, which naturally affects the development of the overall technology. The research of He Liexia and others has temporarily stopped at the 6.1 billion times flow rate area. Li Jianfeng, who is also paying attention to this matter, is not surprised to see this situation, because the situation on his side is similar. Over the years, he has been busy communicating with various research institutes, hoping to draw inferences from one instance and spark some inspiration. Unfortunately, he thought too much. The current new human science community can be described in one word: a stagnant pool of water. Various scientific research projects are stagnant, and even small achievements are few and far between. After returning from the academic exchange, Li Jianfeng flipped through the internal documents of the institute, and sure enough, there was no achievement. The more than 300 research institutes under it have achieved very few results in the past 100 years. It's too difficult. The existence of a technological bottleneck is a dilemma that every civilization that has upgraded its dimension is unwilling to face. What are you sighing about? Li Jianfeng raised his head and asked in surprise. It turns out to be Dr. Zhang Yu. How come you have time to come to me from your Institute of Superstate Materials? Zhang Yu smiled bitterly, shook his head and complained. Now all research institutes are so idle that they are almost moldy. Has the superstate material also reached a bottleneck? Zhang Yu sighed. Well, there are no new combinations of three-dimensional superparticles and four-dimensional superparticles. I remember that the last superparticle was discovered 973 years ago. Isn't that right? 37 years ago, I saw a paper saying that someone in your Materials Research Institute proposed a modified superparticle with causal law. Zhang Yu spread his hands. This is a theoretical substance. Hundreds of research institutes have studied it for decades, but they can't even come up with a synthesis method. God knows if it exists or not. I see. Li Jianfeng finally understood the reason. Zhang Yu took out a document from the Science and Technology Commission. Let's talk business. I came here to inspect the wall of size. It would be best if we could arrange for a spacecraft to enter the interior. Flipping through the document, it was indeed an approval document from the Science and Technology Commission. He looked at some of the data and did not sign his consent immediately. Dr. Zhang, let me give you a hint. The area that the probe can safely reach is currently in the 2.5 billion times velocity zone, and manned entry can theoretically reach the 2.5 billion point. Li Jianfeng changed the subject, but theory is theory, practice is practice. Our institute has only done 500 million times. We have not conducted man tests in areas beyond that. I reserve my opinion on the 3 billion times area you are going to. The so-called reservation is actually opposition. Zhang Yu was also in a dilemma when he heard it. According to the plan, an experiment of their superstate institute needs to be tested in the 3 billion times flow rate area. And the 3 billion times flow rate area is the minimum standard requirement. Can you use remote control? Zhang Yu shook his head. No, there is a time difference between the high flow rate time area and the outside. The error of our experiment cannot be greater than 1/7 trillionth of a second. Hearing this experimental requirement, Li Jianfeng was speechless. The time difference in the high flow rate area is usually more than a minute, which is a world of difference. If you don't choose to use personnel to enter and observe and control the experiment in time, it may cause the experiment to fail to achieve the expected results. Zhang Yu didn't want to embarrass Li Jianfeng. After all, according to the experimental safety regulations of the Science and Technology Commission, this behavior is illegal. Only in an emergency can this restriction be broken. Now is of course not an emergency, and it is definitely not possible to violate safety regulations and conduct illegal experimental operations. In desperation, Zhang Yu could only choose to conduct an attempt in the 500 million time zone to verify some of the experimental conditions. For the next experiment, he could only wait for Li Jianfeng to increase the depth of the manned entry into the wall of size to the 3 billion times zone before conducting the next experiment. Wall of size, 500 million times velocity zone. A scientific research spacecraft loaded with experimental instruments, crossing the ever-increasing ultra-high speed time, arrived in this area. In the high-velocity time zone, the general positioning system has lost its effect. The positioning system used here uses the surrounding time velocity as a coordinate system reference. By detecting the surrounding time velocity, the approximate position of the spacecraft can be determined. Inside the scientific research spacecraft, Zhang Yu looked at the virtual map, which was showing the time velocity, and immediately ordered, "Start the experiment," and put the experimental reactor of the time superstate particle 120,536 into this area. I understand. A round reactor filled with time superstate particles, a special type of particle. When the reactor left the small environmental protection range of the spacecraft, as the force field arm extended, the reactor and the superstate particles inside were immediately exposed to the time flow rate 500 million times. In an instant, the superstate particles in the reactor passed through endless years. Chapter 767. The reason why Zhang Yu chose to do the experiment at the Wall of Size was very simple. He was attracted by the environment here. After all, the current technology of the new humans, the fastest artificial time acceleration system, is only 85.72 million times. Due to the existence of technological bottlenecks, the fastest speed of the artificial time acceleration system has been stuck at this point for more than 100,000 years. When Zhang Yu encountered a high-speed flow time that could not be artificially produced, he turned his attention to the Wall of Size. The high flow rate time inside the Wall of Size is a natural product, possibly, so Zhang Yu wants to use it to conduct some experiments. For example, their Superstate Materials Research Institute, the causal law superstate particles that have never been figured out, and Zhang Yu's own project Superstate Particle Mutagenesis under high flow time. At this time, inside the scientific research spacecraft, a group of researchers stared at the monitoring system nervously. Dr. Zhang, a slight first state aggregation was detected, and the reaction scale was 0.0031 to 0.0044. After taking a look at the data, Zhang Yu frowned. Sure enough, there is no way to form stable new substances in the 500 million times area. The superstate particles in the reactor reacted violently with the help of instruments and equipment, but this reaction did not reach the critical point. These superstate particles can only barely trigger a short-term fusion to form new substances with extremely short lifespans. After more than 50 years of continuous experiments, the scientific research spacecraft collected a large amount of data. After receiving the summary report, Zhang Yu shook his head in disappointment. After more than 50 years of continuous experiments, the superstate particles in the reactor have not successfully synthesized a new substance, at least not a new substance that can exist for a long time. Dr. Zhang, what should we do next? The assistant asked. Zhang Yu thought for a while, and decided to return outside immediately, and then make a long-term plan. The research spacecraft turned around and sailed to the outside of the Wall of Size. After decades of flight, it finally returned to the base of the test site. He Liexia, who was studying the cluster detector, saw Zhang Yu and his group, who had just returned and floated over. Dr. Zhang, how is it? Zhang Yu replied disappointedly. Everything is as expected. For science, everything is as expected, which is the real pain, because it loses the meaning of doing experiments. No unexpected products also mean no new discoveries, just like a pool of stagnant water. He Liexia told him a good news. Deanly has completed a manned experiment in the 760 million times zone some time ago, and there should be no problem with safety. Really? Zhang Yu opened the virtual display screen and found the paper of the High Flow Time Research Institute, and there was indeed something about this. After just a moment of watching, his heart sank again. Because the safe entry of the 760 million times area in the second half of the paper is about the possible dangerous area and the determination of the dangerous area. The possible dangerous area, the period of this area, is currently in the simulation calculation, 800 to 1,300 million times. The determined dangerous area is clearly above the 1354 million times area. According to Li Jianfeng's animal experiments, after entering the 1354 million times area, the four-dimensional beasts used in the experiment turned into a pile of statues in less than half an hour. Even if the resistance of the new humans is stronger, it is estimated that they can't withstand 1.5 billion times. This number is like a sharp knife, piercing his heart. 1.5 billion times, and his minimum standard of 3 billion times, the difference between the two is too big, at least in the short term. It is impossible to break through. Seeing Zhang Yu, who was disappointed, He Liexia suggested, why not try remote control? It's better than wasting time here. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Zhang Yu nodded. It is indeed necessary to try. Zhang Yu, who had regained his confidence, led his own research team to redesign the experiment and cooperated with other research institutions to optimize the remote control technology, hoping to reduce the time error. On the other hand, he was also trying to automate the experiment with a supercomputer system. Unfortunately, the difficulty of this plan was the impact of high flow rate time, the reactor being outside, and the superstate particles in the 3 billion times flow rate area, which would lead to some unpredictable situations. All these situations combined may make it impossible for the fully automatic supercomputer system to react immediately. After all, the logic of the supercomputer system, and the new humans themselves in handling things is actually fundamentally different. Supercomputers rely on empiricism, and must first have data and relevant rules before further deduction and calculation. In addition to empiricism, the new humans themselves can also handle things subjectively and bypass some tortuous steps. In this case, the supercomputer that follows dead logic cannot react as well as the new humans. The supercomputer can only rely on bloated computing power to narrow the gap with intelligent creatures. In terms of instant reaction and creativity, the stubborn supercomputers are not suitable for leading scientific research. If supercomputers can lead scientific research projects, they will become a real civilization, and they can step on the new humans and directly ascend to the advanced four-dimensional civilization. Now Zhang Yu uses supercomputers to lead scientific research projects, which is also a last resort. In order to ensure the accuracy of the experiment, he invested 1,000 scientific research unmanned spacecraft at one time and entered the wall of size. After more than 300 years of sailing, these spacecraft successfully arrived at the 3 billion times flow rate area. Then the experiment began. As expected, the experimental situation of the scientific research spacecraft was a mess, and many of the feedback information were ambiguous. If it was just ambiguous, it could be barely accepted. What was more troublesome was that the experimental information fed back from each scientific research spacecraft was actually contradictory. Just to rule out the accuracy of this information, Zhang Yu and others were overwhelmed. More troublesome things followed. Because some reactors were directly exposed to high flow rate time, they were corroded by time, and the scientific research spacecraft had to abandon them. The problem is that these reactors contain new substances that Zhang Yu needs. He asked a scientific research spacecraft to forcibly recover a reactor, but the spacecraft was also corroded by time. This is a dilemma. The reactor must be exposed to high flow rate time, and when the new substance is produced, the reactor is almost finished. Zhang Yu looked at the experimental report in his hand and said to himself, "We must find a material that can withstand the erosion of time." But he came to his senses again after thinking about it. If we can find a material that can resist the erosion of time, we don't need remote control, and we can go directly to the 3 billion times flow rate area to do experiments. In the end, the problem was still not solved. In the next experiment, the first batch of unmanned scientific research spacecraft were scrapped inside the wall of size one after another, turning into a mass of primitive matter. The second batch of spacecraft also set off from the test site not long ago. The sacrifice of the first batch of scientific research spacecraft brought a large amount of data, which was disorganized and contained very wrong information. The reason for the wrong information is that the environment of the wall of size easily destroys the spacetime waves. These incomplete spacetime waves collide with each other or become entangled, thus producing irrelevant information. Chapter 768. The scientific community of the new humans has fallen into a bottleneck period of stagnation. On the other side, the Water Eye people hidden in the fourth wall of size, in their secret base, the atmosphere is very depressing at this time. Jaffe, who is responsible for information collection, appeared in front of Yaman, the head of the base, like a ball of unpredictable liquid. Lord Yaman, the outpost we secretly built in the blue water spacetime domain was completely destroyed by the freedom flag. Damn it. Yaman was furious, but after a moment, he regained his composure. There was nothing they could do about the destruction of the outpost. After all, they had invaded the blue water spacetime before, and the water wave eye civilization was on guard against it. Since the water wave eye civilization was invading the blue water spacetime, many technologies and weapons could not be used, so they naturally fell into a passive situation. The current situation is that their unmanned outpost can only passively take the beating because they are afraid of the Dimension Inspection Team. We must find a way, otherwise we can't gain a foothold in blue water. That thing must be found. Lord Yaman, blue water spacetime has increased its vigilance against us a lot. Even if we go back to other time and space, it is estimated that it will be about the same. Jia Fei was a little helpless. Yaman, who was thinking hard, gently moved the universe model with his twisted tentacles. The other water wave eyes were also thinking about countermeasures. They didn't feel bad about losing more than a dozen outposts. The key was the losses behind them, which was the reason for their anger. Because they entered the blue water spacetime not for hegemony or colonization, but to obtain that special item. Suddenly, a water wave eyes man, with the ripples on his twisted body, sent a message. Lord Yaman, I remember that the freedom flag is continuously emitting thought spacetime waves to the Fakon spacetime, trying to secretly support some puppet civilizations. Yaman immediately reacted. You are planning to use the same method to support puppet civilizations in the blue water spacetime. Yes, with our technology, the success rate will be much higher than the semi-finished product of the freedom flag. Yaman had no doubts about the technological level of his side, but he had other concerns. After all, the freedom flag could emit thought space waves, so he would naturally be wary of reverse operations in other time and space. He raised his concerns, and asked the water pattern eyes to discuss, and find a way to avoid the monitoring of the free flag and enter the blue water spacetime domain. Yaman did not work behind closed doors. He fed back the plan to the headquarters, and asked the headquarters to mobilize forces to come up with a perfect plan. After more than 10 years of discussion, the water pattern I civilization has a good condition, that is, it spans time and space, and can conduct experimental tests between their own time and space domain and the French spacetime domain. The water pattern I civilization, whose own technological level is slightly higher than the free flag, has come up with a perfect plan in just over 10 years. The spacetime domain of Fekong. The fourth wall of size. In the secret base of Water Wave I, after receiving the plan, Yaman immediately took action. A specially built spaceship departed from the secret base and sailed secretly to the depths of the fourth wall of size. Except for the new human civilization, other native civilizations of the spacetime domain of Fekong knew nothing about this. Even the ghosts who were always paying attention could only detect some traces of the small movements of the Water Wave I civilization, and the information that could be analyzed from them was relatively small. All we know is that near the fourth wall of size, the other party recently launched something. In the vibrant wall of size, the spaceship of the watermarked I-Man ignored the high flow time around it, and moved at full speed towards the set target. Why is the wall of size full of vitality? In fact, the high flow time of the wall of size can only have an effect on four-dimensional creatures. In other words, even if the three-dimensional creatures are destroyed by time, they don't know it, because their timeline is itself part of the wall of size, in a kind of flashpoint survival state. The so-called flashpoint survival means that the existence of organisms is only a moment, and they will complete reproduction and survival in a moment. In the wall of size, the speed of race replacement is extremely terrifying. And here, three-dimensional civilization can even avoid the prying of four-dimensional civilization, and there are many civilizations that have successfully upgraded. Unfortunately, the wall of size is the reason for success and failure. Inside the wall of size, the moment when the three-dimensional civilization completes its promotion is also the moment of their demise. The high flow rate of time is enough to kill everything. After more than 10 years of sailing, the spacecraft successfully approached the central layer of the wall of size. After crossing the central layer of the wall of size, the spacecraft continued to move to the other side, and finally stopped in the 780 million times flow rate area. This distance is the safe area obtained by the water pattern I after a series of calculations. According to the technological level of the freedom flag, the opponent's limit can be roughly estimated. The water pattern I estimates that the freedom flag can safely reach the 420 million times flow rate area at most. And their current 780 million times flow rate area is already a very safe area. In this area, it is difficult for the freedom flag to detect the existence of the spacecraft. The docked spacecraft unfolded its protective layer, and then began to edit special spacetime waves, continuously emitting spacetime waves to the blue water spacetime of the freedom flag. Blue water spacetime domain. At the edge of the wall of size on this side, the defense fleet and intelligence system of the freedom flag closely monitored the situation on this side. In the edge area, there were more than a dozen thought radio stations they had deployed, and these thought radio stations were constantly emitting spacetime waves. It was precisely because they were doing this kind of thing that the free people would also doubt whether the other civilizations were also engaging in thought puppetry when they looked at them. Therefore, a large number of spacetime wave analysis stations are set up in the border area of the freedom flag to monitor incoming spacetime waves. The freedom flag is close to the border of the wall of size, with the signal analysis station number 20539. 7 free men are stationed in the analysis station, repeating the same work day after day, and the data in front of them is vast. A bored free man turned around and complained to the station master, "This job is too boring, it's not free." "Free?" the webmaster muttered to himself. The idle free man sat on the chair with his hands on his head. "Yes, not free at all, I'd rather die than not be free." The webmaster remained silent, his eyes still staring at the display, but his eyes were a little empty. Suddenly, a spacetime wave was marked as abnormal by the automatic detection system. The webmaster immediately became serious. "There is a problem, cheer up." The other free men changed their previous free and undisciplined attitude and operated the system to detect abnormal data. But they didn't know that at the same time when the analysis station intercepted the abnormal spacetime wave, another more hidden and strange spacetime wave entered their analysis system. Time passed by. After reading the analysis results of the abnormal spacetime wave, the station master breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem, lift the alert." It turned out that this abnormal spacetime wave came from a flashpoint four-dimensional civilization of the wall of size. They can often detect this type of abnormal spacetime wave. After all, the inside of the wall of size is a restricted area for four-dimensional creatures. The three-dimensional civilization inside can develop unrestrainedly. Naturally, there are many civilizations that have been promoted to four-dimensional civilization. It's just that these civilizations are four-dimensional civilizations for a moment, so they are called Flashpoint Four-Dimensional Civilization. Chapter 769. Many border analysis stations of the Free Flag received the abnormal spacetime wave, but they did not find the problem. The long-term comfort made the Free Flag neglect the enemy's cunning. After infecting the analysis system of the analysis station, the consequence was disastrous because the technological level of the water wave I civilization was slightly higher than that of the Free Flag. After the dark spacetime wave entered the analysis system, it quietly implanted the secret door program. The effect of this is to cause some minor problems in the analysis system of the Free Flag, but this minor problem will not cause problems during normal operation. Because the only people who knew about this little problem were the watermark eyes, and other civilizations had no way to use it. This little problem, in the hands of the watermark eyes, could produce a different effect. After several careful tests, the Yamen, who controlled everything remotely, finally determined the specific distribution locations of those infected analysis stations. Under the cover of that little problem, the specially edited spacetime wave passed through the Free Flag control area without hindrance, and then infiltrated into the blue water spacetime domain. Compared with the high-intensity alert in the border area, the central area of the spacetime domain is often not so tense. Mainly because there is no need to face external enemies, the civilizations in the same spacetime all know each other well, and a relatively balanced situation has long been formed. Naturally, there is no high alert, and the spacetime wave that successfully infiltrated found an ordinary three-dimensional civilization in a remote corner, and directly infected this civilization with thoughts. After the first puppet civilization was successfully obtained, Yamen Base took advantage of the victory, and used the spacetime wave to covertly infect more than a dozen three-dimensional civilizations, turning them into puppet civilizations. These civilizations, with the help of Yamen Base, were secretly promoted to four-dimensional civilization in less than a few hundred years, and then began to operate in secret. New Era 155-83-36-71. A spaceship passed through the void of blue water spacetime. Yamen came to blue water spacetime through Soul Sea technology, which is a remote control method, but there are certain risks. If the organism parasitized by the soul seed is destroyed, he will permanently lose this part of the soul, which is not a big deal. But the real risk is that many advanced four-dimensional civilizations have soul reverse analysis and tracking technology. If the soul seed is captured, it may expose the plot of the water pattern eyes. But Yamen has no way now. The thing lost in the blue water spacetime is not only very important, but also has special shielding technology. It is necessary for the water pattern people to go to the scene in person to lock the specific location. There are a total of 15 water pattern eyes, who ventured into the blue water spacetime. They are scattered all over the blue water spacetime, and under the cover of those puppet civilizations, they secretly search for the item. The direction of Yamen's search was the colonies of the water wave I civilization in the blue water spacetime. These colonies had long been divided up by the local civilization. In their heyday, the water wave I people controlled 1/5 of the blue water spacetime, and were the invincible overlords of the universe. Unfortunately, they were too complacent. They forgot that in the multi-dimensional spacetime, the Dimension Inspectorate and the Supreme Civilization Summit behind them were the real masters. The Dimension Inspector of the blue water spacetime attacked them directly, and wiped out the colonies of the water wave I civilization in the blue water spacetime in an instant. In this process, the water pattern I civilization lost the most important thing. After obtaining the item, their civilization conducted a long period of research and obtained a lot of technology from it. According to the remaining research data, the creator of the item may be a top four-dimensional civilization, or even a supreme civilization. Therefore, the water pattern I people are obsessed with the item, and have been trying to find ways to return to the blue water spacetime. It's just that because the water pattern I was driven out that year, the local civilization was extremely vigilant about the wall of size between the two time and space, and did not give the water pattern I people any chance at all. In the case of being unable to break through head-on, the water I man chose to go around the spacetime, and then enter the blue water spacetime. This plan did avoid the native civilization of the blue water spacetime, and successfully infiltrated. Sir, the search of the 8th area is complete, and no target is found. Yamen, who woke up from his meditation, looked at the virtual map and crossed out an area, the next area. Yes. The fanatical and devout four-dimensional man immediately gave the order. The spaceship hid in the spacetime and sneaked to the next area. The Water-Eye Man was still very familiar with the blue water spacetime. After only investigating for tens of thousands of years, Yaman, no matter how patient he was, became a little anxious. He communicated with other water pattern eye people who entered the blue water spacetime about the recent investigation and found that others had also found nothing. The focus of their investigation was the colonies of the water pattern eye civilization in the past, and the surrounding areas of the colonies. Currently, about 73% of this area has been searched by Yaman and his team. If the remaining 27% of the area does not find the item, the problem will be troublesome. According to the relevant records of the water wave eye civilization, the technological level of that item is very high, and it is estimated that the attack of the Dimension Inspection Team is difficult to destroy. Moreover, this item has another feature, which is that it can automatically hide in time and space, and it is difficult for ordinary four-dimensional civilizations to find it. Yaman and others who were busy searching, unknowingly spent about 23,000 years in the blue water time and space. Looking at the virtual map in front of him, the colony and the surrounding areas of that year have been carefully searched, and nothing has been found. This situation made Yaman feel heavy-hearted. Because the location of the item disappeared in the colony of that year, it was either destroyed by the Dimensional Inspection Team or picked up by other civilizations. Now he can only put his hope in other areas, hoping that it will be picked up by other civilizations. If it is destroyed by the Dimensional Inspection Team, then they have no hope at all. At the same time, in a void somewhere in the blue water space-time domain, a pyramid-shaped item is wrapped by layers of dimensional barriers, and the surrounding four-dimensional space-time is full of alarms and detectors. There are quite a few bases in the interlayer of the dimensional barrier. Scientists of this civilization are doing relevant research on this broken pyramid-shaped object in these bases. The intelligence personnel in charge of the base are highly alert to the surroundings. However, they did not notice that a strange substance in the inner core of the pyramid-shaped object slowly became active the moment the water pattern eye entered the blue water spacetime. After tens of thousands of years of changes, this mass of mercury-like substance seems to be sensing the surrounding situation. It turns out that so much time has passed. The mass of mercury rolled and changed, and turned into a creature, which looked exactly like the man with water pattern eyes. He glanced around, and seemed to have a full view of the creature studying the pyramid-shaped objects, as well as their equipment, technology, and information. Ant-like existence, not even worth being used, disappear. In an instant, a space-time wave directly penetrated through layers of dimensions, and acted on a busy scientist. Unbeknownst to this civilization, a strange message spread wildly within them. Chapter 770. That strange and fast message spread wildly within this civilization. Through the internal communication system of this civilization, it was almost an all-pervasive invasion. In less than a dozen hours, the people of this civilization were infected by the strange message without knowing it. Then the disaster followed. In the scientific research base hidden in the void, several four-dimensional scientists were talking and laughing, and suddenly one of the scientists felt that his eyes were a little double. When he was about to wipe his eyes, he found that his body could not move. What happened? His heart was suddenly lifted up. He tried his best to stimulate the genes and rule power in his body, trying to regain control of his body, but found that it was getting harder and harder. Several scientists around him were also stiff. The scientific research base, which was bustling just now, became completely silent in less than 10 seconds. The genes and souls of the four-dimensional people were constantly collapsing. On the other side, after more than 370 years of searching, Yaman's spaceship arrived at a dead and silent void. At first, he didn't notice anything until the spaceship's puppet four-dimensional man detected an abnormal folded spacetime. Sir, a folded spacetime was found in this area, and there are traces of human modification. The four-dimensional man pointed to the virtual map. Yaman took a look at the virtual map, and from the detection data on one side, there were indeed many traces of human modification. Launch the detector and prepare for detection. Understood. Since it was a man-made spacetime, Yaman had to be alert and ready to retreat at any time. He didn't want to be eliminated before finding the item. The spaceship hid, leaving a detector in place. The detector slowly approached the folded spacetime, emitting spacetime waves as it approached. In the cockpit, Yaman looked at the feedback information and couldn't help feeling a little strange, because this folded spacetime was too obvious, not like a tightly hidden base. Is it a trap? Just when he was full of doubts, the detector had reached the edge of the folded spacetime. The detector's approach did not cause any abnormality, which was beyond Yaman's expectations again. Continue. Yes, Lord Yaman. The detector found a weak point in the folded spacetime, and after a moment, it opened a temporary gap through spacetime technology. Then the detector sank into the gap and entered the folded spacetime from there. There was still no other reaction to the situation inside. After some detection, the detector was unimpeded all the way and broke through hundreds of dimensional barriers. Until the detector broke through the last dimensional barrier, a huge pyramid-shaped creation appeared in the detector data. Yaman jumped up in surprise. This. Then he took control of the detector and scanned the pyramid in front of him in all directions. Half an hour later, Yaman was surprised and happy. It's real. He was really surprised, and even had an illusion that it was unreal. Calming down, Yaman looked at the pyramid in front of him, and the folded time and space in the void. He first notified the other water pattern eyes to stop the search, and half of them came here to meet up. The remaining 7 people continued to hide in other areas to prevent emergencies. After notifying his subordinates, he hid the folded time and space again. At least that kind of obvious loophole could not be exposed in the void. After adding 3 layers of hidden isolation layers in succession, the possibility of being discovered by ordinary 4-dimensional civilizations has been reduced to the lowest. After all, the technological level of the water pattern eyes is there. If it weren't for the concern about the dimension inspection team, the native civilization of the blue water spacetime would not be able to stop them. After dealing with these things, he focused on another matter. The situation in this dead base made Yaman a little creepy. Since they have the ability to destroy this civilization, the other party must have discovered the Horn of Origin. But the other party didn't take away the Horn of Origin, which made him a little difficult to understand. Didn't find the Horn of Origin's value? Or disdain? These questions are all worth Yaman's deep consideration. He quickly dispatched the puppet 4-dimensional people to conduct a carpet search of the entire spacetime base. However, the search results disappointed him greatly, because there was no living creature in the entire spacetime base, and no fierce fighting was found. He used the spacetime backtracking system, but found that the time here was missing a short period of time. For this situation, Yaman became more and more uneasy. Being able to cut off a period of time, and completely cover up other traces means that the civilization behind it has a strong level of technology. Since the technological level is not weak, there is no reason to turn a blind eye to the Horn of Origin. Could it be that the civilization is so powerful that it disdains the Horn of Origin? Just when he was full of doubts, after more than 20 years of diving, 7 watermarked eyes arrived one after another. Seeing the Horn of Origin deep in the base, they all showed excitement. They found the Horn of Origin. At least their trip was not in vain. However, after Yaman expressed his doubts, these watermarked eyes engaged in intelligence work also showed solemn expressions. According to Yaman's intelligence, there are indeed many problems. One of the water pattern eyes thought about it again and suggested to Yaman, "Master Yaman, I suggest moving to the corner of origin. This place is really a bit weird, and there may be something wrong." "I think so too." Another water pattern eyes echoed. After a discussion, everyone felt that there was something wrong with this place. In order to avoid problems, they unanimously agreed to the transfer plan. 3 years later, Yaman and others found another area, an area with a suitable distance and no powerful 4-dimensional civilization along the way. The hidden transfer plan was being carried out in full swing. The irregular silver-white liquid substance at the core of the Horn of Origin seemed to sense the change in position. He woke up from his deep sleep again, looked through the layers of dimensions, and took a look at the people with watermarked eyes, and then released a message that directly acted on Yaman and others. Yaman, who was busy with the dispatch work, suddenly stiffened, as if he was being watched by something. Although it was less than a billionth of a second, he still felt a sense of malice, but he couldn't find the source of the malice. At the level of advanced 4-dimensional people, intelligent creatures trust their intuition more, because this is a physical phenomenon. Intuition, in 4-dimensional civilization, is also called the time trigger effect of cause and effect. Because 4-dimensional people are extremely sensitive to the rules of time, space, cause and effect, as long as someone thinks of 4-dimensional people, this effect will be triggered and intuition will form. Yaman reacted immediately. Obviously, someone just triggered his cause and effect and thought about him. If it was his own thinking, he would be very clear about that feeling, but the feeling just now was so strange and so cold. Ever since he found the Horn of Origin, he has been feeling uneasy, always feeling that he is being watched by something. Temporarily suppressing his inner uneasiness, he continued his escort work and placed the Horn of Origin in a safe area as soon as possible. However, he did not realize that a strange message had penetrated into his body and lurked seamlessly. Chapter 771. The new humans in the Fekong spacetime, know nothing about the situation of the water wave eyes in the blue water spacetime. In fact, the water wave eyes civilization also does not know much about the situation in the blue water spacetime. Let's return to the Fekong spacetime. The Ghost Special Service, the intelligence branch stationed in the new human timeline cluster, was caught off guard by a sudden news. The person in charge of this area is Li Zifeng, an old man from the Ghost Special Service. A border patrol team lost contact with the station branch 2 days ago, and did not feedback any information. Li Zifeng attached great importance to this matter, and immediately called together more than a dozen team leaders to discuss how to deal with it. A team leader stood up and said, "Director, I am willing to take people to investigate this matter. My team is also ready to carry out the task at any time." Li Zifeng shook his head directly. "You are rushing over before the matter has been investigated clearly. If something goes wrong, I don't want to be hit on the head by Lao Ming." After discussing for more than 10 minutes, his assistant hurriedly came in and handed over an investigation report. After reading the investigation report, Li Zifeng's heart did not relax, but became more solemn. Because in the investigation report, the area where the patrol team disappeared also had an accident that year, which can be traced back to the time when the new humans just upgraded. The new humans sent Jiang Haitang and others to form 3 teams to trigger the upgrade. In this process, only Jiang Haitang's group returned successfully and safely, and the others died in the vast 4-dimensional spacetime. Li Zifeng naturally knew about this period of history. The area where one of the teams disappeared was in this area. "Do we have alarms in this area?" The assistant replied hurriedly, "Yes, and they are very dense." Li Zifeng's eyes condensed, and then asked, "Did you find any abnormalities in the historical records?" "It seems that there are some impressions. I will check." The assistant called up the historical data of the area, and soon found some relatively abnormal situations. For example, the passive alarms in this area often lost contact inexplicably, and the spacecraft of the Fujian Empire also often appeared in this area. Tinling Empire? Could it be them who did it? Li Zifeng doubted, but then he ruled out this possibility. Although the Tinling Empire hoped that the new humans would be destroyed, as long as they were not stupid, they would not choose to attack in such an obvious area. Feeling that there might be some problems here, Li Zifeng did not act rashly, but mobilized a large number of detectors to enter the area for a carpet search. Due to the great retreat of the new human civilization that year, there has not been much action since returning to the new human timeline. If the Ghost headquarters had not recently expanded the surveillance area here, they would not have discovered the abnormality in this area. With the entry of a large number of detectors, the situation in that area was revealed bit by bit. In front of Li Zifeng, his face was extremely ugly. The lost spaceship and the Ghost agent on it had been searched by the detector, but the situation of the spaceship and the Ghost agent made everyone present feel cold in their hearts. The lifelike statue, the completely destroyed genes and soul, was deader than dead. The same situation also occurred with the spacecraft. The dimensional rules and spacetime materials that constructed the spacecraft were restored to their original state. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Li Zifeng might not believe it, because this situation was too familiar to everyone present. This was the 4-dimensional creatures eroded by time under the high flow rate of time inside the wall of size. Those 4-dimensional creatures that mistakenly entered the wall of size also died so vividly, and their internal genes and souls were completely destroyed. What's going on? Is this a high-speed time zone? No, the time constant on the detector is normal. Could it be a weapon from another civilization? The Ghost agents discussed it, but no one had a reasonable explanation. This situation was indeed strange. Soon they all quieted down, because more statues were found in the data fed back by the detector. Among the statues, there were doomed spiders and ancient snakes living nearby, and many bodies were intact. The spaceship and the 4-dimensional people inside the spaceship. The situation in front of them made Li Zifeng and others feel more depressed. The carpet search was still going on in an orderly manner. More and more statues were found. Through the location of these statues, an area could be roughly determined. 15 months later, another discovery solved a puzzle of Li Zifeng. In the core area of the area, a spaceship of the new human beings and 5 Ghost agents were found. These people were the missing team. The spaceship and the bodies of the Ghost agents were packed and transported to the new human homeland. The patrol team that died before was also dealt with in the same way. At this point in the investigation, the scope of this area has been preliminarily determined, and Li Zifeng has raised the danger level of the area to 8.5. This is a very high danger level, almost equivalent to the top 4-dimensional civilization. No wonder he is so afraid. Although the killing method is similar to the high flow time of the wall of size, The weirdness here is that the location where the high flow time appears may be uncertain. This is why the danger level of the wall of size is around 7.7, while the danger level of the strange land is as high as 8.5. The time here is very normal on the surface, which brings a lot of confusion. If you enter this area for the first time, you will definitely be killed here. Li Zifeng looked at some other information, such as the Fujilan Empire base hidden in the surroundings, and knew that these guys must know the situation in the strange land. One day after more than 700 years, the research team mobilized by the Science and Technology Commission from the Wall of Size finally arrived nearby. In recent years, Li Zifeng has not been idle, but has done a lot of experiments, such as capturing some four-dimensional beasts and sending them into the strange land. In this way, he tested some situations. The situation inside the strange land can only be described in one word, that is, unpredictable. The situation of time erosion in various areas inside the strange land is uncertain. This situation makes the danger here higher. It's like facing two people, one is an irritable person and the other is a fickle person. At least the irritable person has a pattern, but the fickle person is really hard to get along with. After the scientific research team came, Li Zifeng handed over the information he had collected over the years. Zhang Yu and others who came from the Wall of Size were also very interested in this strange place. This was the first time that the new humans found a high-flow time area outside the Wall of Size. The scientific community, which was stuck in the bottleneck of scientific and technological development, would study these strange things. The situation in the strange place naturally attracted a large number of scientists. In the research base built by Li Zifeng before, Zhang Yu and several colleagues discussed the data one by one. This amorphous high-flow time area is indeed different from the Wall of Size. It seems more strange and more difficult to observe. A modified unmanned spacecraft, with a small environmental system, began to enter the strange place. Chapter 772. Blue Water Spacetime Domain. Since he felt that he was being spied on, Yaman organized a secret investigation, but the results of the investigation did not satisfy him. The 7 intelligence officers in the base all noticed the spying, but none of them could find out anything, so they could only suppress the matter temporarily. In the secret base, the newly migrated corner of origin has been isolated layer by layer. Those people from the puppet civilization were dismissed by Yaman. The previous spying made him suspect that there might be some problems hidden in these puppet civilizations. In addition, he did not want these puppet civilizations to participate in the research on the Horn of Origin, so dismissing the puppet four-dimensional people became the best choice. Only Yaman and 7 intelligence personnel were left in the base, which seemed particularly deserted and even a little creepy. In the pyramid of the Horn of Origin, the irregular silver-white liquid quietly sent out information. Under the unconscious guidance, Yaman and others in the base discovered some technologies very coincidentally. A technical intelligence officer sent a message with great surprise. Master Yaman, these are several technologies that have been cracked from the Horn of Origin recently. Yaman hurriedly browsed through them. After browsing through 3 of the technologies, he became excited. Great, we can start preparing for our plan to return to Gozan spacetime safely. The technologies that were cracked from the Horn of Origin include 2 hidden technologies that can shield the detection of top-level 4-dimensional civilizations, and even the monitoring of the Dimension Inspection Team. The reason why Yaman stayed in the Blue Water Spacetime was because he was afraid of the Dimension Inspection Team, and did not dare to leave through the Wall of Size with the Horn of Origin. Now with these 2 new technologies, the success rate of their plan to safely transport the Horn of Origin will be increased to about 90%. This success rate is already very high, and it is worth Yaman's risk. A new spacetime spaceship was built, and a dimensional isolation layer was constructed based on the 2 technologies, and a void background environment simulator was built. This void background environment simulator can completely hide the spaceship in time and space, and it is difficult for outside detection to detect this spaceship. After completing the spaceship, Yaman immediately arranged for testing. In order to further improve the concealment level, the communication system inside the spaceship will be silent during the test, and will not actively communicate with the outside world. Therefore, the control of the spaceship requires one person to control it personally, and an intelligence officer took on this task. The spaceship went to the Inspector's Eye of Blue Water Spacetime. If you want to test the concealment effect of the spaceship, the Inspector's Eye is the most suitable test site. Of course, the danger is also the most dangerous. After more than 10 years of full-speed progress, the spacecraft arrived at the first wall of size in the Blue Water Spacetime, less than 15 trillion standard degrees away from the Inspector's Eye. This distance is very close for a 4-dimensional civilization. A dozen dimensional upgrading missiles were projected from the interior of the spacecraft, and then the spacecraft evacuated the area and waited quietly. About 5 years later, near the inspector's eye, in a timeline cluster, a dimensional upgrading missile exploded there. In an instant, inside the inspector's eye, a humanoid multidimensional creature opened his eyes. His eyes directly penetrated through layers of dimensions, and saw a timeline cluster destroyed by the dimensional upgrading weapon. He frowned, and used his mind to act on the system, erasing the existence of the other dozen dimensional weapons. Then he activated the scanning system, conducted a comprehensive information state detection of the entire blue water spacetime, and activated the time-causal system to retrieve the cause and root of the dimensional weapons. After searching the entire blue water spacetime for more than 10 seconds, he found the target. He would not show mercy to the civilization that provoked the dimensional inspection team. Opening the virtual universe of blue water spacetime, all the people of that civilization were marked as non-existent. In an instant, all the members of that unfortunate civilization scattered in the vast four-dimensional space and time, as well as the objects they created, directly disintegrated into primitive matter. After doing all this, the dimensional inspector fell silent again. Blue water space and time. In the base where Yaman and others were hiding. The alarm hidden in the number 2 puppet civilization sounded shrilly. My lord, the number 2 puppet civilization has been destroyed. Yaman had no emotional fluctuations. Continue to observe, don't act rashly. I understand. The destruction of a puppet civilization is not a big deal in the eyes of Yaman and others. Although the destruction of the puppet civilization was done by the Dimension Inspection Team, Yaman and his team also contributed greatly. From the beginning of the trial plan, in order to distance themselves from the relationship and not let the Dimension Inspection Team lose their goal, it is necessary to set up an open target. Otherwise, even if the spacecraft and the base can avoid the initial detection, the Dimension Inspection Team, which cannot find the murderer, will definitely increase the detection level, and then Yaman and his team's traces may be exposed. 32 years later, the silent test spacecraft appeared again inside the base. Yaman knew that the test was successful. At least under the low-intensity monitoring of the Dimension Inspection Team, they could perfectly avoid monitoring. Feeling that there was no time to lose, Yaman immediately began to arrange a return plan. Considering that the monitoring intensity between Lan Shui spacetime and Gozong spacetime must be very strict because it had been cleared by the Dimension Inspection Team before. The route he chose was to return from the original route, from Lan Shui spacetime to Feikong spacetime, and then from Feikong spacetime back to Gozong spacetime. After modifying the spaceship and loading the Horn of Origin into it, they immediately dived towards the Wall of Size. After sailing secretly for more than 10 years, they entered the Wall of Size near the Freedom Flag. Everything went very smoothly, and the Dimension Inspection Team did not notice anything unusual. After passing the Wall of Size, Yaman and others did not relax their vigilance, because there was also a Dimension Inspection Team on the Feikong spacetime side, and now was not the time to be high profile. In the storage cabin of the spaceship, the Horn of Origin still did not change at all, but after entering the Feikong spacetime, the unknown existence hidden in it seemed to have observed something, and woke up from silence. This race? A branch of the Supreme Civilization. I didn't expect that there would be a branch of the Supreme Civilization in such a place. He seemed very fearful, and strengthened his concealment to avoid being discovered. Yaman and others who were controlling the spacecraft did not notice anything unusual. In order to avoid any more trouble, they did not even intend to stay at the base stationed in Feikong, and headed straight for the 5th Wall of Size. The unknown existence did not cause any trouble, and allowed Yaman to transport the Horn of Origin to Gozong spacetime. New Era 175-83-39-14. After a long journey of more than 100 years, Yaman finally arrived safely in Gozong spacetime with the Horn of Origin and returned to the headquarters of the Water Pattern I civilization. He was welcomed like a hero. The Horn of Origin was the hope of their rise for the Water Pattern I civilization. Now that it was recovered, the low morale of the internal forces suddenly became excited. The Horn of Origin was strictly protected, and the top leaders of the Water Pattern I civilization immediately organized a strong team of scientific researchers to carry out comprehensive and in-depth research. This time, they must seize the opportunity. After obtaining the Horn of Origin, the Water Pattern I civilization not only did not expand, but became more low-key, perhaps because they learned from the lessons of the last time. But they did not realize that a crisis was coming towards them. Chapter 773. Hidden in Time and Space. Inside the scientific research base of the Water Pattern I civilization. The scientists who were immersed in research were constantly scanning the corner of origin through sophisticated instruments. Countless information was refreshed from the system of the scanning instrument, but the bodies of these scientists were actually rippling with slight fluctuations in time and space. For this situation, the people with water pattern eyes, who came and went, seemed not to notice it. As time went by, in less than a dozen years, all the people with water pattern eyes had this slight fluctuation in time and space on their bodies. Soon after, these watermarked people seemed to become stagnant, like zombies, and stopped all their movements. Gradually, timelines grew on their bodies, and the law of cause and effect was also reorganized. All the watermarked people turned into cocoons. This strange situation lasted for 3 years. Until one day, one of the cocoons collapsed, and a watermarked person floated out of it, but the body shape of the watermarked person at this time had changed a little from before. The watermarked eyes had blue bodies before, but now they have turned silver white. Moreover, the characteristic of their race, the water ripples, has turned dark gray, and black lines have emerged, like spider webs, entangled on the entire body. The first watermarked eyes person broke the cocoon, as if triggering a chain reaction, and the cocoons broke one after another, and the watermarked eyes people woke up one by one. Their bodies all underwent the same changes. Yaman, who had just woken up, observed the sudden changes in his body, and his heart was in turmoil. Is this the truth of the universe? It turns out that everything is a false truth. What is the meaning of my existence? Yaman, who fell into self-doubt, was like other people with watermarked eyes, and fell into an inextricable ideological conflict. Inside the scientific research base, the previously tattered corner of origin has changed, and there is no trace of damage in that state. In the glittering pyramid, layers of dimensional confinement were peeled off by an invisible force, revealing the true face of the core space. The irregular silver-white liquid had long since disappeared, replaced by a creature that looked exactly like the water wave eyes. The water wave eyes at the research base shouted enthusiastically and respectfully, "Destroy illusions and return to reality. Destroy illusions and return to reality. Destroy illusions and return to." A series of rapid spacetime waves rippled among the water wave eyes present, as if they could infect their hearts and reshape their worldviews of life. As the enthusiastic cheers from the scientific research base broke out, the entire water pattern eye civilization shouted at the same time, "Destroy illusions and return to reality. Destroy." The message that hit the heart made all the water pattern eye people become more determined from their previous confusion and hesitation, as if they were injected with a new soul. The man who slowly walked out of the pyramid pressed the irregular tentacles and sent out a gentle message: the enslaved life will eventually be liberated. The High Ruler cannot forever imprison the development of life. My name is Boko, and I come from the Free Life Alliance. Hundreds of high-ranking members of the Water Wave Eye civilization, who were projected over, greeted respectfully. "Commissioner Boko, thank you very much for coming. Please allow us to express our highest respect to the Free Life Alliance on behalf of the Water Wave Eye civilization." Boko responded calmly, "You're welcome. We are all civilizations oppressed by the Supreme Civilization Summit. The purpose of my coming here is to let everyone see the true face of the universe." One of the senior officials of the Water Pattern Eye civilization asked hesitantly, "Commissioner Boko, we alone cannot successfully liberate other civilizations in the control area of the Supreme Civilization Summit. Don't worry, there are more than just your civilization. The purpose of our Free Life Alliance is to allow all civilizations in all dimensions to gain ultimate freedom of life." Hearing this, the senior officials of the Water Pattern Eye civilization breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were not fighting alone, and they had friends in the Alliance. Boko's body seemed to have a special rule that could resonate with the thoughts of these Water Pattern Eyes, making them believe in him without reservation. Through this trait, he quickly mastered the Water Pattern Eye civilization and began to act secretly. First, he promoted a new anti-detection system on a large scale within the Water Pattern Eye civilization to ensure that the Water Pattern Eye civilization's every move would not be monitored by the Dimension Inspection Team. This arrangement is extremely important. If Boko cannot avoid the monitoring of the Dimension Inspection Team, his actions will be restricted. After all, his next move is to dig into the corner of the Supreme Civilization Summit. Once discovered, the consequence is death. Although he is outside the control area of the Supreme Civilization Summit, he is not afraid of the other party's retaliation. The problem is that he is now in the control area of the other party. No matter how powerful the technology is, it is a lonely battle. Facing the terrifying Supreme Civilization Summit, once surrounded by the other party, it is definitely a disaster. Looking at the busy Water Pattern Eye man, Boko calculated in his heart. According to the current progress, the 5 million time and space domains he is responsible for have been infiltrated by about 6.7%. Conservatively estimated, if the Dimensional Inspection Team in the area is to be severely damaged, the proportion of infiltrated time and space domains must be increased to about 10% at least. Only by increasing the penetration rate to about 10%, he can launch a full-scale offensive, cooperate with the uprisings in other areas, and the support of the Free Life Alliance outside, and the probability of success will increase. He also checked the progress of other infiltrators through the internal communication system. Among the progress of the infiltrators, his progress ranked in the middle, which can only be considered good or bad. In this regard, Boku did not rush for quick success. You know, the Dimension Inspection Team has a very sensitive nose. Many infiltrators were exposed because they were too impatient, and were discovered by the Dimension Inspection Team, and then died tragically at the hands of the Supreme Civilization Summit. He asked the water pattern eyes to hurry up and transform the spacecraft and base to ensure their own concealment. Then he prepared to act secretly, control other civilizations in Gozong spacetime, and then gradually infiltrate the surrounding areas. His body in Gozong spacetime is just a sub-body, and there are a large number of sub-bodies hidden in other spacetime domains and preparing secretly. However, Boko looked at the spacetime map in front of him and silently crossed out the Fekong spacetime and included it in the temporary infiltration zone, because he had encountered that civilization before. If the Fekong spacetime is infiltrated, it may arouse the vigilance of the Supreme Civilization Summit. Boko, who did not want to be exposed immediately, naturally knew that some places should not be easily tested. Hidden in the spacetime. As the water pattern eyes were integrated, Boko began to act and secretly infiltrated several weak four-dimensional civilizations. Then he stopped and observed the dimensional inspection team of the spacetime. He found that the other party did not notice it and continued to infiltrate. The dimensional inspection team that managed the four-dimensional civilization did not find any problems in a short period of time. Moreover, Boko was very tolerant. Before the arrangement was completed, even if some traces were found, he chose to destroy the controlled civilization and cut off the investigation of the dimensional inspection team. Chapter 774. In the dark space and time, in the dense cluster of timelines. A fleet flew past, but the alarms of the surrounding four-dimensional civilization did not detect any abnormalities, and allowed the fleet to sail far away. The purpose of this fleet was very clear, which was to be the inspector's eye of this space and time. However, these warships had anti-reconnaissance systems that could block the detection of dimensional inspectors. The same situation continued to occur in various space and time. However, the actions of these fleets were very cautious. When they arrived near the inspectors' eye where the dimensional inspector group was located, they all stopped secretly. Boko, who was in the hidden spacetime, had already infiltrated 7 four-dimensional civilizations and formed a considerable force, plus his other subbodies, the forces in the nearby spacetime. A huge net was being woven bit by bit, and it would be locked tight to the Dimension Inspection Team and the Supreme Civilization Summit behind it. In the secret base of the Water Wave Eye Civilization, Boko sensed the information of other subbodies, and his other time-space fluctuations flickered slightly, as if resonating with something. It has reached 8.6%. We have been preparing for so long, a full 68 epochs, equivalent to 27 trillion blue star years, and it is almost at the critical point. A man with watermarked eyes floated over from outside the hatch and said respectfully, "Commissioner Boko, the first fleet has arrived near the inspector's eye." Boko said without any emotion, "Very good, set up the dimension disruptor, don't let those guys find it." Yes, for unlimited freedom. Near the inspector's eye that hides time and space. A dozen sneaky warships, using a special anti-reconnaissance system, threw spheres one by one into the nearby timeline clusters under the eyes of the dimensional inspectors. These spheres are only about the size of a moon. In front of the timeline, they are like an atom entering a galaxy. The silver-gray spheres, once entering the timeline cluster, turned into Mercury, quickly merged into the timeline, and then completely disappeared. The three-dimensional creatures inside the timeline did not find any problems, and the dimensional inspection team of the inspectors, I also did not notice anything abnormal. Everything is calm. On the other side, Fekong time and space. The new human civilization, in the scientific research base near the strange land, is still immersed in scientific research, hoping to break through the bottleneck period of science and technology. However, Zhongyu and others thought too simply. For more than 80 million years, they still have not made any breakthrough progress in their research on the strange land. This situation made a group of researchers feel deeply desperate. Even if they kept communicating and launched a charge against the rules of time again and again, the problem in front of them was like an insurmountable Himalayas. Wang Mingzhi, who came to participate in the exchange, looked at the depressed Wei Feng, Zhongyu and others, and said with a smile, Relax. Haste makes waste. The more anxious you are, the easier it is for you to get carried away. You know what? Mingzhi, I haven't published a new paper for 37 million years, and I suspect that I have run out of ideas. Wei Feng smiled bitterly. Isn't it the same for me? Huang Mingzhi spread his hands and replied. Zhang Yu changed the subject. Academician Huang, what do you think of this strange place? After thinking for a while, Huang Mingzhi slowly said, the situation in the strange place is the uncertain high flow time, and the problem should return to the high flow time. Zhang Yu nodded. Dr. Li Jianfeng's research on the wall of size has currently sent the detector to the 9.1 billion times flow area, which can send four-dimensional life to the 2.8 billion times flow area. He then sighed, alas, it's still a little short. If it can reach the 3 billion times flow area, the experiment may have hope. Huang Mingzhi understood what he meant. Zhang Yu came to the strange land from the wall of size, just for that experiment, hoping to synthesize new substances with the help of the strange situation here. This is indeed an idea. After all, many technologies are not impossible in theory, but the materials cannot meet the requirements. Therefore, Zhang Yu put the direction of technological breakthrough on new materials, hoping to achieve further development of science and technology through the research and development of new materials. This path cannot be said to be wrong, but the current situation has caused some scientists in the Science and Technology Commission to waver in their hearts. Because there is less than 200 million times the flow rate left from the 3 billion times flow rate zone designed by Zhang Yu's experiment, but this position seems unbreakable. It has been stagnant in the 2.8 billion times flow rate zone for 47.2 million years. That feeling is like being close at hand, but it feels out of reach. Now many scientists have given up the new material route and turned to other routes. For this situation, the most painful person is Zhang Yu, the leader of this route. After the exchange, the projections of Huang Mingzhi and others disappeared in the base. Only Zhang Yu and others were left in the base, which seemed much deserted. At the same time, in the central area of the strange land, a slight space-time fluctuation suddenly appeared here, but those space-time fluctuations were bound by a very strong rule force before they could be transmitted. A gray crack spread from the location of the fluctuation. In less than 10 minutes, the gray crack had expanded more than 10 times. In the gray crack, some gray matter was seeping out of the crack little by little. The various civilizations that closely monitored the strange land did not notice this abnormal situation, as if they had lost the ability to detect. Feikong Spacetime Dimension Inspection Team. The sea urchin crystal suddenly burst out with a strong wave. Damn, who solved the gray return to the ruins? He immediately felt that something was wrong, and immediately controlled the system with his mind, and enlarged the area near the strange place on the universe model of Feikong Spacetime. The sea urchin crystal wrote programs into the model one by one. Correspondingly, in the strange place of Feikong Spacetime, the surrounding multidimensional spacetime solidified instantly, and in a flash, a large number of spacetime dimension rules acted on the gray cracks. The expansion speed of the gray cracks then stagnated. Then, under the control of the sea urchin crystal, the gray cracks were constantly suppressed, but the existence behind the gray cracks seemed unwilling to be suppressed and emitted an estimated violent force. The tug-of-war between the two sides caused waves of time and space to burst out from the gray cracks. Before, the new human civilization, which had been kept in the dark, suddenly noticed the problem. Zhang Yu, who was at the scientific research base, was frightened by the data in front of him, because he found that the waves of time and space actually contained endless chaotic rules. Under the impact of these waves of time and space, a large number of detectors and alarms have been scrapped around, and now the defense system of the base has shown signs of crumbling. The ghost agents in the area acted quickly and organized irrelevant personnel to retreat. Chapter 775. After receiving the emergency intelligence, Li Zifeng arranged for the personnel of the Science and Technology Commission to evacuate before he could think about the cause of the mutation. A ghost agent turned around and reported hurriedly. Report, 95% of the alarms in the 4th monitoring area 864 MHz away from the strange land have been destroyed, and the torrent of spacetime waves is spreading rapidly. Li Zifeng's face was solemn. Notify the headquarters immediately, let the local area prepare, and suggest preparing to evacuate the vicinity of the new human timeline cluster. Yes. Branch Chief, the headquarters has replied to us, asking us to investigate the cause of the incident. They are already organizing the population to evacuate. Looking at the virtual map in front of him, Li Zifeng's face did not relax at all, because a large number of alarms and detectors, as well as their unmanned spacecraft, were almost vulnerable to the violent torrent of spacetime waves. The unstoppable violent spacetime waves contain disordered time and dimension rules. When normal matter touched these spacetime waves, the consequence was chaos. The characteristic of man-made objects is to transform disordered chaotic matter into regular stable matter. This kind of spacetime wave is almost the nemesis of ordinary four-dimensional matter. The only means discovered so far is the time deceleration system, which can slightly suppress the spread speed. Li Zifeng asked loudly, "Is this spacetime wave decaying?" "It is being calculated." The anxious technical ghost agent controlled the supercomputer and calculated the decay of the violent spacetime wave through the data sent back by the alarm. In less than 3 minutes, the ghost agent shouted hurriedly, "It has been calculated that the exhaustion rate is about 0.0517 to 0.0523. It is estimated that when it reaches the new human timeline cluster, the power will still be about 1/3. Let the headquarters organize a retreat as soon as possible and—" Li Zifeng has not finished speaking. The alarm inside the spacecraft sounded frantically, and the ghost agent responsible for monitoring the data changes exclaimed with a changed face, "No, something went wrong. There is a more powerful spacetime wave that exceeds the first wave of spacetime waves." Li Zifeng clenched his fists. "The spaceship will accelerate immediately." "Yes." The pilot was also terrified. If they didn't speed up their retreat, once they were caught up by the violent spacetime wave, their spaceship defense system would not be able to withstand such an attack. The ghost agent who had just calculated the data recalculated the spacetime wave exhaustion rate. After a moment, his mouth trembled slightly. "Director of the branch, the exhaustion rate of the new wave of spacetime waves has increased to 0.1372 to 0.1388. The nearly threefold increase made Li Zifeng even more panicked. The central area of the strange land. The gray cracks have not been repaired yet. The dimension inspection team has gone all out. Regardless of other situations, most of the power is concentrated on suppressing the gray cracks. However, the existence behind the gray cracks seems to have a very powerful technological level, not much weaker than the dimension inspection team. The two sides are fighting madly, and the violent spacetime waves that erupted from the gray cracks have caused the surrounding civilizations to suffer. The civilizations that suffered the most damage were the Fujian Empire, which discovered this place at the beginning, and the two civilizations of the eternal ancient land. The new humans were also not having a good time. Because they did not react in time at the beginning, hundreds of ghost agents nearby were directly killed by the violent spacetime wave. Even if the timeline was converged, it was still difficult to resist the coming of death under such a violent absolute force. Moreover, Li Zifeng and others did not know the truth of the matter. Just the aftermath of the battle between the two sides made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. If the dimension inspection team and the existence behind the gray cracks personally attacked the ordinary four-dimensional civilization, both the new humans and the Fujian Empire would have to close their eyes and wait for death. The fierce battle in the strange land caused the aftermath to radiate to the entire Feikong spacetime. Soon another situation appeared, which made the four-dimensional people even more frightened, because they detected that the entire spacetime was trembling slightly. You know, only super-large-scale dimensional weapons can trigger this situation. Even the watermarked eyes hidden in Feikong were terrified, because their technology was more powerful than that of ordinary civilizations, and they could perceive problems more intuitively. Boku, who was hiding in the spacetime next door, suddenly felt a vibration in the spacetime. What's going on? Did a large-scale spacetime battle occur? A water-patterned intelligence officer floated over in panic. "Commissioner Boko, we have detected a spacetime vibration in the bases and detectors in various regions." "There is no." "Yet." Another intelligence officer rushed into the hall. "Emergency intelligence from the French spacetime. The dimension supervisor of this spacetime is fighting with an unknown existence. The battle between the two sides has caused a large-scale spacetime vibration." After reading the intelligence, Boko's heart moved, and he immediately sent a message: "Notify everyone not to act rashly." "Yes." Boko himself used the dimension projection method, borrowed the watermarked eye man in the Feikong spacetime, and projected directly over. Controlling the body of the watermarked eye man, he activated a special detection system, and saw the situation of Feikong spacetime. The central area of the strange place. The sea urchin Crystal Man, who was exerting force remotely, used the authority of the dimension inspection team to mobilize the system power of the entire spacetime, trying to suppress the expansion of the gray crack. And the existence behind the gray crack was also struggling desperately. Waves of spacetime, leaking out from here, could destroy a large area of four-dimensional spacetime. Seeing the gray crack, Boko suddenly realized, it turned out to be the guys from the Destroyer clan. It turned out that they still exist. He looked at the battle situation and the situation on the scene. It seemed that the Destroyer clan might be able to break free from the cage. In fact, Boko was not optimistic about them. The reason was very simple. The guy fighting with the Destroyer clan was just a dimensional inspector. And dimensional inspectors, like sea urchin crystals, are almost everywhere in the entire multidimensional space and time, not to mention the Supreme Civilization Summit above the Dimension Inspector Group. Even if the strength of the Destroyer clan is increased by 100 times, it is estimated that it will not make any waves. Sure enough, more than 50 minutes later, in a void in the Fekong spacetime, 3 creatures of different shapes quietly descended into this spacetime. Except for Boko, only the sea urchin crystal man of his own people knew that their support had arrived. What a mess! A dimensional inspector sneered. The sea urchin crystal man sent a message unhappily. Don't do it yet. If the other party escapes, we can't escape responsibility. The 3-dimensional inspectors jumped in time and space and appeared on one side of the strange land, surrounding the gray crack in the middle. In their bodies, the endless rule information, like a huge wave, pressed towards the gray crack. Chapter 776. The arrival of the 3-dimensional inspectors immediately suppressed the expansion of the gray cracks. A lot of the leaked gray matter and the violent spacetime waves were also imprisoned. The sea urchin crystal man finally put down his worries and handed over the work of suppressing the gray cracks to the 3 supporting dimensional inspectors. He himself controlled the inspectors' eye to clear the leaked violent spacetime waves one by one, and stabilize the lost spacetime to prevent the entire spacetime from collapsing. But things don't always go smoothly. Just when Boko thought that the destroyers in the gray cracks would be suppressed again, something strange happened. Inside the gray cracks, there was an endless gray world, tens of thousands of black warships, which inspired a more powerful offensive. And behind the Black Fleet, there was a huge star, and the lines inside were filled with spacetime mass energy. A destroyer pressed a golden button with resentment and anger. Then, inside the spacetime star, special instruments unfolded the surrounding spacetime similar to the standard Euclidean space. The spacetime of the gray world seemed unable to bear the weight of the star, and the surrounding spacetime showed signs of large-scale collapse. Inside the star, the last tens of thousands of survivors of the Destroyer clan looked at the rapidly sinking star, as if they were crazy. Finally, we can leave. The Destroyer clan has been silent for too long. All the destroyers were in a mixture of sadness and joy. In this gray time, there is no concept of time and space, and no material exists. The only material is their bodies. When they were imprisoned, they could only use the bodies of their tribesmen as resources to build warships and weapons, as well as this spacetime star. After billions of years of imprisonment, they only have these last tens of thousands of people left. For a civilization that once spanned tens of thousands of spacetimes, this is such a cruel situation. At the same time, in the 5th wall of size in the spacetime of Fekong, a huge gray crack opened, and a huge star emerged from it. The sea urchin crystal man who was stabilizing time and space sensed the sudden change of the 5th wall of size, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. What's going on? He moved quickly, not caring about stabilizing time and space, and immediately controlled the system with all his strength, pressing towards the 5th wall of size. But at this time, the situation in the strange land had another shocking change. The spacetime mass energy core inside the hundreds of black warships was overloaded and surged hundreds of millions of times in an instant. Then one warship after another exploded near the gray crack. The 3-dimensional inspectors, who suppressed the gray cracks, were caught off guard by the sudden and violent explosion. 2 of the dimensional inspectors were engulfed by the turbulent spacetime flow, and one was hit head-on, with his body torn apart as if he had been torn into pieces. The spacetime in the strange land was destroyed and shattered, as if a big pit had been dug by someone. What was even more terrifying was the hundreds of cracks. The spacetime cracks of varying sizes completely tore apart the Fekong spacetime, and even the surrounding Gozong spacetime and Lan Shui spacetime were affected. Blue water spacetime. In the base of the water wave I civilization, Boko pulled the projected will back from the lost spacetime. The development of things did not go as he expected, but went to another extreme. As the neighbor of the lost spacetime, blue water spacetime suffered a serious impact. 3 large spacetime cracks, from the direction of the wall of size, from the side of the lost spacetime, directly crossed the blue water spacetime, and then the spacetime cracks tore open another spacetime. He took a look and roughly estimated the destructive power. The sudden outbreak of the Destruction Clan paralyzed at least 40 surrounding spacetimes. The damage suffered in the explosion center of the Fekong spacetime is at least 10 times more serious than that on the blue water side. Spacetime cracks cut the entire spacetime domain into pieces. If it was just cut into pieces, it would not be a big problem. The problem is that the spacetime chaos brought by the spacetime cracks has made the rules of the entire spacetime messy, and unstable spacetime is everywhere. The sea urchin crystal man and the inspectors, I was interrupted by waves of intense spacetime vibrations, and the suppression action was interrupted, and a huge loophole appeared in the star body of the suppression and destruction clan. In the shattered wall of size, the spacetime star took the opportunity to hide in the vast four-dimensional spacetime, and completely disappeared from the monitoring range of the Dimension Inspection Team. The destroyers who completed their escape were typical of killing without burying. Looking at the completely collapsed Fekong spacetime, the sea urchin crystal man wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only ask for help from the headquarters, while repairing Fekong spacetime as much as possible. The dimension inspectors of the surrounding spacetime also took action to stabilize their own spacetime to prevent the situation from spreading further. During this process, those four-dimensional civilizations and three-dimensional civilizations can only pray for the best. The control area of the new human civilization was cut into 6 pieces by the spacetime crack, and they lost communication with each other. In one of the spacetime, at the headquarters of the Ghost Special Service, Director Liu Yaohua hurriedly took action. Although he was caught off guard, it did not mean that the new humans had no response plan. What is the current situation of the communication system of each branch? The assistant, who was about to answer, suddenly swelled up. After a moment, the gene sequence in his body quickly adapted to the sudden change of the environment. 2 branches have replied to us. Their spacetime has been divided into independent areas by the spacetime crack. Liu Yaohua calmly ordered, "Restore the communication as soon as possible. I want to know the situation of each branch." The communication department is debugging the resonance communication, which will take some time. Suddenly, the lights inside the base flickered, and the light screens of more than a dozen virtual displays changed from light blue to white, and scattered snowflakes appeared. Liu Yaohua already felt that his vision was blurring. For this situation, he knew that it was the instability of time and space that caused the chaos of rules. It has only been more than an hour since the mutation began, and this obvious rule mutation has occurred 28 times. As for those subtle mutations, they are erupting all the time. If there is no rapid genetic adaptation system, it will definitely be a catastrophe in this environment. For example, among the surrounding four-dimensional civilizations, the eternal ancient land suffered this kind of despair. Facing the high-frequency mutation rules, it was directly destroyed in more than 10 minutes because it could not adapt to the rule mutation. The decision made that year saved the new humans. Although the current high-frequency rule mutations still make the new humans flustered, at least there are no large-scale casualties. As long as people are saved, everything else can be quickly recovered. If there are no people, then everything is meaningless. In the imperceptible cracks in time and space, the fragments of time and space where Liu Yaohua, Huang Mingzhi and others are located are sinking little by little. Chapter 777. In the fragmented Fekong spacetime domain, many relatively small spacetime fragments are falling into the endless void bit by bit. The so-called endless void is actually a part of the four-dimensional spacetime, but it is different from the ordinary four-dimensional spacetime. The concept of time and space inside the endless void is very vague, and the spacetime mass energy is also extremely scarce. Just like the cosmic Great Wall and cosmic void inside a single universe, the endless void is a cosmic void-like existence. The fragments falling into the endless void were hardly aware of their mutations. At this time, the new human civilization, Liu Yaohua and his fragment of time and space, did not notice the fall of the fragment of time and space. Time passed little by little, and after more than 10 years of adaptation, the new humans in this fragment of time and space found that the frequency of high-frequency mutations of rules was rapidly decreasing. This situation made the new humans feel relieved. However, Huang Mingzhi, who was in charge of the Science and Technology Commission, and his student Li Ku noticed something wrong. Inside the Cosmic Observation Center, Huang Mingzhi put down the data in his hand, which was the boundary detection data of the past decade. He thought silently. After a moment, he took out another 5 files, which were the relevant research data sent by the other 5 spacetime fragments. After browsing these data, Huang Mingzhi felt more and more that there was a problem, and it might be a big problem. "Akun! Teacher, what's the matter?" Huang Mingzhi ordered seriously. "Please arrange and organize a spacetime researcher to go to the spacetime rift world to investigate the details." "No problem." Looking at Li Kun's receding back, Huang Mingzhi thought to himself, "I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise it will be troublesome." The Science and Technology Commission quickly organized a scientific research team to rush to the interface torn by the space-time cracks. In the beginning, these torn interfaces had a large amount of space-time turbulence and strong world chaos, so the new humans evacuated these areas. And with the calming of time, those torn interfaces with fangs and claws gradually stabilized and were not as bad as before. One detector after another passed through the dead timeline. Many of these timelines were completely dead and were slowly disintegrating into the original space-time substance. The reason for their death was actually very simple, because their roots were broken, just like a tree. The cut branches are usually difficult to survive, unless there is special technology to make up for the broken causal chain. Therefore, the timeline separated from the origin core usually has only one dead end. After more than 10 days of sailing, the detector finally approached the fracture interface and began to detect the situation nearby. These data were fed back to the data center of the Science and Technology Commission. Wang Mingzhi and a group of scientists stared at these data for several hours, and his brows became more and more furrowed. "Teacher, these data seem a little..." Li Kun hesitated. Wang Mingzhi sighed in his heart and swiped the virtual display screen. "Just as you think, our spacetime may have been separated from the spacetime of the Dharma space." Although the scientists wanted to refute this conclusion, the data in front of them had already laid out the cold facts. The other spacetime fragments are merging with the surrounding spacetime fragments, and the high-frequency rule mutation has not stopped yet. The spacetime border and the situation of some other fragments can be observed there. On their side, the high-frequency rule mutation is fading, and the tearing interface has stabilized. The situation on both sides is so different. The deep reason is that this spacetime fragment has left the Feikong spacetime and entered other areas. Many scientists who are unwilling to give up continue to study this problem, but their research has further proved Wang Mingzhi's conclusion. New Era 32817-3947. Watering for 23 years. The new human branch of this spacetime fragment officially announced the provisional mode of the separation era to the other 5 branches. The new humans on both sides had no choice but to make this helpless decision. Judging from the current situation, the new humans of the wandering fragments have basically no hope of returning to the Feikong spacetime, at least for the time being. After a discussion among the senior leaders, it was decided to implement the temporary mode according to the Special Response Act to ensure internal stability first. In the 67th year of the wandering calendar, a message came from the new human branch of the Feikong spacetime, that is, the spacetime cracks in the Feikong spacetime have been roughly repaired. For the wandering fragments, this situation means that the wandering state here is basically set in stone. The range inside the wandering fragments is only about 1,000th of the previous new human control area, and the new humans trapped here are only about 1% of the total population. Back then, this was one of the cores of the new humans, so there were so many people. If it were other marginal areas, it is estimated that there would not even be 1/1,000,000th of the population. After decades of adjustment, the new humans here have gradually adapted to life here. Wang Mingzhi led the Science and Technology Commission to inspect the entire fragment. This strange state of time and space is indeed very curious. Ludihua's Ghost Special Service is also busy. They have rearranged a large number of passive alarms, especially in the border areas, and set up a large number of observation stations. The Ghost Special Service, the Science and Technology Commission, and the War Commission all pay special attention to the border areas. After all, the location of the wandering fragments is currently difficult to locate, and we don't know what the surrounding situation is. For such unknown areas, the new humans are very cautious. Caution is a necessity for the survival of a civilization. A careless attitude will make it difficult to survive in multidimensional space and time. The observation station in the border area is the new humans' vigilance against the outside world. The Science and Technology Commission has also tentatively launched detectors to try to cross the border and enter the unknown endless void. However, after more than a dozen launches, the results were all one way. In this case, Wang Mingzhi suspended the trial plan and turned to the space-time wave detection of the observation station. After these years of detection, some characteristics of the endless void have also been figured out by scientists. In the area outside the wandering fragments, the abnormal chaos of time is even worse than the environment of the Wall of Size. At least in the Wall of Size, the new humans can still explore deeply, and even use special equipment to achieve the entry of four-dimensional people. But the environment of the endless void is extremely bad. If it weren't for the self-protection of the wandering fragments, they might be completely dead now. Another discovery made Wang Mingzhi and others look even uglier. The endless void may be an area without the concept of stable space. This discovery means that they may never be able to return to the Dharma spacetime, and will always wander in the endless void. Faced with this situation, Huang Mingzhi and others are also trying every means to determine the specific location of the fragments. Chapter 778. Year 3571 of the Wandering Calendar. Due to wandering in the endless void, the new humans reconstructed the interior of the wandering fragment. For the new humans, leaving the Feikong spacetime is not all bad. At least in the endless void, there is no monitoring by the Dimension Inspection Team, and they have gained relative freedom. This situation must be fully utilized. The transformation plan inside the wandering fragment is mainly divided into three parts, namely, the core area controlled by the new human civilization, the breeding area composed of the remaining timeline origin core, and the defense area of the outer area. The division of these three areas forms a new spacetime that belongs exclusively to the new humans. Although it is very small, it has extraordinary potential. Previously, in the Feikong spacetime, the new humans were actually very afraid of the Dimension Inspection Team, which led to many large-scale scientific research projects not daring to be carried out openly. Now that they have left the Feikong spacetime, the Dimension Inspection Team's monitoring of the new human civilization has also disappeared. In the core area of the wandering fragments, many scientific research bases of the Science and Technology Commission here have become blatant, and the previously sneaky experiments are also developing rapidly. Huang Mingzhi is conducting some new experimental projects in the scientific research base numbered 0074. Among these projects, the most eye-catching one is the research on the origin core of the timeline. The reason for studying this thing. In fact, the existence of the origin core of the timeline is a very important basic structure for the entire multidimensional spacetime. In the Feikong spacetime, although the new humans know the existence of the origin core, there are protection systems set up by the Dimensional Inspection Team around each origin core to protect the safety of the origin core. On the other hand, the purpose of the Dimension Inspection Team to protect the origin core is not only to protect it, but also to ensure that the four-dimensional civilization cannot study the origin core recklessly. Due to the occurrence of the Great Mutation, the wandering fragments fell into the endless void. During this process, the protection system left by the Dimension Inspection Team and the origin core also appeared to be ownerless, and was showing signs of gradual disintegration. Currently, there are 5,736 origin cores divided into the wandering fragments, representing 5,736 trees of time. The existence of the origin core is a core that constantly diverges from time. Without this core, the four-dimensional spacetime will have no meaning at all. To a certain extent, the origin core is equivalent to the basic material of the four-dimensional spacetime. If this material does not exist, it also means that the four-dimensional spacetime will no longer exist. Without the close monitoring of the Dimensional Inspection Team, the new human civilization naturally focused on the origin core. Huang Mingzhi rubbed his temples, and lines of data flowed in front of him. He saw the existence of the end of time, and also noticed something terrible. The origin of the timeline core actually has traces of human modification. Is it possible that the origin of everything was created by the Supreme Civilization? Li Kun, who was standing by, was also silent. Not everyone can accept the truth. If everything was born naturally, many people can still accept it. But when everything is man-made, even the root of their existence is artificially created. Facing this truth, it is indeed difficult for people to accept. But the situation inside the origin core made Huang Mingzhi and others have to believe it. Among the more than 5,000 origin nuclei discovered so far, there are a total of 7 types. The starting timeline ports inside each type of origin nucleus are consistent, and the number of timeline ports is 6,482. There are 2 main references for distinguishing the types of origin nuclei. The first is the time flow rate, and the second is the three-dimensional material basis. For the same type of origin nucleus, the timelines derived from them usually have a time flow rate within the same range, and the three-dimensional material basis also tends to be consistent. The artificial traces discovered by Huang Mingzhi are manifested in certain characteristics of the origin core. According to a series of tests, some rules can be drawn. One of the most obvious things is the constant appearance of intelligent creatures. From the moment the timeline was derived, it seems that the 7 types of origin cores, the timelines derived from them, and the internal microenvironment time are all different. However, after Huang Mingzhi counted a series of data, he summarized the 7 types of origin cores, all the timelines derived from them, and determined the birth time of the initial intelligent creatures in these timelines. The initial time of the birth of intelligent creatures in these timelines seems different on the surface, but after conversion based on the time of the environment, an incredible scene appears. The environment time is actually the same, and the time is exactly the same. If this situation is not set by humans, Huang Mingzhi will not believe such a coincidence. Combined with other research results, this conclusion is further confirmed. The origin of all things has been destined. Perhaps we are just experimental subjects of the superior civilization. The truth of the universe is so cruel. Huang Mingzhi sighed. Li Kun took a deep breath and said slowly, "Teacher, how should we deal with it?" Huang Mingzhi patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "What is there to worry about? At least we know some truths. No matter what the purpose of those creators is, we can only deal with future crises by strengthening ourselves. Having said that, I feel inexplicably uncomfortable when I think that my roots are man-made." Huang Mingzhi and others are still continuing their research on the origin core, especially as the protection system collapses. More and more cores are exposed. The existence of the origin core has a lot of reference value for the further development of the new human beings. For example, how the origin core derives the timeline, how the life in it is designed, and the cause and effect law of the timeline. These are all very valuable. Through these studies, Huang Mingzhi has a deeper understanding of the existence of multidimensional spacetime. In the long night of the endless void, outside the wandering fragments, there is only the unchanging darkness, and still darkness. As the defense zone of the wandering fragments, it is also the front line facing the endless void. There are dense observation stations and detectors of the new human beings here, which monitor the wind and grass outside in real time. At the beginning, the Ghost Service discovered a serious problem during its detection, that is, the border area was constantly eroded by the endless void. However, after thousands of years of detection, the scientists of the Science and Technology Commission found that the erosion of the endless void did not reduce the scale of wandering fragments. After in-depth research, it was discovered that another function of the origin core was to absorb the free spacetime matter of the endless void and derive the timeline. The birth and death of the two ensures the high stability of spacetime. It is also the existence of this dynamic balance that prevents the timeline from infinite expansion. Chapter 779. In the endless void, the wandering fragments continue their unknown journey. These wanderers far away from their homeland have been away from the Fekong time and space for 157.39 million years. Perhaps because they are no longer under the supervision of the Dimension Inspection Team, the technology of the new humans has achieved a wave of development. Although the progress is not great, it is precious compared to the previous stagnation. In peaceful years, it is easy for people to forget some dangers. On this day, on the border of the defense zone, a detector seemed to detect something, and in the intelligence division responsible for the area, a rapid alarm sounded in the ears of a group of ghost agents. Liang Xuan, the head of the intelligence division, immediately stood up. "Report the situation immediately and activate the second-level alert state." Received. A ghost agent hurriedly turned around and reported, "Report, the detector in Area 5069 detected an abnormal signal, and the specific situation has not been analyzed yet. Continue to detect." After Liang Xuan finished speaking, he picked up the communicator and sent a notification of abnormal situation to various intelligence branches in the border area, and then reported it to the Ghost Special Service headquarters. More than 3 hours later, as the detection data of a large number of detectors were fed back to the intelligence branch, dozens of technical ghost agents carefully analyzed the data. The Ghost Special Service headquarters responded quickly, and Lu Yaohua quickly borrowed some scientists from the Science and Technology Commission to join the analysis of the detection data. Time passed by minute, and Li Kun, who was in the Science and Technology Commission and was the leading scientist of this support, frowned involuntarily as he looked at the pages of analysis reports in front of him. A scientist spoke first. "Academicianly, from the current data, it seems that there is a piece of space-time fragment not far away, approaching us. This may be quite large, but it needs further confirmation." After Li Kun finished speaking, he thought for more than 10 minutes and connected to Liang Xuan's communication number. He sent some of his own detection arrangements to Liang Xuan and asked them to arrange them as soon as possible. The Ghost Special Service, which had been on high alert for a long time, conducted several special investigations on the endless void in that direction according to the detection arrangements designed by Li Kun. With the space-time waves and the new generation of causal connection system, the detector soon revealed the true face of the abnormal situation. In the intelligence branch, Li Kun, Lu Yaohua, and Liang Xuan on the scene were anxiously discussing the response plan. Li Kun took out an analysis report. According to the analysis results of the detection data, a piece of space-time debris is coming towards us at a distance of about 4773 to 5369 trillion standard degrees from the wandering debris. Academicianly, what is the speed? How big is the scale of space-time debris? And what is the impact on us? Lu Yaohua asked questions like a machine gun. Li Kun listed the key data. Based on the current speed, if it remains unchanged, it may collide with our wandering debris in 54 to 56 years. But LeCun was a little unsure. However, whether it will collide is still an unknown, and further in-depth detection and research are needed. What about the scale? It may be equivalent to 0.7 to 1.2 times the wandering debris. After taking a deep breath, LeCun continued, if this fragment collides with us, it may lead to two situations. The first situation is that they bounce off each other after the collision, and the second situation is that they merge together after the collision. Liu Yaohua had a headache. Academicianly, if a collision occurs, what impact will it have on the inside? It may cause high-frequency regular mutations in the internal spacetime for a period of time. If they merge with each other, the time for high-frequency regular mutations will be greatly extended. This conclusion is the common view of a group of scientists. Referring to the situation of the spacetime of Feikong, even when the dimension inspection team took the initiative, it still took hundreds of years to complete the repair of the spacetime crack. In the absence of active repair, if the wandering fragments collide with another spacetime fragment and merge, it may take longer to complete the fusion between them. And LeCun has another concern, that is, the basic rules of spacetime fragments. If the basic rules of two spacetime fragments are inconsistent, will it increase the difficulty of fusion? These issues require LeCun and others to think and study. The detection work is still proceeding in an orderly manner, and the research on foreign debris, as the two sides continue to approach, has also allowed many analytical work to obtain sufficient data. After more than 30 years of analysis, the collision between foreign debris and wandering debris is basically a foregone conclusion. And the new humans are also prepared to deal with high-frequency rule mutations, and are mentally prepared for long-term confrontation. Time passed in a flash. This day, the two fragments of time and space finally came into close contact and collided violently. In an instant, the space and time inside the entire wandering fragment shook violently, and the terrible ripples of time and space swept across all timelines. A large number of three-dimensional creatures were directly annihilated by the waves of time and space. The new humans also suffered serious effects. Fortunately, the technology has improved in recent years, so no casualties were caused, and at most there were injuries. But what happened next was the key. After the collision, fierce high-frequency rule mutations also came. Those three-dimensional creatures that escaped the first wave of spacetime waves were directly wiped out in less than a few minutes. The rule mutations continued to erupt, and after more than half a month of eruption, there was no sign of exhaustion. Seeing this situation, LeCun, Wang Mingzhi and others understood that the situation they least wanted to see had still occurred. The collision of the two spacetime fragments did not bounce off each other and then move away from each other, but began to merge with each other. Under the high-frequency rule mutation, the gene sequence inside the body of each new human is changing at a high speed at all times, and the gene sequence is constantly adjusted to adapt to the high-frequency rule mutation. In this case, other activities of the new human are almost stagnant, and they can only concentrate on dealing with the high-frequency rule mutation. Since the time of fusion completion cannot be determined, everyone can only accept this torment. However, in the process of constantly adjusting the gene sequence and adapting to the high-frequency rule mutation, the new human is not without gain. Under this mutation, the gene sequence of the new humans is actually evolving at a high speed. As time goes by, even many regular mutations can no longer harm the new humans, because the gene sequence of the new humans already has immune sequences. The fusion of the two spacetime fragments is indeed unusually slow. It was not until 3.57 million years later that the high-frequency regular mutation showed a sign of exhaustion, which indicates that the fusion of the two spacetime fragments may be about to be completed. Chapter 780. Wang Mingzhi slowly woke up from the high-speed adaptation. When he opened his eyes, the scenery in front of him was still a little blurry. After some genetic fine-tuning, he returned to normal. Looking around, the surroundings were in a mess, the timeline collapsed, the time and space in a free state, and everything was lifeless. A high-frequency rule mutation came without warning and directly acted on Wang Mingzhi's body, but he seemed unmoved. The high-frequency mutation that was enough to kill an ordinary four-dimensional person instantly could not hurt him at this moment, because his genes had adapted. Other new humans also adapted to the high-frequency mutation one by one. In addition, within the wandering fragments at this time, as the fusion was almost completed, the intensity of the high-frequency rule mutation had been reduced little by little. In this case, the new humans naturally did not need to devote themselves to fighting against the high-frequency rule mutation as before. After waking up, the new humans controlled the surrounding spacetime matter and began to restore some infrastructure while collecting spacetime change data. In the border area of the wandering fragments, A group of ghost agents appeared here and made a large number of detectors and alarms using local materials. This area is the junction of two spacetime fragments, and it is also the area with the strongest high-frequency rule mutation. It's just that the genes of the new humans have adapted to mutations. Through the transformation of bionics, the new generation of equipment has the function of resisting high-frequency rule mutations. At the junction of the two spacetime fragments, the situation on the other side can be vaguely observed, but there is still a small crack. The existence of this small crack blocked the passage of the detector. At present, the Ghost Special Service has joined forces with the War Committee to arrange at the junction. After all, the situation on the other side is still unknown at this stage, and necessary precautions must be made. A large number of warships, dimensional bombs, causal jammers, etc. were deployed at the junction one after another. Invited by the Ghost Service, Wang Mingzhi, Li Kun and others were analyzing the situation of the opposite spacetime fragments. Time passed little by little, until the 241.73 million years of the wandering calendar. The cracks between the two spacetime fragments finally merged together, and the two spacetime fragments became a whole. However, the disappearance of the spacetime cracks does not mean that the fusion is completely completed. Wang Mingzhi looked at the latest data. At the previous junction, the rules here and the original rules of the wandering fragments showed different differences. This difference was within Wang Mingzhi's expectations. After all, in the boundless void, the probability of two spacetime fragments having the same internal rules is like finding two identical leaves in the Amazon rainforest, which is almost impossible. Even if the two spacetime fragments come from the same spacetime domain after being baptized by the endless void, the internal rules will also undergo strange mutations. The situation at the junction in front of us is that the rules of the two spacetime fragments are different, resulting in rule conflicts and rule fusion. When the rules of the two spacetime fragments are completely similar, it means that the two have completely merged. On the other side, at the Ghost Service headquarters, Liu Yaohua mobilized a group of elite agents to enter the opposite spacetime fragment to check the specific situation on the opposite side. Near the junction, hundreds of new detectors secretly crossed the junction and dived to the opposite spacetime fragment. After crossing the junction, the communication system of the communicator showed a slight abnormality, but it was adjusted immediately. The detector entered and found that this area was much more spacious than the wandering fragments. There were scattered timelines everywhere, and the interior of these timelines was also dead, without any three-dimensional creatures. The Ghost Service did not care much about three-dimensional creatures. What they really cared about were the possible existence of four-dimensional creatures or four-dimensional civilizations. After a detection, it was found that the scale of this spacetime fragment was about 83.36% of the wandering fragments, while the overall spacetime quality was only about 65.17%. The four-dimensional creatures that the Ghost Service is concerned about have not been found yet. But soon, trouble suddenly appeared. 3 detectors lost contact at the same time, and then, as if a hornet's nest had been poked, hundreds of detectors lost contact with the headquarters one after another. Liu Yaohua, who was at the headquarters, listened to the emergency report below and attached great importance to it. He immediately contacted the chairman of the War Committee to discuss the matter. But before they could say a few words, the alarm sounded in the conference room. What's going on? The ghost leader in charge of the border guard mission hurriedly projected over. Director Liu, the border was attacked by unknown creatures, and we have now beaten them back. Liu Yaohua immediately ordered, strengthen the guard, and send another batch of detectors over. I want to know the detailed information of these creatures. Understood. The area at the border. The 3 strange creatures were hit by a dimensional bomb, and were directly swept back by the torrent of dimensional rule information. However, the 3 strange creatures did not give up and emerged from the junction again, trying to enter the wandering fragments. Although they did not know the characteristics of these creatures, the new humans would definitely not allow them to enter easily. The 2 sides launched a fierce confrontation at the junction. This strange creature has a size of 23 to 56 standard degrees. Its body is like a lizard, and its body is covered with vortex holes, mainly gray in color. Those vortex holes will eject terrible spacetime waves, which are highly condensed and have undergone special transformations. Once hit by these spacetime waves, it will cause serious spacetime collapse, and after the collapse, a large amount of free spacetime matter will be released, which will also cause strong interference. If the new humans had not survived the long-term high-frequency rule mutation, they might not be able to withstand this attack. During the fierce battle, the fleet of the War Committee was trying every means to eliminate these vortex lizards, but this kind of creature is not so easy to deal with. It can withstand the high-frequency rule mutation caused by space-time collision. Obviously, the survivability of the vortex lizard is not weak. After several months of fighting, the War Committee discovered a huge problem, that is, the effect of their attack methods on the vortex lizards was gradually weakening. According to the current deceleration rate, it is estimated that within 100 years, these vortex lizards will be completely immune to the attacks of the new humans. This incident forced the War Committee to change its strategy and adopt multiple methods to continuously change the attack at a high frequency to slow down the production of antibodies by the vortex lizards. On the other hand, the Science and Technology Committee also took emergency action and began to study ways to restrain the vortex lizards. Chapter 781. Wang Mingzhi got some information about the vortex lizards, turned around and asked, "Ah Kun, do you have any information about the opposite time and space?" "There are some, I took a look, and there is no value," Li Kun said as he pulled out a piece of information. Wang Mingzhi took a look and found that there was indeed no value. There was very little specific information about the vortex lizards. For this kind of creature, its survival ability is very strong, similar to the high-speed adaptive system possessed by the new humans. If it cannot be eradicated at once, they will become stronger and stronger. The difficulty in dealing with this kind of creature is how to hit the vital point. If you can't hit the vital point, they will quickly develop immunity through continuous adaptation. After looking at the attack effects of various weapons, Wang Mingzhi thought quietly. Other researchers are also studying this problem. The high-speed adaptability of the vortex lizards poses a huge threat to the new humans. To a certain extent, their adaptability is even stronger than that of the new humans because it is a pure biological route. We must find a way to deal with the vortex lizards. After all, this is not the time and space of the lost space. Without the dimensional inspection team to back it up, the new humans must be cautious. In the intensive research, Wang Mingzhi finally found something that could be used. After some experiments, his plan was indeed effective and could suppress the vortex lizards for a period of time. This plan could temporarily delay time. After all, only 100 years is too short. There may be no way to study anything. If the new humans are given millions of years, no matter how strong the vortex lizards are, they are still creatures without civilization. The Science and Technology Committee, the War Committee, and the Ghost Special Service hurriedly prepared to launch the plan designed by Wang Mingzhi against the 3 vortex lizards. The junction of 2 space-time fragments. The 3 vortex lizards were still tirelessly attacking the defense layer, trying to rush into the wandering fragments. Suddenly, a loophole appeared in one of the defense lines, which failed to block the attack of the vortex lizards and was instantly rushed over by them. The vortex lizards, which were spraying space-time waves, targeted an origin core and pounced on it like a hungry ghost. However, when they were rushing halfway, the surrounding space collapsed directly, revealing a series of tiny space-time cracks, and a large amount of disordered time spread out from the cracks. The whirlpool lizard in the hurricane was immediately hit hard, and its body was cut into pieces by the cracks. At the same time, hundreds of warships emerged from the trap area, and timelines pierced out quickly binding the pieces of whirlpool lizard's body wreckage. The wreckage pulled out of the trap was imprisoned in a low-flow time cage, and in addition to the nearly stagnant low-flow time, a device called the causal jammer was activated inside the time cage. Under the strong interference of the causal jammer, the connection between these wreckages, as well as the relationship between the whirlpool lizard and other routes, was greatly weakened. Although the vortex lizards are still adapting little by little, their adaptability is weakened to the extreme due to their incomplete bodies and low flow rate. This solution is only useful for vortex lizards. If it is used against advanced 4-dimensional civilizations, the effect is generally not great. One difference between beasts and civilizations is that beasts cannot be too perfect. Intelligent creatures will try their best to hide themselves, but beasts may not. For example, in the case of vortex lizards, although they are 4-dimensional creatures and have already condensed the timeline, they have been contaminated with a lot of cause and effect during their evolution and development. Wang Mingzhi's plan is to use these causes and effects to indirectly restrict them, and wait for them to thoroughly sort out their own causes and effects. It is estimated that a very long time has passed. In particular, his plan also uses body segmentation and extremely low flow time. Under multi-pronged suppression, the vortex lizard will not be able to break free from the time cage for hundreds of millions of years. After completing the segmentation and confinement, the 3 vortex lizards were stored in 180,000 time cages respectively. The Science and Technology Commission, the War Commission, and the Ghost Special Service jointly studied them. As the vortex lizards fell, the gate of the opposite time, and space also opened to the new humans. Liu Yaohua immediately arranged for agents to send a large number of detectors into the opposite time and space. This time, the opposite time and space was calm and no monsters appeared. After carefully investigating this time and space fragment, the Ghost Special Service found a relic in one of the areas. The relic that can be preserved under high-frequency rule mutations is indeed unexpected. However, after careful investigation for several years, the new humans discovered some tricks. The reason why this relic could be preserved was not because of its strong technological level, but because this civilization took advantage of it. They set up the base on the surface of the origin core, and reduced the impact of high-frequency rule mutations through the protection system of the origin core. It was just the tragedy of this civilization that made a group of investigators realize the dangers of biological research. The vortex lizard was the experimental product of this civilization. At the beginning, because this civilization was still in the normal space-time domain, coupled with a very strict control system, the vortex lizard was just a war weapon under their control. However, in an accident, this space-time broke away from the normal space-time domain. During the process of breaking away, the high-frequency rules mutated, destroying the controller in the vortex lizard's genes. In addition, this civilization was busy dealing with the high-frequency rule mutation, causing the vortex lizard to break free from control. The vortex lizards, who let themselves go, did not care about the creator at all, and directly slaughtered their former masters crazily. Although the civilization quickly launched a counterattack after surviving the high-frequency rule mutation, it was a pity that the high-speed adaptability of the vortex lizards made them like fish in water in the harsh environment. After hundreds of years of brutal war, the vortex lizards adapted to the weapons of the creator civilization. The creator civilization in the space-time fragments was killed by the vortex lizards. If the vortex lizards encountered other civilizations, they would really continue to dominate. It's just that they were unlucky and encountered the new humans who also had high-speed adaptability. With the advantages of civilization, they suppressed the vortex lizards. The experience of this civilization also made the new human civilization more vigilant. As the creator, it seems high and mighty, but if you are not careful, you may also overturn. Many things were reverse-engineered from the remains on the surface of the origin core. Although they were not very useful, it was a good harvest to collect them as reference materials. On the Science and Technology Commission side, Huang Mingzhi and others were also worried. They were not completely relieved about the imprisoned vortex lizards. It was possible that if they encountered any unexpected situation, the time cage would fail. Therefore, they were trying to find a way to completely kill these vortex lizards. Chapter 782. Next to a time cage that imprisoned the body of a vortex lizard, in a base jointly built by the Science and Technology Commission, the War Commission, and the Ghost Special Service. Various detection instruments were used to monitor and detect the body around the clock to ensure that the vortex lizard would not get out of control at any time. In fact, if the new humans had no choice, they could also choose to exile the vortex lizard into the endless void. The existence of the vortex lizard itself was a very good research material. If a suitable method was found to kill the vortex lizard, there would be no need to waste such a material. The Science and Technology Commission has been advancing the research work on the vortex lizard in an orderly manner. On the other hand, just in case, the Ghost Special Service has strengthened the monitoring of the endless void. If it is found that there are space-time fragments approaching, the vortex lizard can only be exiled in advance to avoid problems. In the laboratory. Through the virtual projection method, the body fragments of the vortex lizard tremble regularly, but under the influence of low flow time, its activity is very weak. This piece of meat comes from the deep of the vortex lizard's head. This part of the area is also one of the key research objects of Huang Mingzhi and others. On the gene magnification image on one side, it can be observed that the gene structure of the vortex lizard is a variant of Euclidean space, and it is also linked and superimposed on each other. In the simulation calculation of the super-time and space supercomputer, this gene structure gives the vortex lizard super strong adaptability, but also causes the vortex lizard to lose another thing. While having super strong adaptability, they have lost the possibility of evolving into intelligent creatures. The reason for this situation is because of their super strong adaptability. Why are the new humans less adaptable than the whirlpool lizards? It's not that the new humans can't do it, but once the adaptability is too strong, the genes in the body will be extremely unstable and always in a state of high-frequency mutation. The emergence of intelligent creatures requires relatively stable reason. If there is no stable reason, it cannot be called an intelligent creature, but only a beast. The high-frequency mutation brought about by super strong adaptability causes the soul of the creature to be in a chaotic state. There is gain and loss. This is the problem faced by many creatures. The state of the vortex lizard is the lack of wisdom under super adaptability, just like the common RNA viruses in three-dimensional space-time, which have very strong environmental adaptability, and their adaptability is much stronger than that of multicellular organisms. Wang Mingzhou has been studying the gene sequence of the vortex lizard for more than 70,000 years. During this period, the research work was all about finding the core of these genes and a solution that can completely kill them. However, the difficulty of this creature obviously exceeded the expectations of a group of researchers. In the research over the years, the genetic structure of the opponent can be destroyed in a short time, but the genes of the vortex lizard are very tenacious and will adapt quickly. Suddenly, Wang Mingzhou's communicator rang, and after the call was connected, Li Kun projected over. "Teacher, there is good news." Wang Mingzhou stopped and asked curiously, "What good news?" "Regarding the study of the law of cause and effect, the 116th Institute of the Institute has made a great achievement. This is the specific content, which has not yet been published in the journal." Li Kun sent an internal paper over. In fact, his purpose was not only to come and tell Wang Mingzhou the good news, but also to let Wang Mingzhou check it to avoid errors and loopholes after it was publicly published. Wang Mingzhou browsed carefully, occasionally calculating on the blank virtual display screen or checking some information. Unknowingly, 6 days had passed, and he had only browsed 2/3 of the content. After reading this, he already understood the general content of the paper. The research and development results of this institute are based on the connection between the cause and effect rules and the multiple cause and effect superposition in four-dimensional spacetime. Because the time of three-dimensional spacetime is reversible at the four-dimensional height, the cause and effect relationship of the cause and effect rules must be a multiple superposition mode. In this mode, the causal relationship of things may have some special situations, such as it seems that two things have never produced direct causality, but they have indirect causality. To a certain extent, the existence of this multidimensional spacetime is itself a root cause, and this root connects everything in the entire multidimensional spacetime. This research institute starts from this point, traces the surface cause and effect, and indirectly affects everything in the entire multidimensional spacetime through the existence of the root cause and effect. Of course, the influence on the entire multidimensional spacetime is only a theoretical assumption at present. If you don't know all the information about a thing, or if the thing is too powerful, this indirect causal influence is unlikely to work. According to the method provided in the paper, Wang Mingzhou borrowed the equipment in the laboratory and built a causal manipulator. Then he entered a line of code on the control panel of the causal manipulator. A few hundred megabytes away from the base, inside a timeline, a single universe collapsed without any signs. The passive alarms in the nearby timeline cluster sensed the sudden situation. Ghost Secret Service headquarters. The ghost agent in charge of the area received feedback information almost simultaneously. While reporting the situation, he controlled the nearby detectors to conduct a careful search in the area. After a few minutes, the ghost agent received an order and realized that the Science and Technology Commission was conducting an experiment. Back to the research base. Wang Mingzhou used the causal manipulator to conduct a series of tests in three-dimensional space and four-dimensional space, and found that the effect of this thing was indeed very powerful and very strange. Even some four-dimensional people find it difficult to resist the influence of this modification of cause and effect. After all, this modification does not require contact between the two parties, and can be used unconsciously. He immediately asked the Research Institute to conduct in-depth research on the causal manipulator. With Wang Mingzhou's approval, the Science and Technology Commission increased its support for the Institute, which allowed them to quickly complete the finalization of the first generation of products in the research of the causal manipulator. During the research process, the effect of the causal manipulator continued to increase with the deepening of the research, and discovered some rules of causal manipulation. For example, the level of things will affect the difficulty of causal manipulation, and the two are inversely proportional. The degree of understanding of things will also affect the difficulty of causal manipulation, and the two are in direct proportion. The degree of understanding of the rules of time and space will also affect the difficulty of causal manipulation, and the two are in direct proportion. There is another rule, that is, if you manipulate according to the rules, the difficulty will decrease, and if you manipulate against the rules, the difficulty will increase. The recognition of these rules has given the new human civilization a relative understanding of the causal manipulator. Chapter 783. On the causal manipulator, the new humans have derived a lot of strange applications. This special technology also brought a lot of inspiration to Wang Mingzhou. Through the existence of the new humans as a whole, they created a brand new causal detector, causal locator, and causal communicator. This branch of theirs, which has been wandering for hundreds of millions of years, has determined its position for the first time, and the communication that was interrupted for more than 80 million years due to the distance has been restored again. Through the new locator and communicator, the Go service and the new humans in the space-time have been in touch again. In this communication, both sides know the changes of each other and quickly exchange the technology of these years. The wandering branch, which has experienced confusion and danger, is obviously much higher than the space-time branch in terms of technology level. In particular, the emergence of causal technology represents the amazing strength of the wandering branch. Due to the successful location of the space-time, the new humans in the wandering fragment can even appear in the space-time through projection. Causality technology, just like the words and myths and legends, communicates the root cause and effect of the entire multidimensional space-time, and its power is incredible. After taking over the causality technology, the overall level of the new human civilization has now been raised to the level of top 4-dimensional civilization. As for whether it can be comparable to the Dimension Inspection Team and the Supreme Civilization Summit behind the other party, the new humans still have a good idea. The Supreme Civilization is still unfathomable, so the new humans still choose to develop in a low-key manner. The wandering fragments in the endless void, because they are not within the monitoring range of the Dimension Inspection Team, have become the main force in the development of new human technology. After the emergence of causal technology, after 30 million years of development, although the new humans have once again fallen into a bottleneck period, many of the previous problems have been developed to varying degrees. Wang Mingzhi has always been troubled by the vortex lizards, and he has found a way to restrain them. Through the method of causal modification, he directly restores them to their original state, completely solving a hidden danger. Through the study of the vortex lizard, the researchers actually discovered something that further enhanced the adaptability of the new humans. Wang Mingzhi and several geneticists were discussing something. A geneticist said, thoughtfully, "Academician Huang, are you going to use causal modification technology to change the roots of the new humans to avoid high-dimensional exclusion?" Wang Mingzhi nodded. "We are from 3-dimensional space-time, and are naturally repelled by 4-dimensional space-time, which has led to our inability to reach perfection in the study of time rules. If we want to go further, this is the most likely solution. But the origin of life is of great importance. I'm worried that something might go wrong." Another geneticist was obviously a little worried. This worry is not groundless, but a real danger. New humans are relatively cautious about anything involving the origin, whether it is research or application. Modifying the origin of new humans obviously involves this taboo. The scientists who support Huang Mingzhi echoed, "But academician Huang is right. If we modify our origin so that the 4-dimensional space-time cannot exclude us, then we will not be subject to innate restrictions on the rules of time. I don't object, but how to modify it safely? Perhaps we can consider live experiments." "I second that. Then let's do live experiments first." After more than a month of discussion, the group finally finalized the preliminary plan. Since it involves the origin of the new human beings, in order to ensure safety, live experiments need to meet very safe standards before small-scale tests on humans are possible. After all, whether the modification of the origin can produce any effect is still an unknown. The Science and Technology Commission organized a strong research team and began to prepare for the experiment of modifying the root. Since the experiment was to modify the root, the object of the experiment must also be fully considered. For example, the 4-dimensional people, who were similar to the new humans, were the most ideal experimental subjects. However, at present, they were inside the wandering fragments, and the law space-time was not very convenient, so they could only artificially create 4-dimensional people. However, this plan must be controlled well. If the 4-dimensional people who were upgraded were out of control, it would not be a joke. Wang Mingzhi did not want the crisis of the vortex lizard to happen to him. After a series of manipulations, especially the application of the causal manipulator, the new humans can easily and silently cultivate a batch of qualified experimental subjects. After more than 700,000 years of stimuli, 3 of the 3-dimensional civilizations have successfully upgraded to 4-dimensional space-time, but they don't know that their fate has already been secretly arranged. The first civilization, the race of this civilization, is like a stone man, and it is also the first civilization to be experimented on. Wang Mingzhi, who knows everything about this stone man civilization, activated the causal modifier and began to modify their roots bit by bit according to the root modification plan prepared before. Under the cover of the time accelerator, the stone man civilization has undergone some changes after tens of millions of years of root transformation, but the experiment failed. Because the stone men as experimental subjects have suffered irreversible soul damage in the process of root transformation, Even if Huang Mingzhi activates the causal repair system, these stone men have not returned to normal. Although it is known that it is not that easy, the failure of the first experiment still casts a shadow on everyone's heart. After summarizing the experience of the first experiment, Huang Mingzhi and a group of researchers discussed the improvement of the root modification technology and the problems of the first experiment. Through repeated review, they found that the failure of the stone man might be due to his own low level of technology and evolution. But this problem made everyone feel awkward. Because improving the technological level of the experimental subject means that the risk of the experiment going out of control will be further magnified. Experiments are experiments, but some bottom lines must be grasped. They don't want to create an enemy. After a heated discussion, Huang Mingzhi decided to slightly increase the evolution of the experimental subject and observe the experimental situation to see if the success rate is related to the evolution. The second experimental civilization is a creature similar to an octopus. Huang Mingzhi improved the evolution of the octopus man to the level of advanced four-dimensional civilization. This evolution is almost the control limit of the new human. The root modification experiment was carried out little by little on the octopus man, and their roots began to slowly change. The worthless time slipped away like running water. After the acceleration of the time accelerator, tens of millions of years have passed in this small environment, and the octopus man has undergone new changes. Chapter 784. After the octopus man completed the root transformation experiment, the safety manager of the laboratory was highly alert and activated the security system. A series of safety equipment stared at the octopus man civilization. Once there was any sign of loss of control, they would not hesitate to take action. Huang Mingzhi and others began to detect the situation of the octopus man, especially the state of the soul sequence and whether the high-dimensional repulsion was reduced. He ordered in an orderly manner, Team 1, detect the state of the soul sequence of the experimental subject. Understood. Team 2, test the high-dimensional repulsion. Yes. The various research groups took action and conducted comprehensive and detailed tests on the conditions of these octopus people. Outside the laboratory, the simulated blue planet environment, sunrise and sunset, indicate the reincarnation of life. From the drizzle of spring, the environment outside the laboratory has unknowingly turned into a sad autumn with fallen leaves all over the ground. On Huang Mingzhi's work desk, one experimental report after another flashed by from time to time. He skimmed through a piece of data and picked up a teacup beside him. The results of the experiment were mixed. The good news was that, after the octopus man's experiment, the damage to the soul of the experimental subject did decrease, to a certain extent after the life level was improved. The bad news was that the high-dimensional rejection of the experimental subject did not decrease significantly. For Huang Mingzhi, what he needed was a reduction in high-dimensional rejection, and the damage to the soul sequence was a secondary issue. Without getting the desired result, he could only turn his eyes again and look at the third experimental subject. In the small four-dimensional space-time that was kept in captivity, the third experimental civilization was a race similar to a soul body. Under the control of the researchers, they began to undergo root modification. The time accelerator of the small environment system was accelerating rapidly. The genetic sequence and causal roots of this civilization were slowly transitioning from the three-dimensional space-time to the four-dimensional space-time. Suddenly one day, Huang Mingzhi saw a surprising scene. In the small artificial four-dimensional space-time, one of the spirits in a galaxy manipulated a series of stars and laid out a line of graphic text. This line of text translates to, "Creator, I know you exist." Huang Mingzhi looked a little strange. He didn't feel offended, nor did he have a trace of sympathy. He didn't find it strange that this artificial civilization would discover the existence of the Creator. It was just that the subsequent developments made his emotions fluctuate a little. The spiritual scientist who promoted the Creator project did not end well. He was dismissed from all his positions and exiled to the edge of the universe. There was no response from the Creator. The mainstream of spiritual civilization did not accept that they were created by humans. The scientist who was exiled to the edge of the universe sat on a silent, cold Earth-like planet with no atmosphere. The light of the endless starry sky was unusually clear. Although he did not receive a response, he firmly believed in his theory. Looking at the dreamlike starry sky in front of him, he suddenly said calmly, "Lord, maybe you don't care about all this. Those fools may never know the truth of the universe." His mumbling seemed to be talking to himself, or expounding his own theory, expressing his existence to the creators outside the universe. After he finished speaking, his body disintegrated by itself, and he chose to commit suicide to end his life. Because from the moment he knew the truth of the universe, everything he had became meaningless. Outside the universe, Huang Mingzhi sighed. Sometimes ignorance is a kind of happiness. Inside the small environment system, after tens of millions of years of development, the experiment of the spiritual civilization ended, and the entire civilization immediately returned to zero, as if it had never existed. For this civilization, perhaps only the Awakener left a trace of their existence in Huang Mingzhi's memory, and everything else was just cold data. The result of the third experiment failed without any surprise. The experiment continued, and tens of thousands of experimental civilizations were sacrificed by Huang Mingzhi and others in the experiment. The development of the civilization level really has a taste of forgetting emotions. The higher the level, the more ruthless the attitude towards low-level creatures will be. Wandering for 670 million years. After a series of experiments, the research team led by Huang Mingzhi finally figured out some of the root modification. In the continuous experiments, more than a dozen experimental civilizations were successfully cultivated, allowing them to get rid of high-dimensional rejection. After getting rid of high-dimensional rejection, these civilizations can indeed quickly understand the rules of time. This situation made the new humans who originally planned to carry out root modification think of another way, that is, to understand the rules of time through the experimental civilization, and the new humans harvested the results of the experimental civilization behind the scenes. Huang Mingzhi didn't have much opinion on changing the route. After all, modifying the origin of the new humans does involve huge risks, and the uncertainty is too high. If something goes wrong, the consequences are not something the new humans are willing to bear. Therefore, indirectly obtaining the rules of time through the experimental civilization is also a relatively safe route. However, this route also has some risks, that is, the possibility of the experimental civilization getting out of control. For this problem, the Science and Technology Commission and the Ghost Special Service have carried out strict experimental settings to ensure that there will be no problems. The sacrifice of those experimental civilizations has brought a lot of useful materials to the research on the time rules of the new human civilization. Under the time accelerator of the microenvironment system, the last little flaw of the time rules of the new humans is slowly being supplemented. When the macroenvironment time has passed for 240 million years, the time rules mastered by the new humans have finally put the last piece of the puzzle into the building of time rules. Mastering the perfect level of time rules has promoted another major development of the new human technology, especially causal technology, which is inextricably linked to space-time technology. At this moment, the height of the new human civilization is almost the limit of the four-dimensional civilization. Now the work of the Science and Technology Commission has shifted from the previous rapid progress to the consolidation of the foundation to check for omissions and fill in the gaps, because if there is another major breakthrough, it can only break through the four-dimensional civilization and advance to the fourth dimension. To complete the second dimensional upgrade, it is natural to make the foundation solid. Only with a solid foundation can you reach the pinnacle. The wandering fragments took the lead in completing the genetic transformation. This is a small evolution and the limit state of the four-dimensional people. The lost spacetime branch followed closely. At this time, the new human civilization, when facing the dimension inspection team, can already see some of the other parties' details. Chapter 785. The new human civilization has improved a lot, and the detectors have been updated again in the branch of the Feikong spacetime. The entire Feikong spacetime, as well as more than a dozen nearby spacetime domains, have been secretly detected by the new human civilization. In this process, the Ghost Special Service discovered many abnormal situations, such as some strange signs near the inspector's eye of the Dimension Inspectorate. At first, Ghost thought that these things were arranged by the Dimension Inspectorate themselves, but with the improvement of technology this time, after re-examining these things, Ghost realized the trick. Moreover, in the Feikong spacetime, Blue Water spacetime, and Gozong spacetime, the agents of the Ghost Service discovered the actions of the Water Eye Man and seemed to be involved. After being promoted to the top four-dimensional civilization, with the current technological level of the new humans, there is still no way to see the Water Eye civilization clearly. This situation deepened the suspicion of the Ghost Service. Feeling that there might be some big problems hidden in it, the branches of the Feikong spacetime secretly evacuated the Feikong spacetime one after another and entered the endless void. The new humans who stayed in the time and space of Feikong were actually some copies. New Era 1.73672 billion years. Wandering Calendar 1.41725 billion years. Two branches of the new humans merged in the endless void and re-established the new human civilization. For the safety of civilization, the civilization after the merger did not gather together, but was divided into 7 branches, each hidden in an endless void. Standing at the top of the four-dimensional civilization, the new humans are not too arrogant, because behind the Dimension Inspection Group, the Supreme Civilization Summit, and the water wave I civilization, there are technologies that make the new humans afraid. Adhering to the low-key development concept, the new human civilization has quietly developed for tens of millions of years. While developing quietly, the Ghost Special Service did not give up intelligence reconnaissance, but became more covert. The three giants of Ghost, Liu Yaohua, Meng Shui, and Sun Guizhao, held a routine meeting in the virtual conference room. Halfway through the meeting, an urgent intelligence and their respective assistants appeared in the virtual conference room. What? The more than 200 dimensional inspection teams we monitor were attacked by mysterious forces. Liu Yaohua's face became serious. His assistant also looked serious. Yes, more than a quarter of the dimensional inspectors have been annihilated by the mysterious forces. Meng Shui and the other two calmed down and discussed in a low voice for a long time. They did not act rashly, but planned to wait and see. Feikong Spacetime. The inspector's eye where the dimensional inspection team is located. The inspector's eye cracked from the middle, and a large number of tiny spacetime cracks spread around. As the dimensional inspector of this spacetime, the state of the sea urchin Crystal Man at this time can only be described in one word, that is, in a mess. His body was covered with scars, and there was a special spacetime fluctuation attached to the wounds. These spacetime fluctuations seemed to prevent the body from self-repairing. However, the sea urchin Crystal Man was already unable to take care of himself at this time, because a large number of warships around him were like moths to a flame, rushing towards him from all directions. Damn, these damn ants. The furious sea urchin Crystal Man no longer cared about stabilizing spacetime, and directly burst out all his technological power, controlling spacetime waves, and with the unreasonable causal weapon, he flattened 1/5 of the law spacetime in an instant. The besieging rebels were immediately hit hard. However, the tragic losses in front of them did not scare off the rebels, but instead aroused their ferocity, and they all launched a desperate charge against the sea urchin Crystal people. For freedom, destroy these corrupt guys. Charge, the other side can't hold on. Suicide fleet, charge at the enemy. The battle was unprecedentedly brutal, and the new humans who were secretly observing felt a little scared. In addition to the fierce battle in the French spacetime, the Ghost Special Service monitored more than 200 spacetime domains, and there were evenly matched battles. Many dimensional inspectors were killed by mysterious forces due to the sudden attack. After the remaining dimensional inspectors reacted, they suppressed the rebellion with all their strength while reporting the situation to the Supreme Civilization Summit, hoping to get support as soon as possible. The raging battle seemed to be getting more and more intense. At least in the observation of the Ghost Special Service, the spacetime vibrations and signs of instability in various spacetime domains are showing an increasingly out-of-control situation. In the unknown and distant void, the scenery here is clearly divided. On one side are orderly spacetime domains, and on the other side are chaotic spacetime fragments. At this time, on the chaotic side, a large number of spacetime fragments formed a torrent of spacetime fragments, launching a fierce attack on the orderly spacetime domain. In the orderly spacetime domain, there was also a large-scale internal chaos, and trillions of spacetime domains all showed a scene of turmoil. The Dimensional Inspection Team, which was suppressing the internal rebellion, caused their border defense system to temporarily lose internal support and could only resist the torrent of spacetime fragments alone. Faced with such a sudden attack, the boundary line of the Dimension Inspection Team was torn open. At the same time, in the depths of the ordered spacetime, a silver-white star hidden in the spacetime received distress signals from the border and the interior. One of the high-level officials of the Supreme Civilization was instantly furious and sent a message to the entire multidimensional spacetime. Chaos Core, you are looking for death. In an instant, inside the Supreme Civilization Summit, members began to jump through space and time and appeared in various areas. The existence they called the Chaos Core was also unwilling to be outdone. Irregular black creatures appeared from everywhere, and the two sides started fighting without saying a word when they met. Space-time rule weapons, causal law weapons, and other mysterious means were mercilessly used on each other. The aftermath of their battle destroyed countless four-dimensional space and three-dimensional space, leaving space-time cracks in space and time. Because the elite of the Supreme Civilization Summit were held back by the Chaos Core. The Dimensional Inspection Team inside the ordered space-time can only fight alone. The Dimensional Inspection Team, which originally had the advantage of the local area, was now caught off guard by the rebellion. Many spacetime domains have been occupied by the rebels. The situation at the border is also not optimistic. The torn hole has not been blocked, causing a large number of chaotic creatures to rush into the ordered spacetime. These chaotic creatures that rushed into the ordered spacetime plundered the origin core in every area they arrived at. just when the ordered spacetime was defeated. The Supreme Civilization Summit has made new moves. Chapter 786. The new humans in the Endless Void felt a sense of fear when they saw the tragic battle in front of them. The aftermath of the battle between the two sides, even in the Endless Void, could feel the obvious vibration of time and space, and tiny cracks in time and space appeared in the control area of the new humans. And around the Fekong time and space, the detectors secretly deployed by the Ghost Secret Service, and those dense alarms were all scrapped on a large scale. Ghost Secret Service Headquarters. Report: the monitoring power of the bailing time and space has been completely destroyed. Report: the monitoring power of the moonship spacetime has been destroyed by 87.36%, and the maximum power of self-proliferation has been activated. Report: the monitoring of the Limi spacetime. Inside the monitoring center, ghost agents were busy with serious expressions. Ming Shuyi, who was at the main control desk, was also paying attention to the situation at all times, and constantly issuing instructions and adjusting the entire monitoring system. The ghosts struggled to maintain the monitoring system, and the monitoring power around the Fekong spacetime was like a candle in the wind, showing a shaky and embarrassing situation. On the other side, in the Supreme Star where the Supreme Civilization Summit will be held, 7 creatures of different shapes are projected in a virtual space. They look calm, as if the fighting outside has not affected them. What do you think? The purpose of the Chaos Core is to plunder the origin cores of various time and space. We must stop them. We haven't taken action for too long. They seem to have forgotten something. Then take action. Just when the Chaos Time and Space was attacking and plundering, and the Order Time and Space was retreating step by step, suddenly the entire Order Time and Space stagnated. The hands of time were turning back, going back to the distant past, back to the moment before the war broke out. Those dimensional inspectors, who were suddenly attacked, reacted instantly, and immediately used the inspector's eyes of various time and space domains to fully mobilize. Those 4-dimensional civilizations that had not yet revolted, as well as the dimensional disruptors they secretly placed, were instantly wiped out. A long-planned rebellion was strangled before it broke out, and the interior of the entire lawful time and space stabilized at once. Ghost Secret Service Headquarters. Ming Shuyi stared at the monitoring data with wide eyes. If it weren't for the Supreme Civilization soldiers still fighting and the torn border line, he would have doubted his memory. Liu Yaohua, who was also in charge of the headquarters, felt the horror of the Supreme Civilization for the first time. It could reverse time and space on such a large scale. Even the 4-dimensional civilization in it did not notice the abnormality. Perhaps only the Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Core, as well as a few 4-dimensional civilizations in the Endless Void, knew the truth of the matter. This is not restarting a single universe, or a timeline, or a 4-dimensional spacetime, but trillions of multidimensional spacetime. This shows the horror of the Supreme Civilization. At the current stage of technology, the new human civilization may be able to achieve the reversal of several local 4-dimensional spacetimes. To achieve such a large-scale reversal, the difficulty can be imagined. Restarting multidimensional spacetime, just because of a disagreement, is simply cheating. The Chaos Core secretly prepared a plan for tens of trillions of years, and secretly instigated countless 4-dimensional civilizations, but was reversed by the Supreme Civilization in one move. As the Supreme Civilization reversed time, the rebels and the lurkers of the Chaos Core were almost wiped out in an instant. Those chaotic creatures were quickly suppressed by the Dimension Inspectorate, who had freed up their hands. The gap in the border line was completely closed, and the invading chaotic creatures were caught in the trap. In the chaotic time and space of the Chaos Core, the furious Chaos Core controller, with his irregular body that was like a tangled mass of dimensions, quickly extended a series of bizarre tentacles and inserted them directly into the void. The entire multidimensional spacetime was shaking wildly, even more exaggerated than the previous fierce battle. The orderly spacetime that had just been reversed by time had a large-scale spacetime crack again. The rioting spacetime destroyed countless low-dimensional civilizations in an instant. It turned out that the Chaos Core sent an advance action order to the lurkers in the past, and the orderly spacetime was in turmoil again. The Supreme Civilization that discovered the Chaos Core's actions also went back along the timeline to block it. For a while, both sides kept jumping on the timeline. The members of the Supreme Civilization did not want to passively take the beating. They took the initiative to tear open space and time, and launched a violent attack on the chaotic space and time of the Chaos Core. A large number of chaotic creatures and the counterattack army of the Supreme Civilization launched a brutal fight. In the Endless Void, there were also fierce and manic waves, as well as a large number of spacetime cracks. The various branches of the New Humans had to evacuate to more stable areas. Faced with this kind of fight between gods, the New Humans are now worried that the war between the Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Core will burn to the New Humans. However, the control areas of these two forces almost connected most of the four-dimensional spacetime. Although the existence of the endless void was very vast, it could not withstand such destruction by two civilizations. A spaceship that was dodging at high speed was suddenly swept by a spacetime crack and was directly torn into two pieces. The emergency system of the spaceship quickly repaired itself, but just as the repair was completed, a violent high-frequency rule mutation occurred on the spaceship without warning, hitting the spaceship. The New Humans inside the spaceship were all doing their best to maintain the spaceship. The fierce battle between the two sides caused unimaginable vibrations in the entire multidimensional spacetime. The Chaotic Core, which refused to admit defeat, was desperately fighting with the Supreme Civilization. From the future to the past, from orderly spacetime to chaotic spacetime, and then to the endless void. At this moment, neither side intended to admit defeat. They had completely fought with real fire, and had no scruples at all. Countless forbidden weapons were thrown into the battlefield. Even the soldiers of the two civilizations suffered large-scale losses, not to mention those low-level civilizations. A small aftermath destroyed a large number of low-level civilizations. I don't know how much time has passed, but the entire multidimensional spacetime has presented a doomsday scene, with fragmented spacetime fragments and lifeless timelines everywhere. The New Human civilization, which was hiding from place to place, also suffered unprecedented losses. In the process of avoiding the war, 34.62% of the population was killed during this period. This is a complete kill, and even if time and space are reversed, it is impossible to revive. The fierce battle between the Chaos Core and the Supreme Civilization has also entered the final stage. The invasion of the Chaos Core on the timeline suffered a complete defeat. A large number of chaotic creatures were divided at various time nodes, and then the Supreme Civilization defeated them one by one. At the same time, the chaotic spacetime of the Chaos Core was also destroyed by the Supreme Civilization by about one-third, and it seemed that the defeat was inevitable. Chapter 787. Despite the heavy losses, the New Humans still remain highly vigilant. Even if the recent spacetime vibration shows signs of weakening, it does not mean that the war is over. As expected, just when the spacetime fluctuations are about to return to normal levels, the Chaos Core, unwilling to fail, took out its last trump card. A huge spacetime crack directly penetrated the entire multidimensional spacetime, and the entire multidimensional spacetime was torn in half, leaving only some parts that were still connected. Meng Shui looked at the report in his hand and took a deep breath. It was a close call. On the virtual map of the monitoring center, the huge spacetime crack and the area where the New Humans were hiding were only a few hundred megabytes apart. He hurriedly reported, "Everyone retreat in the opposite direction." Understood. The various departments within the New Humans also quickly organized personnel to evacuate in secret to the area in the opposite direction of the spacetime crack. That huge spacetime crack could not be healed for a long time. What exactly is inside the spacetime crack? The New Humans do not have the technology to detect it yet. After thousands of years of retreat, the various branches of the New Human civilization finally moved away from the huge spacetime crack. At the same time, the vibration of the entire multidimensional spacetime finally slowly stopped. In the multidimensional spacetime divided into two sides by the spacetime crack, one side is dominated by the Chaos Core, occupying only one-third of the area. The remaining two-thirds of the multidimensional spacetime is occupied by the Supreme Civilization. Of course, this area is only nominally controlled. In fact, their real control area is only about one-tenth of the entire multidimensional spacetime. Because in multidimensional spacetime, the area occupied by the endless void is the real majority, about 90%. The hidden area of the New Human civilization is in the depths of the endless void on the side of the Supreme Civilization. The calm spacetime again did not let the New Humans relax their vigilance. The last desperate struggle of the Chaos Core not only tore the entire multidimensional spacetime apart, but also saved the last breath of vitality. In this battle, the Supreme Civilization did not win, and the result can only be said to be a loss for both sides. The Supreme Civilization will reverse time and space again and restore the normal of lawful time and space. It seems that nothing has happened. Those low-dimensional civilizations that were almost annihilated did not know that they had been killed countless times before, and not many civilizations knew the truth. Except for the two parties involved, it is estimated that only a few civilizations hidden in the endless void knew that a tragic battle had broken out in multidimensional time and space. These civilizations hidden in the endless void, knowing the truth is useless, and even because of their location, they will not be resurrected by the supreme civilization, and can only lick their wounds silently in the endless void. The new humans are in such a situation. Now they are on guard while restoring the vitality of civilization. After experiencing this cruel war, the new humans have become more determined and eager to go further. After all, no one wants to experience those situations where life and death are not in their own hands again. Only by standing at the real top can we avoid the previous helpless situation. After 1,000,000 years of recuperation, the population of the new humans has recovered somewhat, and technology has also developed. Although it has not been promoted to a higher level, it has reached the pinnacle of four-dimensional civilization, and all foundations are quite solid. Inside the scientific research base of the Science and Technology Commission, Wang Mingzhi was immersed in the gene evolution cabin. The gene keys edited by the laws of cause and effect, time and space, formed a brand new gene sequence of the new humans. He opened his eyes, and flashed out of the gene evolution cabin in an instant. At this time, Wang Mingzhi felt more powerful than ever before, but he quickly threw away the illusion in his mind. After the body evolved again, it has indeed reached the pinnacle of the fourth dimension, but Wang Mingzhi is very self-aware. The fourth dimensional peak is only relatively strong. When facing other four-dimensional civilizations, it may be able to crush the opponent. However, in the eyes of the Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Core, the fourth dimensional peak and the four-dimensional primary and three-dimensional civilizations are indeed no different. They are all ants that can be crushed to death with one hand. After he came out, Li Kun, who came out earlier than him, was waiting not far away. "Teacher, is there anything unusual?" Wang Mingzhi shook his head. No abnormality was found. The current level of evolution is almost the limit of four-dimensional people. There is still no clue about the illusory higher level. By the way, Go sent some new intelligence in the Feikong Spacetime Intelligence Force, and found some interesting things. Li Kun said while calling up a file. Wang Mingzhi flipped through it, and found that Ghost found that the entire spacetime had been repaired in the Feikong spacetime, but the civilizations that participated in the rebellion were all wiped out by the Dimensional Inspection Team. On the New Human timeline, the New Human branch also resumed normal development, and did not notice any abnormalities. During the Ghost's investigation, it was found that the New Human branch had been tampered with. The development of this human branch has once again shown a rapid development. In addition, the 2011 node also disappeared, and the traces of these new humans also disappeared completely. Wang Mingzhi touched his chin and thought quietly, especially the weirdness in it, which really made him feel something was wrong. The only existence that can do this is the Dimension Inspection Team, and the Supreme Civilization behind them. But why do they do this? Wang Mingzhi was very puzzled, and could not think of an answer. He could only remember this matter secretly, and then focus on scientific research. The new humans who are at the peak of the four-dimensional civilization are indeed a bit embarrassed at this stage. This situation of not being as good as the best but better than the worst, and having no development path, really troubles the new humans. In the depths of the endless void, the new humans have quietly developed for another 5.7 billion years. During this period, the technological level of the new humans has been hovering at the peak of the fourth dimension. As for how to upgrade to a higher level, everyone is like a headless fly. This long technological stagnation can only sort out their own technological system over and over again, or constantly cultivate experimental civilizations, observe the every move of experimental civilizations, and hope to get some inspiration. But all their efforts seem to be in vain, and there are no breakthroughs in technology. In this case, if they had not seen the Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Core, the new humans would doubt the existence of higher levels. Over the years, the huge space-time rift has been smoothed out again under the effect of time. The Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Core did not go to war again, but the secret confrontation has never stopped. But where is the future of the new humans? Chapter 788. The Endless Void Hidden by the New Humans. In one of the secret bases, it is better to say that it is a city mainly for scientific research than a base. However, in the cities of this era, apart from the natural environment, there are not many artificial facilities on the surface. This situation is mainly due to the new humans themselves. The highly evolved life forms have formed a perfect internal cycle, and do not need to obtain resources from the outside. Perhaps the few needs that remain are their curiosity, sense of security and hobbies. Walking in the natural park of the scientific research base, Wang Mingzhi would constantly think about the universe, life, and the meaning of the existence of the Supreme Civilization when he calmed down. Why did they start a war? They were already at the top of multidimensional space and time, so what else could they not do? Or what could they not obtain? After pondering over various possibilities, he overturned his own conclusions one by one, and the answer turned out to be no. What was the purpose of the Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Corps fighting to the death? Just for fun? I'm afraid not. After all, many members of the Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Corps were completely killed during the battle. What is it for? Huang Mingzhi lay on the grass, holding his head with both hands as a pillow, and closed his eyes in deep thought under the breeze. Civilization in life, the meaning of existence. The root of it is nothing more than a word, desire. Desire is the fundamental element that drives life or civilization. Even the new humans at this stage still retain the desire for knowledge, survival, and enjoyment. If there is no desire, what is the difference between a creature and a stone? Put yourself in their shoes, and think about what the new humans would do if they developed to the level of the highest civilization. It seems impossible to advance to a higher level. Maybe there is a higher level, but the new humans at this stage don't know. As for the enemy, if they have all reached the highest level, then the Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Corps can sit down and talk calmly, and there is no need to fight desperately. As for the desire for enjoyment, at their level, they are almost omnipotent and basically do not need to plunder anything. Suddenly Huang Mingzhi was stunned and found that he had some preconceived ideas. He always thought that the Supreme Civilization and the Chaos Corps were the apex of civilization in multidimensional space and time. What if they were not the apex civilization? Maybe it can explain some things. But is there really a higher level? Huang Mingzhi fell into deep thought again. Unknowingly, more than 3 million years had passed. In the natural park, due to human indulgence, there have been great changes here. He was covered with a thick layer of humus, and a towering tree was perched on one side of him. The pervasive tree roots entangled Huang Mingzhi. The plain grassland 3 million years ago has become a karst landform with gullies and ravines. The tree wrapped around Huang Mingzhi and stood on the cliffs. Huang Mingzhi, who had been immersed in thinking, did not care about the great changes in the outside world. Until one day, the red giant star in the nature park entered the end of the star phase, and its volume expanded rapidly, swallowing up the Earth-like planet in the second planetary orbit. Huang Mingzhi, who was silent in it, was also swallowed up by the red giant star. The surrounding trees, rocks, and all life were annihilated under the stellar power of the red giant star. He still did not wake up, and slowly fell into the core of the red giant star. The years were silent, and the universe was in chaos. The red giant star expanded to the extreme, and finally caused a mass collapse. Everything around the star system was swallowed up by it, and then it suddenly collapsed and shrank. When the stellar matter is compressed to the extreme and reaches a certain critical point, it triggers a supernova explosion again, and violent gamma rays erupt from the axis of the star. It becomes a neutron star, and the intelligent creatures that are silent here are like taking a nap on the sofa at home. I don't know how long it has been. Huang Mingzhi, who was in deep thought, opened his eyes without any signs and floated out of the neutron star. After sensing the changes in time and space, I found that 4.9 billion years have passed in the general environment. After such a long period of contemplation, although he did not figure it out, he found a possible place, perhaps hiding some secrets. With a time-space transformation, he appeared directly in his own laboratory. Looking at a series of papers within the Science and Technology Commission over the years, there are fewer papers with insights and breakthroughs than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He was not surprised by this, because the new humans at the peak of the fourth dimension are almost stagnant in technological development at this stage. There were no useful discoveries, so he summoned the researchers in his laboratory and began to arrange tasks. His research target is the hot topic of the new humans in recent years, that is, the crack inside the crack of space-time. What is hidden inside the crack of space-time, the new humans have never known, and a large number of research institutions have not found anything. But Huang Mingzhi has a clue. Integrating all the technology of the new humans, representing the highest masterpiece of the technology of the new human civilization, a space-time crack expander, and related scientific research equipment are arranged inside an unmanned base. Teacher, everything is ready. Li Kun reported to him. Huang Mingzhi looked at the time. Let's start. Yes. Li Kun replied loudly, as if he had regained the passion of the past, and felt that his body was slowly boiling. The new human scientific community has been silent for billions of years, and there are few scientific research activities of this scale. It's not that the Science and Technology Commission has no ability to organize, but that scientists have no idea where to start. A series of equipment, under the control of the staff, started step by step. In the huge ring-shaped hole of the space-time crack opener, a strong space-time fluctuation tore open a space-time crack. Under the maintenance of the causal law equipment, The space-time crack maintains a stable hole. In that hole, there is only a gray area, nothing else. All the new human scientists before stopped at this step. No matter sending detectors, emitting space-time waves, or using causal law detection equipment, they did not obtain any useful information. The gray hole is like a pool of stagnant water. It rejects everything in multidimensional spacetime and never interacts with multidimensional spacetime. Wang Mingzhi stood in the control center, looking at the gray hole in the spacetime crack expander through the monitoring equipment. Start injecting causal connection. Yes. Li Kun and a group of researchers personally operated the equipment, and a special causal connection device floated in front of the gray hole. Then a causal law information was launched to the hole, and the gray hole was still as calm as ever. Chapter 789. Wang Mingzhi was not surprised by the lack of response, because he had expected this. Li Kun, turn on the negative spacetime system. Understood. The spacetime mass-energy operation system inside the huge ring-shaped spacetime crack expander was instantly switched from the previous normal state to the negative spacetime state. Just after the negative spacetime state transition was completed, changes finally appeared in the gray void. The change was like a gray mirror that had been wiped clean of stains and restored to a clean mirror surface. This is... Li Kun stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. The monitoring system in front of him was showing the situation of the hole. The hole at this moment was no longer the gray and hazy one before, but a strange black with a hint of color. What shocked Li Kun even more was that he found that the inside of the hole was transmitting a lot of information to them. The calm Wang Mingzhi ignored the surprise of the crowd and shouted loudly, "Focus and start the reverse data analysis system." Received. The researchers immediately woke up and became more excited. They felt that there would be a big discovery today. As the reverse data analysis system started, the data sent from the void were analyzed one by one. But as the analysis of these data was successful, Li Kun and others looked strange again, because the content of these data was what they had sent before. Wang Mingzhi, with a calm look, did not seem to be surprised by this situation. He slowly explained, "The other side of the space crack is our negative side, and it is also another part of the entire four-dimensional spacetime." The other part? Li Kun was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. "Teacher, you mean the inside of the spacetime crack is the other side of our normal spacetime?" Wang Mingzhi said calmly, "Continue to detect, the other side will give us the answer, because the spacetime on the other side flows from the future to the past." Gulp. Li Kun swallowed and took a deep breath, and then he regained his composure from the shock. Sure enough, in the following detection, the spacetime on the other side of the hole transmitted a lot of information to this side, including a large number of five-dimensional spacetime technologies. These technologies belong to the new human civilization of the future, invented by the technology. In negative spacetime, civilization does not move from low dimension to high dimension, but vice versa, falling from high dimension to low dimension. The new human civilization that fell from high dimension naturally mastered a large number of high-dimensional technologies, and the new humans in normal spacetime also launched a large number of low-dimensional technologies and information about the past to another spacetime. In learning each other's technology, the new human civilizations in the two spacetimes began to converge in terms of technology level. The new human civilization in normal time and space has made rapid progress in technology and has fully leaped into the fifth dimension. The dimensional upgrade has been completed. But Wang Mingzhi knows very well that they are not yet a true five-dimensional civilization, but only a quasi-five-dimensional civilization, because they must merge with the new human civilization in negative time and space to completely jump out of the four-dimensional space and enter the true five-dimensional space. The new human civilizations in positive and negative time and space all understand this situation. After some discussion, they decided to completely merge together. Inside the new human civilization in normal time and space, each branch quickly built equipment, and then one by one, the new humans, relying on their half-five-dimensional genetic bodies, stepped into the hole of the time and space crack. In the negative time and space on the other side, the negative new humans who also had half-five-dimensional genes also went to the hole of the time and space crack. When the new humans on both sides stepped into the hole of the time and space crack, the genes between the two produced time and space resonance and gradually merged together. After the gene sequences of the two were indistinguishable, they finally broke through the boundaries of time and space, and became complete five-dimensional life forms. Becoming a complete five-dimensional life form also means that the new human civilization has entered the long-awaited five-dimensional civilization from the sub-five-dimensional civilization. After becoming a five-dimensional civilization, due to the fusion of the future and the past, positive time and space and negative time and space, the technological level of the new human civilization instantly reached an extremely high level. The supreme civilization and the chaos core that seemed hazy before, their technological level, in the eyes of the new humans, is finally no longer the kind of unattainable illusion, but a real one in front of them. Hidden between positive and negative time and space, time at this moment has no meaning for the new humans. Because at this moment, the new human civilization can freely travel through multidimensional time and space. In the endless time and space, they exist all the time, and it can be said that there is no trace of existence. For the four-dimensional time and space, the existence of the five-dimensional civilization is an extraordinary existence, and ordinary rules have no way to act on the five-dimensional civilization. Even the supreme civilization and the chaos core cannot kill the new human civilization. At the same time, Wang Mingzhi also understood some questions. For example, in the battle between the supreme civilization and the chaos core, the five-dimensional life forms that died in the battle would not be killed. At most, they would just sleep for a period of time, and then return intact from the endless time and space to the various timelines. The reasons why the two sides went to war were very complicated. One of them was that they were too bored. That's right, one of the reasons was that they were too bored, and the two sides had different ideas. The management attitude of the supreme civilization towards the control area is to let things run their course and maintain a certain order. The management attitude of the chaos core is endless killing, and the survival rules within it are the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest. In addition, the chaos core will self-destruct every once in a while, clearing out a large number of four-dimensional civilizations in the control area, giving the lower-level civilizations a rare opportunity for development. This situation will happen in the chaos core control area almost every few trillion years. The last time, the chaos core was looking for trouble with the supreme civilization, it was also because it was tired of living and deliberately looking for fun. In this regard, Wang Mingzhi also understood the madness of the chaos core. After being promoted to the five-dimensional civilization, it is really immortal. It doesn't matter if it explodes multidimensional space and time, or fights wildly. Perhaps in the eyes of low-dimensional life forms, this is no different from a doomsday disaster. But in the eyes of the five-dimensional civilization, it is just like setting off firecrackers at the door. The level of civilization determines the perspective of the universe. It's like the human civilization in the AD era. Will they care about the lives of a nest of ants? Few people will care. Even if they care, they will pretend to be compassionate, and then do whatever they want. Chapter 790. Just after the new human civilization completed its promotion and achieved the eternal five-dimensional civilization, a space-time wave suddenly appeared. This space-time wave, crossing multiple dimensions, ignored all the shielding technologies of the new humans and directly acted on all the new humans. Suddenly everyone was stunned, and then their faces became different, but soon they all calmed down, because this was an invitation letter sent by the Supreme Civilization Summit. For the invitation of the Supreme Civilization Summit, the new humans were mentally prepared. After some discussion, 12 high-level people representing the new human civilization formed a new human civilization delegation and jumped to an area of orderly spacetime. The technology of the five-dimensional civilization can appear at any point in multidimensional spacetime. As a member of the delegation, Wang Mingzhi also wanted to see the legendary Supreme Civilization Summit and verify some questions in his heart. In an instant, a group of people walked out of the cracks in spacetime. The place they came to was a magnificent hall, which was decorated with statues and murals of different styles. At a glance, 7 styles can be roughly distinguished. These statues and murals seem to represent the development of 7 civilizations. Wang Mingzhi stopped in front of one of the murals and felt the information conveyed in it, which gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Isn't this the development of our ancient humans? Wei Feng said. Ancient humans? Wang Mingzhi's eyes widened in an instant. Wei Feng reminded him of this, and the memory deep in his mind was connected to an unknown existence. A huge and ancient memory emerged in his mind, and Wang Mingzhi was completely stunned. The scenes of the ancient times, all the memories about Wang Mingzhi, finally awakened. This was inevitable, because he had become a five-dimensional life form, and all memories would return to the five-dimensional roots. The moment he saw the mural accelerated this process, and after a moment, he woke up. At this moment, in the hall, on the seats divided into 7 areas, hundreds of five-dimensional people of different shapes appeared silently on the seats. Latecomers, welcome to your arrival. The representative of the rotating civilization passed the information to everyone without any obstacles. The new humans who came to their senses were also responsible for a special response from a chairman of the service committee, On behalf of the new human civilization, I would like to say hello to the member civilizations of the Supreme Civilization. At the same time, I am very honored to be a guest at the Supreme Civilization Summit. After awakening his memory, Huang Mingzhi already knew the cause and effect of the matter, and also understood the origin of the Supreme Civilization Summit. Among the 7 members of the Supreme Civilization Summit, the ancient human civilization is one of them, and it is also one of the 3 founding members. After some discussion, the new human civilization was accepted as the 8th member. Although there was already a human civilization in the Supreme Civilization Summit, this situation is not without precedent. There was a huge deviation in the development process of ancient humans and new humans, and their genes were completely different. Except for some similar cultural roots, they were actually 2 different civilizations. In this case, they are usually not identified as the same civilization, but as 2 civilizations by default. Joining the Supreme Civilization Summit is not a mandatory requirement. The new human civilization can choose to develop independently or join the Chaos Core. After repeated consideration, they decided to join the Supreme Civilization Summit. After all, at the 5th dimensional civilization stage, it was difficult for each other to kill each other, and the wars between the parties were all based on a playful mentality. The advantage of joining the Supreme Civilization Summit is that they can communicate with each other and discuss the illusory, higher level. Return to the time and space of the new human civilization. Huang Mingzhi brought a few family members, opened the time and space cracks, grabbed one of the secret and indestructible timelines, and appeared in a time and space. An ordinary villa, a middle-aged man pruning rose branches, and a middle-aged woman in the kitchen cooking some food. "You're back," the middle-aged man said calmly. Not far behind him, it was Huang Mingzhi's family who entered the villa. "I'm back." Huang Mingzhi also didn't know what to say, and there was no need to say anything, because the 5-dimensional people were almost omnipresent and omniscient. Without saying it, both parties knew each other's intentions. Putting a plate of Shanmei-style rice cake on the dining table, the middle-aged woman smiled and waved. "Mingzhi, you're back. Wenna and Elena, come and eat." After a meal, the family became more familiar with each other. In the study, his father was calmly flipping through a book, while Huang Mingzhi was brewing a pot of black tea on the mahogany coffee table next to him. "What do you think of this multidimensional space-time?" He paused and slowly put down the teapot, not quite understanding the meaning of this sentence. "This multidimensional space-time? Is there any problem with this? Then do you know why the Supreme Civilization Summit and the Chaos Core broke out in battle?" After taking a sip of black tea, Huang Mingzhi racked his brains to think. His father explained to himself, "Boredom is just a small reason. The real deep-level purpose is actually to maintain combat awareness." Maintain combat awareness? This question surprised him a little, and at the same time another thought came to his mind. Is it difficult for there to be enemies? You need to find the answer yourself. I don't know if there is one. This is a guess of various civilizations. The father and son talked for a long time. When Huang Mingzhi left this time and space, he returned to the time and space of the new human beings with a lot of questions. At this time, in the new human time and space, in addition to the new humans, there were also other members of the Supreme Civilization Summit who came to communicate. The new humans also sent a lot of people to communicate and learn. After Huang Mingzhi came back, he stayed for only more than 5,000 years, and then he took his immediate family and drove a spaceship to roam in the vast multidimensional time and space. The spacecraft does not set a destination, but drifts wherever it goes. He even actively shuts down some of the abilities of the 5-dimensional life form to feel this multidimensional spacetime again. In the eyes of the 5-dimensional life form, the multidimensional spacetime is not really big. But in the eyes of the 4-dimensional life form, the multidimensional spacetime is so big that it is boundless. The journey of wandering in the multidimensional spacetime has passed unknowingly for 83.7 billion years. During this period, Huang Mingzhi traveled through 1/3 of the orderly spacetime, and also entered the chaotic spacetime of the chaotic core, and saw a different strange world. As his footprints spread throughout the multidimensional spacetime, he felt a strange feeling more and more, and at the same time he understood the feelings of other 5-dimensional people. It seems that there really is a higher level, but that feeling is very vague. Chapter 791. The years have no origin, and time and space have no end. Huang Mingzhi's spaceship wandered into the endless void. The spaceship was captured by a huge piece of space-time debris and flew with the space-time debris. Time could not leave any traces on him. It was just an eternal situation. There was no beauty as imagined, only endless boredom. He sat on the spaceship and looked at the space-time debris beside him. This was a fragment that fell from the normal space-time domain. Inside the space-time debris, there were only a few hundred origin cores left. He had already gained an in-depth understanding of the internal structure and manufacturing technology of the origin core through the database of the Supreme Civilization Summit. The origin core in this fragment came from various members of the Supreme Civilization. In the ancient times of multidimensional spacetime, there was actually no such thing as an origin core. The entire multidimensional spacetime had only one core, called the origin of all things. It's just that the timelines derived from the origin of all things are very simple. After billions of years of development, the lives born from these timelines, except for the origin clan, who were promoted to the 5-dimensional civilization, all other lives stopped at the 4-dimensional stage. Many members of the origin clan, the only one to be promoted to the 5th dimension, could not stand the loneliness of being at the top, and hoped that the multidimensional spacetime could give birth to a second 5-dimensional civilization. After a lot of research, the origin clan invented the origin core, and then deployed a large number of origin cores in the vast multidimensional spacetime. At the beginning, the timelines derived from these origin cores that imitated the origin of all things were not much different from the timelines generated by the origin of all things. It was just that as time went by, due to the initial settings of each origin core, all kinds of strange lives were born in these timelines. The second generation of 5-dimensional civilization was born during this period, including ancient humans, Chaos Core and other civilizations, which are the second generation of 5-dimensional civilization. After the birth of several second-generation 5-dimensional civilizations, there was a split within the 5-dimensional civilization, that is, the Supreme Civilization Summit and the Chaos Core parted ways. With the establishment of the Supreme Civilization Summit, a large number of second-generation 5-dimensional civilizations also imitated the origin core of the origin family and created their own origin core. Like the new human civilization, it is the third generation of 5-dimensional civilization derived from the second-generation origin core. In fact, the birth of the new human civilization has almost exhausted the potential of the entire multidimensional spacetime. It seems that the entire multidimensional spacetime can only accommodate 9 5-dimensional civilizations. Although Huang Mingzhi is wandering, he is always paying attention to the entire multidimensional spacetime. In the past tens of billions of years, none of those 4-dimensional civilizations have the potential to touch the 5-dimensional spacetime. He came back to his senses and took a look at the spacetime fragments. The hundreds of origin cores inside have derived vibrant timelines, and many of the lives have developed into civilizations. The previous generation of civilization of this spacetime fragment had long been annihilated by high-frequency rule mutations during the period of spacetime shattering. In fact, he quite agrees with some of the practices of the Chaos Core. If you want to promote the rapid evolution of low-level civilizations, you must adopt a high-pressure strategy to create an atmosphere of extreme oppression. An environment that is too comfortable can only make civilizations degenerate and immerse themselves in a safe environment. He casually transformed the spacetime fragments, arranged some mysterious relics, and separated the origin cores to form small 4-dimensional spacetime. After building these 4-dimensional crystal walls, he deliberately left some holes on the crystal walls that could be crossed. Finally, he set a different timeline formatting program for each origin core. If the civilization in a small area cannot break through the 4-dimensional crystal wall within the scheduled time, it will be completely formatted. Through this artificial doomsday, these civilizations are forced to evolve to a higher level. He has done this kind of thing countless times along the way, hoping to give birth to a new 5-dimensional civilization. Many 5-dimensional people will choose to leave some things behind during their travels, such as the life races they created when they were bored, and various strange creations. These things left behind may be hidden somewhere forever, or they may be discovered by a lucky civilization and become a booster for its rise. Now that I think about it carefully, many of the things encountered during the development of the new human beings should have come from this. The development of civilization has never been an isolated event. Just as the origin clan created the origin core, the ancient human civilization that was promoted by the origin core, and the ancient human civilization derived the new human civilization, this is a kind of development that is passed down from one line to another. To a certain extent, the origin clan is the grandfather civilization of the new humans, one of the origins of the entire multidimensional spacetime. After transforming this fragment of spacetime, Huang Mingzhi and his family cut off a section from their own gene sequence and transformed it into the original gene of a 3-dimensional creature. Then these gene fragments were implanted into some single-celled organisms and spread in the timeline of this fragment of spacetime. As for whether he can rise and become the 4th generation of 5-dimensional civilization, everything depends on God's will. He has done what he should do. There is no need to interfere too much in the future development. Only by letting it go, the bottom civilization will grow wildly and give birth to superstandard potential. If he interferes too much in the development of the bottom civilization, the cause and effect of the five-dimensional civilization will be entangled with the bottom civilization, which will lead to the loss of the potential for development of the civilization. Leave the spacetime fragment. The spacecraft randomly chooses another direction and sails silently towards the unknown area of the endless void. The seeds of life he sowed along the way also took root and sprouted, giving birth to strange life forms. After many great waves, only a few of these life forms will eventually develop civilization and then move forward step by step. Wang Mingzhi, who roamed in multidimensional space and time, went back to the native land of the new human race and stayed there for tens of thousands of years, and then set out to travel again. This time his route focused on the chaotic space and time side. The chaotic space and time managed by the chaotic core is a real chaotic zone, with no fixed space and time domain and drifting space and time fragments everywhere. The physical rules here are extremely chaotic. In order to adapt to the harsh environment here, many lives have to develop towards a high-speed adaptation mode. The civilization here is richer in civilization types than the orderly spacetime. He often transforms into an indigenous creature and participates in the development of various civilizations. Before he knew it, Wang Mingzhi had been traveling in the Chaos Core for 13.74 trillion years. The Chaos Core was ready to start a multi-dimensional spacetime war again, so that those civilizations without potential would completely disappear in the multi-dimensional spacetime. Wang Mingzhi ignored these things. He was next to a star at this time, and this star was the source of all things. Floating in the void, his eyes flickered, as if he saw the existence above all things.